Hello everyone. This is a warning for all the single people out there, yes, people like me with no girlfriend or boyfriend. In this fanfiction audiobook, the main character has many wives. So if you're single, prepare to feel some emotional damage. Loudly crying face. If you're brave enough, go ahead and watch, but don't say I didn't warn you. And hey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share the fanfiction audiobook channel. Chapter 1. The gentle waves hit the rocks on the shore, making a rhythmic sound, and the sun shines on the skin, bringing a subtle warmth. Remuru rubbed his dizzy head and looked around. He was shocked by the scene around him, as if he was on an empty and mysterious island. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? Gradually, Remuru began to recall his previous experience. He was originally immersed in the anime world of One Piece at home, forgetting the time until he finished catching up with the latest episode of Wano Country, and then he ordered a takeaway hungry. The next second, a takeaway broke through the window and hit Remuru in the face. Then, the world spun around, and when he opened his eyes again, the environment he was in had changed dramatically. As a senior bookworm in the online literature world, Remuru quickly sorted out the clues. I, probably, traveled through time. He muttered to himself with a bit of excitement and expectation, I heard that travelers will have golden fingers, will I have one too? Grandpa? Is the system here? Ding, the host meets the requirements, and the super invincible and awesome system is at your service. A crisp sound rang in Remuru's mind, like the sound of nature. Excuse me, are you bound? Bind. Must bind. Remuru said excitedly, by the way, system, which world are you traveling to? What functions do you have? Bind in progress. Dear Mr. Lemieux, this is the world of One Piece. This system can help you quickly improve your strength. You can get rewards by completing the main quests and side quests issued by the system. In addition, we also have. Sounds good. Remuru nodded, but who is this Lemieux? My name is Remuru. ZZ. ZZ. The system suddenly made a noise, a bit like the sound of a computer jam. I am sorry, Mr. Remuru, after confirmation, you don't meet our requirements. Start unbinding now. Remuru was shocked and said hurriedly, hey, are you kidding? The pirate world is so dangerous, what should I do if you leave? You must have brought me here. It's impossible that the takeaway delivery man Remuru traveled through time. I am really sorry, this is our mistake. We will compensate you with a luxury gift package, which has been distributed to the system space. Note that because the system is bound to the host's soul, it cannot be completely unbound, so the system still retains a part. Finally, I wish you a happy time in this world. Bye. I kept a part of it. Was it intentional? Or was it an accident? Remuru asked subconsciously. System, are you still there? However, no one answered his question. He tried to say in his mind, open the system. In an instant, an illusory panel appeared in the corner of his eyes, and at the same time a stream of information flowed into his mind. Remuru instantly understood the remaining functions of the system. First of all, the system completely retains the functions of the attribute panel. Host name, Remuru. Gender, male. Age, 18 years old. Partner, none. Comprehensive combat power, lower than ordinary civilians. 18 years old. Remuru touched his cheek and felt no prickly feeling, and then carefully checked the rest of his body. It's really an 18-year-old body. He sighed, his body regained youth, not sure whether it was caused by system factors or time travel. After feeling the young body for a while, Remuru refocused his attention on the system. You can still do the mission, but this module seems to be a little incomplete. There are only 2 missions left on the mission page. Summoning mission, recruiting partners. Task description, recruit characters from the plot of One Piece, including the protagonist and supporting characters. Completion condition, the other party agrees to become the host's companion. Mission reward, life return skill card ×1, devil fruit weakness elimination card ×1. Instructions. 1. Successfully recruited characters cannot betray the host. 2. The recruited characters will receive system blessings, status blessings, cultivation speed increased tenfold, comprehension increased tenfold, and favorability increased tenfold. 3. This mission is incomplete, only female characters can be recruited, and it can be repeated up to 50 times. Final mission, World, Nuclear, Peace. Task description, Give. This twisted world brings peace. Completion conditions, World peace, no large-scale wars, people do not have to live in fear of war. Mission reward, 1 world crossing card. Description, you can unify the world, peace, or destroy the world, nuclear peace. Does nuclear peace mean killing all humans? Without humans, there will be no war. The last function is the system space, which can only store rewards issued by the system. Remuru noticed that there was a luxurious gift package alone in the system space. He moved his mind, opened the luxurious gift package. As soon as the voice fell, the gift package instantly burst into dazzling light and spit out 5 golden light balls. When the light disappeared, 5 items appeared in front of Remuru. God-level Devil Fruit, Magic Weapon Shenguangzhou, 3-color Domineering Awakening card, Character Lock card and Pirate World Language Proficiency card. Remuru was first attracted by the blue jelly-like fruit. He paused, since it's called God level, it shouldn't be bad. Remuru prepared himself and took a bite. The sweet juice overflowed in his mouth, the aroma was fragrant, the taste was chewy, and every bite was intoxicating. Remuru felt as if his whole body fell into a warm embrace and was intoxicated by it. This is so delicious. I feel like all the cells in my body are cheering. Unconsciously, Remuru finished the whole fruit. After eating for a long time, Remuru recovered and sighed, it is worthy of the title of God level. He thought, open the panel. Host name, Remuru. Age, 18 years old. Gender, male. Partner, none. Talent, SSS level. Devil Fruit, Deification Slime Fruit Demon God Void God Form, Development, 1%. Skills, Unique Skills, Great Sage, Predator, Inherent Abilities, Absorption, Self-Regeneration, Dissolution, Mimicry, Human. Resistance, Heat Change Resistance, Stab Resistance, Physical Attack Resistance, Pain Invalidity, Electric Current Resistance, Paralysis Resistance. Existence Value, 14,000. Slime? Void God? It seems to be based on the cute King Remuru. Because Remuru's name is the same as Remuru in the anime, and the anime is really good. Remuru has only played that time I got reincarnated as a slime a few times. The existence value is a comprehensive calculation of the amount of magic, physical ability and equipment quality, and there is no quantitative skill effect and experience skills. However, the existence value of 14,000 has reached the level of destroying the city, and the corresponding combat power of the pirates is about the level of the Rear Admiral and Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Click on the skill to view the detailed explanation of the skill. Great Sage, 1 Thinking Acceleration, improve the perception speed, up to 1,000 times. 2 Analysis and Identification, analyze and identify the object. 3 Parallel Calculation, it can separate the object to be analyzed from the thinking area and calculate it separately. 4 Chanting Destruction, when performing magic and other skills, there is no need to chant the spell, and it can be directly cast instantly. 5 All things in the world, encompass all unshielded phenomena in this world. Predator, 1 Predation, suck the object into the body. When the object has resistance consciousness and its strength is higher than the host, the success rate decreases. 2 Stomach, store the prey object. In addition, it can also store the materials produced by analysis. The object stored in the stomach will be in a state of time stop. 3 Analysis, analyze and study the stored object, and copy it when the material, magic element, is sufficient. 4 Mimicry, after obtaining the information of the absorbed object can be completely simulated. 5 Isolation, storing substances that cannot be analyzed or are harmful, and converting them into magic elements through harmless treatment. Exactly the same ability as in the anime that time I got reincarnated as a slime. Great Sage plus Predator can be said to be a cheating skill. The Great Sage is not at the forefront in terms of attack power alone, and the Predator has a slow analysis speed and a low analysis success rate. Combine the two and take off directly. Remuru looked at the reflection in the water. Hey, the hair has become longer and bluer, the skin is smooth and delicate, the originally handsome face has become more handsome, and there is a touch of softness. Softness? Remuru was startled and quickly reached down to touch it. Successfully touched a fat, inedible worm. Hi, luckily my brother is still here. After all, the devil fruit does not really transform people into some kind of asexual creature. The devil fruit user can still get married and have children, bleed, and die. Remuru licked his lips and thought of the delicious devil fruit again. This is completely different from the setting in the anime. Is it because this is a god-level devil fruit? Deification. Ordinary devil fruits only have animal, superhuman, and natural types. System. Do I still have the weakness of being afraid of sea water? I saw Remuru slowly squatting down, first stretched out a finger and dipped it into the water. No special feeling. Then slowly expanded the contact area. After a while, Remuru was limply immersed in the water. It's cold and comfortable, soak for a while. Remuru's whole body was immersed in the sea water, without any feeling of weakness. Not bad, it seems that I have no weakness of the devil fruit at all. Next, try the slime form. I saw Remuru's whole body turned blue, and then shrunk rapidly, turning into a ball of blue slime. I can't see anything, and I can't open my eyes. The body can move. Remuru moved his body. Is this the feeling of a slime? Not used to it. It seems that I have to learn the skill of magic perception. How can I get it? After obtaining the magic perception skill, turn on the elemental perspective, and the experience will be greatly enhanced. The next second, the voice of the system sounded from Remuru's mind. Information: you can acquire the skill, magical perception, by developing the devil fruit. System? No, you are the Great Sage, you can speak now. Remuru remembered that the Great Sage in the original book could not speak at first, and could communicate with Remuru only through the voice of heaven. Explanation: the ability has been fully mastered, and the voice of the system can now be used to quickly answer questions. As expected of the Great Sage, Remuru nodded. Then how should I develop this devil fruit? Answer: developing new abilities or developing the original abilities of the slime fruit can increase the development degree. Currently the development degree of the devil fruit is 1%. Increasing the development degree will also synchronize the original abilities of the devil fruit. It is recommended to prioritize the development of skills: water blade, water pressure propulsion. After that, through the predator, prey on powerful prey, increase skills and magic, and improve the development degree. After the explanation of the Great Sage, Remuru already understood how to develop the devil fruit. Developing Remuru's original skills, such as water blade, is the original ability of the slime fruit. Acquiring new skills through predators is the development of new abilities. Both can improve the development of devil fruits. As the development level increases, Remuru's skills, magic elements, and other abilities will also be synchronized, similar to getting the Remuru template. As soon as he said it, Remuru jumped directly into the sea and turned into a slime. Recalling the scene of Remuru developing skills in the anime, Remuru captured a large amount of water into his stomach, used magic elements to increase the water pressure, and then spit it out in one breath. Silently in his heart. Water blade. The weak body of the slime rushed into the sky under the reaction force. Wow, Acquired skill: water pressure propulsion. With the assistance of the Great Sage, after a little bit of experimentation, Remuru soon acquired several skills. Skill acquired: water movement. Skill acquired: water blade. Since the skills water pressure propulsion, water movement, and water blade have been acquired, they have been integrated and evolved into an additional skill: water manipulation. The development of the devil fruit has reached 3%, and the additional skill magic perception has been acquired. After becoming familiar with it, Remuru took out the system reward again. Learned additional skills: observation haki, armament haki, conqueror haki. Already proficient in the language of the pirate world. Next, Remuru took out the magic weapon Shenguangzhou and gradually performed the recognition operation based on the information in his mind. Magical weapon, Godlight Boat, initial form. Master, Remuru. Upgrade conditions, consume 1000 basic energy points. Skills, flying, diving, automatic driving, light energy conversion, energy storage. Energy, 0/1000 points. Remuru clicks on the skill to view the skill details. Automatic driving, can automatically drive according to the master's command, consuming 10 basic energy points per hour. Light energy conversion, can convert light energy into basic energy. Energy storage, can store basic energy, with a maximum storage of 1000 points. The Godlight boat is emerald green and has a small boat style, but it has no sails or oars. Slowly save energy and upgrade. Looking at the vast sea, Remuru thought that he should first recruit a navigator. Going to sea without a navigator is not possible. Remuru took out the last reward in the system space, the character lock card. Character lock card, can locate and lock a person's specific location in real time. After finding the target person, the character lock card disappears. Remuru played with the character lock card and asked, "Great Sage, which sea area are we in and what time is it now?" Information, it is April 5, 1520 in the Haiwan calendar, in the east. On an unnamed island in the sea, the specific coordinates are east longitude. 1 month before Luffy went to sea. Remuru remembered that the specific time of Luffy's departure in the original work was May 5, 1520. Then recruit Nami as the first crew member. Nami not only has the world's top navigation talent, can use her body to sense the weather and perfectly guide the route, but is also a kind-hearted, hateful, and emotional person. Not to mention that Nami will be fair-skinned and beautiful 2 years later, with an angelic face and a devilish figure. Which normal man can withstand such a test? As for the plot? Even if Remuru does not take the initiative to change the plot, the butterfly effect of the time traveler may cause a big change in the plot. So there is no need to deliberately maintain the plot. It is right to get the most benefits before the plot collapses. Remuru held the character lock card in his left hand, silently reciting keywords such as Nami and Coco village in his heart. After a moment, an arrow and a red dot appeared on the card, representing his own position and Nami's relative position respectively. Let's go. Chapter 2. The sun is shining brightly, and the sky is full of clouds. In the early morning, the golden sunlight penetrates the mist, like the golden paint carefully applied by the painter, decorating the sea with sparkling waves. On this vast sea, a boat as light as a green leaf breaks through the waves, like an arrow cutting through the calm blue waves. Remuru on the bow has a deep gaze, looking at the sea calmly, as if exploring unknown treasures. At this moment, the voice of the great sage suddenly sounded in Remuru's mind. Information: a sunken ship was found on the seabed 3 kilometers ahead. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Remuru's eyes. Shipwreck? This is my first treasure hunt, it's worth a try. With a thought, the Shenguangzhou sped towards the location of the shipwreck. Arriving at the designated location, Remuru took a deep breath, changed his body shape, turned into a ball of blue jelly, and jumped down. Underwater, he flexibly controlled the water flow, like a flexible fish swimming in the water, and flew quickly towards the location of the shipwreck. Ropes, fishing rods, take them. Wow, there is a treasure chest here, so many jewels. Dead man, excuse me. This is... Remuru swallowed all the useful items into his stomach like a devil entering a village. After some exploration, Remuru reaped a lot of rewards. Not only did he harvest a large number of useful items and gold and silver treasures, about 10 million baileys, but more importantly, he found a devil fruit. The fruit is blue all over, the shape and size of a cantaloupe, with irregular ripples on it, quite mysterious. Great sage, analyze the devil fruit. Remember, don't digest it. Understood, it will take some time to fully analyze it. The voice of the great sage echoed in Remuru's mind. Satisfied with the rich harvest, Remuru continued his sea journey. Wow! What a big fish, why do you have a cat face? Analysis completed, get the skills of swimming and underwater breathing. Can simulate the form of sea beasts, catfish, increase the amount of magic. Development increased, get the skill poisonous breath. Wow, you passed by me without saying hello to me. Analysis completed. Development increased. Another shipwreck. 2 days later in the evening. When the arrow of the character search card overlapped with the point, a medium-sized sailing ship with a skull flag appeared in Remuru's vision. Information, Nami detected. Finally found. Remuru showed an expectant expression on his face. After this period of sea travel, Remuru has long lost the novelty of the beginning. Except for encountering a few large sea beasts, Remuru kindly invited them to enter his stomach as guests. It was almost a monotonous voyage. Hi. Remuru detected the information on the ship, which seemed to be a bit lively. A few minutes ago. The stars were sparse at night. An orange-haired girl, wearing a black headscarf and a capable sailor suit, was sneaking into the captain's room while the pirates had just finished a banquet, looking for hidden treasures. She carefully opened the wooden box, and the glittering gold coins and jewelry came into view. She quickly put the treasure into the package and prepared to evacuate. However, just when she was about to succeed, the pirates discovered something unusual and rushed to the cabin. Catch her! Don't let her run away! A pirate shouted. Hearing the sound, she secretly cried out in her heart that something was wrong, and she picked up the treasure and ran to the side of the ship. Unfortunately, the pirates had already surrounded her and cut off her way. Other pirates found that the thief was the intern Nami, who had joined for 2.5 days. Nami, what are you doing? Why do you do this? Dare to betray us? You intern! Boom! 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 With a series of dull sounds, the pirates scattered on both sides, and a fat body was walking towards Nami. She was 8 feet tall and had a waist of 8 feet. She was the captain of this pirate group. The captain of the Big Eater pirate group, who was always eating, was nicknamed Big Eater and had a bounty of 8 million Baileys. Nami the Big Eater showed an angry expression on his face and roared at Nami. Why did you betray us? Juice overflowed. Facing the pirates' questioning, Nami wiped the saliva from her face and said calmly. I am a thief who specializes in stealing pirates' treasures. I have never been your companion. After a pause, Nami took a deep breath and thought about how to get out. Way. A few days ago, I joined you just to make it easier to steal treasure. I never considered you as my companions, and there is no such thing as betrayal. Before Nami started stealing, she had already put down a rowing boat in advance. As long as she found an opportunity, she could jump on the boat. Oh, so you didn't betray me? The big glutton showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Of course, can I leave now? Go ahead. The pirates on the side saw that their captain's idiocy had recurred, and hurriedly reminded him. Boss, she stole our treasure, we can't let her go. She's lying to you. You idiot. Idiot. A little idiot whispered. Nanny. After being reminded by his brothers, the big glutton captain reacted, Damn Nami. How dare you lie to me? While the big glutton said, he waved the big iron spoon in his hand and hit Nami. Wait a minute. Nami dodged the attack with a flash. I am a cotter of the dragon pirates. You can't attack me. As she spoke, Nami lifted the sleeve of her left arm, revealing the tattoo of the dragon pirates. Although Nami hated the pattern on her left shoulder, she had to admit that the identity of the dragon pirates had saved her several times. When she was caught several times before, she relied on the identity of the dragon pirates to successfully escape. The dragon pirates? The most vicious pirate group in the East China Sea. The dragon is not easy to mess with. Let's let it go. What are you afraid of? We are all our people here. As long as we unite and don't tell others, who will know? The pirates obviously had differences. Some pirates thought that it was better to have less trouble than more, while some pirates supported killing Nami. Quiet. Captain Big Glutton was still angry that Nami had deceived her, so he decided to kill Nami. I am a big glutton, and sooner or later I will become the woman of the king of the East Sea. I am not afraid of a mere evil dragon. Little ones kill her for me. Hearing the captain's order, all the pirates no longer hesitated, and drew their weapons one by one, laughing and walking towards Nami. "Nami, hand over the treasure, and we can leave you a whole body." Looking at the group of pirates slowly approaching her, Nami's mind flashed the figures of Coco Yazukin and her sister. "Am I going to die?" Nami gritted her teeth and tightened the stick in her hand. She must not give up until the last moment. Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky, blocked in front of Nami, and kicked a pirate away. Seeing the man who suddenly appeared, the pirates were shocked. "Who are you?" Remuru ignored the pirates, turned his head and smiled at Nami, and asked with concern. "Are you not injured?" Nami looked at the man who suddenly appeared, and seemed to have not reacted yet. Seeing this, Remuru turned around and faced the pirates, saying in a calm tone, "Please give me some face, let's just forget about this." As soon as these words came out, the whole audience laughed. "Ha ha ha ha! Little white face, your face is worth a few Baileys. Don't you see where this is? This is the Big Eater pirate group. Our boss is a big pirate with a bounty of 8 million, and he can eat 2 buckets of rice in one meal." The pirates laughed while holding their stomachs, and some even knelt on the deck. As expected, Remuru's words made Captain Glutton laugh. "Haha, the handsome boy is quite funny. As long as you join the big Glutton pirates and become my man, I can consider letting Nami go. Sorry, I'm not interested in you, a fat woman." Remuru refused without hesitation. The scene was quiet immediately. The pirates dropped their jaws and stared at Remuru with wide eyes. "He's done. These 2 words are the captain's taboo and must not be said. Fat woman." As expected, Remuru's words angered Captain Glutton. "Who do you think I am? Guys, chop him up for me." All the pirates of the Glutton pirates drew their weapons and rushed towards Remuru with a roar. "A bunch of ants." Remuru narrowed his eyes slightly, and a red light flashed in his eyes. The air around him seemed to solidify, and an invisible pressure enveloped the whole scene. Overlord color domineering. Under the precise control of the great sage, Remuru Conqueror's Haki bypassed Nami and spread evenly over all the pirates. The surrounding pirates seemed to be hit by an invisible force and fell one after another. What happened? Nami looked at this strange scene and asked in amazement. "This is Conqueror's Haki, a power that only one person in millions can awaken." Remuru responded, "We'll talk about the details later. There is a minion that has not been dealt with yet." Because Remuru's current Conqueror Haki is still in its early stages, and he has just left his otaku status and does not have the bearing of a king, Captain Big Eater did not faint. Captain Big Eater was trembling all over, with fear written all over his face. Although he did not faint, he also lost his fighting power. What kind of sorcery is this? Water blade. Remuru waved his right hand, and a water blade flew out, successfully cutting off the head of the big-mouthed captain. Red sticky tomatoes gushed out like a volcanic eruption. This was the first time in Remuru's life that he killed someone. Although Remuru knew that killing was a matter of time in the pirate world, and he was also prepared to kill. But when he really experienced it, Remuru still felt an indescribable nausea in his heart, and his face turned slightly blue. This is still a little different from killing fish. Remuru suppressed the discomfort in his heart and turned to look at Nami. "Formally introduce, I am Remuru, a traveler who adventures around the world. You are the little thief Nami, right? I came here just for you." Nami looked at this handsome man, her heart full of doubts and curiosity. "I am Nami, thank you for saving me, this should be our first meeting. Yes, I plan to travel and adventure on the Grand Line, and I am recruiting friends." Remuru smiled and invited, "I have heard a lot about your deeds before. You have excellent navigation skills. Can you travel with me as my navigator?" Nami blushed when she heard some ambiguous words and was about to refuse. But Remuru seemed to see through her thoughts and interrupted her, "Don't make a decision in a hurry. Think about it first. The dragon issue has not been resolved, and the village is still under the rule of the dragon. It is impossible for Nami to agree to this now. By the way, I seem to have heard someone say the dragon pirates." Remuru shifted his gaze to Nami's left shoulder. There was a tattoo of the Arlong pirates on her left shoulder. Nami lowered her head and grabbed the tattoo with her right hand, with a gloomy look in her eyes. After a moment, Nami slowly raised her head, looked into Remuru's eyes and said, "As you can see, I am a cadre of the Arlong pirates. Sorry, I can't. The Arlong is your enemy." Remuru's voice sounded gently, interrupting what Nami was about to say next. Nami looked at him in surprise, not knowing how to answer. "Don't be surprised," Remuru explained, "the Arlong pirates are famous for discriminating against humans. How could they casually accept humans as partners? Unless you are of great value to them. But even so, they will not regard you as a real companion. Besides," Remuru stared at Nami's eyes and said slowly, "When you talk about the Arlong, your eyes are full of hatred. You can't hide the look of wanting to kill someone." "You guessed right." Nami was silent for a moment and agreed with Remuru's inference. "Nami, I can help you kill the dragon." Chapter 3. The two of them were very close. "Nami, I can help you kill the dragon." Remuru's voice was firm, pointing directly to the core of the problem. "Once the dragon dies, all problems will be solved." Nami's heart was shocked, she raised her eyes and looked at Remuru deeply. A trace of surprise flashed in those clear eyes, and was quickly suppressed. "Remuru, thank you, I appreciate your kindness," she said softly, with a bit of helplessness in her tone. "Although you are very strong, the natural advantages of fishmen are not something that humans can overcome." Nami's words were full of deep fear of the dragon. She didn't want this young man she just met to be involved in this unprovoked dispute. Moreover, Nami was about to earn enough money to meet the agreement with the dragon, so naturally she didn't want any accidents to happen. Remuru smiled slightly, and his smile revealed an indescribable confidence. "Nami, you should know the strength of the dragon better than me," he said softly, his voice full of confidence and determination, "but please believe me, no matter how powerful it is, I will help you solve it." Seeing Remuru's determination to kill the dragon, Nami's eyes showed a touch of emotion, but the more so, the more Nami didn't want her savior to die. Ordinary fishmen are born with a stronger physique than humans, and they can breathe in water and swim fast. The dragon is the best among the fishmen. Nami slowly told Remuru about her understanding of the fishmen, including several major cadres under the dragon and ordinary fishmen, in order to dispel his benefactor's idea. Remuru listened quietly, and he always kept a smile on his face. After Nami finished speaking, Remuru slowly said, "It sounds like this dragon is really powerful. But I am invincible." There was no fear in his tone. Remuru did not think of belittling the dragon. The more powerful the dragon was in Nami's heart, the more powerful Remuru would be after Remuru easily defeated the dragon, and the more beneficial it would be for Remuru. Remuru did not want Nami to become the weak trio in the original work, who would retreat as soon as they heard that the other boss was very strong. To change this, it is necessary to form the belief in Nami that our boss is invincible. Once the inherent concept is formed, it will not change easily. Even if Nami realizes the weakness of the dragon in the future. As for why Remuru is so confident that he can kill the dragon? Remuru looked at the panel, which showed a devil fruit development rate of up to 9%. Remuru has not been idle these days. In addition to finding a few sunken ships and obtaining some treasures, all the large sea beasts that passed by have gone into Remuru's stomach. Although the sea beasts are weak and do not provide many powerful skills, they still give Remuru a lot of magic after digestion. With the promotion of magic, the development of devil fruits in the early stage is still very fast. This is the source of Remuru's confidence. Host name, Remuru. Age, 18. Gender, male. Partners, none. Talent, SSS level. Devil fruit, deification, slime fruit, devil god, void god form, development, 9%. Skills. Unique skills, great sage, predator. Inherent abilities, absorption, self-regeneration, dissolution. General skills, magic perception, water flow manipulation, primary observation haki, primary armament haki, primary overlord haki, poison breath, heat source perception, body armor, paralysis breath, sticky wire, blood-sucking ultrasound, underwater breathing, swimming, bubble blowing. Resistance, heat change resistance, stab resistance, physical attack resistance, pain invalidity, electric current resistance, paralysis resistance. Existence value, 160,000. 160,000 existence value, a solid vice admiral level. Relying on skills, the admiral of the navy is not impossible to beat. Nothing else to say. Observation Haki can detect the breath of surrounding creatures, read the position and number of enemies outside the line of sight, and predict the actions that the opponent will take in the next moment. If you practice it to the extreme, you can even see the future. Although this future is not the real future, it is essentially a prediction of the future. Although Remuru's observation Haki is only at the elementary level. If the speed is not enough, time will make up for it. With the help of the great sage's thousand-fold perception and powerful information processing ability, it is easy to foresee the future after 5 seconds. Remuru is not incapable of foreseeing a longer time. The difficulty of foreseeing the length of time is exponentially increased. And prediction. The result will also change with the change of Remuru's actions. Therefore, it is not cost-effective to foresee too long. This is also the confidence of Remuru and the general in fighting, although he does not know whether he can win. Nami did not believe Remuru's words of invincibility easily. Even though Remuru easily killed the pirate worth 8 million Baileys. Can you tell me about your grudge with the dragon? Remuru's gentle voice sounded, maybe I can help you. Nami hesitated, and did not want to implicate innocent people, and was about to speak. How about this? From the fact that you steal pirates' treasures everywhere, you should be very short of money. As long as you tell me about your grudge with the dragon, this money will be given to you. Remuru took out the harvest of the past few days from his stomach. Looking at the treasure that suddenly appeared, Nami's eyes lit up. After a rough calculation, the approximate value has been assessed. Almost 20 million Baileys. Adding the 85 million Baileys already stored, it has exceeded 100 million Baileys, so the village can be liberated. Are you really going to give it to me just to know my situation? Of course it's more than that. I vaguely feel that you need this money very much. Nami was very touched, and after a little silence, she said. I really need this money very much. Let's put it this way, I will borrow this money from you, and I will return it to you later. Nami doesn't think her past experience is worth 20 million Baileys. Although Nami likes money and is good at cheating and stealing treasures, her targets are limited to pirates. For the benefactor who helped her, Nami can't cheat and deceive. Nami thought in her heart, my dream is to draw a map of the world. After redeeming the freedom of the village and myself, maybe it would be nice to travel around the world as his companion. 8 years ago. Nami slowly told Remuru the secret suppressed in her heart. Damn dragon, you've already got a way to die. Remuru punched a hole in the boat, and his anger could not be calmed for a long time. Dragon, that bastard, you. The sound of the telegram kept ringing. Although Remuru already knew Nami's experience, he still couldn't stay calm when listening to Nami's low voice. Anime is different from reality after all. Reality is about living people and real things, which can arouse the anger of the listener. Remuru put away his previous contempt. He used to treat dragon as a small fish that could be easily cooked, which was wrong. Dragon must be cooked carefully. Do you really think that guy will keep his word? I can't trust that kind of person. Nami's heart jumped. It's not that she hasn't thought about this in the past 8 years, but it was quickly suppressed by the abyss of despair. How could it be? Nami forced a smile, I know the dragon very well. He has a unique obsession with money and is a man who will never betray money. Remuru was not only angry with the dragon, but also felt distressed for Nami. He gently hugged Nami's shoulders and touched Nami's head. You have worked hard all these years. The girl was obviously much closer to the boy after knowing the secret in her heart, and she did not reject this kind of close contact. Don't worry, I will go with you. If it abides by the agreement, it's fine. If it dares to make trouble, I will kill it. Based on his understanding of the dragon in the anime, Remuru is very sure that it is not a man who keeps his promises. The dragon will never give up Nami, an excellent surveyor. If it abides by the agreement, I will poop upside down. Remuru silently complained in his heart. Okay, thank you. Nami has always fought alone, and she is very grateful to Remuru for standing up. He made a decision silently in his heart. If an accident happened, he would save Remuru life even if he died. By the way, what's wrong with these pirates? They were knocked unconscious by my conqueror's haki, so they are fed to the fish. Remuru learned from analyzing the memory of the big glutton that these pirates were committing all kinds of evil, and none of them were innocent. Remuru kindly stabbed each pirate and threw them into the sea to feed the fish. After pulling up the anchor, Nami adjusted the course and drove the glutton towards Coco village. Chapter 4. After 5 days, the boat was still clear and the weather was very good. 5 days later. The sky was clear, white clouds were floating leisurely, and a few seagulls were flying freely in the sky, making bursts of cheerful gull calls. That's the Cocozia village. The beautiful young girl said happily while pointing out the location to the boy. The boy and girl were Remuru and Nami on the rice bucket. For 5 days, the boy and girl were on the same boat, communicating and playing together, and they also got to know each other better. Remuru was quite moved by the kind, intelligent and lively Nami. Nami also knew how powerful Remuru was, and believed that Remuru could defeat the dragon, but Nami didn't want to gamble. What impressed Nami the most was Remuru's treasure hunting ability. He could find a necklace buried deep in the mud on the seabed even though he just passed by from above. Compared to 5 days ago, Remuru's strength has improved. Thanks to the magic element rewarded by Brother Sea Beast. Remuru's devil fruit development progress has reached 19%. When the devil fruit development exceeded 10%, the powerful ability of the protection of the storm emblem was synchronized, resulting in Remuru's life level being improved and magic element being greatly increased. The existence value has steadily increased to 200,000. At the port, the 3 fishermen also caught a glimpse of a strange pirate ship slowly approaching. They looked at each other in confusion. Have you never seen that ship? I don't know it. After a brief discussion, 2 of the fishermen swam towards the food barrel. After a while, the fisherman jumped onto the deck and saw the familiar girl at a glance. Oh, isn't this Nami? How was the harvest this time? Not bad, I made a lot of money again. Nami's mind flashed with Remuru's words, but she didn't say that she had collected 100 million berries. Although we are companions, we still have to check the ship according to the dragon's request. A fisherman looked towards the cabin. No problem. After a while, the fisherman left. As for Remuru, his feet had already stepped on the land. Long before the fisherman arrived, Remuru disguised himself as an ordinary fish and went to Kokoyasi village first. Remuru turned his head to look at Nami's position, thinking in his heart, the fisherman will not harm Nami for the time being, let's contact Nakago first. Great Sage, search for Nakago's location. Remuru issued an order to the Great Sage in his heart. Inform, Nakago's location has been locked. After a while, in the orange field, a busy and energetic figure attracted Remuru's attention. She had short blue hair as deep as the sea, and the red hairband fluttered lightly in the breeze, like a dancing flame. She had unique blue tattoos on her arms and upper chest, with complex and mysterious patterns, adding a bit of exotic style to her. She was wearing a bright yellow sleeveless top, with white gloves on her hands, and was skillfully wielding a pair of black scissors, concentrating on trimming the branches and leaves of the orange tree in front of her. Every movement seemed so calm and precise. Remuru straightened his clothes and walked forward with a sunny smile. Beautiful lady, can I ask you something? Nokaigo turned his head when he heard the voice, and the sunny and handsome boy was walking towards her. She frowned slightly, and there was no impression of this person in her mind. Are you from another place? What's the matter? She put down the scissors in her hand and asked curiously. Yes, my name is Remuru, and I'm a traveler. Remuru smiled and replied, excuse me, how can I get to Nami's house? Nakago stared at him vigilantly. Who are you to Nami? I'm Nami's companion. I came to her hometown for the first time and wanted to visit her home. Remuru explained. Nami had promised Remuru that they would go on adventures and travel together at sea after solving the dragon problem. Hearing this, Nakago's heart jumped. Could it be that those who were deceived came to her door? She thought about it and decided to find out first. Nami's companion? I'm Nami's sister. Nami's sister. Remuru pretended to be surprised and widened his eyes. So it's Miss Nakago, you are as beautiful as Nami. Hearing Remuru say his name at once, he must have a special relationship with Nami. Nakago relaxed his guard a little and asked slowly, Mr. Remuru, how much do you know about Nami? We have only known each other for a short time, and we don't know much, Remuru answered frankly. But I still know that Nami endured humiliation and joined the evil dragon group to save the village. What? She even told you this? Nojiko widened his eyes in surprise. This matter has always been a secret in Nami's heart. She has never mentioned it to anyone except herself. You don't know much. It seems that he and Nami are more than just ordinary companions. Remuru looked at her surprised expression and continued, the purpose of my coming here is to destroy the evil dragon pirates. They enslaved Nami for 8 years, leaving a little girl in the evil pirates, facing danger at all times. He clenched his fists and his eyes flashed with anger. The astonishing words scared Nojiko, looked around, and quickly covered Remuru's mouth. Are you crazy? If such words are heard by the fishmen, I can't think clearly without killing the evil dragon. Remuru's eyes were firm and revealed a hint of murderous intent. Don't worry. I'm very strong. Remuru said confidently, but I promised Nami that I would not do anything before she redeems the village. Hearing this, Nakago breathed a sigh of relief. Remuru began to guide the topic, well, Nakago. If the village is free, what are your plans for the future? Nakago fell into deep thought, future? I haven't thought about it that much. Her eyes revealed confusion about the future. Can the village really be free? You shouldn't have gone out to sea once in the past 8 years. Remuru said softly, maybe you can go out to sea to take risks and seek a different life. As Nami's adopted sister, Nakago is the most important chess piece to restrict Nami. The evil dragon will never allow her to go out to sea, so she has never set foot on land in the past 8 years. Think about these things in the future later. Nakago said with a wry smile. Remuru succeeded without thinking about it, and planted a seed in her heart first. Remuru, Nakago, how did you meet? Nami's crisp voice floated from a distance, with a bit of surprise. Remuru and Nakago turned their heads at the same time and looked at the source of the voice. Remuru smiled slightly and explained simply, we just met, just happened to meet. Nakago stared at Nami, and saw that she was as clean as before, without any scars, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Every time Nami set sail, Nakago would silently pray for her safe return. Then she asked with concern, how was the voyage this time? At the same time, she looked Nami up and down, confirming again that she was indeed safe and sound. Nami's face bloomed with a bright smile. It went smoothly this time. She told Nakago excitedly, Nakago, I have collected 100 million Baileys. Nakago's eyes suddenly shrank, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Really, really? This is great. Her voice trembled, revealing her inner excitement. It's true, the village is about to be liberated. This long nightmare is finally coming to an end. Nakago showed a joyful expression on her face, but when the sufferings of the past 8 years emerged in her mind, sad tears could not help but slide down her eyes. There was the scene when her stepmother was killed, and there was also the scene of Nami covered with bruises and tears. Nami took a deep breath, picked up the shovel and walked to a corner of the orange field. After a while, she dug out a treasure chest with a little blood from the soil. Opening the treasure chest, Nami carefully counted it, 85 million Baileys, not a cent less. She held these Baileys in her hands, her expression was a little dazed. This is the testimony of her 8 years of hard work. After a moment, Nami's eyes became firm again. Are you sure you don't need me to go to Arlong Paradise with you? Remuru's voice sounded, with a bit of worry. No, this is an agreement between me and it, and there will be no accidents. As the appointment was approaching, Nami rejected Remuru's kindness and planned to go find the dragon alone. Remuru expressed his understanding. Watching Nami carrying a large bag of treasures and gradually going away. Great sage, always pay attention to Nami's movements. If there is a conflict or life-threatening situation, remind me. Understood. Remuru roughly estimated that at his own speed, it would take only 3 seconds to get from here to the Dragon Paradise. Then he let Nami go alone without worry. Chapter 5. The sky was full of clouds, and the sky was full of clouds. Against the blue sky and white clouds, the seagulls flapped their wings, soared freely in the sky, and made cheerful oh-oh sounds, as if cheering for the upcoming happy event. I have to tell everyone this good news as soon as possible. Nakajayo said excitedly, and then ran quickly towards the village. On the other side, Nami stood quietly in front of the gate of the Dragon Paradise. She carried a delicate small handbag in her hand and a heavy package on her back, which was all her hope and chips. Come on, Nami! She silently cheered herself up in her heart, took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and mustered up the courage to push open the gate of the Dragon Paradise. This is the last step. As soon as I entered the door, I saw a group of fishmen of different shapes. Some of them were lying on the ground, enjoying the leisure time in the afternoon, and some were playing in the water, like a group of carefree salted fish. Years of peaceful life made them forget the hard experience of survival in the Grand Line and their former identity as slaves. They regarded the blood of fishmen as the noblest bloodline, and at the same time imagined that after mastering all the sea charts, they could establish the Dragon Empire and enslave all ordinary humans. The dragon was lying comfortably on the recliner. When he saw Nami coming in, his eyes narrowed slightly. Nami, you're back. The dragon said slowly, this trip took a long time. How did you get this time? I was lucky. I found a treasure in a sunken ship. I made a lot of money. As she said that, she looked into the dragon's eyes. Arlong, you should still remember our agreement, right? Of course I remember, this is an agreement between you and me. The dragon chuckled, as long as you can come to me with 100 million berries, I will liberate the village and give you freedom. Just remember it. Nami smiled, I have earned 100 million berries, I want to buy Coco West Village. Nami, what did you say? The dragon widened his eyes and his expression was stiff. The fishmen who were still playing around were also quiet all of a sudden. The originally smiling expression on his face was frozen on his face. 100 million berries? Nami, collected all by herself? This was too sudden, and the fish were not prepared at all. Nami took off the package from her back and gently placed it in front of her. There was a hissing sound, and the zipper was unzipped, revealing the blood-stained Bailey. Nami's serious voice sounded, here are 100 million Baileys, you count them. The surrounding fishmen gathered around and exclaimed at the full bag of Baileys. It seems that there are really 100 million Baileys. Why are there so many bloodstains? Is it from the pirates? Is Nami leaving us? The dragon looked at the treasure in front of him and was shocked. He thought that it would take Nami some time to collect 100 million Baileys. Unexpectedly, it was collected all of a sudden. The dragon suppressed the shock in his heart and quickly thought of a countermeasure. Croby, you come and count them. A cartilaginous fishman with light blue skin and sword-like fins on the outside of his forearm walked out of the fishman. He bent down and carefully counted the Baileys. After a moment, Croby leaned over to the dragon's ear and whispered, Brother Arlong, there are exactly 100 million Baileys. The dragon pondered for a moment and tried to find fault. Some of you have gold coins, but gold coins have depreciated recently. Dragon, do you want to regret it? Without waiting for his answer, Nami threw the small bag in her hand heavily on the ground with her left hand. There are still 5 million Baileys here, this is enough. Suddenly, a tense atmosphere filled the air. After a long while, the dragon suddenly laughed out loud, Nami, don't you know what kind of person I am? I am a man who will never break any agreement involving money, even if I die. The dragon stood up and walked to Nami, from now on, you and Kokozakin are free. Nami just breathed a sigh of relief, but heard the dragon change the subject, so, our genius surveyor Miss Nami, have you considered staying in our dragon pirate group? Without waiting for Nami to respond, a gentle smile appeared on the dragon's face. He leaned forward slightly, trying to get closer to Nami. As long as you are willing to stay and continue to draw seed charts for us, I will meet all your needs, the most beautiful dress, the most favorite jewelry, no matter what it is, I will buy it for you. However, Nami refused without hesitation. I don't want to. Nami never forgot the death of her stepmother Belmere, and she only had deep disgust and hatred for the dragon pirates. Nami the octopus next to her, Haki, also wanted to ask them to stay, but was stopped by the dragon's eyes. If you don't want to, then leave. The dragon waved his hand with a sullen face. Haki, see you off. No need. Nami turned and left. Nami walked out of the gate of Dragon Paradise quickly, with a smile from the heart on her face. Nakago, Ken, everyone, we are free. No one will be sacrificed anymore. Dragon Paradise. All the fishmen had gloomy faces, and no longer had their previous smiles. Haki couldn't help but step forward, his brows full of anxiety. Brother Arlong, are you really going to let Nami go? The dragon frowned, his face gloomy like the sky before a storm. My original plan was to contact the navy to seize Nami's treasure after a while, but I didn't expect Nami to suddenly gather all the treasures. It's a pity. Kroby asked nervously, what should we do now? Nami's sea chart can greatly enhance our strength. We can't give up. A trace of cunning and insidiousness flashed in the dragon's eyes. He chuckled a few times. Who said I gave up? How could I let such an excellent surveyor like Nami jump away? He looked around and continued, the village was liberated. But I didn't say that it can't be occupied again. The surrounding fishmen breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this, and the tense atmosphere eased a little. Will Nami agree? The kissing fishman frowned and asked a question. She has to agree even if she doesn't agree. The dragon raised one corner of his mouth with contempt, revealing an evil smile. As long as I use the lives of everyone in Coco West Village as a bargaining chip, she will have no choice but to obey. You are such an evil man, choose side, but despite saying so, he couldn't help but smile. Sha ha ha ha, the dragon laughed loudly, but since Nami is so ungrateful, there is no need to give her the status of a cotter this time. From now on, she will continue to draw seed charts for us as a slave of the dragon pirates. Sha ha ha ha. Na ha 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 ha. Chi 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 chi. He he he. Chapter 6. The village of Kokoyasi. All the villagers have gathered together, their faces full of tension and expectation. The villagers tightly surrounded Nakago, and everyone's eyes were focused on her. A guard with a windmill on his head and stitches all over his body, his face full of disbelief, his eyes widened, and his voice was full of astonishment. Nakago, are you telling the truth? Of course it's true, Nakago replied excitedly. Nami has gone to the Dragon Paradise now. Nami, this child, really did it. Aegean exclaimed. Oh, it's hard for this child. Tears flashed in the eyes of a kind lady, recalling Nami's past injuries. It's hard for little Nami. I once saw Nami coming back with injuries all over her body, and my heart was broken. She choked up and said, but we can't tell her the truth. Damn fishman! A villager said frustratedly, we are too weak. The villagers talked a lot, some cursed the dragon, some were happy about freedom, and even more distressed about Nami. Aegean looked at this lively scene and murmured to himself, I hope everything goes well. Just then, Nami walked into the village. She looked at everyone with a smile on her face. Everyone, from today on, Coco West Village is free. She shared the good news loudly, and then looked at Nakago. Nakago, have you told them about my agreement with the dragon? Nakago nodded, in fact, they already knew about your agreement with the dragon. Hearing Nakago's words, Nami was stunned. Aegean's thoughts went back to 8 years ago. He said in a deep voice, at that time, we couldn't figure out why you would recognize the thief as your father. In doubt, we went to ask Nochigo. At that time, Nochigo told us the truth behind it. Aegean paused, and his voice was deep, but we have been pretending not to know because we are afraid that our expectations will become a burden to you. An ant in an apron couldn't help but walk forward and hugged Nami tightly in her arms. Little Nami, I'm sorry, I have been cold to you all these years. Nami looked around and saw the villagers' eyes full of doting and distress. There was no hatred and meanness in the past, and her eyes were wet. Nami hugged the ant tightly and shed tears of happiness. No one will be sacrificed anymore. Experiencing this touching scene in person, Remuru also felt a warm current in his heart, but he was still a little confused. Has that guy changed his nature? Information: steps to pooping while standing upside down, please first. Stop, don't tell me that. Information: the evil dragon group is coming here. According to the information monitored, the evil dragon will occupy Coco West Village for the second time. Damn evil dragon! Hearing this news, Remuru couldn't help but roar. The villagers were quiet all of a sudden, and all looked at Remuru. Aegean asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Although the villagers had noticed this blue-haired beautiful boy before, because the news brought by Nakago was exciting, and he came with Nakago, they did not ask him. Remuru simply introduced himself, "I am Remuru, a traveler. At the same time, I am Nami's companion." He looked around. "I have received accurate information that the evil dragon group is coming here with malicious intent." Although Remuru can destroy the evil dragon group by himself, he still wants to see what the villagers do. The villagers looked at each other. Nami's companion? They all looked at Nami's position, and their hearts sank. She looked dazed, and murmured, "How could it be?" The dragon clearly agreed. Her eyes revealed fear and anger. Nami knew Remuru's perception ability very well, and knew that he had no reason to lie. Nami's expression immediately confirmed that Remuru's words were not false. The villagers who learned the truth immediately became angry. What does the dragon want to do? Pirates are really unreliable. To what extent does it want to play with people? However, some villagers still had a fluke. Will the dragon just pass by? Aegean stood up. It's better to believe it than not to believe it. He took a deep breath, raised his right hand above his head and shouted loudly, "Everyone, fight! This time, I will fight even if I die. Bite off a piece of his flesh. I will never allow the dragon to enslave Nami. That's right, we will fight him. Even if we can't win, we have to let them see our determination." A villager raised his hands and responded. The villagers left one after another and went home to get weapons. "No, don't, you will die if you resist the dragon." Nami opened her arms to stop the villagers. "There must be other ways." Remuru walked forward, gently hugged Nami, and touched Nami's head. "Don't worry. I will solve the dragon. For you, I won't let anyone die." A few minutes later, the weather changed suddenly. The sky was clear just now, but now it is covered with dark clouds and there is no sunshine. The gloomy sky suppressed the villagers' mood, like a heavy stone slab, making it difficult to breathe. When the dragon and his brothers arrived at the entrance of the village, they were greeted by angry villagers. Some held hoes, and some held sickles. "Hey, are you preparing to rebel?" the dragon said with a smile. "Dragon?" Nami's voice sounded. "Didn't you promise me to give me and Coco West Village freedom? What are you doing here now?" The dragon grinned, slowly raised his right hand and put up 2 fingers. "2 things. First, congratulations on your freedom." Hearing this, Nami and the villagers did not show the joy that the dragon imagined. They didn't think that the dragon made such a big fuss just to announce this. "The second thing is the point." "What's the second thing?" Nami asked in a cold tone. The air was a little heavy. Not seeing the expected expression, the dragon was slightly disappointed. "Hehe, the second thing," the dragon announced loudly, "from now on, Coco West Village will return to our rule again. Along." Hearing this, Nami could no longer hold back, and rushed towards the dragon in anger, grabbing the dragon's collar. "You clearly promised to set Cocoaxi Village free, why? Didn't you say you would never break the promise about the money? Did I break it?" The dragon tilted the corner of his mouth upwards, and smiled evilly. "Aren't you free for a few minutes? What? Isn't the air of freedom fragrant? Sha ha ha ha. Na ha 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 ha. Chirp 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 chirp. He he he." The dragon's words caused the fish people to laugh loudly. 100 million Baileys for a few minutes of liberation. However, the expressions of the villagers were just the opposite. One by one, they gnashed their teeth, their eyes burning with flames, wishing to swallow the dragon alive. Brother Jian, we can't tolerate it anymore. Fight with these fish. Give the order. Ajian took a deep breath, and his eyes became firm. He slowly pulled out the sword at his waist, and the blade flashed with cold light. Fellow villagers, pick up your weapons, let's fight together. Even if we die, we must never let Nami fall into the hands of the fishmen again. Okay, everyone echoed. Wait a minute, Remuru's voice suddenly sounded, breaking the battle that was about to break out. Looking at the strange man who came out, for some reason, the dragon's heart suddenly surged with an inexplicable uneasiness. Who are you? Remuru ignored the dragon. Nami, please let go. Nami didn't understand, and subconsciously loosened her hand that was tightly grasping the dragon's collar. The next moment, Remuru moved to Nami like lightning. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the dragon shot out like a cannonball, rubbed against the ground, and drew a long gully. My sword has been thirsty for a long time. The fishmen opened their mouths in astonishment, their jaws seemed to drop to the ground. Who is he? What happened? Why did he suddenly appear there? A fish asked 3 soul-searching questions. Such a fast speed, even I could barely see a shadow clearly. Krobi looked horrified. This. Brother Aaron was beaten to the ground. The kissing fishman Chu also looked incredulous. Big knife? Where is his knife? And the octopus Zioba obviously didn't pay attention to the point. At the same time, after a moment of surprise, the villagers showed an expression of disbelief and ecstasy on their faces. It seems that they don't have to die. Nojiko's heart was even more rippled, so powerful. So handsome. Maybe he can really defeat the dragon. Chapter 7. The old man was so angry that he was beaten. Impossible, Brother Arlong can't be defeated like this. A sneak attack. He must have sneaked up. The smoke was everywhere, and although the fishmen were shouting, no one dared to act rashly. As the smoke gradually dissipated, they finally saw the scene in the field clearly. The evil dragon covered his abdomen with one hand and stood up with difficulty. His face was painful, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. The fishmen looked solemn, except... Great! I knew that Brother Evil Dragon would be fine. The fishman Zioba cheered, and his 6 octopus legs swayed happily in the air. Among the fishmen with low intelligence, Zioba's IQ is also considered low. Lemuru was not surprised that the dragon could still get up. He didn't use any skills in that punch. Host name, Lemuru. Age, 18. Gender, male. Partner, none. Talent, SSS level. Devil fruit, deification slime fruit demon god void god form, development, 19%. Inherent abilities, absorption, dissolution, self-regeneration. Unique skills, great sage, predator. Normal skills, magic perception, water manipulation, observation haki, elementary, armament haki, elementary, overlord haki, elementary, poison breath, heat source perception, strength, body armor, paralysis breath, sticky wire, steel wire, blood sucking, ultrasonic wave, super sense of smell, black thunder, fire control, flame explosion, clone, shadow movement, underwater breathing, swimming, blowing bubbles. Resistance, resistance to heat change, resistance to piercing, resistance to physical attack, ineffective pain, resistance to electric current, resistance to paralysis. Existence value, 200,000. The dragon felt the pain in his body, and his eyes were full of haze. This human can't be underestimated. He thought to himself. Remuru seemed relaxed, he loosened his fist and stretched his body casually. Okay, if you have any tricks, use them as much as you can. He hooked his finger at the dragon, his eyes full of indifference. As if looking at a dead person. This look. At this moment, the dragon seemed to see that wretched but invincible figure. He said, "How scary, what a monster!" But easily defeated himself. The dragon was angry. Donghai's long-term comfortable life has cultivated his arrogant character, and he has long been unable to recognize his own strength. Don't underestimate me. A mere low-level human. The dragon roared and rushed towards Remuru. Steel wire. Remuru shouted softly, shooting a large amount of steel wire to intercept the dragon. However, the dragon's speed did not slow down at all. It only showed its sharp teeth and lowered its head to bite. It bit through the steel wire barrier in 2 or 3 times. Then, he jumped hard. The dragon was successfully frozen in midair. Skill sticky wire. Remuru laughed, and then it was time to cook. Flame explosion prison formation. He shouted delicately, and at the same time gave instructions to the great sage in his heart. Great sage, pay attention to controlling the amount of magic, don't burn the dragon to ashes. Understood. After saying this, a red magic circle quickly formed on the ground directly below the evil dragon. The next moment, a whirlwind of fire shot up into the sky. Ah! The screams of the evil dragon rang out in the air. Brother Arlong! What are you still standing there for? Put out the fire. Look at me, hit the water, why can't it be put out? After more than 10 seconds, the fire column dissipated. The charred body of the evil dragon fell to the ground like garbage, exuding an enticing barbecue aroma. It seems that he hasn't died yet. Remuru muttered to himself. Sprinkle some more spices. Poisonous breath. The dark purple corrosive poison spit out from Remuru's mouth. Sizzle. Ah! The evil dragon's whole body couldn't stop convulsing, and its body dissolved in a way visible to the naked eye. The poisonous fog can not only bring great pain to people, but also corrode the body. Seeing this, the fishmen were furious and rushed towards Remuru. Damn it! Fight him! No! No! Run away! The dragon shouted desperately despite the pain. The scene was quiet. What are you still standing there for? Run! Run away separately! Run into the water! At the critical moment, Croby stood up and shouted loudly. However, want to run away now? It's too late. Paralysis breath. Remuru spit out a large ball of light green gas from his mouth. The fishmen came into contact with the light green paralysis gas, their bodies shook, and they fell to the ground, unable to move. No one was spared. Remuru turned around and looked at a group of villagers who had not yet recovered. The fishmen can no longer move. You can take revenge if you have grudges, and complain if you have grievances. The villagers came to their senses as if awakened from a dream, and hurriedly took their weapons and ran towards the fishmen. You damn fishmen, ahaha, you have come to this day. I remember you, that day just because I looked at you a little more, you gave me 2 big slaps. Why don't you get up? Don't you like riding me? Don't get me wrong, this fishman has a hobby, it likes to sit on people's backs and make people crawl on their knees. The villagers used their fists and farm tools to treat the fishmen, venting the suppressed emotions of the past 8 years. Nami did not participate in the venting, but looked at Remuru quietly, as if she knew him for the first time. Why, are you fascinated by my figure? Nami's pretty face flushed slightly. I know you are strong, but I didn't expect you to be so strong. Even the dragon is not your opponent. What is the dragon? Remuru showed disdain. With my help, you will be so strong in the future. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I can't imagine what will happen next. Nami said gratefully. Just when Remuru was about to attack Nami in one fell swoop, a weak voice sounded. Please, let my compatriots go. The dragon was spared by the villagers because his body was covered with corrosive toxins. The opportunity was interrupted. Remuru was a little angry, but seeing that the dragon was about to die, Remuru decided to cheer up the dragon. I will go to Fishman Island when I have time. Sure enough, the dragon was a little more energetic after hearing this. What are you going to do? Remuru leaned close to the dragon's ear and whispered, You still have a sister. The dragon's pupils widened instantly. Breathing dead. Dragon, die with eyes wide open. Although dragon, like Luffy, loves his companions, his hatred for humans is also due to the enslavement and abuse of fishmen by humans, and this hatred reached its peak when the leader Fisher Tiger died. But this cannot be a reason for dragon to do evil. Those who buy and sell fishmen are the traffickers, pirates, nobles, and even celestial dragons. Whoever hurt you, you should retaliate. What's the point of bullying the weak in the East China Sea? What's wrong with the villagers of Caya Sea Village? What's wrong with the other villagers you rule? Fishman Island? What is that place? Nami asked in confusion. Fishman Island is an island where fishmen and mermaids live, located 10,000 meters below the sea in the Grand Line. Remuru explained, I'll take you to see it when the time comes. As for what Remuru is going to do on Fishman Island? Of course, it's to recruit partners. Shirley, Shirahoshi, Kami and many mermaid sisters. It's impossible to take revenge on the fishmen, and those fishmen have no grudge against Remuru. Remuru has no hatred for the dragon, at most he just hates it. He killed the dragon just to vent Nami's anger. What are you going to do with these fishmen? Remuru asked Nami. Nami seemed a little surprised, me. Of course, after all, it's your hometown that is enslaved, of course it's up to you to decide. Remuru said indifferently, how about digging a pit and burying it? Then bury it. Although Nami is kind-hearted, she is not a saintly bitch, and she can't forgive her enemies. If there is no Remuru, she dare not imagine what will happen. In the original book, Nami can forgive the octopus Zyoba. In addition to Zyoba's sincere repentance, his stupidity also accounts for a large part. In addition, with more experience, Zyoba no longer takes Zyoba seriously. If it were a dragon? Forgive? It would be strange if it would not be electrocuted into a grilled fish. Chapter 8. The sun was setting, and the sun was setting. It was evening. Tonight, the village of Kokoyasi was very lively. Villagers from more than 20 villages gathered together, and the open-air banquet was filled with the fragrance of wine and meat, and the singing and laughter intertwined into a picture of freedom. The fishmen were completely solved, the dragon paradise was demolished, and the manatee Moo was also eaten by Remuru. They celebrated freedom together. At the edge of the banquet. Nochigo leaned against the wall alone, playing with a rum glass in his hand, with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. At this time, a blue-haired boy walked slowly, his face full of youthful enthusiasm. He stood beside Nakago, looking at her with burning eyes. Miss Nakago, do you want to travel together? The boy invited with expectation, now that you are free, it's a good time to travel and relax, isn't it? Remuru saw that Nakago was a little moved. Do you know the benefits of traveling? Nochigo thought for a while, you can see all kinds of beautiful scenery and relax. Not only that. Remuru laughed and said, you will meet all kinds of strange people and things. Traveling can broaden your horizons and make all kinds of friends. If you have enough knowledge, there will be many ways to deal with the dragon. How can it be? Knowledge will not increase strength. First of all, you will have a correct understanding of the dragon's strength. The dragon is not invincible. Next, you can contact the newspaper and let them publicize the dragon's behavior and thoughts of enslaving humans, attract social attention, and kill the dragon with the help of others. The dragon's philosophy is intolerable to the Navy and the world government. It's okay that the powerful pirates in the New World can't be controlled, but you, a 20 million fish, dare to occupy the territory? And in the Grand Line, fishmen have always been in the position of slaves. The dragon here is against the Tiangang and enslaves humans. It is estimated that many people cannot accept it, especially racists like the dragon. Once the dragon arouses public anger, bounty hunters and pirates will also be dispatched one after another. Killing the dragon can greatly enhance your reputation. Jinbei will probably come to the East China Sea to stop the dragon from continuing to be hostile to humans. Or you can take the initiative to find a powerful human. For example, the Navy hero Garp often returns to the East China Sea, and killing the dragon is just a matter of convenience. Remuru took a sip of rum and moistened his throat. Although you can't go out, these things can be left to Nami. You can't just wait for the passive rescue of the Navy. Of course, if you have a powerful friend, things will be simpler. Remuru's words made Nakago fall into thinking. Is it really that easy to solve the dragon? But I'm so weak that I will hold you back. Nakago was worried. Don't worry, I will protect you. Remuru said, besides, everyone starts out weak, and I am no exception. Later, after hard training, eating fruits, I became so powerful. However, Nakago still hesitated. No, I can't leave. The oranges are about to ripen. Remuru knew that the important thing was not the oranges, but the orange fields. It was a precious memory left by Belmere and could not be easily abandoned. Remuru smiled and said, this is easy to handle. I'll tell you a secret. Is there such a thing? Then, I'll think about it. 3 days later, the banquet was coming to an end, and the villagers from other villages left one after another. Remuru handed a piece of information to Jian. Here, take a look at this. This was found in the dragon's room. What is this? Jian took the information casually and his eyes quickly swept across the paper. His face gradually became solemn, his eyes widened, with an expression of disbelief. He looked up at Remuru, his voice trembling, is this true? Whether it is true or not, we will find out today. The data recorded in detail the various transactions between the dragon and the mouse kernel, which was the evidence of their collusion. Damn it! The navy is colluding with pirates. Aegean figured out a lot of things. At the beginning, there were navy coming to encircle the dragon, but later no navy was seen. Aegean thought that the people in the navy headquarters were too busy, or simply gave up on them. It turned out that the information about the dragon was deliberately concealed by a mouse. And today is the day when the mouse and the dragon trade. It was close to noon. The mouse colonel brought two. A soldier appeared in front of the gate of the dragon paradise. He looked around, frowning. Huh? Why is it so broken here? Not good. Colonel Mouse noticed something was wrong and turned to flee. However, many villagers with weapons rushed out from all sides. What do you want to do? Are you going to rebel? I'm a navy. Aegean walked out of the crowd, his eyes like a knife, staring at Colonel Mouse. You concealed the information about the dragon and made us enslaved by the dragon for 8 years, right? Colonel Mouse was sweating coldly. You misunderstood, I heard that there are pirates here. I'm here to arrest the dragon. Still want to quibble? You brought 2 people to arrest the dragon. Aegean roared, fellow villagers, beat them for me. Ah! Don't hit me, don't hit my face. After a round of punches and kicks, Colonel Mouse and the 2 soldiers were beaten black and blue, and I guess they wouldn't recognize them even if their mother came. The mouse colonel was lying on the ground, still begging for mercy, please spare me, I was just blinded by money. But he was thinking that he would catch them all when he returned. After the fun, the anger of the villagers gradually subsided. A villager asked worriedly, what should we do next? He is a navy after all. Remuru touched his chin, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Just kill him, keeping him will only be a disaster. The mouse colonel jumped up in fear when he heard the words. Don't kill me, I really didn't think of taking revenge on you. Did I say you would take revenge on us? Remuru laughed, it seems that you said what was in your heart. But there will be a reward for killing him. An old lady said weakly. I'll do it. There are many brave men in the village. A one-eyed villager who was blamed for something stood up and said, I'll kill him. I'll bear the sins of this village. However, Aegean made a different suggestion, let's hand him over to the navy. We have enough evidence. He still has some trust in the navy. There are still righteous people like Belmere in the navy. They will definitely be able to do justice for us. Nami, what do you think? Nami thought about it, I also think it should be handed over to the navy. Compared to the original work, Nami's hatred for the mouse is much lighter. However, Nakago raised a question, what if we encounter a corrupt navy again? Her words resonated with the villagers. Yes, we can't hand it over directly. The mouse is so weak, but he is a colonel. Maybe he has connections behind him. This kind of thing that damages the face of the navy may be suppressed. The behavior of Colonel Mouse colluding with pirates made the villagers lose trust in the navy. Remuru thought for a moment. I have a suggestion. We can hand him over to Vice Admiral Garp. He has his own understanding of justice. Garp, is it the navy hero Garp? Many villagers grew up listening to Garp's deeds, and they still have some admiration for Garp. Does Lord Remuru still know the Navy hero Garp? Someone asked in surprise. Remuru touched his nose. I know him, but he doesn't know me. However, we can go to Garp's hometown, Windmill village, and they must have someone who can contact Garp. Remuru's next target is Machino. He doesn't care about the mouse colonel, and it doesn't matter whether he kills him or not. In the original work, he didn't cause trouble for Coco West village, probably because he was afraid of the threat of the Straw Hat Pirates. Chapter 9. The old man was very happy, but he was very happy. Notice, the memory data of the mouse has been successfully analyzed. Obtained the training method of the Navy 6 styles. The Navy 6 styles. Remuru was suspicious, even Colonel Mouse knows the Navy 6 styles. Yes, when he was young, Colonel Mouse also practiced the Navy 6 styles, but he practiced for 2.5 years and failed to really master it. I didn't expect that guy was an elite when he was young. But later, he easily got the position of Colonel of the 250th branch of the South Sea with his network of connections. He indulged in pleasure, exploited the villagers, and his body gradually declined due to lack of exercise. I see. Then why was he transferred to the 16th branch of the East Sea? 6 years ago, someone reported his evil deeds, but the news was intercepted by the person in charge of the South Sea and did not reach the Navy headquarters. Afterwards, in order to avoid further escalation of the situation, the person in charge of the South Sea announced to the public that the rat had been judged by justice. In fact, he was secretly transferred to the 16th branch of the East Sea. Remuru snorted coldly. The corruption within the Navy is really beyond imagination. In addition to colluding with pirates, what other abominable things did the rat do? Remuru asked. He oppressed the people, took women, and even trafficked in people, such as in 1510. It's too easy for such a person to just go to jail. Remuru gritted his teeth and said. Is there any way to punish him? Answer, I have stored some data on human diseases, and I can customize some diseases for Colonel Mouse, such as hemorrhoids, asthma, emphysema, pneumonia, gastric ulcer, gastritis, cholecystitis, appendicitis, hypertension, coronary heart disease, etc. His. Remuru took a breath. After thinking for a moment, he ordered the great sage. Give him 10 diseases that can cause long-term pain but are not fatal. Received. Nakago, Nami. Remuru looked at the 2 women with a smile on his face. Let's go. During the 3-day carnival, Nakago had agreed to travel together. The Navy of the 16th branch will soon find out that the commander is missing. The first priority now is to go to the Windmill village. At the seaside of Coco West village. A brand new medium-sized double-track sailboat set sail. Just like in the original work, Nami showed her skillful stealing skills and staged an impressive farewell show for everyone. Huh? This ship. Not long after getting on the ship, Nami noticed the difference of this ship. There is a blue slime on the bow, and the deck is covered with grass, as if stepping on the grass. The whole ship is brand new, without a trace of stains. There is no doubt that this is a new ship. I have never seen this ship before. Did you put it in your stomach before? Nami asked Remuru. This is the Godlight boat. Godlight boat? Nami was shocked. Nami was impressed by the Godlight boat. It is emerald green, has no sails or oars, and is not placed in the dock, but on the deck of the rice bucket. Ah, don't worry about it, it's basking in the sun. Remuru explained. God damn, basking in the sun. Then Remuru introduced the Godlight boat in detail, and took Nami for a ride on the Godlight boat. Only then did Nami accept the magic of the Godlight boat. Now, Nami's worldview suffered a devastating shock again. It has transformed. It absorbed enough energy and upgraded. Yes, this ship was upgraded from the Godlight boat. You are surprised too early, and there are more surprises to come. Let me take you to visit first. After the Godlight boat was upgraded, its functions changed greatly, and Remuru was also surprised at the time. This is a medium-sized double-track sailing ship, with a kitchen, dining room, captain's room, crew quarters, control room, observation tower, planting room, training room, etc. Remuru introduced them happily. This ship has many functions. I will take you to visit the kitchen first. Remuru took Nami and Nakago to the kitchen door. You go in first. Remuru showed an expectant expression. What's so mysterious about the kitchen? Nakago whispered. No matter how big or beautiful it is, I won't be surprised. Nami set a flag. After witnessing the miracle of a small boat turning into a big ship, she thought she had seen big winds and waves. Pushing the door open, Nami and Nakago were shocked by the scene in front of them. This is a modern kitchen with a variety of kitchen utensils hanging on the wall, each of which is shining. The most important thing is, oh my god, this kitchen is too big. Nami opened her mouth and looked at everything around her in disbelief. Why does it feel like the kitchen is bigger than this ship? Am I still asleep? Well, it's about the size of Coco West Village. Nakago nodded blankly. Remuru walked in, looked at their surprised expressions, and explained with a smile, this ship uses space compression technology, not only the kitchen, but also your rooms, cockpits, training rooms, etc. This technology is used. After the two women fumbled for a while, they confirmed that it was not an illusion, and continued to follow Remuru to explore other places. They came to the crew dormitory, and when they opened the door, there was a long corridor with 5 doors on each side, with labels 101, 102, 110 on the doors. At the end of the corridor was an elevator. It seemed that the crew dormitory had more than one floor. Choose any door to go in. That will be your exclusive room. They are all the same at the beginning, with separate kitchens, bedrooms, living rooms, bathrooms, etc. If you are not satisfied with the room, you can also change it yourself. Just focus on the sliding door and imagine the places that need to be changed. The room will be automatically generated according to your imagination, but the size is at most 20x10. Remuru paused. This setting reminded him of a certain space. However, the generated items will disappear the moment you go out. Please pay attention to this. Remuru has already imagined the scene of Nami and Nakago going out. After that, Remuru took them to the planting room. He vomited lightly, and the orange trees appeared out of thin air. This is Remuru's way to solve the orange field. Swallow all the orange trees into the stomach, and then transplant them to the ship. In this way, Nakago can travel and adventure with us, and take care of the orange field so that we can eat fresh oranges. The planting room is about the size of 2 Caucasus villages. After transplanting the orange fields, some fresh vegetables can be planted. The planting room has complete facilities, including a nursery room and intelligent robots, so one person can do a lot of things. Nakago decided to be the gardener of this ship and provide fresh fruits and vegetables for his companions. Finally, Remuru took them to the control room. Remuru turned to Nami and introduced briefly, here you can operate the ship's course and manage the arsenal. The ship is equipped with a main gun and 100 secondary guns. Let the ship's elf tell you the specific operation method. As soon as the voice fell, an illusory little girl appeared out of thin air. The sudden appearance of the ship elf scared Nami and Nakago again. Hello, Master, it's our first meeting. The little girl bowed, I am the ship's elf of this ship. Chapter 10. The two of them were very happy. Hello, Master. Nice to meet you. The little girl bowed, I am the ship spirit of this ship. Since the godlight boat is closely connected with Remuru's soul, the ship spirit naturally calls Remuru the Master. Remuru pointed to Nami and Nakago who were still in shock next to him, they are Nami and Nakago. Nami will be our navigator, you two should get along well in the future. Hello, please take care of me. The little girl greeted happily. Although she was just born, she already has intelligence that is not inferior to that of humans. Nami widened her eyes and asked curiously, hello. What's your name? Nami had also heard the story of the ship elves, but she always thought that ship elves were just legends. She didn't expect that there would really be ship elves in the world. The little girl lowered her head, I don't have a name. The little girl showed a miserable expression, which made Remuru's heart soften. It won't work without a name. Remuru pondered for a moment, this ship should also have a new name. It's too stiff to always call it Shenguangzhou. Do you have any suggestions? Nami suggested, Little Thief Cat Cat, the ship elf will be called Cat Cat. Nokaigao said, Coco Orange, Little Orange, this combination sounds good. What the hell are these? Remuru complained in his heart. Got it. Remuru hammered with both hands and thought of a good idea. Goddess of Light, you will be called Xiao Guang from now on. Remuru officially named Xiao Guang. Thank you for the name, Master. A bright smile immediately appeared on Xiao Guang's face, and his tone was full of joy. Nami, Nakago, I have a name now, my name is Xiao Guang. Please call me Xiao Guang from now on. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Guang's body suddenly burst into a dazzling light, dazzling and warm. Seeing this, Nami couldn't help but exclaimed, Ah, Xiao Guang, why is your body glowing? Nakago's face was also a little anxious, not understanding what happened to Xiao Guang. Xiao Guang, are you okay? Remuru felt his own magic being consumed, and had some guesses in his mind. Notice, naming successful. It was named? Remuru frowned slightly, still a little puzzled. The great sage noticed Remuru's doubts and began to explain the reasons. Explanation: because the divine light boat is bound to the host's soul, you have the power to name her. Remuru nodded to show his understanding. He gently patted Nami and Nakago's shoulders and gave them a reassuring smile. Don't worry, this is a normal phenomenon of naming. Normal phenomenon? Nami and Nakago looked at each other. Although their worries were not completely eliminated, since Remuru said so, they were a little relieved. Ship elves, some strange phenomena are normal and understandable. Although they were relieved in part, they still had a trace of worry on their faces. How long will she last in this state? It should be over soon, let's wait a moment. After comforting the two girls, Remuru asked the Great Sage a new question. Great Sage, can I name the humans in the pirate world? Notice, generally, only monsters can be named, and ordinary humans cannot be named. However, Nami and Nakiko have become your partners. Under the function of the system, a connection similar to followers has been established between you and the soul. Therefore, you can try to name them, and you may succeed. Maybe? What is the success rate? 50%. So low? Does that mean only 1 out of every 2 people can be named successfully? No, it means that they can either be named or not. Can I understand that you don't know whether it will succeed or not? It is recommended to try to name it directly to get the answer. Notice, after completing the task, the system reward will be automatically sent to the system space, please go and check. Don't change the subject. Remuru opened the system space, and there were indeed 2 items in the space, Life Return Skill Card ×2, Devil Fruit Weakness Elimination Card ×2. Opened it again to check the task list. Summoning Task, 2/50, Recruit Partners. Task Description, recruit characters in the plot of One Piece, including the protagonist and supporting roles. Completion Conditions, the other party agrees to become the host's companion. Task Reward, Life Return Skill Card ×1, Devil Fruit Weakness Elimination Card. Real Weakness Elimination Card ×1. Description: 1. Successfully recruited characters cannot betray the host. 2. The recruited characters will receive system blessings, status blessings, cultivation speed increased tenfold, comprehension increased tenfold, favorability increased tenfold. 3. This task is incomplete, only female characters can be recruited, and the task can be completed up to 50 times. Remuru carefully read the detailed description of the task. Cannot betray the host. Provide status blessing again. The host and the companion are indeed similar to followers. Other monsters become the followers of the namer after being named, and establish a soul connection. Nami and Nakago have established a soul connection first, and they have never been named, so it is indeed worth a try. It is recommended that you use the Life Return skill card. I have a predator, and Life Return should not be of much use to me. Nami and Nakago should need them more. Description: the named person may inherit some of the namer's abilities. After hearing what the Great Sage said, Remuru realized that the more skills he had, the better. At this time, the light on Xiao Guang's body gradually dissipated. Remuru looked carefully and found that Xiao Guang still looked like a 7 or 8-year-old girl, and there was no obvious change. Magical weapon, Divine Light Boat, intermediate form. Ship name, Goddess of Light. Ship spirit, Xiao Guang. Master, Remuru. Upgrade conditions, absorb enough world power. Skills, flying, diving, automatic driving, light energy conversion, magic element conversion, energy storage, space compression, absolute defense, super speed, double stealth, light judgment, bombardment. Energy, 150/200,000. Flying and diving are as the name suggests. Automatic driving, can automatically drive according to the master's command, consuming 10 basic energy points per hour. Light energy conversion, can convert light energy into basic energy. Magic element conversion, can convert magic element into basic energy. Energy storage, can store basic energy, with a maximum storage of 200,000. Space compression, compress the space of the hull. Absolute defense, evoke the light shield that wraps the hull. Before the energy is consumed, the light shield cannot be broken. It consumes 1000 energy points per minute. If there is an overpowered attack, the energy consumption will increase. Speed, evoke absolute defense, the ship flies at the speed of light, consuming 1000 energy points per second. Double stealth, invisible to radar and naked eyes, consuming 20 basic energy points per hour. Judgment of light, consumes 10,000 energy points, and the main gun launches a devastating attack on the enemy. Bombardment, secondary gun attack, each gun consumes 1 energy point and can penetrate boulders within 10 nautical miles. Conventional ammunition can also be used instead. Xiao Guang explained to Remuru that before she was named, she did not have the ability to convert magic elements, and the maximum energy storage was only 50,000. Remuru nodded, as long as the strength is enhanced. Remuru told Nami and Nakako the reason for Xiao Guang's change, and also told them the benefits of naming. After speaking, Remuru looked at them and asked seriously. I can also name you, do you want to be named? What nice names can you think of? Chapter 11. I can also give you names. Nami's eyebrows slightly raised, staring at him worriedly. Naming will consume your magic, it won't have any adverse effects on you. Feeling Nami's concern, Remuru smiled gently. Don't worry, it won't affect me. Although naming will consume a lot of your own magic, and there is even a risk of reducing your own magic. But Remuru believes that if he only names a few people, even if he doesn't have a dragon brand power bank, he will not have any problems relying on his own magic. Name me. Nakako made up his mind. This is the way you mentioned before to improve our strength, right? My current strength is low, just a burden to you, and only by strengthening my strength can I not drag you down. After hearing what Nakako said, Nami also put aside her worries and chose to believe Remuru. Okay, I am willing to accept your naming. After receiving a positive answer, Remuru took out a life return skill card from the system space. He gently squeezed his palm, and the card broke into pieces and dissipated into the air. Get skill life return. Great Sage, remember to record the naming process in full to provide reference for future naming. Understand. After the preparations were completed, Remuru also began to name them. Then, I will name you Nami and you Nakako. As Remuru's words fell, Nami only felt a warm current wrapping her body, warm and comfortable, like returning to the starting point of life. Ah! Nami couldn't help but exclaim. She clearly felt that her body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. Nakako was also immersed in this wonderful feeling. Remuru carefully observed their changes, from the soft light emanating from their skin to the comfortable expressions on their faces, everything seemed to be going well. However, at this moment, the soft light suddenly became brighter. The next moment, Nami and Noki's appearance gradually changed. Remuru was shocked to see Nami's clothes tightened instantly, and the two cute little rabbits swelled rapidly as if they had eaten gold carrot. They are growing up! Remuru exclaimed. Tear! Remuru looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that Noki's 2 rabbits had kicked their legs and had already broken free from the cage. This time, it seemed to trigger some kind of chain reaction, and the tearing sound continued. Cloth fluttered. The sudden change stunned Remuru. When everything returned to calm, the 2 perfect and graceful bodies were completely exposed to the air, emitting a soft light all over their bodies, without a trace of obstruction. Remuru's eyes were attracted by the 2 pairs of huge rabbits. They jumped and exuded the joy of freedom. He couldn't help but stretch out his hands to comfort them. Then, Remuru looked at their faces, only to see that they closed their eyes tightly, with happy smiles on their faces, and they didn't seem to feel any discomfort. Didn't you notice the outside world? Remuru made a note of this, and he must ensure that the environment is safe when naming in the future, otherwise it will be very dangerous. Then he continued to look at them. Nami's figure has reached the level of 2 years later, with towering peaks and slender waists. Her skin has become white and rosy, and there is no black sludge discharged, which should be directly degraded. The same is true for Nakago, whose chest and buttocks are obviously bigger than before, and her skin has become smoother. Although not as good as Nami, she can also be regarded as the level of a top actress. A few minutes later, Nami was the first to wake up from this wonderful evolution, clenched her fists, and felt that her strength, speed, and physical strength had been greatly improved. She felt that she could punch a fishman now. Not only did she make a leap in strength, Nami also felt that her mind had become much clearer. Many once complex knowledge became clearer in her mind, and her comprehension had also undergone a qualitative change. Nami, who was in a state of surprise, had not yet noticed that her perception was at its maximum power. This feeling. Master Remuru, is this naming? The improvement is too great. Nami was so excited that she was completely unaware of her other changes at this time. She felt the growth of her strength while talking. It's normal. The substantial increase in strength caused by naming is secondary. The biggest effect is to make the life essence of organisms evolve, and their lifespan and talents are greatly improved. Remuru admired the lively and cute Nami and smiled. After you have been trained by me, there will be no problem for you to reach the world's top level of strength. Thank you, Master Remuru. Hearing this, Nami hugged Remuru excitedly and kissed him hard on the cheek. Ah! A cry of surprise sounded. At this moment, Nakago had just finished evolving, and saw Nami throwing herself naked into Remuru's arms. Nami, why are you not wearing any clothes? Hearing this, Nami was startled and turned to look at Nakago. She saw Nakago standing there in white, and then saw the pieces of cloth on the ground, and felt the cool breeze around her, and her mind was instantly blank. Remuru smiled and said to Nakago. Nakago, you too. Ah! Nakago finally reacted, blushing with shyness, and quickly covered the big rabbit and ran out. Although Nakago was dressed boldly and had tattoos on her body, she looked like a bad girl. But in fact, she was very conservative in her heart. It was her first time to be naked in front of a man, so she would naturally run away shyly. At this time, Nami also reacted. Although this experience was also her first, Nami seemed more daring than Nakago. She covered her key parts calmly and looked at Remuru with a red face. You have to pay at least 1 million Baileys for one look. Remuru raised his eyebrows and teased. It costs 1 million Baileys to watch once, so how much does it cost to do it once? Nami could no longer suppress her inner shame, and she took the initiative to move forward. She chose to use physical means to make Remuru shut his mouth, and they slowly separated until a few minutes later. In the first oral battle, although Nami and Remuru were both recruits and not familiar with the battlefield, they both had a strong desire to explore. At first, Nami was a little nervous, but later she took the initiative to use the tongue-spitting tactic to break through several lines of defense. Remuru was not to be outdone, savoring the saliva carefully, holding Nami's waist with his left hand, and rubbing the rabbit with his right hand. After the battle, Nami panted and leaned in Remuru's arms. Nami, give me everything you have. After saying that, Remuru picked up Nami and walked towards the captain's room. Chapter 12. At 2:30 in the morning, Remuru woke up slowly, his head still a little dizzy. The room was quiet, the quilt was piled up casually, and there were some wrinkles on the sheets, with plum blossoms and an unspeakable atmosphere. He turned his head to look at his side, and saw the woman sleeping quietly, with a blush on her face. Remuru couldn't help but stretch out his hand to pinch the big rabbit in front of him, which was fragrant, soft, and bouncy. He began to relieve that crazy battle. It can only be said that Nami deserves the name of Little Thief Cat, and she fights very wildly. The traces of the battle were all over the room. Sofa, table, TV, kitchen, bathroom. The battle lasted for 2.5 hours. It was also because Remuru's physical fitness was much stronger than Nami's that he did not lose. Well, stop it. Nami opened Remuru's hand and turned over to continue sleeping. Snap! A crisp sound rang out, causing Nami's buttocks to shake violently. Why sleep? Keep fighting. Scored twice. Half an hour later. Remuru stretched his body and looked at the lazy cat lying limp on the bed with a satisfied look on his face, and his heart was full of a sense of accomplishment. He kissed Nami's cute face lovingly. You continue to rest. I'll make you some food to fill your stomach. The two hadn't eaten dinner because of the battle yesterday, and their stomachs had already protested with dissatisfaction. Pushing open the door, Remuru walked out of the captain's room. The captain's room is completely different from the cabins of ordinary crew members. Its luxury and wonder are beyond imagination. The captain's room can also change the layout of the room, but its range is larger. It can be generated at will within 1,000 acres, and the height can reach 1,000 meters. The top can also simulate various environments such as clear sky, stormy weather, and even bright starry sky, like a small world. In order to facilitate entry and exit, each door generated is a portal. Remuru walked forward, held the door handle of the bedroom, and silently said "Get out" in his heart. The next moment, Remuru's figure slowly disappeared. Outside. The stars are sparse at night. Remuru feels the cool breeze in the air and the salty taste of the sea. Xiao Guang, has anything happened during this period? Xiao Guang emerged from the air. She is a ship elf who can suddenly appear at any position on the ship. Report to the master, the goddess of light has been sailing in the planned direction and encountered 2 ships on the way. I did not make contact and directly shook them off. Well, you did a good job. Remuru praised Xiao Guang. Xiao Guang, remember, if you encounter a pirate attack when I am not convenient, don't notify me, just sink it directly. If you are suddenly attacked by pirates while doing something, it will be very disappointing. Xiao Guang showed a happy expression after receiving the master's praise. After explaining a few more words, Remuru turned and walked towards the kitchen. Master Xiao Guang was about to call Remuru, but closed his mouth again. Nakago is also in the kitchen. Should I tell the master about this? Forget it, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Just opened the door. Sniff, it smells good. Is someone cooking in the kitchen? Is it Nakago? Remuru suddenly smelled the fragrance of food and couldn't help but wonder. Cooking in the kitchen in the middle of the night. Sure enough. After entering the kitchen, Remuru found a busy figure. Nakago was wearing a white apron, and the hem of her skirt fluttered gently, looking neat and tidy. She skillfully used a spatula to stir the dishes, humming an unknown cheerful tune. It can be seen that Nakago was in a very good mood. This is not the point. Nakago was barefoot, wearing only a white apron. Remuru's eyes were attracted by Nakago's figure. Her slender neck was white and graceful, as noble as a swan. Her shoulders were round and smooth, exuding a charming luster. Her waist was slender and fit in one hand. What attracted Remuru the most was her plump buttocks, which swayed rhythmically with her movements, extremely tempting. Gulp. Remuru swallowed his saliva. He tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time and was in a state of wanting more. Facing such a scene, how could he resist? Remuru walked behind Nakago and put his arms around her slender waist. Ah! This action scared Nakago, and when she reacted, her face turned red. Lord Remuru! Remuru blew a breath into Nakago's ear and whispered. Nakago, be my woman. In Remuru's opinion, Nakago will become his woman sooner or later, so he should confirm the relationship and enjoy it as soon as possible. I. Nakago's body trembled, and steam seemed to come out of her head. What? Don't you want to? No, it's not. Nakago responded hurriedly, with a trembling voice. It's my honor to be Lord Remuru's woman, but, what about Nami? Ever since Remuru defeated the dragon cleanly, Nakago has been full of affection for him. He is powerful, handsome, and saved herself. Which woman would not be moved? This is also one of the reasons why she agreed to Remuru. This affection broke through the sky after being blessed by the system and naming. However, Nakago was worried that Remuru didn't like her, which made her dare not express her feelings and could only suppress her feelings silently in her heart. I'll talk to Nami, I believe she will agree. Remuru smiled. Although he knew that Nakago would probably not refuse him, Nakago's promise still made him excited, and his hands unconsciously increased the strength. Humph! Nakago felt pain and groaned. Don't be naughty, I still have to cook. What does it matter? You do yours, I eat mine. Remuru's mouth slowly moved down from Nakago's neck, tasting it carefully. Make a few more dishes, Nami, and I will also eat. But, I really didn't expect that you would like this kind of style. Remuru really didn't expect Nakago to be so open. Vacuum apron. No, I thought no one would come. Nakago hurriedly defended herself. She didn't want Remuru to think she was a loose woman. Yesterday, after being named, Nakago was so embarrassed that she ran into the bedroom and threw herself into the bed. As a result, because the bed was too soft and comfortable, Nakago fell asleep directly. It was not until 3 o'clock in the morning that she woke up from hunger. After waking up, she wanted to eat something. There was a kitchen in the room, but there was no food, so she decided to go to the kitchen outside to cook. After being named, Nakago's figure changed too much. Even wearing the largest size clothes was still a bit tight and uncomfortable. Thinking that there would be no one in the middle of the night, she went out with a fluke mentality. This is the origin of the vacuum apron. Remuru's fleshworm became active again. Under the temptation of Nakago, it quickly regained its vitality and displayed the skills of multiplication and hardening. Nakago, help me vent my heat. Remuru felt like his fleshworm was about to explode. Nakago's face flushed, and his eyes shone with lust. Don't, here. Remuru frowned. On the one hand, he had promised to bring food to Nami, and he couldn't break his promise. On the other hand, Remuru was willing to respect Nakago's wishes, and he himself didn't want to take Nakago's first time so hastily. Got it. How about we take turns? I'll do it, and you'll eat. Nakago didn't understand. Eat? Does it mean eating? Give me your apron first. Without waiting for her response, Remuru quickly took off her apron and tied it around himself, then with a little force, he tore a hole in the middle of the apron. Nakago was a little confused by this series of actions. Remuru smiled evilly, he stretched out his hand and gently pressed on the top of Nakago's head, motioning her to squat down. You squat first, and then do this. Remuru patiently taught Nakago new knowledge, and at the same time, his hands were not idle, taking over the task of cooking. Fortunately, Remuru's hands can be extended, and he can complete the cooking task by standing still without moving. An hour later, after several chef rotations, they finally had dinner. Chapter 13. In the early morning, the sun rose slowly from the sea, and the golden sunlight gently sprinkled on the blue slime bow. The seagulls flew happily in the morning light, making crisp cries. Goddess of Light, training room. Remuru held a teaching stick. Opposite him, Nami and Nakago sat side by side, their eyes fixed on Remuru. Remuru took a deep breath and glanced at the two. From today, you will also start training. Before training, I will tell you about the situation in the sea. He was not in a hurry to start training. Nami worked too hard yesterday, and now she is still a little twisted when walking, so it is not advisable to rush. As for Nakago, Remuru did not take the last step with her, but only took her first kiss. In this world, the Red Earth continent and the Grand Line respectively circle the world vertically, dividing the ocean into 4 seas, the East Sea, the West Sea, the South Sea, and the North Sea. Then add the doldrums on both sides of the Grand Line, which together form a map of the entire world. As he spoke, he drew a rough map of the pirate world on the blackboard. You all know the sea area we are in now, the East Sea, but do you know another name for the East Sea? Another name? Nami was puzzled. What else could the East Sea be called? The weakest sea. The weakest? Yes, because the pirates in the East Sea are generally weaker, and the 20 million bounty of the evil dragon is only considered medium in the other 4 seas. So the East Sea is the weakest sea area and the most peaceful sea area. Nami and Nakago looked at each other and felt a little pressure. Then there is the Grand Line. If pirates from all over the world want to enter the Grand Line, they can only enter through the Upside Down Mountain, except for passing through the dangerous Calm Belt. Upside Down Mountain is the starting point of the Grand Line, and then all the way to the Sabayati Archipelago. This section is the first half of the Grand Line. Then cross the Red Earth continent, or dive to the 10,000-meter deep Fishman Island, and enter the New World, which is the second half of the Grand Line. Remuru glanced at Nami and continued to explain. Let me introduce the power system of this world. In this world, there is a mysterious fruit called Devil Fruit. After eating it, people can gain supernatural powers, but they will also be cursed by the sea and become landlubbers and unable to swim. Devil fruits have many abilities. They can be roughly divided into 3 categories: natural, animal, and superhuman. He paused, and seeing the curious eyes of the 2 women, he explained in detail. Natural devil fruits can make the body of the eater elemental, turning into a certain element in nature, such as water, fire, earth, etc. Animal fruits can give the eater the strength and speed of animals, and even transform into animal forms. And superhuman fruits give the eater various abilities that are different from ordinary people, such as controlling weight and changing body structure. And I ate the slime fruit and can use the ability of a slime. Speaking of this, Remuru suddenly thought of the first time he explored the shipwreck. He found an unknown devil fruit, and then asked the Great Sage to analyze it. Great Sage, how is the analysis of that devil fruit? Information: 95% has been analyzed, and it can be completely analyzed today. Then I'll wait for your good news. Unknown devil fruits are like blind boxes, and Remuru expects to open a powerful fruit. Information: I already know the name of the devil fruit. It is. Don't tell me yet. Remuru interrupted the Great Sage. Tell me after the complete analysis, to avoid the situation where the superhuman system changes to the animal system. Returning his attention to reality, he looked at Nami and Nakago's faces in deep thought, nodded, and decided to tell them about Haki again. In addition to the devil fruit, there is another power that cannot be ignored, that is the 3-color Haki. They are the Haki of observation, the Haki of armament, and the Haki of conqueror. Remuru explained and demonstrated at the same time. The Haki of armament covered his fist, making his fist appear black and hardened. This is the Haki of armament, which can harden the body and enhance the attack and defense. Most importantly, the Haki of armament can also capture elemental entities and attack natural ability users. Then, Remuru closed his eyes, handed the teaching stick in his hand to Nakago, and signaled Nakago to attack him. The magical thing is that even though he closed his eyes, but he was able to dodge all of Nakago's attacks. This is Observation Haki, which allows the user to sense the breath and emotions of others. When practiced to the extreme, it can even foresee the future. Observation Haki and Armament Haki are potential powers possessed by all humans, but most people will never awaken or realize that they have this power in their lifetime. After saying this, Remuru suddenly opened his eyes, and a strong aura burst out instantly. And Conqueror Haki is the rarest, and it is said that only 1 person in a million has it. It allows the user to shock or even stun the enemy with just momentum. Nami and Nakago were fascinated by what they heard, and they wished they had this power immediately. Then how can we awaken Haki? Well, your Haki has already awakened. When they were named yesterday, the potential power in their bodies had been brought out. Remuru looked at the partner column on the system panel. Name: Nami. Gender: female. Age: 18. Occupation, Navigator. Talent, SS level. Skills, Wind Control, Water Control, Primary Domineering Haki, Primary Armament Haki, Intermediate Observation Haki. Status, Training Speed increased tenfold, Comprehension increased tenfold, Favorability increased tenfold. Existence Value, 2000. Nami has the ability to kill the dragon before she starts training. With the blessing of life return and training status, it should not be a problem to reach the level of general in a short time. Nami's talent for observation haki is very high, and she is at the intermediate level as soon as she awakens. There is also domineering haki, but I don't know if her domineering haki is her own or inherited from Remuru. After using the life return card on Nami, Remuru looked at Nakiko's panel. Name, Nakiko. Gender, female. Age, 18. Occupation, gardener. Talent, S level. Skills, water manipulation, ice magic, underwater breathing, swimming, primary armed haki, primary observation haki, life return. Status, training speed increased tenfold, comprehension increased tenfold, favorability increased tenfold. Existence value, 1800. Nakiko's strength has also been greatly improved. On the sea, relying on water manipulation is simply the natural enemy of ability users. Add ice magic, underwater breathing, swimming. This set of skills is very convenient for fishing. Combined with the gardener profession, let's give her all the fresh ingredients on our ship in the future. Fishing master plus gardener equals fresh ingredient supplier. No problem. Also, how did she get back to 18? Solution, naming makes their body functions return to their peak state. After reading the attribute panel, Remuru wrote down their skills and handed them to them. Chapter 14. Time flies, and before I know it, a morning has passed. Teacher Remuru's class is also coming to an end. This morning, Nami and Nakiko have learned a lot of knowledge. The geography of the pirate world, the mysterious devil fruit, the secret of the three-color domineering, the distribution of major forces in the world, the sword from entry to entry, the practice method of the 6 styles of the Navy, the role of snipers in the team, the power of technology, etc. Let's talk about the last point. How do you think we can become stronger quickly? Remuru began to check the learning results of the 2 girls. Train harder. Nakiko rubbed his temples, feeling dizzy and just wanted to finish the get out of class quickly. Training can make people stronger, but it is not the most important factor. Remuru shook his head gently. Fight the enemy. Nami was in much better condition than Nakiko, and this answer was obviously thought out. Fighting is indeed an indispensable factor, but suitable opponents are not always available. If you are too weak, you will not be able to exercise, and if you are too strong, you may die. Nami's curiosity was completely ignited. She leaned forward and asked impatiently. Then tell me, how can you become stronger quickly? Remuru smiled mysteriously. Today I will tell you a very important way to become stronger. Nami and Nakiko knew that the most important moment had come, and they immediately pricked up their ears, fearing that they would miss a word. The answer is, eating. Ah, eating! Nami and Nakiko exclaimed in unison, and they were obviously surprised by the answer. That's right. It's eating. Remuru nodded affirmatively, and then explained. Strength is not obtained out of thin air. If you don't replenish energy, how can you become stronger? Even if you are a devil fruit ability user, you will consume physical strength when using your ability. Wouldn't that mean everyone can become stronger? Is it so easy to become stronger? Nochiko had many questions in his heart. Remuru chuckled, it depends on personal talent. After ordinary people replenish the energy needed for daily life activities, they can basically not eat anything else. If they insist on eating more and don't strengthen exercise, they will just get fat. But people with good talents will continuously absorb this energy into their bodies after eating a lot of food, and then enhance their strength. Nami and I are also ordinary people. We can't eat too much. Nochiko said he didn't want to get fat. Ha ha ha, Remuru laughed. That was before. Now you are already monsters in the eyes of ordinary people. And you all have the skill of life return, which can control the body freely and won't make the body out of shape. Life return is also a skill that exceeds the limits of the human body. It can freely control the body, hair, and internal organs, and can quickly digest food to replenish its own energy. They have the system blessing of 10 times training and 10 times comprehension. As long as they have enough energy, they can quickly convert energy into strength through training. After the energy is consumed, they can quickly digest food to replenish their own energy through life return, forming a virtuous circle. These days, your task is to eat and practice the Navy 6 styles. Remuru handed them a training method. If you encounter pirates, you will be left to deal with them. For you who lack combat experience, bullying is still useful. Remuru thought for a while and looked at Nakago again. Nakago, you have to add a fishing task, which not only provides food, but also exercises skills. Remuru handed the training method of the Navy 6 styles to the two women. The Navy 6 styles is not only 6 skills, but also includes various professional exercises for the body. As for the difficulty of training, it is not a problem for them who have life return. Nami couldn't help asking, "What about you, Mr. Remuru?" Remuru showed a sly smile, "Me? Of course I will supervise you and ensure your safety. Practicing is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will practice. Don't you have to keep an eye on them?" Remuru openly expressed his idea of slacking off. "Today's class is here. You all understand the knowledge I have taught you. Clear? Times 2. Very good. When new companions join in the future, you will be responsible for explaining this knowledge to her and deepen her impression." Although Remuru feels that being a teacher is very novel and fulfilling, it is also very tiring. Let's just slack off in the future. New companions. Nami frowned slightly, with a hint of resentment. "You have us sisters, are you still not satisfied?" Nami recalled what Remuru said to her in the morning, Nakago will also become his woman. She had expected this in her heart, and Remuru would take Nakago sooner or later. Although the news came earlier than she expected, she still accepted this reality. However, she didn't expect that he would recruit new companions at noon. This playboy. Remuru noticed Nami's dissatisfaction, and a drop of cold sweat quietly slipped down, but he still said firmly, "We must recruit new companions, more people will make it more lively. And a ship must have a chef and a doctor. There is no room for compromise on principled issues." Nakago also stood on Remuru's side. She persuaded Nami, "Nami, you should know that in this world, it is normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Okay. Who made us sisters have to deal with you? As long as you don't abandon us sisters, it's fine." Nami sighed and could only accept it. After all, she had fallen deeply in love with this man. "Absolutely not. How could I abandon you?" When Remuru heard Nami's words, a warm current surged in his heart. He gently embraced Nami and Nakago in his arms, and said the scumbag quote affectionately. "You are all my wings." After a simple lunch, Nami and Nakago's training officially began. Nakago took a deep breath, then jumped into the sparkling sea and began her fishing training. Ripples appeared on the water, and her figure was like a graceful mermaid, flexibly shuttling in the water. With both hands extended, he controlled the water flow to wrap the fish. 2 flowers bloomed, each showing its own beauty. In the bright training room, Remuru's eyes were firmly attracted. His sight fell on Nami not far away, who was concentrating on physical exercise. Her long orange hair swayed gently with her movements, full of vitality. Her perfect figure was fully displayed in the exercise, and her tight arms waved dumbbells, with every rise and fall with the beauty of strength. Her slender legs were full of elasticity, and every movement could hook Remuru's heartstrings. Gurgle. Remuru swallowed his saliva. "Raise your arms a little higher, yes, yes, yes. Don't twist your butt. If you don't listen, I'll slap you. Next, we will do anti-interference exercises. You keep this posture and don't move. Don't be affected by me." The leisurely time flew by. The voice of the great sage suddenly sounded in Remuru's mind. "Notice, the devil fruit has been analyzed. Chapter 15. The devil fruit has been analyzed. Notice, the devil fruit has been analyzed. Hearing this, Remuru rubbed his hands, and a light of expectation flashed in his eyes. Finally, I can open the blind box, great sage, tell me its name loudly. Superhuman system talk about the fruit. Remuru was stunned and a little disappointed. Isn't it a natural system or a mythical beast? I am too greedy, please introduce its ability. Talk about the fruit gives the ability holder the ability to communicate with all things, and can also manipulate the target through sound. The weaker the opponent's willpower, the stronger the manipulation effect. Communicate with all things. Remuru's eyes lit up again. Can you communicate with non-living things? It may be difficult in the early stage, but it is indeed possible after deep development. That's not bad. Remuru was in a good mood. At least when controlling inanimate objects, you don't have to worry about the opponent's strong willpower. It's like picking up a telekinetic fruit for free. Moreover, Remuru guessed that the talking fruit should be the superior of the whispering fruit. Among the superhuman devil fruits, the talking fruit should be one of the stronger ones. However, great sage, you have been analyzing it for so long, you can't just know its name and ability. It's a bit weak. Notice, the talking fruit has been completely analyzed. As long as there are enough materials, it can be copied in batches. Confidently extract new devil fruits from the body of the devil fruit ability user. The analysis time of the next devil fruit will be greatly reduced. Slow down, slow down. Sorry, I shouldn't question you. The great sage is the best. Remuru put his hands together. Did you say that you can copy devil fruits? What materials are needed to copy the talking fruit? Willpower. Remuru tilted his head. What is willpower? Devil fruit is the embodiment of human expectations for future evolution. The power of each devil fruit represents human desire for a certain power. This desire is willpower. When willpower is concentrated to a certain degree, it forms a devil fruit. Remuru touched his chin. Please put it simply. Devil fruit is a collection of specific willpower. For example, the fruit represents human expectations for communication and control of everything. Oh, I understand. Remuru nodded. Then how do I collect this willpower? I can collect your willpower. When others have expectations of you, this expectation will be transformed into willpower and entangled with you. Remuru suddenly felt a little uncomfortable all over. Do I have this thing too? Yes, there are many kinds of willpower. There are hopes that you are safe, there are also hopes that you are good to Nami and Nakiko, and there are also hopes that you die, etc. Currently, 210 points of willpower have been collected. A minimum of 10,000 points is required to form a devil fruit, and 180,000 points of willpower are required to copy a talking fruit. 180,000. Remuru widened his eyes. The worst devil fruit should only require 10,000. It seems that the willpower requirements for each fruit are different. The stronger the willpower, the better the fruit quality. Too little data to be sure. That's not right. Remuru suddenly thought of a question. Doesn't it require specific willpower to form a devil fruit? Yes, but I have mastered the specific willpower data of the talking fruit, and can convert other willpower into the required specific willpower. Awesome. You are worthy of being a great sage. One more thing, the willpower generated by each person is different. People with strong wills often generate more willpower than ordinary people. And for the same person, the greater his expectations, the more willpower he generates. I understand this point, go on. Second, I can extract special willpower from the body of the ability user, and then attach it to ordinary fruits to create new devil fruits. Will the ability user die after extracting the willpower? Yes, they will die. The devil fruit is closely connected to the soul of the ability user. With my current ability, I can't safely separate them. Soul connected. Remuru thought of Brook. In the anime, his soul wandered for half a year, and then returned to his body, and he could still use his abilities. Third, I have analyzed a devil fruit, so the analysis time of the next devil fruit will be greatly shortened. This is really good news. Are there any other? Fourth, skills available for learning. Word Spirit Domination. Word Spirit Domination can manipulate the target's actions and thoughts through voice. Do you want to learn? There are extra benefits, of course I have to learn. Learned skills, Word Spirit Domination. Information, if the conditions are met, Word Spirit Domination evolves into the unique skill Seducer. Development progress increased to 20%, synchronized with the unique skill Degenerate. Development progress increased to 21%. Development progress increased to 22%, synchronized with the skill Super Speed Regeneration. Development progress increased to 24%. Development progress increased to 25%, synchronized with the skill Multiple Barriers. The progress increased by 5% at once, and Remuru jumped up in surprise. Why did it increase so much at once? The current Remuru digests large sea beasts to replenish the consumed magic, which is almost a drop in the bucket for increasing the upper limit of the magic value. The later the development degree is, the more difficult it is to improve, and every time it reaches 10%, there is another small hurdle. After the progress reaches 19%, it can't be improved by magic energy. And the skills of those sea beasts are too rubbish, and there are many repeated skills. Remuru didn't expect that obtaining powerful skills would improve so much. Ah! Your face! As the development degree increased, Nami and Nakago also saw the changes in Remuru. Face. Remuru subconsciously touched his elastic cheek. He was shocked. Wouldn't he become a pseudo-girl? He hurriedly ordered the Great Sage. Great Sage, quickly switch the perspective of magic perception, let me observe myself objectively. Switch perspective. The world was spinning, and with the switch of perspective, Remuru saw his face clearly from the front. His face was white and lightly rosy, and the lines were obviously softer than before. Hi! Fortunately, it's not too feminine, my handsome face is still there. Since eating the devil fruit, every time the development progress is improved, Remuru's face will change subtly. He concluded after discussing with the Great Sage that this change came from the synchronization with Remuru's appearance, and this process will end after obtaining the transmutter. It should be said that the synchronization is complete, because Remuru uses Izawa Shizue's face, and transmutter is her unique skill. After obtaining the transmutter, the appearance characteristics are synchronized. And now his face is considered a cute and handsome boy. Remuru can still accept it. Chapter 16. The two of them were very happy. Nami walked up curiously and touched Remuru's face. It seems smoother than before. Nakago also expressed his opinion after careful observation. Lord Remuru has indeed become more lovely, and his voice has become gentler and more friendly. Nami and Nakago don't understand what happened. Remuru did not hide the existence of the Great Sage from them. They noticed that Remuru's expression was sometimes thoughtful and sometimes ecstatic, and guessed that he might be talking to the Great Sage. But they really couldn't understand why his strength suddenly increased. Later, Remuru explained the reason to them in detail and took out the devil fruit. The fruit is blue with irregular wavy patterns. This superhuman fruit is very powerful if developed properly. Do you want to eat it? Remuru asked. After eating it, I will become a landlubber. I can't swim in the sea. I don't want it. Nakago shook her head and refused firmly. In her mind, she saw herself flying freely in the sea like a bird. The feeling of exhilaration made her hard to give up. Seeing this, Nami also fell into deep thought. After a moment, I don't want it either. Although eating the devil fruit will give you a few more abilities, it will also give you a fatal weakness for no reason. What if this fruit has no weaknesses? Do you want to eat it? Then Remuru took out the devil fruit weakness elimination card. The card is transparent, the size of a bank card, and emits a faint light. Great Sage, how do you use this card? Instructions: just touch the devil fruit. Remuru put the card close to the fruit, and in an instant, the card burst into a dazzling light. When the light faded, the card had disappeared. The devil fruit still lay quietly in his palm, and its appearance had not changed, but Remuru knew that it no longer had the fatal weakness of being afraid of sea water. Remuru looked at Nami and Nakago, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Now, this devil fruit will no longer bring you any weaknesses. Who will eat it? He stretched out his hand, holding the purified devil fruit in his palm. Is it the effect of the card just now? Nami asked curiously. Yes, Remuru nodded affirmatively, that is the devil fruit weakness elimination card, it can erase the weaknesses of the devil fruit. This kind of card, only I have it now. He paused, looked around at the two people, this matter should not be made public for the time being to avoid unnecessary trouble. Eliminating the weaknesses of the devil fruit is something that the world government and others have not done for hundreds of years. If you deliberately expose yourself to cause trouble, you are too stupid. Although it may be exposed in the future, the later you expose it, the less trouble you will have. Nami and Nakiko looked at each other, with hesitation in their eyes. Seeing this, Remuru encouraged softly, you don't have to be modest. If you like this ability, eat it. If you don't like it, keep it. In the future, we will have more companions and devil fruits. I'll eat it. Nami made the decision first. It should feel good to control everything. Nakiko, I like the ability of this devil fruit. Let me eat it. I'll find you a better one later. Nakiko smiled, and there was no reluctance in that smile. It's okay, this fruit is very suitable for you, and I didn't plan to eat it. Hearing this, Remuru breathed a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about was that the two women would have conflicts because of the uneven distribution of the fruit. Nakiko, what do you think? Or what kind of ability do you hope to obtain? Remuru asked gently. Nakiko thought for a moment, I want a devil fruit that can make plants grow better. Plants grow better. Remuru frowned slightly, then relaxed. I know two devil fruits that meet the requirements, the lush fruit and the forest fruit. I will find a way to get them for you. Nakiko's eyes flashed with a touch of emotion when she heard this. She took a step forward and threw herself directly into Remuru's arms, and quickly kissed him on the cheek. Taking this opportunity, Remuru gently lifted Nakiko's cheek and kissed him affectionately, with lips and teeth lingering, and it was hard to let go. It was not until 10 minutes later that they slowly separated. The silver-white bridge also sank as the two separated, and what came into view was Nakiko's shy expression. I want it too. Nami said expectantly. Looking at Remuru, there was a bit of coquettishness in his tone. How could you, this cute little cat, be missing? Remuru lovingly pulled the little cat into his arms. This time, it lasted for 20 minutes before the two reluctantly separated. Nami's face was filled with a satisfied and happy smile. Remuru gently stroked Nami's hair, by the way, Nami, I'll take this fruit to the great sage for analysis first. It may take a day or two. You guys continue to work hard to practice. Okay, I'll go practice. Nami and Nakiko looked at each other and smiled knowingly. They kissed Remuru's cheek at the same time, then turned and walked towards the training equipment to prepare for a new round of practice. Remuru looked at their backs and showed a satisfied smile on his face. Great sage, can you analyze what is the difference between this fruit and the previous one? Understood. After 3 seconds. Analysis completed. So fast? How is it different from before? Now the power of this devil fruit is integrated, and the influence of humans has been removed, just like it was born naturally. The sea is the source of life, and the devil fruit born naturally will not cause the anger of the sea. I see, Remuru nodded thoughtfully. Although I don't fully understand it, just tell me, can you copy it? I can't do it. Okay. Remuru looked at Nami who hadn't started training yet. Let's give it to her tonight. After watching Nakiko and Nami enter the training state, Remuru opened the system panel. Host name, Remuru. Age, 18. Gender, male. Partners, Nami, Nakiko. Talent, SSS level. Devil fruit, deification slime fruit demon god void god form, development, 25%. Inherent abilities, absorption, dissolution, self-regeneration. Unique skills, great sage, predator, seducer, degenerate. General skills, magical perception, water manipulation, observation haki, intermediate, armament haki, intermediate, conqueror haki, primary, superspeed regeneration, multiple barriers, poison breath, heat source perception, strength, body armor, paralysis breath, sticky wire steel wire, blood-sucking ultrasound, super sense of smell, black thunder, fire control, flame explosion array, clone, shadow movement, underwater breathing, swimming, bubble blowing. Resistance, resistance to heat changes, resistance to piercing, resistance to physical attacks, pain nullification, resistance to electric current, resistance to paralysis. Existence value, 260,000. Chapter 17. The new skills are still in the air. With the steady growth of strength, the Haki of observation and armament has moved from the primary stage to the intermediate stage, and two powerful common skills have been added, super speed regeneration and multiple barriers. The biggest gain this time is undoubtedly the two unique skills, Tempter and Transmutter. Tempter, thought domination, charm, persuasion. One thought domination can penetrate into the target's spiritual world and forcibly rewrite their thoughts, concepts, and action intentions. 2. Charm can quietly penetrate the target's spirit, making it unconsciously have a strong liking, dependence, and even worship for the skill holder. 3. Persuasion, through subtle mental influence and language induction, the target's thinking gradually tilts in the direction desired by the skill holder. It is a kind of guidance that moistens things silently. Transmutation, integration, separation. 1. Integration, merge and optimize multiple skills with the same or similar attributes to give birth to more powerful new skills. 2. Separation, decompose a skill into multiple parts, or separate and use different skills independently. Transmutation is undoubtedly a very powerful skill. Its strength lies in its ability to transform existing skills and thus give birth to new skills. In the later period, the Great Sage integrated the mutant and evolved into the ultimate skill King of Wisdom. The ability of the King of Wisdom to transform skills comes from the integration and separation of the transmutation. The Tempter is also very good, a bit like the combination of Kota Amatsukami and Kota Amatsuki in the next door Naruto world. And the thing that Remuru likes most is that it is extremely concealed, which can make the target unaware and think that all this is natural and should be done. Remuru was worried about how to get Machino on board. Unexpectedly, he got this skill. Isn't this tempting people to commit crimes? However, Remuru still has some doubts in his heart. Tempter is a unique skill of Diablo, right? Why did I get this skill? Before, Remuru thought it was just a coincidence that the names were the same, but after reading the skill description, it was exactly the same. Explanation: Tempter is the original ability of this devil fruit. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Remuru shook his head. I remember that whether it was anime or novel, Remuru did not have this ability belongs to Diablo. Answer: the database of the Sanity Core Seal contains a series of ultimate skills such as the King of Temptation and the King of Star Wind, so it can be seen that Remuru also has these abilities, but they have not been loaded. And Tempter is the lower level ability of the King of Temptation. Remuru widened his eyes, and an indescribable excitement surged in his heart. So, as long as Seal can do it, I will also be able to do it in the future. Yes. That's invincible. Well, I originally took the script of Shi Aotian. 2.5 days passed. The sun was blazing in the sky, scorching the sea mercilessly. On the lawn of the sea goddess, 2 women nervously grasped the railing, the cold sweat on their foreheads gleaming in the sun. They looked down at the huge shadow that passed by from time to time under the sea. The shadow was like a giant beast in the sea, swimming around the ship, as if waiting for an opportunity to move. 1 minute on stage, 10 years of hard work off stage, now is the time to test your strength. Come on. Oli Ge. Remuru stood aside with his arms folded, as if ready to watch a good show. Nokikao's feet trembled slightly, with a hint of fear in his voice. Won't you help us? We have only been training for a few days. This is a strong enemy. Nami also seemed unconfident. Will it be too difficult for us sisters to hurt the King of the Sea at the level of the 4 emperors? Remuru once told them that there was a King of the Sea hidden here that could bite off the arms of the 4 emperors. Now, the King of the Sea is right under their feet, but Remuru lets them solve it alone? The two girls are no longer the ignorant girls they were before. They have a basic understanding of the four emperors. They are humans standing at the top of the world. They have cultivated at least two of their physical, domineering, and fruit abilities to extremely high levels. They reign like an emperor in the new world in the second half of the Grand Line. Who in the family understands? They have to face such a terrible opponent after only 3 days of training. The sea surface suddenly surged and the waves rolled. The huge body of the king of the sea broke out of the water, the sea water slid down its scales, and the sunlight reflected dazzling light on its body. It opened its bloody mouth and let out a deafening roar. Nami gritted her teeth, and the tension in her heart became stronger. Lie. Damn. I have no choice but to go. She believed that at the critical moment, Remuru would definitely help. Nakago also shouted and rushed towards the king of the sea with Nami. Nami, you attack, I control, use the most powerful skills. Although in their observation haki perception, the king of the sea's breath was weak and his strength seemed not strong. But Remuru was not strong under their perception, it must have the ability to hide its breath. Wind spirit. Listen to my will and condense. I saw a huge sphere appear in front of Nami, and countless wind blades were spinning freely and madly in the spherical area. Juanti, take the kidney and liver. Nami used the fruit and wind control skills at the same time to control the huge raise non and smash it towards the king of the sea. At the same time, Nakago also took the lead in using her most familiar water flow control, trying to control the king of the sea, and then continued to control it with ice magic. Boom! With a loud bang, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Half of the body of the king of the sea was blown off, and the remaining part was quickly frozen by Nakago's ice magic. Nami and Nakago were stunned for a moment. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them, and even forgot to avoid the blood splashing on their bodies. Ha 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 ha, Remuru couldn't help laughing. Nami blushed and asked loudly, you lied to me, didn't you swear that you would never lie? Nakago also looked at Remuru with a questioning look in his eyes. Ahem, Remuru explained with a smile, I did not lie. Red hair, one of the four emperors, once fell into its hands. Why is it so weak? That was 10 years ago. Red hair had not yet become one of the four emperors, and his strength was probably about the same as yours now. In addition, the situation was urgent at the time, and he had no time to defend himself in order to save a child, so his left arm was bitten off by the king of the near sea. Although some people speculated in the previous life that Red Hair deliberately broke his arm to strengthen Luffy's determination to go to sea and become the Pirate King, Remuru did not agree with this view. When the Bandit King brought Luffy to the sea, it can be seen from the fact that other people had to disperse to search that none of them could use the observation haki, at least they could not use it skillfully. And deliberately breaking an arm means a decrease in strength, which is irresponsible for the lives of other companions in the pirate group. Okay, go and wash yourself up. We will be at Windmill Village soon. The king of the near sea has been entrenched near Windmill Village for many years, and this time is no exception. Remuru could clearly see the big windmill and the figures on the shore. Chapter 18. The boat was in a hurry to get off the boat. The sails were lowered and the anchor was dropped, all done in one go. The sea goddess did not need Remuru to do these actions himself, all of which were done automatically by the ship spirit Xiao Guang, which was great. Remuru nodded with satisfaction, turned around and prepared to disembark with Nami and Nakago. The port was crowded with people. The villagers' curious eyes were all focused on this huge ship. Wow, this ship is really big. It ranks in the top 3 among all the ships I have seen. Look, there is no skull logo on this ship. It should not be a pirate ship. Humph, this is the hometown of the Navy hero Garp. How dare pirates run wild here? Look, they come out, why are there only 3 people? Are they the ones who defeated the king of the sea? Is Xiao Ming reliable? The scene of Nami and Nakago working together to kill the king of the sea was seen by several villagers. They spread the news throughout the village. Many villagers put down their work and came to the shore to wait for the ship to dock. Seeing the 3 beautiful girls coming out, the villagers were very surprised. Xiao Ming would not be wrong. Hello. Remuru greeted the villagers with a smile, excuse me, is Garp in the village? In the crowd, an old man wearing a striped hat, a yellow shirt and red and white striped pants came out with a cane. I am the village chief of Windmill village, up slap. Cap is not here now, what do you want to see him for? Remuru looked around and did not see the beautiful figure he imagined. We have important things to ask Mr. Cap. It is not convenient to talk here. I wonder if the village chief can find a tavern to discuss in detail. The village chief looked at the three of them and saw that they did not look like bad people. Okay, follow me. Then he turned around and waved to the villagers, it's okay, everyone go away. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the village chief led Remuru and his party into Machino's tavern. The tavern was filled with a strong aroma of wine. This is the fine wine that Windmill village is proud of. Its reputation has spread to the kingdom of Goa and surrounding villages. Remuru followed the village chief into this quaint and warm tavern. His eyes were first attracted by a green-haired beauty. She wore an orange and black apron and a simple plaid headscarf on her head, revealing her simple temperament. She was concentrating on wiping the wine glass in her hand. When the guests came in, she looked up and smiled warmly. Welcome. Machino put down the glass in his hand. What would the guests like to order? Remuru walked forward and said in a gentle voice. Beautiful lady, please give us 4 glasses of rum. While ordering the wine, he silently made up his mind to let Machino on board no matter what. Great sage, use charm to gradually increase her favor and trust in us. Be careful to be gentle and take your time, don't rush. Machino is just an ordinary person after all, and Remuru is worried that he will become a nymphomaniac if he uses too much force. Understood. Does the village chief need to use skills? The village chief doesn't need to, I believe he will definitely help us. At the same time, Machino somehow felt that this young man was more friendly. After explaining his purpose to the village chief decided to contact the Navy hero Garp. He took out a den mushi and started dialing Garp's personal exclusive number. Beep beep. After a while of waiting, I saw the den mushi quickly transformed into the image of Garp, imitating his voice and tone. Garp picked his nose and asked casually. Moshi, is it the village chief? Did Luffy cause me trouble again? No, this time it's a young man who is looking for you urgently. The village chief said, handing the den mushi to Remuru. Hello, Vice Admiral Garp, it's like this. Remuru took the den mushi and told Garp about the evil deeds of the dragon pirates in a steady tone, and pointed out that Colonel Mouse and Dragon colluded with each other to oppress the people. After listening to Remuru's narration, Garp angrily punched the table in front of him to pieces. This group of Navy scum. He didn't have any special opinion about the dragon, anyway, most pirates were such garbage. Instead, he hated the Navy scum like Mouse who violated justice. Garp still cares about his hometown very much. Every time he returns to the East China Sea, he will clean up the pirates on the way. Although the bounty for the dragon is only 20 million berries, as it is the highest bounty in the East China Sea, Garp is still quite concerned. However, the intelligence of the Navy. There has been no trace of the dragon pirates. Garp thought that it was normal that fishmen could survive underwater and that it was normal that they did not find their hiding place, so he did not think much about it. However, the facts were quite different. Is Rat with you? Garp thought of the news he saw this morning about the disappearance of the colonel of the 16th branch of the East China Sea. Yes, Colonel Rat and his confidants are all here with me. Is he still alive? They are all alive and well. Remuru touched his nose, feeling a little guilty. Colonel Rat's body was not missing any parts, but had some extra things, so it should be considered as not damaged at all. I will deal with this matter seriously and will definitely give an explanation to the folks. Garp's serious voice came. I still believe in the title of naval hero. Remuru recalled Garp's image in the original work. He could still maintain justice when it did not involve the celestial dragons. Well, there is one more thing to talk about. Garp picked his nose and returned to his nonchalant attitude. You should know that it is a crime to detain the Navy without permission. Garp's words immediately aroused the anger of the village chief, who defended Remuru. Garp. It was the corruption of your navy that led to this tragedy. Remuru solved the problem for you, and you are not grateful, but you still want to arrest this child. Nami and Nakiko's faces were also a little ugly. Garp touched his head and grinned, well, I'm kidding, don't take it seriously. Just treat me as if I didn't say anything, and you'll forget it. Remuru didn't change his expression, but he knew in his heart that Garp was testing his attitude towards the navy. Mr. Garp, I am a traveler and a pacifist. My dream is, Remuru paused. It can't be considered a dream. My goal is to travel around and see the world. So, I don't want to be an enemy of the navy. After hearing this, Garp responded with a smile, traveling is good, young people have ideas. Remuru changed the subject and his tone suddenly became heavier, but if the navy defines me as a criminal, or even issues a bounty. The atmosphere around him suddenly became solemn, and Garp held his breath, waiting for Remuru's last words. I don't care. Although Remuru was not sure whether he could defeat the Admiral of the Navy, he had enough confidence in his strength and was more than enough to protect himself. What's more, he also had the Goddess of Light, which could take them away safely at a critical moment. Full of security. Chapter 19. After hanging up the phone, Garp slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. I hope that child will not fall into darkness and can take the right path. After saying that, he shook his head in self-mockery and asked himself, what is the right path? The Navy. Bogart stood quietly aside, expressionless. Garp came back to his senses from his contemplation, stood up, and took off the cloak that symbolized justice. He walked out of the cabin and stepped onto the deck of the warship, letting the sea breeze gently brush his cheeks and blow away his white hair. He looked in the direction of the East China Sea and sighed. Luffy, you are almost 17 years old. On the other end of the phone. Party's Bar, Windmill Village. Village Chief, thank you for your help. Remuru expressed his gratitude sincerely. We will hand over the mouse to the Navy, and the matter will be resolved. Remuru turned to look at Nami and Nakiko. Do you want to go together? Nami gently pulled the tight clothes on her body, and felt a little stuffy in her chest. This was the largest size of clothes Nakiko had. She shook her head. We won't go. We plan to go to the Kingdom of Goa and buy some new clothes. I'll lead you. The 150th Navy branch is on the small island in the east, not far away. The village chief is a warm-hearted person. The 150th Navy branch is responsible for the affairs of the Kingdom of Goa. Its top leader, Commodore Cayman, was once Garp's subordinate. Garp trusted him very much and assured Remuru that he was a righteous navy. Remuru looked at the village chief's cane and shook his head. We appreciate your kindness. Just tell me the general direction. Don't bother you to go there in person. The village chief is already old and has difficulty walking. It is not suitable for long distances. Just then, Machino's gentle voice sounded. I will lead the way for you. Remuru turned his head in surprise, his face full of confusion. Sister, it's only the afternoon now. Are you going to take care of the tavern business? He had been dealing with the rats before, and hadn't communicated with Machino much. Why did he suddenly attack himself? Could it be that the great sage drugged her too much? No, it just slightly increased her trust and favorability. As if sensing my doubts, Machino started to explain. At this time until the sun sets, there are usually not many customers in the tavern, so it's okay to close it temporarily. Okay, then I'll trouble you, sister. Remuru didn't want to think about it, anyway, the opportunity to be alone with Machino was not to be missed. In fact, Machino's choice was normal. Remuru's face and voice can easily give strangers a sense of closeness, and with the help of skills, Machino's initial goodwill and trust in Remuru were not low. When Remuru talked to Garp, he did not deliberately avoid Machino. Although she did not interrupt, she listened to the story silently. She knew the whole story, and because of Remuru's heroic behavior of defeating the dragon and saving the village, her admiration and goodwill for him increased a little. Although this goodwill did not sublimate to love, it was enough to make her curious about Remuru and eager to get to know him more deeply. So she took the initiative to speak and lead Remuru. The seaside. Remuru turned his head and smiled at Machino. Wait a moment, I'll go get the boat out. The 150th Navy branch is not far away, so the Goddess of Light is not needed. Remuru walked into the dock of the Goddess of Light, where a green boat was stored. Name, Shenguangzhou No. 0. Skills, Flying, Diving, Automatic Driving, Energy Storage, Body Shape Change. Durability, 500/500. Energy, 100/100 points. In terms of appearance, Shenguangzhou No. 0 is exactly the same as Shenguangzhou. When Remuru first saw it, he even joked that the remains of Shenguangzhou were still there after the evolution. In terms of function, Shenguangzhou No. 0 has lost the ability of photosynthesis and automatic evolution, and its energy storage is only 100 points at most, but it has added a skill of body shape change, which can freely change its appearance within a certain range, and is flexible and changeable. Remuru changed the entire Shenguangzhou No. 0 to aqua blue and added a slime pattern. He nodded with satisfaction. Well, you will be my exclusive vehicle from now on. It is worth mentioning that it only takes 10,000 basic energy points to generate a new ship. Remuru decided to equip each crew member with one in the future. Soon after, Shenguangzhou No. 0 was slowly sailing on the rippling sea, with a slightly salty sea breeze gently caressing the hull and lifting Machino's hair. Remuru sat beside her, and his eyes fell on her involuntarily. Her face was delicate, her skin was white like jade, revealing a natural luster, her nose was high and elegant, her lips were rosy and full, and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth revealed her gentleness and kindness. Remuru's eyes showed appreciation. He stretched out his hand and gently pointed at Machino's skirt. Sister, your dress is so beautiful, especially the little white flowers on the skirt, which fits your elegant temperament very well. Thank you for the compliment, you look good too. Machino responded with a smile. I heard you say that you are a traveler. What interesting places have you been to? My journey has just begun. I believe it will be an interesting journey. Remuru looked at Machino expectantly. Miss Machino, are you willing to travel with me? Remuru used the seducer to increase Machino's willingness to go to sea and guide Machino to agree to go to sea with him. Unfortunately, it failed. Sorry, thank you for your invitation, but I still have a tavern to run. Although Machino was somewhat tempted for some reason, he still rejected Remuru. I like to see my guests drinking my wine and smiling every day. What do you think of my wine? It tastes very good, and the taste is very mellow. Remuru praised sincerely, did you brew this? Yes, brewing rum is my specialty. Machino said proudly, but other types of wine are not so good. Hearing this, Remuru's heart moved. I also know a little about brewing. In addition to the brewing method, the taste of the wine is also related to the type and origin of the raw materials. Maybe you can try to walk around, taste all kinds of wine, so that you can brew better wine. He looked at Machino who was thinking, and continued, what is your dream? For example, the world's #1 brewer. Machino was amused by this idea, the world's #1 brewer? I only fantasized about it when I was a child, but I don't have this idea now. Remuru also smiled, there is a famous saying in my hometown, you still have to have dreams, what if they come true? That makes sense. Machino thought for a while, well, the first is too far away, I will work hard to become the world's top brewer. Remuru was delighted, are you willing to join us? He looked at Machino expectantly. Machino was stunned, obviously didn't understand what Remuru meant. You can't become a world-famous brewer if you stay in Windmill Village all the time. Remuru explained, are you willing to go out to sea with us to pursue your dream? Chapter 20. The sea is so chaotic, but the sea is still so chaotic. Machino thought about it and it seemed to make sense, but she still had concerns in her heart. Go? I'm not like you strong people. The sea is so chaotic, and I, a weak woman, dare not go out to sea casually. The news in the tavern is very well informed, and she also has a certain understanding of the sea. Don't worry, our team is very strong. Remuru comforted. Nojiko can deal with 10 near-sea kings at the same time, and Nami and I will only be stronger. We will do our best to protect you." Machino was shocked. She didn't expect Nami and Nojiko to be so powerful. Her worries gradually dissipated. "If I come on board, what can I do for you? You can be our ship's brewer and part-time chef," Remuru said happily. "Brew all kinds of delicious wine for us to make our journey more colorful." Machino was lost in thought, and Remuru did not interrupt. After a moment, "Captain, please take care of me in the future. It's going so smoothly." Remuru was secretly happy. Machino has a kind and gentle personality, and has no intention of going to sea at all. If there were no seducers, it would not be so smooth. Remuru first used the seducer to enhance Machino's favor and trust in him, and then guided her dream in her heart to become the world's top brewer. Then, on the grounds that you can't realize your dream without going to sea, she had a strong intention to go to sea, and finally invited Nojiko to board the ship. Answer: in fact, there is a simpler way. I know, just use the seducer to forcefully rewrite Machino's ideas. Yes. Great sage, you cannot forcibly rewrite your companion's thoughts. The ability to control thoughts can only be used on enemies. Understood. The journey was smooth afterwards. Garp had already greeted Commodore Cayman in advance. Witnessed by Commodore Cayman, Remuru released Colonel Mouse and his group of marines. Then, he received the bounties of the Big Eater and the Dragon Pirates. The Big Eater's bounty was 8 million berries. The Dragon's bounty was 20 million berries. The Little Eight's bounty was 8 million berries. The Crewbie's bounty was 9 million berries. The Fishman's bounty was 5.5 million berries. Total, 50.5 million berries. However, for Remuru, who was not short of money, it was only a small amount of money he received by the way. Although everything went well, it was already dinner time when Remuru and Machino returned to the tavern. The quarrel outside the tavern attracted their attention. A sunny boy wearing a straw hat stretched out his hand to a girl with a smile on his face. "Come to sea with me, be my navigator." Nami widened her eyes and angrily retorted, "Don't even think about it, I already have a partner. And even if I don't have a partner, I won't be a pirate." Remuru recognized the Straw Hat Boy at a glance. He is the destined protagonist of the pirate world, Pirate King Luffy. Luffy tilted his head, as if he was surprised by Nami's reaction. "Why? Pirates are great. Pirates are a group of people who pursue their dreams. They go out to sea with the goal of finding One Piece, and freely adventure on the sea to explore treasures." Nami's face became even gloomier. "Your fantasy about pirates. Pirates are not good things. They are greedy, cruel, and arbitrarily deprive others of their lives and freedom." But Luffy picked his nose indifferently. "So what? We won't become like that." Nami yelled at Luffy, "Don't take me with you. I've been told that I have a companion." After understanding the situation, Machino scolded Luffy, "Luffy, Nami already has a companion, you are wrong." Machino's words still had a certain effect on Luffy. Luffy pouted and muttered unwillingly, "I just want her to be my navigator." Although Luffy also knew that it was wrong to break up others, he didn't know why he always had an urge to make Nami his navigator. When intuition and cognition conflict, Luffy often chooses to follow his intuition. Remuru stepped forward and looked at Luffy firmly. "I will never let anyone take my companion away, no matter who it is." Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up and he thought of a good idea. "You are Nami's captain. Let's duel. Whoever wins Nami will follow." "You wish." Remuru chuckled and shook his head, "Although you are not my opponent, I won't bet with you. Nami is not a commodity that can be measured. Moreover, it is the way of pirates to decide companions by dueling. I will fight him." Nami finally understood that for stubborn idiots, you must beat them up so that they can understand what you say. "If you are not as strong as me, don't dream of being my captain. I will consider other things after you beat me." And this sentence fell into Luffy's ears and became, "Defeat me, I will go with you." "Okay, that's it." After dinner, Machino closed early. In the open space of Windmill Village, a large group of villagers surrounded Nami and Luffy. They heard that there was a duel and ran to eat melons. Luffy, come on, don't let the little girl beat you. A villager said. Luffy can't win. I saw an orange-haired girl who killed the king of the sea in one move. It should be her. Xiao Ming shook his head with lingering fear. Ah! Young people just like to fight and kill. I think back then. The village chief was about to tell the story of Guanhui when he was young, but unfortunately no one listened. Remuru stood up and clapped his hands. The crisp sound gradually quieted the noisy crowd. The game cannot be without a referee. I declare that the referee will be Machino. Hey, Machino exclaimed. Remuru did not discuss it in advance. He looked around and noticed the villagers' puzzled expressions. Machino has agreed to go to sea with us. She has a deep relationship with Nami and Luffy, so the referee will be Machino. Hey times N, this news is like a heavy bomb, and exclamations rang out one after another in the crowd. Machino took the initiative to explain, my dream is to become the world's top brewer. I am going to board their ship, sail the sea as their bartender and chef, taste fine wines from all over the world, and prepare for my dream. Oh, so that makes sense. Luffy showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Although he didn't understand, he heard the word dream. Luffy expressed his support for those who pursue their dreams, but he still felt a little jealous. He thought, why didn't Sister Machino choose me? If she becomes my chef, I don't think I can do it. Being a pirate means fighting with your life at stake. I can't let her be in danger. Machino has a kind and gentle personality. She often takes care of Luffy and his three brothers and teaches them some etiquette. For Luffy, Machino is both a mother and a sister. Chapter 21. The night fell, and the sea breeze of the windmill village blew on my cheeks with a salty and humid breath, and the creaking of the windmill and the sound of the tide of the waves rang in my ears. In the open field, Nami and Luffy looked at each other, and their duel was about to begin. Remuru, Nakago, and Machino stood aside. Machino served as the referee of this duel, and the other two were responsible for protecting Machino. Because Machino was just an ordinary person, he might be injured by the aftermath of the battle. As for the villagers, they had already stayed away from Remuru's reminder. Then why did Remuru let an ordinary person serve as the referee? In addition to the fact that Machino has a relationship with both of the duels, Remuru's main purpose is to prevent Luffy from refusing to admit defeat and doing sit-ups repeatedly. By then, Machino can give him a big fight to sober him up. Listen, both of you. Machino's voice was firm and powerful. She looked at Nami and Luffy. This duel will end in a timely manner. I don't want to see anyone get seriously injured. Do you understand? Nami and Luffy both nodded solemnly. Then, introduce yourself first. Machino remembered the competition she saw in the movie Den Den Mushi. There was a player introduction session before the game. Luffy had a smile on his face. He held his head high and announced in a loud voice, I am Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King in the future. Nami frowned slightly when she heard the three words Pirate King. She thought about it, and then a playful smile appeared on her lips. Pirate King? Then I'll be the Pirate King. Nami didn't like pirates, and she didn't agree with Luffy's dream of becoming the Pirate King, so the Pirate King was just her casual remark. But Luffy took it seriously. Pirate King? Luffy asked curiously, what is that? Nami was a little embarrassed. She paused and then slowly explained. The Pirate King is the king of navigators. She can lead her companions to various dangerous waters, freely control this sea, go wherever she wants, and be the freest person. Nami said it casually, but she became more and more excited. A gleam flashed in her eyes, and becoming the Pirate King seemed good. Her original dream was to draw a map of the world. To achieve this dream, she had to go all over the world, which did not conflict with the dream of Pirate King at all. Nami turned her head and said to her companions, Remuru, Nakako, I want to be the king of pirates in the future. Are you serious? Nakako was fine, but Remuru's eyes were about to fall out. No. Luffy was dissatisfied and retorted loudly, the Pirate King is the freest person in the world. Luffy's understanding of the Pirate King is freedom, freer than anyone else. The Pirate King he believes in is someone who can do whatever he wants and do what he likes. Humph, you are naive. Nami doesn't have a good impression of the Pirate King. She thinks that it is because the Pirate King Roger created the Great Pirate Era that there are so many pirates in the world. Remuru couldn't stand it anymore and complained in his heart, is this deciding the name of the show? What's there to argue about? Let's fight, whoever wins is right. Machino, hurry up and announce the start of the game. Machino nodded, and announced with a serious expression, okay, get ready, start. As soon as the voice fell, Luffy rushed towards Nami like an arrow from a bow, and his right arm spun like a windmill. Gamma Gamano, pistol, dot. He muttered, and his arm suddenly stretched out and attacked Nami. Nami tilted her head slightly, lightly dodged the attack, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Is this your devil fruit ability? Luffy retracted his arm and pulled his face proudly, yes, I am a rubber man who ate the rubber fruit. Nami heard this and her heart moved, people with abilities are afraid of sea water. If I control the sea water to attack, wouldn't it be a sure win? This thought flashed by in a flash, and she smiled confidently at Luffy. Don't say I'm bullying you, I'll use my fruit ability too. Nami was sure to win, so she decided to use this battle to gain some experience and test the ability of the fruit. So, she tried to control Luffy. Luffy, don't resist, listen to my orders, and dance. Nami was ready to try to control Luffy, but it was surprisingly easy. Hey! My hands and feet are out of control, it's over. Luffy exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. Machino was also shocked, could it be that Nami also has a devil fruit that can strength? And so strong. She knew Luffy's general strength, but Nami controlled him like a puppet. As Nami gave orders, Luffy made all kinds of funny movements like a puppet. The battle became cheerful. Grinning. Somersault. Stick chopsticks in the nose. Step on the right foot with the left foot, and the left foot with the right foot, and you can fly to the sky. Half an hour later, Nami was a little tired. Okay, enough fun, you admit defeat. Nami said that her mouth was a little dry. I admit. Luffy's forehead veins bulged, and he didn't spit out the last word. Nami felt Luffy's strong resistance, which was incredible. Wasn't it very easy before? Then she increased the control of the fruit, don't resist, just admit defeat. Luffy's forehead veins bulged, and he was about to admit defeat, but suddenly roared. I will never admit defeat. He broke free from Nami's control and gasped. Nami didn't understand. Her fruit ability could manipulate the target through sound. Luffy didn't resist before, so she thought he had a weak will. If his will was strong, he wouldn't be manipulated without even resisting. But now, he broke free from her control. I can't admit defeat. Luffy's expression became serious. If I admit defeat, doesn't it mean admitting that One Piece is the freest person? One Piece is the freest person in the world. Luffy yelled. Gamma Gamano, Gazalingua, machine gun. Luffy angrily punched Nami, and his hands swung out a piece of fist shadow. Ah! Machino covered her mouth in fear and almost stopped the game. However, Nami calmly used her observation haki to dodge Luffy's attack lightly, as if dancing in the afterimage. It's useless. I've seen through your attack. Just admit defeat. Ah, I will definitely hit you. I will never admit defeat. Luffy yelled angrily. But I want to be the man of the Pirate King. Luffy decided to keep punching until he hits the target. He will never give up until he hits the target. However, Luffy's attitude annoyed Nami. Look, I'll help you get rid of your Pirate King addiction. Shave. With a swish, Nami appeared beside Luffy and hit Luffy's head with her dark red fist. King Fist. Boom. With a loud bang, Luffy was knocked to the ground by a punch, leaving a huge hole. KO. One Piece wins. Chapter 22. The two of them were so angry that they had to fight. Luffy. Machino hurriedly ran to Luffy. And Nami was also a little embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't hold back. Remuru quickly checked Luffy's condition. Fortunately, he just fainted. With his physique, he can recover after a few days of rest. Hearing this, Nami and Machino both breathed a sigh of relief. Remuru also breathed a sigh of relief. He almost thought Luffy was going to die. He noticed that the light red gas on Nami's black fist was just before she hit Luffy. Overlord Color Entanglement. This is an advanced skill that many domineering masters in the New World find difficult to master, but Nami accidentally used it when hitting Luffy. Obviously, she has an amazing talent in the use of Haki. Remuru guessed that her Haki talent may have reached SSS level. Although Nami's talent is only SS level after being named, this refers to the overall talent. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses. Just like Usopp's sniping talent must have reached S level, but the overall talent may only be a level. As for why Nami's Haki has not awakened in the original work, Remuru speculated that it may be because of her weak constitution and scarce Haki content, which is difficult to detect. Notice, Nami's spirit has improved after the battle, and the Conqueror's Haki has been upgraded to intermediate level. This is good news. Remuru's eyes lit up. It is worth mentioning that the system's division of Haki levels is different from that of the pirate world. The system is divided into 4 levels according to the strength of Haki: primary, intermediate, advanced and top. The quality of Haki at different levels is significantly different. Take Conqueror's Haki as an example. Even a small pirate like Big Eater can resist the primary Conqueror's Haki without fainting. Intermediate Conqueror's Haki is equivalent to Doflamingo's level. Advanced Conqueror's Haki is only possessed by a few people at the level of the 4 emperors. And the top Conqueror's Haki is only possessed by people like One Piece and I'm, who are above all the kings. The strength of Conqueror's Haki cannot be enhanced through practice. Only when the owner's spirit is enhanced, the Haki will be strengthened. The classification of Conqueror's Haki in the pirate world focuses more on the use and proficiency of Haki. For example, in the primary stage, the owner cannot control it finely. It can only be triggered when he is emotionally excited and can stun people around him. In the intermediate stage, the owner can control it according to his own will and release it to a specific group of people. Then to the advanced stage, the owner can cause damage to entities and eliminate opponents with coercion. This stage is very strange, equivalent to being able to use it proficiently, and then the quality reaches a high level. The advanced stage can be equal to the high-level Conqueror Haki of the system, unless someone has just awakened and has not yet used it proficiently, and the quality of Conqueror Haki has reached a high level, although this possibility exists in theory. The last is the advanced use of Conqueror Haki that only a very small number of top powerhouses can use, Conqueror Haki Entanglement. Wrapping Conqueror Haki around weapons or attacks enhances attack power, and can attack enemies without touching the opponent. Late at night. Goddess of Light. Ah, ah. A series of panting sounds came from Nami's bedroom. Remuru carried Nami's legs, moving back and forth, and asked with concern. Nami, I feel that you are not in good condition today. You usually scream loudly? Is there something on your mind? Ha, Nami lay on the bed, panting, I'm thinking about Luffy. Pa. A crisp sound rang out. Remuru slapped Nami's left rabbit hard. Well, you dare to think about other men when you fight me. Hiss, be gentle. Didn't you ask us to think more and summarize more? I'm wondering why he can get rid of my control. Does it hurt? Let me rub it for you. Remuru stretched out his right hand and rubbed it slowly. Do you have the steps to refine the control? Remuru slowed down his attack, leaving Nami enough time to think. I divide this step into 3 steps. Rays, connecting lines, and manipulating lines. Rays are to issue instructions. Who do I need to send to in this step? What kind of instructions should I send? It is equivalent to shooting out an illusory puppet line. The second step is to connect the lines, which is the most critical step. After the ray hits the target, the instructions will enter the target's mind, and the target will resist with willpower. Of course, I can also increase the control strength. This is like a struggle of spirit and will. The stronger the opponent's resistance, the greater my consumption. Remuru thought of a question. In this step, can you give up the control halfway? Of course. Remuru thought about the wording and slowly expressed his understanding. Then this step will also test your judgment. You have to judge how much consumption the target is worth. Sometimes, even if you successfully control the target, it is not worth it if the consumption is too large. The most unprofitable thing is that you spend a lot of energy but still fail to control it successfully. Yes, you are right. Nami thought carefully. At present, I have not developed the fruit of talking enough. I am the one who suffers in the wrestling process. Now I can only control opponents with weak willpower. The third step is to control the line. When the line is successfully connected, the target and I have successfully established a connection. After that, I can directly issue a name based on this connection without repeating the second step. Remuru nodded and kissed Nami's face. The steps are well broken down, so what's your doubt? Nami pondered. From the fact that he can break free from my control, his willpower should be good. I don't understand why he didn't break free from my control when he was connecting. If it takes 5 points of spirit to stop connecting, then cutting takes at least 10 points of spirit, which is at least twice as much. Remuru smiled and guessed the answer. Didn't you consider the opponent's resistance level? Resistance level? I want to control him, shouldn't he resist with all his strength? Nami asked curiously. Maybe he's playing. Remuru remembered that in the original book, Luffy was playing at the beginning of every battle. He had the strength to kill his opponent in seconds, but he still had to fight for a long time. Play? But I'm dueling with him? Nami was surprised. Your first order was to make him dance. He must have found it very interesting and had no strong desire to resist. There are people like this? How can he be a pirate if he is so simple? Nami felt incredible from the bottom of her heart. He should be different from ordinary pirates. He became a pirate to explore freely in the sea and to become the pirate king. Remuru asked, have you not encountered such a pirate in the past 8 years? Remuru was very curious about Luffy's adventurer-like pirates. Is it really an exception? Of course there are, but only young pirates who have just set out to sea. Nami sneered. But where are there so many treasures in the world? How can it be easy to make money by robbing the weak? They will eventually forget their original intentions and be transformed into real pirates by reality. So that's why Nami doesn't want Luffy to go out to sea as a pirate. Perhaps, Nami didn't lose control. Pa. Remuru patted Nami's butt gently and smiled. The problem is solved, now you can focus a little bit. Nami smiled shyly. Well, but I want to be on top. Soon after, Nami's high-pitched singing voice sounded, getting louder and louder. Chapter 23. After a day of rest, the goddess of light set sail again in the morning light. Machino is very popular, and bandits and pirates gathered on the shore to see her off. Even Luffy woke up miraculously at the last moment, said his last goodbye to Machino, and shouted to Nami. Nami, I will prove to you that the Pirate King is the freest person in the world. It seems that this guy is really tough. Goddess of Light. In the living room of the captain's room. Remuru lazily leaned in Nokima's arms, tasting the citrus petals she had peeled by hand. Next to him, Nami was explaining the common sense of the ship to Machino. What? You were just ordinary people a few days ago. Is this ship so magical? What does naming mean? Can my bunny become as big as you? Nami told Machino about the various magical things about Remuru, and said that she and Nami were ordinary villagers enslaved by the dragon before. Especially after hearing Nami say that after being named by Remuru, her figure will become bigger and fuller, Machino is full of yearning for naming. Machino looked at Remuru with hope, and said with expectation, Dear Captain, can you name me? Remuru raised his eyes and looked at Machino's eager eyes. He smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and gently held her hand. Of course, you are one of my most important companions. A warm current surged in Machino's heart, and she secretly swore in her heart that once she gained power, she would protect herself and her companions well. Oh, by the way, there is something I want to tell you. Nakago thought of the scene when she was named. It's better to take off your clothes before naming, otherwise your body will become bigger and damage your clothes. Machino looked down at the blue and white striped shirt and brown long skirt on her body. She liked this outfit very much. Then I have to take it off. This outfit has been with me for several years. I like it very much. Machino said as she began to take off her clothes. Nami, Nakago, and Remuru were all stunned. Is Machino so bold? As expected of a big sister who is nearly 30 years old, she takes off her clothes in front of a man. Remuru had not touched Machino at this time. He once again suspected that the great sage had drugged her. Hey, you, don't you feel shy? Nami's surprised voice sounded. She and Nakago were still waiting to see Machino's shy look. Shy? What are you shy about? Machino unbuttoned his shirt and looked at the three people strangely. Why are you shy, girls? Girls? Nami and Nakago couldn't help laughing, which made Machino even more confused. What's going on? Ahem. Remuru coughed twice, signaling the two girls not to laugh. He looked at Machino with a slightly embarrassed smile. Machino, although I look like a girl, I am a man, a real man. Really, after 2 days of getting along, I still made such a joke. Remuru decided to let her see what a man is in the future. Ah! Machino was stunned, and then a blush quickly rose on her face. She hurriedly apologized to Remuru. I'm sorry, Captain, we always thought you were a girl. Remuru raised his eyebrows and captured the key information, we? Is there anyone else who thinks I'm a woman? Machino pondered for a moment and responded, not only me, but other people in our village also think so. They also thought I joined a women's travel group. The village chief also praised you. Praise me? Remuru asked subconsciously, what did he praise me for? Machino smiled, the village chief said you are handsome and exude a masculine spirit. He lamented that he had lived for so many years and this was the first time he saw such a handsome, well, girl like you. Handsome girl. Remuru was startled and immediately took out a mirror to carefully examine his face. This is a man no matter how you look at it. After Remuru obtained the transformer, his appearance changed drastically, and the conclusion drawn at that time was a cute and beautiful boy. Nami and Nakago also confirmed this view. In fact, Remuru made a misunderstanding. Nami, Nakago, and himself all knew that Remuru's gender was male, so they came to the same conclusion. But if it was an uninformed stranger, they would come to the conclusion of a handsome girl. If there is a clear dividing line between male and female appearance, after Remuru obtained the transformer, it was equivalent to just stepping over the dividing line and standing on the side of women. Do they all think so? No one doubts it. Machino thought for a while, I didn't think you were a boy at all, and your voice is also soft. Remuru sighed, distressed. Should he add man like Luffy when introducing himself in the future? I want to be a traveler's man. I want to be the man of the king of the world. Forget it, it's a bit embarrassing to think about it, let's ask others on the next island. Thinking of the next island, Remuru recalled the conversation with Nami yesterday. Nami said that she wanted to conquer the Grand Line first, and then travel to the other 4 seas, and asked Remuru opinion. It was because she heard that the climate change in the Grand Line was very large, and the difficulty of sailing was far from comparable to the 4 seas. And she had just set the dream of One Piece, and her enthusiasm was high, so she wanted to challenge the Grand Line. What could Remuru say? Of course he agreed with both hands. He was still worrying about how to tell Nami that they were going to the Grand Line next. And because Nami accidentally heard a piece of news when she was in the Rice Bucket Pirates that the Navy branch in Shields Town had a chart to the Grand Line, so they went to Shields Town on the next island. Captain, can't you change into a bigger set of clothes? That way you won't tear your clothes. Machino's voice was a little embarrassed, which brought Remuru's thoughts back to reality. Yes, if you change into bigger clothes, you won't be afraid of tearing your clothes. Nakago felt stupid, why didn't he think of it? Nami lowered her head, thinking. No. Remuru's firm voice sounded. Why? Machino's face flushed. Does the captain want to see my naked body so much? Is it too fast? Remuru smiled slightly and turned to look at Nami. Nami, do you know why? Nami thought for a moment and tentatively answered, is it magic element? Bingo! So smart, the correct answer is magic element. Remuru gave a positive answer. Remuru recalled the naming scene of Nami and Nakago in his mind. Their clothes turned into pieces and floated everywhere. Chapter 24. The damage to your clothes during the Ming period was not caused by changes in your body, but because during the transformation of your body produced magic for the first time, which was uncontrollable and your body could not adapt to the magic. Remuru continued to explain, after the naming was completed, the body adapted to the magic, and there would be no such problem. I see. Nakago nodded. Hearing this reason, Machino blushed, and she felt ashamed of her suspicion of the captain. The captain is an upright and good man. Remuru thought Machino was shy, so he said to her considerately, Machino, I'll name you later, so you can prepare yourself. Machino took a deep breath, and said with a bit of nervousness and determination, no, let's start now. She trusted and liked Remuru very much, and didn't mind being naked in front of him. The blush on her cheeks gradually spread like the morning glow, and she stood in front of everyone and slowly took off her brown dress. The skirt slid gracefully to the floor, revealing the pure white underwear inside. The white skin was slightly flushed because of shyness, like the most delicate peach petals. Remuru encouraged softly, come on. His eyes flashed with a wolf-like desire. Machino took a deep breath, blushed, and reached for the underwear button behind her. Then, her snow-white jade rabbits were completely exposed to the air, delicate and tempting. She quickly covered her chest with one hand, trying to hide the spring light that was leaking out, but how could a pair of huge beautiful breasts be covered by slender arms? Her arms squeezed the plump breasts, making the pink buds looming, which was even more exciting. The shame of being naked made Machino's face red like a burning flame, and her other hand reached for the small panties that wrapped her hips. As the fabric slipped off, she stood defenselessly in front of everyone. Covering her chest with one hand and her lower body with the other, she lowered her head shyly, like a budding flower, waiting for everyone to appreciate it. Remuru almost couldn't help but pounce on her directly. Come here. Remuru hooked his finger, motioning Machino to come closer. Although Machino was a little confused, he slowly walked in front of him and squatted down. Remuru sat on the sofa, leaning forward slightly. He took a deep breath, as if he could smell the virgin scent on her body. Machino lowered her head, her eyes dodged, shyness made her dare not look at Remuru. Captain, when do we start naming? Remuru smiled slightly, revealing a gentle temperament. He reached out, stroked her cheek, and whispered. Don't worry, your body is too tense, not in the best condition, it may affect the naming. After that, he kissed her gently. Machino was startled at first, but soon responded to him clumsily. As time went on, she gradually relaxed and entered the state. A few minutes later, Machino's face was flushed, panting, and it was obvious that she didn't know how to breathe, resulting in some hypoxia. Nami giggled and joked, Sister Machino, you were so engrossed in the kiss just now. It was wonderful. Nakago also joined in the teasing, yeah, I guess he forgot about us for a while. Machino's breathing stagnated. She really didn't notice them just now. She covered her face with her hands, extremely shy. But at this moment, her body has relaxed a lot. Suddenly, Remuru's voice sounded without warning. I give you the name Machino. Before the voice fell, Machino's whole body radiated a soft light. Nami and Nakago both held their breath and stared at this magical naming process intently. In their hearts, they couldn't help but recall the scene when they named themselves, feeling a little shy. Suddenly, a light flashed, and Machino's body began to evolve. Because Machino was squatting, Remuru couldn't see all her changes clearly. But he noticed that her already eye-catching breasts were getting bigger and bigger, directly surpassing Nami. When the change stopped, Remuru looked at the huge water drop in front of him and felt suffocated. He measured it and found that he couldn't even hold one of them completely with both hands. He turned to look at the two girls who were stunned. Did you buy H cups? Nami wore a G cup, while Machino's was smaller and could only wear an E cup. So Remuru was not sure if they bought a larger size. Machino wore an H cup, which was a bit small, an AJ cup would be best. Nami responded proudly, Hi. I've been ready for a long time. Don't underestimate me. Nakiko whispered in a low voice, we even bought N level 1s. She remembered that she had objected when Nami suggested buying a larger size yesterday, but she didn't expect that it would actually come in handy now. After a few minutes, the naming was over. Machino slowly opened her eyes. She carefully felt the subtle changes in her body, and an unprecedented sense of relaxation filled her body. She gently clenched her fist, feeling a significant increase in strength, and felt an indescribable joy in her heart. However, when she looked up and saw Remuru's half-smiling expression, her heart tightened. She suddenly realized that she was still naked. A feeling of shyness suddenly welled up in her heart. She glanced at Nami and Nakajayo next to her, and asked in a calm voice as much as possible. Nami, Nakajayo, can you lend me a set of clothes? What else are you wearing? Let's discuss first, what is a man? Remuru could hardly suppress the ancient power in his body. He directly picked up Machino, patted his big butt with his big hand, and walked quickly towards the room. After a while, various sounds came from the room. Roars, screams, cries of pain, begging for mercy. Outside the room, Nami and Nakajayo looked at each other and smiled. Let's go practice. Well, we won't be involved in her first time. I hope Machino can be stronger. Rimuru-sama looks very excited this time. It will probably take a long time. So violent. I actually envy her. This battle lasted all morning. In the bathroom, Rimuru gently wiped Machino's body. As for herself, she had already fainted. Remuru looked at the various marks on Sleeping Beauty's snow-white body, including milk, teeth marks, slap marks, kiss marks, and strangulation marks. These marks were intertwined to form an extremely lewd picture. However, there was no spark of desire in Remuru's eyes, and instead he entered a state of sage. He carefully observed the changes in Machino. First of all, the skin becomes whiter, tenderer, and smoother, which should be the standard feature of the name. Her breasts and hips have also grown significantly, and her height has grown by a few centimeters. Great Sage, can you add their figure data to your personal dashboard? Chapter 25. The old man was very angry, and the old man was very angry. Great Sage, can you add their body data to the personal panel? Answer, the plan is feasible. It has been successfully implemented. Rimuru opened Machino's personal panel. Name, Machino. Gender, female. Age, 18 years old. Height, 172 centimeters. 3 dimensions, B118, W65, age 95. Occupation, brewer, chef. Talent, S level. Skills, self-regeneration, fire manipulation, black flame, primary armament haki, primary observation haki, life return. Status, training speed increased tenfold, comprehension increased tenfold, favorability increased tenfold. Existence value, 2200. As expected, her age returned to 18, and her body regained its youth and vitality. Her measurements, 118, 65, and 101, shocked Rimuru, and the perfect S-shaped curve made him unable to look away. In terms of skills, because everyone in the pirate world has two-color haki in their body, she successfully awakened the armament haki and observation haki. But what surprised Rimuru the most was the skill of Black Flame, which was a new skill that Rimuru recently integrated with the skills of mutants such as Flame Control, Flame Transformation, and Coercion. The power is very terrifying. If the enemy is hit by a move of Black Flame, it may turn into ashes directly, without leaving a single hair. I just don't know what will happen if this move falls on Akainu. Maybe, you can try it. In addition, Machino's existence value is already 2200, but her existence value will rise rapidly in the next 2 or 3 days, and finally stabilize. Just like Nami and Nakago, their existence values have risen to 14,000 and 9,000. Although they have not added new skills, their magic power has increased greatly. After wiping Machino's body, Rimuru's fleshworms regained vitality again, but considering Machino's fatigue, he did not score twice. He gently covered Machino with a quilt and left. On the lawn of the Photon Goddess. Remuru's figure gradually emerged, and his eyes quickly locked on Nakago, who was wearing a bikini. Remuru waved at her. "Hey, Nakago, are you going to go fishing?" Nakago heard the movement, turned around, and saw Remuru looking at her with his arms open. A bright smile suddenly broke out on her face. "Oh, I finally came out after a morning." Although she said so, her body couldn't help but jump into Remuru's arms. Now Nakago is not as shy as before. She likes to show her body in front of her lover. Remuru put his arms around Nakago, his fingers gently shuttled through her hair, and a sly look flashed in his eyes. "What? Jealous? No, I knew you would have more and more beautiful women, how could I be jealous?" Nakago gazed at him affectionately. "I'm just worried that you will ignore me." Remuru lowered his head and kissed her forehead lightly. "Ignore? Of course not. Nakago is so beautiful, I will always love you." After that, their lips met. Remuru's two big hands wandered all over Nakago's body. After a while, Remuru and Nakago's lips slowly parted, looking at each other, their eyes full of lust. Just as Remuru was about to take the next step, the voice of the great sage sounded in his mind. Notice, the plot character, the pirate Alrita, was found in the southeast direction. Alrita. Remuru was slightly stunned, and subconsciously looked to the southeast, and a pirate ship full of red heart patterns came into view. He had very good eyesight, and in an instant he saw Alrita on the ship clearly. She had a figure similar to that of a big eater, and her face was covered with freckles, and there was no trace of beauty at all. Remuru's desire disappeared instantly. "What are you waiting for?" Nakago didn't seem to notice Remuru's changes. She turned her back to him and supported herself with her hands on the ground, as if inviting Remuru. Seeing this, Remuru stretched out his hands and groped Nakago's buttocks hard, trying to get back into the state, but unfortunately failed. This made Remuru very embarrassed. "Got it." Remuru patted Nakago's buttocks. "Get up and look, there's a beauty." "No, come on." "Pa." Remuru hit it hard. "Get up, the beauty is about to run away." Hearing Remuru's order, Nakago Chi-Gao stood up reluctantly, mumbling, "What's so good about a beautiful woman? She's not a handsome guy." "Here, the one holding a mace on the southeast pirate ship." Remuru handed Nokigao a telescope. When she saw Alrita's appearance, she couldn't help but frowned. "Ugh, what kind of beauty is this?" Nokigao felt a surge in his stomach, and his eyes gradually became clear. "You're bad, show me this." "Ha ha ha," Remuru couldn't help laughing. "Look at her mouth shape, it seems like she's saying something. She's asking the pink-haired girl opposite, who is the most beautiful woman in the world." Alrita's real appearance is a bit uglier than in the anime, which directly extinguished Remuru's desire to take her in. If Remuru had first met her after she had eaten the slippery fruit, he might have accepted her. Now, looking at Alrita's boat going farther and farther away, Remuru whispered, "It seems that you and I are not destined to be together." Nakago went fishing alone and did not mention sex again. Remuru used the clone skill to generate a clone. Then he ordered the clone. "Follow Alrita, and if you find the slippery fruit, just grab it." Although there is a possibility that she will not encounter the slippery fruit due to the butterfly effect, she does have a great chance of getting the slippery fruit. The clone shook his head helplessly. Alas, the clone has no human rights. The original body only knows how to pick up girls, and the hard work is left to the clone. Hearing the clone's complaint, Remuru touched his nose. He just assigned tasks such as devouring sea beasts, exploring shipwrecks, cleaning, and staying on the ship to his clone, which was not much. "You can also go and have a bath. Alrita seems to be a good choice. I'm not so hungry that I won't choose food." The clone shook his head. "How to deal with Alrita? I'll bring her back to you as your ship's wife." "Thank you, just leave her alone." Remuru thought, at least she almost became his woman, so he didn't exchange it for a bounty. The days on the ship were always filled with laughter. In the early morning of the next day, the table was filled with rich food, and the air was filled with the aroma of rice. And Remuru lay in Machino's arms, enjoying the careful service of Nami and Nakago. At this time, the ship elf Xiaoguang suddenly appeared. Master, we have arrived in Shirtsi town. Chapter 26. The two of them were very busy, and the two of them were very busy. Master, we have arrived at the town of Zirtsi. Hearing this, Nami put down her chopsticks, a glimmer of expectation flashed in her eyes, and she stood up. Let's go shopping. Seeing this, Nakago picked up the bowl and drank the remaining soup in one breath. I wonder if there are any delicious foods in Zirtsi. Machino shook her head. I have been to Zirtsi several times, and there is no special food or scenery. I have to buy a few sets of clothes I like. For them, the 3 meals a day are just a formality for everyone to eat together. They can eat all day, and Remuru doesn't need to eat. Remuru swallowed Nami's imported fish strips, wiped the corners of his mouth elegantly with a tissue, and then said to Xiaoguang. Xiaoguang, this time I have to trouble you to guard the boat again. Because Xiaoguang is a ship spirit, he cannot leave the range of the ship. Therefore, Remuru will arrange Xiaoguang and his clone to guard the boat every time before docking. Street in Shirtsi town. Nami looked around and casually mentioned, Shirtsi town, I came here a few years ago, but now it seems that a new colonel has been replaced. Well, now it is a navy colonel named Monka. Machino said. When the people around heard the word Monka, they looked terrified as if they had heard some horror story, and they scattered. Remuru and his group could roughly feel the fear of these people, and the women felt inexplicable. Nochigo asked the people around him, what happened to Monka? Is he dead? As a result, the terrified civilians fled directly, and the vendors who set up stalls didn't even want the stalls. The girls were full of doubts. Is this place haunted? Ha ha ha, it seems that we won't be bored anymore. Nami has been to many places and has roughly guessed the reason. As time passed, the girls' enthusiasm did not diminish, and they were not tired at all. Instead, Remuru, who was in a stronger physique, couldn't stand it first. He looked up and saw the sign of a restaurant with food for written on it, and suggested. It's almost noon, there is a restaurant here, let's go in and take a rest. Food Fo is the restaurant of Lixiang and her daughter in the original book. Pushing the door and entering, a scent of rice hits you. The restaurant is clean and bright, and a petite figure is wiping the tables and chairs carefully. She has a pair of big eyes, and often has an innocent smile on her mouth, looking like an innocent and cute little loli. She looked up and saw the guests coming in. She immediately stopped what she was doing and smiled sweetly at everyone. Welcome, sisters, what would you like to eat? Remuru walked forward, squatted down to look at Xiao Lixiang, and smiled. Please serve us some special dishes in your store. He corrected with a smile, also, I'm a brother, not a sister. This morning, Remuru has learned to accept the fact that strangers treat him as a girl. The little loli was stunned for a moment. Sorry, Ori-chan, Lixiang called the wrong person. Hearing the 3 words Oli-chan, Remuru felt that his heart was about to melt. Everyone chose a secluded corner to sit down. Nami had a good impression of Xiao Lixiang, and she asked softly. Little sister, is your name Lixiang? What a nice name. At this time, Nami didn't know that Lixiang would also become a member of the ship. Xiao Lixiang nodded, smiling. Yes, this is the name my mother gave me. My mother's name is Lily Xiang, so my name is Lixiang. Nokijao looked around and noticed that Xiao Lixiang was the only one busy in the restaurant, and couldn't help asking curiously. Are you and your mother the only ones running this restaurant? Where is your father? Xiao Lixiang's eyes dimmed for a moment, and she answered in a low voice. My mother said that my father went to a very far place, and she would not tell me where he went until I grow up. Hearing this, several people roughly guessed what was going on, and couldn't help but feel more distressed for Xiao Lixiang. The table we sat on was very clean. Did Li Xiang clean it? Yes, Li Xiang cleaned it. Li Xiang is really capable. I'll give you a lollipop as a reward. Remuru took out a lollipop and shook it in front of the little girl. Do you want to eat it? Little Li Xiang swallowed and shook her head. Mom said that we can't eat strangers' things casually. She kept her eyes on the lollipop. Li Xiang is so sensible and well-behaved. Remuru smiled. You call me brother, and we are no longer strangers. Take it. This is a reward from your brother. Little Li Xiang. After hesitating for a while, he finally happily took the lollipop. Thank you, Oli Chan. Hearing this sweet voice, Remuru became even more excited. Does Lixiang have any wishes? Brother will try his best to help you realize it. Although Remuru guessed what her wish was, he still didn't say too much. What if she wanted the stars in the sky? Remuru couldn't do that now. Little Lixiang closed her eyes and clasped her hands together. I hope that big brother will be safe. This sentence immediately aroused everyone's curiosity. Who is the big brother? Does Lixiang have a brother? What happened? Sister will help you. Remuru took out a few more lollipops from his arms with both hands and coaxed gently. Lixiang, be good, tell your brother what happened, and these lollipops will all be yours. Little Lixiang thought about it. Everyone on the island knew about this, there was no need to hide it. It was definitely not because of those lollipops. Last week, the stupid son of the Monka family led a vicious dog. The girls were indignant after hearing this. Damn it, is it another corrupt navy like Mouse? Mouse is not as brave as him. Don't worry, little sister, we will take care of this matter. But Remuru walked into the kitchen silently. Guest, wait a moment, the dishes will be ready soon. For some reason, Lily Xiang felt very kind to Remuru, whom she met for the first time. I am Remuru, a traveler. Remuru finally couldn't say those 3 words. Do you want to save Zoro? I can help you save him. Lily Xiang was surprised that a stranger wanted to help him. Do you have a way to save Zoro? He was tied up instead of us mother and daughter. I tried to let Zoro go secretly, but he refused. There were no soldiers guarding the execution platform of the Navy branch. Lily Xiang once thought about untying Zoro's rope and letting Zoro go, but Zoro refused and said that he would definitely hold on for a month. Remuru wanted to say that he could kill Monka, but he suddenly had a good idea. A cruel man like Monka will not let Zoro leave. Zoro will be killed before the agreed time. Hearing this, Lily Xiang covered her mouth with her hands in horror, her eyes full of worry. Ah, what should I do? Although Remuru was telling the truth, Lily Xiang did not doubt it at all, which was obviously abnormal. Remuru said his method. First, you and your daughter must leave here and cannot continue to stay under Monka's rule. If you leave, there is no need for Zoro to be tied up, and then I will rescue him. Lily Xiang's eyes lit up. Yes, if we leave, we will no longer be a burden to Zoro. But where can we go? Remuru's eyes flashed a cunning. You can board our ship and travel around the world. We have enough strength to protect you. Lily Xiang fell into deep thought, and Remuru did not urge her. This is a major event that concerns your life. There is no rush. You should think about it carefully. In fact, Remuru had been asking the great sage to use the skill seducer throughout the conversation with Lily Xiang, which made Lily Xiang easily believe what he said. Chapter 27. The food was fresh and the staff were very friendly. It was time for dinner, and the restaurant became lively with more and more customers. Suddenly, the door of the restaurant was kicked open, and a golden-haired boy with a butt chin walked into the restaurant with arrogant steps. Behind him, there were 2 Navy soldiers. I'm so hungry, please treat us for free. The golden-haired boy sat on the chair and crossed his legs arrogantly. Don't dawdle, hurry up. Lily Xiang ran out of the kitchen, it will be ready soon. But Lily Xiang didn't leave immediately, and looked like she wanted to say something but stopped. Bellemmer noticed that Lily Xiang had been standing there. What? Why don't you do it? Well, Master Bellemmer, after Zoro survives for a month, will you really let him go? Lily Xiang looked at him with questioning eyes. He, how could I let him go? Bellemmer laughed, showing a look of wanting a slap. But I won't execute Zoro for the time being, I'm not tired of playing with that guy yet. He. His wanting a slap made Remuru unbearable, and he rushed over to give him a big fight. Snap! With the loud slap, Bellemmer flew out like a kite with a broken string, and hit the wall heavily. Ouch, what are you doing? Bellemmer covered his face. I'm teaching you a lesson, you scum. Seeing this, two Navy soldiers wanted to step forward to help, but were knocked unconscious by Nami's punch. Bellemere widened his eyes and looked at Remuru in disbelief. You dare to hit me? I am the son of Colonel Monka. Just a colonel, do you know who I am? Remuru sneered. Bellemere's heart tightened. Could this girl have a big background? Did I hit a wall? I am your grandfather. You unfilial son. After saying that, Remuru gave him another big fight. This time, Bellemere spun more than 10 times in the air before landing. Ah, I'm going to tell my dad to kill you. Bellemere screamed in pain, struggled to stand up and wanted to escape. But Nami stood in front of him and sneered. Where do you want to go? Sisters, teach him a lesson together. The three girls were not afraid of Colonel Monka, and they all took action to teach him a lesson. Even Xiao Lixiang and Li Lixiang kicked him twice in the chaos. Ah, be gentle, be gentle. Yamadire. Ah, fighting is not allowed here, I still want a child. After the lesson, Remuru turned to Lily Xiang. What I said before was right, right? They will not let Zoro go. Have you made up your mind? Little Lily Xiang looked confused, but the three Nami girls were different. After their evolution, their hearing was greatly improved, and they heard all the conversations between Remuru and Lily Xiang. They smiled at each other, thinking that Remuru had taken a fancy to this young woman, and we would have another sister. However, if Remuru knew what they were thinking, he would only smile and tell them that you only guessed half right. Well, Lily Xiang took a deep breath. I've decided, Lixiang and I will leave it to you in the future. Remuru was overjoyed when he heard this. Great. Welcome to join our team. Let's celebrate together tonight. Nami, Nakiko and Machino also expressed their welcome. However, Lily Xiang looked worried. Monka will know about this soon, what should we do now? After thinking for a moment, Remuru issued an order. Lily Xiang, go pack up first and take some necessities with you. Nakiko, help Lily Xiang move things, and pay attention to protecting her. Nami, go get the Grand Line chart directly, no need to back it up. Machino, you are relatively weak, go to Monka to practice. Machino pointed at herself in astonishment, me? Can I? After being named yesterday, she experienced a high-intensity battle, and only recovered this morning. She hasn't practiced formally yet? Remuru smiled at her, you are strong, believe in yourself. And me? Xiao Lixiang raised her hand high, what is Lixiang doing? Remuru squatted down and gently scratched Xiao Lixiang's nose, Xiao Lixiang, go save Zoro, brother will protect you. After arranging the tasks, everyone acted quickly. The 153rd Navy Branch. On the empty playground, a lonely cross stood, with a man tied to it. He had green hair. With black hair, a black turban, a green belly band, and a fierce look in his eyes, he looked like a hungry beast. He was the Three Swords, Zoro. Remuru used his observation haki to sense that most of the navy gathered at the top of the tower. Information, they are carving stone statues. After the reminder of the great sage, Remuru recalled that in the original book, Monka built a statue for himself as a symbol of authority. Remuru held Xiao Lixiang in his arms, jumped lightly, and landed steadily in front of Zoro. Big brother, we are here to save you. Xiao Lixiang said happily. Zoro was surprised by the arrival of Remuru and Xiao Lixiang. Zoro first glanced at Xiao Lixiang, then shifted his gaze to Remuru, and his voice was slightly weak. Who are you? Although in Zoro's perception, this girl was not a strong person, but she could jump dozens of meters holding a child as easily as going down the stairs, which was not something an ordinary person could do. I'm Remuru, a traveler. Remuru smiled at Zoro. Are you the pirate hunter, Sandaolu Zoro? Thank you for helping Lixiang and her mother, we will rescue you now. Remuru handed Xiao Lixiang a dagger, and Xiao Lixiang immediately began to cut the rope on Zoro. Although Zoro was puzzled why Remuru paused, he didn't need to be rescued. Go quickly, I don't need you to save me. Remuru smiled indifferently and shook his head gently. Really? Then Xiao Lixiang, let's go. It's a pity that the agreement has been cancelled. What do you mean? Zoro widened his eyes. What do you mean the agreement has been cancelled? It means literally, that stupid son has openly stated that he will not abide by the agreement. Zoro looked down at Xiao Lixiang who was cutting the rope, and his eyes revealed a questioning look. Xiao Lixiang nodded seriously, yes, this is true, Belimber is a big bad guy, and he also said he would kill my big brother. At this moment, the battle on the top of the tower also started. Remuru can watch the battle through magic perception, but Zoro can't see it. He just got rid of the restraints and was about to go to check. Suddenly, a cannonball called Monka fell from the sky and hit him heavily in front of him, raising a cloud of dust. After the dust cleared, Colonel Monka's seriously injured body appeared. Chapter 28. After the dust cleared, the seriously injured body of Colonel Monka was revealed. Colonel Monka had extensive burns all over his body, a broken axe on his right arm. A fist mark was sunken on his face, and his metal jaw was shaky, and it looked like it had fallen off halfway. He stared with a pair of big white eyes, and he had obviously fainted. Zoro stared at the tragic scene in astonishment. This is Monka. He squatted down and quickly checked Monka's physical condition. He is still alive, but he has lost consciousness. Remuru was not surprised by this result, as humans in the pirate world are generally stronger in physique. With Machino's strongest skill, Black Flame, disabled, it's still a bit difficult to kill someone directly. As for why Black Flame is disabled, it's not because Black Flame is powerful, but because Black Flame consumes a lot of energy and the amount of magic in Machino's body is too little. Magic is closely related to life, and it must not be exhausted unless it is absolutely necessary. Therefore, Remuru stipulates that when there is no life-threatening situation and the existence value is less than 10,000, it is forbidden to use the Black Flame skill. A moment later, Machino and a large number of Navy appeared on the playground. Zoro frowned slightly, silently protected Xiao Lixiang behind him, and his right hand subconsciously reached for his waist. The Navy surrounded everyone, and the atmosphere was tense for a while. Just when Zoro wanted to rush up to grab the knife, a lieutenant colonel shouted, "Salute!" The Navy turned to Remuru and saluted. "What are you doing?" Zoro asked in confusion. "Thank you very much, Lord Remuru." The lieutenant colonel explained, "Your companions defeated Monka and the town was liberated. Due to Colonel Monka's brutal rule, he had long lost the will of the army. If he had not still had some strength, someone in the navy would have killed him long ago. Therefore, the navy was full of gratitude to Remuru and his gang for defeating Monka. Tie Monka up and put him in jail." The lieutenant colonel ordered the young navy beside him. However, Remuru stopped them. "Wait a minute, there is something wrong with Monka's brain." He said this not only because he knew the plot in the original book, but also because he saw the traces of Monka being hypnotized. Under the ability of the seducer, these traces are nowhere to hide. Rough, too rough. His brain shows signs of being hypnotized, wake him up first. With the help of several navy slaps and sea water, Monka was successfully awakened. As soon as he woke up, he let out a distorted howl. Ah! Hiss! He was really grumpy when he woke up. Remuru squatted beside Monka, looked at Monka with disdain, stretched out a finger, and gently touched Monka's forehead. He whispered a word. "Release." The above actions were completely unnecessary. With the sound of release, Monka's howling stopped abruptly, and he froze, then held his head with both hands, with an expression of pain and confusion on his face. These memories? How is it possible?" he muttered to himself. Everyone around watched this scene quietly, and they all understood that what Remuru said was true. The lieutenant colonel rushed forward and grabbed Monka's collar tightly. "Tell me, what happened? Who hypnotized you?" Monka seemed to have just come to his senses at this moment. "Hypnosis? Yes. Hypnosis." He widened his eyes and his voice was full of horror. "I was hypnotized by the Black Cat pirates." He began to explain the details of what happened to everyone, revealing the fact that 100 Stratagems Crow was not dead. I was hypnotized for the past 3 years, so I did all these wrong things. It was all caused by that bastard Zongjao." Monka looked up at everyone, with a begging light in his eyes. Please forgive me, I don't want to do this. The Navy looked at each other, with complex emotions in their eyes. Should they forgive him? However, Remuru sneered and broke the brief silence. Ridiculous. Can a sentence like "I was hypnotized" offset your 3 years of sin? His voice was cold and mocking. Hypnosis only seals your memory, but it does not tamper with your thoughts. It only induces the evil thoughts in your heart. What you have done in the past 3 years is a true reflection of your inner heart. Moreover, after 3 years, only the remnants of Zhangjiao's spirit have been left. It will disappear completely in a while, and it can't stop you at all. In the past, you are addicted to power and vanity, and you don't want to accept the fact. Now you just want to escape punishment and don't want to face prison life. How ugly! Disgraceful! Remuru's cold words were like a sharp blade, instantly shattering the last fluke in Monka's heart. Anger drove Monka to rush towards Remuru, roaring. You stinky bitch! Seeing this, Zoro was about to step forward to stop him, but a strong sense of uneasiness stopped him. Suddenly, a black flame appeared out of thin air, burning in the air, accompanied by suffocating pressure. Remuru threw his hand, and the black flame wrapped around Monka like a snake, swallowing him instantly. Ah! With just a loud shout, the black flames dissipated, and Colonel Monka was burned to ashes. This scene shocked everyone present, but Remuru was unmoved. He silently said in his heart, "Great sage, capture Monka's soul." Successfully captured. Remuru recalled that the human soul is an indispensable material for awakening the Demon King. Even if he can awaken by synchronizing Rimuru's strength, Nami and the others still need it. Notice, Monka's soul strength can be equivalent to 5 human souls. It seems that the human souls in the pirate world are also strong enough. No wonder the people in this world are seriously injured. As long as the fighting faith is not broken, they can get up. Commonly known as explosive species. Monka can be equivalent to 5 human souls. I wonder how many those domineering strong men can be equivalent to? It's a pity that I only thought of this now, and didn't collect the souls of the evil dragons. Notice, all have been collected, currently have 168 souls, 1 soul equals 1 unit soul. Great sage, you are really capable. Remuru's heart was filled with joy. You are worthy of being my partner. At this time, a noisy voice interrupted Remuru's thinking. The shocked Navy came back to their senses one after another. They talked about it, and found it unbelievable what had just happened. What is going on? Is there a black flame? Is Colonel Monka gone just like that? How is it possible? How can there be a flame more fierce than magma? Although they had guessed the truth, they still found it hard to believe that there was a flame in the world that could burn people to ashes. Chapter 29. The more you look at the water, the more you will see. Puff! Hearing a Navy say flame is more powerful than magma, Remuru burst out laughing. Is it true that even dogs won't eat the flame fruit? The flame fruit is a lower level than the magma fruit in this world. Remuru guessed that it was because the power of the flame fruit was not as strong as the magma fruit. The average IQ of the pirate world is not high. They don't know that the temperature of magma is only about 1000 degrees, while the temperature of some flames can reach thousands or tens of thousands, which is far from comparable to magma. They only know that flames often can't burn them to death, but magma can really kill them. So their fear of magma is far greater than that of flames. Therefore, the desire of humans in the pirate world to control magma is also much higher than that of flames. Therefore, the power of the flame fruit is lower than that of the magma fruit. Sir Remuru, what about Colonel Monka? The lieutenant colonel asked Remuru carefully. Remuru said casually, burn it, keep him for the new year. But he is a naval captain, and should be handed over to the judicial island for a fair trial. You shouldn't do it privately. A young marine retorted. The lieutenant colonel was shocked by the young soldier's words, and hurriedly covered the young marine's mouth and interrupted his speech. This kid is ignorant, don't take it to heart. In fact, I also think that Colonel Monka deserved to die. He hurt a lot of people when he was alive. As he said, he glared at the young soldier. That's what he meant, but he thought that Colonel Monka died like this, which was a bargain for him. He should spend the rest of his life to atone for his sins. Atonement? Remuru sneered and shook his head. What's the use of atonement? To get forgiveness from those who were persecuted by him? But what about those who have died? How can they forgive? There are also families who died in an orderly manner. How can they forgive? Those people can't be received in the underworld. It's okay to make a small mistake, there is a chance to make up for it, but if you make an irreparable mistake, there is no need to keep it. The soldier blushed and was speechless for a while. The whole scene fell into silence. 2.5 hours later. Amid the cheers of the civilians and the navy, the goddess of light set sail and headed towards Rogue Town. Nami leaned on the railing and sighed softly. I didn't expect that Baiji Crow is still alive. I don't know where that evil pirate is hiding. Upon hearing this, Remuru turned his head and looked at Nami. I once heard a pirate hunter mention that there is a butler in Ziluabia village who looks very much like Baiji Crow. Could it be him? Nakago shook his head and smiled. How is it possible? How can a pirate be a butler? Nami fell into deep thought. Suddenly, she took out a sea chart from her chest and looked at it carefully. After a moment, she looked up into the distance. Ziluabia village is not far from our route. We can go and take a look. Nami originally planned not to replenish supplies on the way and go directly to Rogue Town. Just decide the route. I'll go prepare the welcome party tonight. Machino smiled and walked towards the kitchen. When passing by Remuru, he said softly to Remuru. Captain, be restrained. Yinling smiled and turned away. Remuru looked at Machino's back, his mouth curled slightly. Humph, this girl, wait and see how I teach her a lesson tonight. Then, he turned to Nami and Nakiko. Nami, Nakiko, you take Lixiang and her daughter to visit this ship. After the girls left, Remuru fell into deep thought. There are already 5 partners in the system, including Lily Xiang. The partner mission of the system must be the protagonist or supporting role in the original work. Lily Xiang has very few roles in the original work, and he thought she did not meet the condition of supporting role. Now it seems that anyone with a name in the anime is considered a supporting role. Since they are partners, Lily Xiang must be named. The key is whether Lily Xiang should be named or not. Notice, after Lily Xiang is named, she will also grow up to 18 years old. That's what I'm worried about. It's too easy to commit a crime. After Lily Xiang is named, she will also return to 18 years old. By then, it will be a situation where sisters plus mother and daughter coexist. Remuru can already imagine the look in Nami's eyes when she looks at scumbags. 18 years old is an adult. But her mental age is far from adulthood. Remuru was entangled. There is a solution. Lixiang's physical changes can be suppressed for 1 year. Within 1 year, Li Xiang's body will slowly grow to 18 years old. 1 year? Remuru thought secretly. Li Xiang has a tenfold enlightenment from the system, and she has a wonderful sailing experience. 1 year is enough for her to grow up psychologically. The little Lolita will be the happy fruit on the ship. At this moment, Remuru raised his eyebrows, and he sensed a figure approaching rapidly. The next moment, the figure appeared on the ship. Why are you back? Remuru said in surprise. The figure looked exactly like Remuru, and it was the clone he sent to track Alrita. The clone threw the slippery fruit to Remuru, mission accomplished. Then he explained the reason to Remuru. Alrita hid a lot of treasure on a small island, and this slippery fruit was found in her treasure house. It turned out that Alrita had obtained the slippery fruit a long time ago, but she thought that the devil fruit was just a legend, so she only collected it as a strange fruit. In the original work, she didn't eat the slippery fruit until she met Luffy, the king of the rubber fruit. There are still some treasures here, which is a surprise. The clone took out a large amount of treasure. Information, about 50 million Baileys. Not bad, it seems that Alrita is still a rich woman. Remuru laughed. But what Remuru didn't know was that because of this theft, Alrita later became furious. And vented this anger on Kobe, severely teaching him a lesson with an iron rod. Kobe was seriously injured, causing him to miss the encounter with Luffy. A future admiral of the navy died directly. Before the welcome banquet in the evening, Remuru first launched a fragrant naming ceremony. After the naming, the strength of Rika and Lilica increased greatly. Name, Li Xiang. Gender, female. Age, 10 years old. Occupation, reserve maid. Talent, S level. Skills, strength, clone, wind control, primary armament haki, primary observation haki, life return. Status, training speed increased tenfold, comprehension increased tenfold, favorability increased tenfold. Existence value, 1800. After being named, her body and age have increased a little, but she is still a little lowly, which is good. In terms of occupation, Remuru plans to train her to be a maid. In terms of skills, it can only be said that they are all very practical skills, at least better than her mother. Chapter 30. The old man was born in a young age. Name, Li Xiang. Gender, female. Age, 18 years old. Height, 170 centimeters. Dimensions, B95, W58, H85. Occupation, chef. Talent, A level. Skills, primary armament haki, primary observation haki, life return. Status, training speed increased tenfold, comprehension increased tenfold, favorability increased tenfold. Existence value, 1500. Li Xiang is really miserable, her talent is only A level after naming. Life return is obtained by skill card, and naming is equivalent to taking the bottom line. In the future, if there is a box opening task, it must not be given to her. She is not black. At this time, Remuru received a message from the Great Sage. Information, the slippery fruit has been analyzed. It takes 60,000 willpower to copy a slippery fruit. Available skill, blood lubrication. Blood lubrication, apply lubrication effect to your own blood. Great Sage, is this skill serious? Yes, do you want to give up loading this skill? No, don't give up. It should still be useful, for example, if the lock is rusted, you can drop 2 drops of blood as lubricant. Skill successfully acquired, blood lubrication. Remuru took out the slippery fruit and began to explain the ability of the slippery fruit in detail to everyone. After listening to Remuru's explanation, the girls fell into a heated discussion and finally decided that Xiao Lixiang would eat it. Xiao Lixiang put the slippery fruit into her mouth with a little nervousness and expectation. After eating the slippery fruit, her skin began to become smooth like jade, as if it had been polished. Realizing her transformation, Xiao Lixiang couldn't help but take off her shoes and socks and stood barefoot on the ground. Her feet slid lightly on the floor, playing to her heart's content. However, Xiao Lixiang couldn't fully control this power. In an instant, the sound of ping-pong bangs rang out, and the exquisite banquet became a mess. Remuru also experimented with the actual effect of the skill blood lubrication, and its lubrication effect was very strong, not inferior to the slippery fruit. Blood can be applied to objects to greatly reduce the friction of the objects, which can reach the level of sliding away attacks. Remuru decided to find someone at night to experiment with the lubrication effect. After the lively welcome banquet, everyone had a big belly and was very full. Even with the life return to strengthen the stomach's digestive ability, it would take some time to digest it. Remuru decided to do some post-meal exercise to digest the food. He walked into Machino's room. Machino raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he was a little puzzled. Why did you come to me? Shouldn't you go to the newcomer? Remuru rolled his eyes lightly. Am I so impatient? I'll go to Li Xiang in a few days. Although Li Xiang would probably not refuse, Remuru decided to cultivate feelings with Li Xiang first and not rush. This time, I want you to know what the consequences of provoking me will be. Machino rolled his eyes at Remuru. Okay, I'll do whatever you want this time. Machino thought that after the fierce battle yesterday morning, she had enough combat experience. Remuru smiled calmly and gently put his arm around her waist. You said that this time I want to pick a flower. Flower? Do you mean my smile is like a flower? Machino didn't understand. Remuru smiled evilly. he leaned close to Machino's ear and whispered a few words softly. After hearing this, Machino showed an expression of disbelief on his face. "Ah, how can it be there? It's too dirty." Remuru smiled slightly. "Dirty? Just wash it, it's a problem that even children can understand. Trust me, you will like it. Get ready for the battle first." Machino took a deep breath, adjusted his mental preparation, and finally listened to Remuru's words. Machino felt a little nervous. This kind of fighting method was only occasionally heard in the tavern, and he had never experienced it. Remuru nodded with satisfaction, then took out a bucket of clean water from his stomach and dripped a drop of blood into it. After the blood spread, the bucket of water was still water, and the material composition would not change. However, under the influence of blood, it had a lubricating effect. Remuru touched the water surface with his fingers and silently recited the skill water manipulation in his heart. Soon, a strange pleasure came to his heart. Someone's heart seemed to open a hole. A new world. 2 days later, in the morning, the goddess of light arrived near the village of Ziluabu. "Huh? A big ship." On a big tree, Usopp raised his homemade telescope and looked at the warship approaching from a distance. When he saw a big blue slime painted on the canvas, not a skull pattern, he was disappointed and relieved at the same time. Usopp moved the telescope, and Remuru's face appeared in the lens. At this moment, Remuru seemed to notice something and glanced in his direction. Wow! Usopp was so scared that he almost dropped the telescope in his hand. "It's so far, it should be just a coincidence." He took a deep breath and adjusted his state. The next second, he showed a horrified expression, jumped down from the tree in a panic, and crawled into the village. "Oh no! Oh no! The pirates are really here! Everyone, run!" The voice came from the coast, and as the shouting approached, the whole village could hear it. "Ah, it's that brat Usopp again! Really, he comes every day, more punctual than the alarm clock. Husband, get up quickly, it's time for morning exercise." The villagers were startled and rushed out of the house with brooms, looking angry. Seeing this, Usopp took a deep breath and suddenly shouted. "Pirates are here, I lied to you." Usopp seemed proud of his masterpiece, dodging the attacks of the villagers while running away. The villagers chased for a while, but gave up. This guy ran too fast. "Usopp, if you come again tomorrow, I will really beat you up." Leaving a cruel word, the villagers panted and went home. Today's morning exercise ends here. Ha ha ha, the person who can catch up with the great Captain Usopp has not been born in this world yet. Seeing the villagers who gave up the pursuit, Usopp couldn't help but put his hands on his waist proudly. Suddenly, a sweet voice sounded from behind him. "Where are the bad pirates?" The sudden voice scared him, and he ran forward subconsciously, but was grabbed by a little hand. Looking back, he saw a strange little loli staring at him curiously. Usopp breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Hi! I thought they caught up with me." At this time, another soft voice sounded. "Rika, the pirates he said are lies." Usopp looked in the direction of the voice and screamed. "Ah! Ghost!" Chapter 31. The two of them were so busy that they had to wait for the next 2 days. "Ah! A ghost!" The veins on Remuru's forehead bulged. It was common for him to be mistaken for a girl, but it was the first time he was mistaken for a ghost. He could no longer bear it, so he stepped forward and gave Usopp a big fight. "Look carefully, I'm a human. If your eyes are not good, change a pair." Usopp immediately bent down to apologize, feeling uncertain. The goddess of light was still some distance away from the shore just now, and it shouldn't have docked so quickly, so he was shocked by Remuru's appearance. In fact, Remuru had a part last night and had so much fun that the other girls were all asleep. After Remuru noticed Usopp's peeping, he directly carried the little loli and set off first. "There is news that there is a pirate worth 16 million berries hiding in this village. Have you seen him?" Remuru took out a bounty order, which was the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, 100 Crow. Upon hearing this, Usopp suddenly became nervous. 16 million berries. That's a big pirate. Usopp took it and looked at it, and immediately exclaimed. Crocodile? That butler is actually a pirate. Usopp recognized at a glance that the person on the bounty order was exactly the same as the butler who often opposed him, but this bounty order was printed with big English letters, deceased, dead. Usopp wiped the sweat from his forehead again. It turns out that they just look the same. 100 stratagems. Kuro is dead. He's not dead, Big, can you take us to find this bad guy? Xiao Lixiang remembered Remuru's instructions, and she could only call him brother in the future. It can be confirmed that Kuro is not dead. Remuru also added. How could it be? Usopp also basically confirmed the truth of the matter, then Caya is in great danger. Remuru looked up the mountain. There is only one manor on the mountain on this island. The housekeeper you mentioned should be there. Remuru laughed. Lika, let's go. As the only wealthy family in the village, the house where Caya lives can be seen from a long distance. Remuru took Xiao Lixiang and walked slowly towards the manor. Looking at their backs, Usopp hurriedly stopped them. Hey, wait, if Crocodile is really a pirate, he is a big pirate with 16 million members. You are just alerting the enemy by doing this. Don't worry, he is just a small pirate. We are very strong. Remuru turned his back to Usopp and waved at him. Seeing this, Usopp knew that he could not stop him, so he gritted his teeth and followed him immediately. I will lead the way. Now Usopp just hoped that this was a misunderstanding. Looking at Remuru's appearance, he really couldn't associate her with a strong man. But thinking of Remuru's sudden appearance in the village, he believed in her strength a little more. Realizing that Usopp was following, Remuru smiled slightly. If it was just to kill 100 strategies CLO, Remuru would not need to go through so much trouble and just go directly to the door. But Remuru was for Caya, and it was a bit abrupt to go directly to the door. It would be better to have an acquaintance introduce him. I just wonder if Usopp will regret knowing that Caya slept with him. The three of them came to the front door of the mansion, which was closed. Usopp went into the grass hole just like in the original book, and Rika was curious about it and followed him in. Remuru's forehead was black, and he thought. Forget it, as long as the child is happy. Then he jumped in directly. Caya saw Usopp climbed up the tree and immediately opened the window, but the first sentence she heard was, Caya, run. Crocodile is a pirate. Caya was confused. Usopp, don't joke like that. Crocodile is really a big pirate worth 16 million. Why doesn't Caya believe it? Usopp was anxious and wanted to take her away. Remuru silently complained in his heart, why don't you show me the evidence? Don't you have any idea of your credibility? Usopp was just too concerned. Remuru jumped onto the tree and politely introduced himself to Caya. Hello, Miss Caya. I am Remuru, a traveler. Although Caya was still a little confused and didn't know what Usopp was doing, she still responded politely. Hello. Remuru took out another bounty order and handed it to Caya. I told Crocodile that he was a pirate. This is his bounty order. Then his eyes stayed on Miss Caya. As expected of a daughter of a wealthy family, she has an outstanding temperament and beautiful face. She was weak and sickly since childhood, and her face looked a little sickly pale. Although Caya didn't believe it in her heart, she still took the bounty order. This is really Crocodile. She covered her mouth, her eyes full of disbelief. Caya's face became paler and paler, and she trembled in her voice, but, why? If Butler Crocodile is really a pirate, why did he take care of me for 3 years? Miss. At this time, Crocodile and the servants came over after hearing the sound. If it was only Usopp, the servants would choose to turn a blind eye. But now there are strangers. For Caya's safety, they can't pretend not to see it. Crocodile still looked like a good butler, and asked sternly. Who are you? What are you going to do to Miss Caya? After that, he turned to Usopp, frowning. Usopp, it's okay for you to fool around on weekdays, but today you actually brought a stranger to contact Miss Caya, which is really too much. Just when Crocodile wanted to continue to educate Usopp, Caya's weak voice came. Crocodile, they said you are the pirate CLO, is it true? Caya held the bounty list tightly with both hands, staring at Crabbator. Unlike Usopp, Caya has been with him for 3 years, and she is very sure that the person on the bounty list is him. In addition to their different temperaments, the two look exactly the same, including some minor details. If the two are just similar, it is impossible that even the tiny moles are exactly the same. She wants to hear Crabbator admit that he is a pirate, and say that he has retired from the Golden Basin and is really serving as her butler. Caya's words made Crow's heart jump suddenly, but only for a moment. His face was confused. Pirates? What pirates? Then, as if he suddenly realized it, he pointed at Remuru angrily. You recognized the wrong person. My name is Crabbator, and I am Miss Caya's housekeeper. This superb acting skill makes it almost impossible to see any flaws. However, Caya's face became more gloomy. Usopp breathed a sigh of relief and showed the bounty in his hand. You scared me. It seems that I misunderstood. Although you do look similar to the person on the bounty. Chapter 32. The other people also saw the bounty and talked about it. They really look the same. No wonder they made a mistake. It seems that Usopp and the others can't be blamed. Kuro raised his glasses with his palm to hide the emotional fluctuations in his eyes. There are so many people in the world who look alike. This person is dead. The bounty can't be faked. But he is using my face to make sea garbage. It's really abominable. Remuru chuckled and looked around. Let me tell you a story first. 3 years ago, there was a marine named Monka who captured and executed the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, 100 Strategies Kuro. With this huge for his great contribution, he was promoted to colonel. Remuru paused and looked at CLO, with a hint of teasing in his smile. But, Monka's strength is very ordinary, and it is impossible for him to catch a pirate with 16 million Baileys. In fact, Monka was hypnotized. He just thought he caught CLO, and the vice-captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Zongjao, was a hypnotist. After I lifted his hypnosis, he revealed the whole truth. CLO, you still don't want to admit it? Do you need to confront him face to face? CLO's heart tightened, and he was about to explain, but was interrupted by Caya's voice. Crabbator! Why are you doing this? Caya shouted loudly. Crow, there must be a misunderstanding. Indeed, I look a bit like the pirate on the wanted poster. Crow still wanted to argue. He knew that Monka was in the town of Shelts. Once he showed up, he would be exposed. But now the rest of the Black Cat Pirates have not arrived yet, so the plan cannot be implemented. As long as they can delay a little longer, the plan may still succeed. After that, they can get rid of Monka secretly. Seeing that Crow still wanted to argue, Remuru decided not to wait any longer, and a long sword slowly appeared in his palm. I have a simple way. I will stab you with a sword. If you are an ordinary person, you will definitely not react and will not dodge, but by G Crow can. Don't worry, I will stop. Usopp complained, you have told me the plan. He will definitely not dodge. Remuru shook his head, as long as he is a smart person, he will definitely dodge. Not dodge? If he dares not to dodge, I dare to stab. Anyway, there are many ways to prove his identity, such as cat claws, Zongjao, etc. In order to let Klo dodge, Remuru deliberately suppressed his speed and stabbed Klo's throat with a sword. Klo's face changed slightly, and he could feel Remuru's killing intent. But looking at this slow attack, his heart was full of disdain. He saw him slightly tilt his head and easily dodge the attack. However, just as he was about to counterattack, Remuru pulled the sword horizontally, and the sword body slammed on Klo's face. There was a crisp sound. Klo was directly fanned out and fell to the ground. He lay on the ground with a gloomy face. Forget it, although the plan has some accidents, there is no perfect thing in the world. I just want to kill. At this point, Klo suddenly stopped, and he suddenly realized that his plan had failed. The people at the Navy headquarters should have received the news. In the case of Klo is not dead, it is useless even if Caya's treasure is obtained. From the beginning, this plan was not only for Caya's treasure, but also required an identity, a rich identity. Only with a reasonable rich identity can he escape the pursuit of the Navy and the world government. And now, Monka's matter has been exposed. As long as he still has this face, no matter how well he does, it will be useless. Maybe he can have a full facelift? I heard that there is a man named Ivankov who has very good skills. Thinking of this, CLO stood up suddenly, pushed his glasses, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. You will all be killed by me. He decided to kill all these people to avenge his lost 3 years of youth. Everyone trembled in their hearts, but Remuru smiled and said, "Do you have that ability? Don't say I bully you, go get your weapons, we'll wait for you outside." After that, Remuru took Xiao Lixiang and Caya outside. Others looked at CLO's gloomy face and hurriedly followed. All this, CLO did not stop. Want to fight? I don't know how strong you are. CLO is also a pirate. He has not fought for 3 years, which makes him look forward to the next battle. After a while, CLO's body, trembling slightly, eyes widened, face full of shock and anger. What did you say? You want her to fight me? He pointed at the little loli opposite and roared at Remuru. Remuru nodded calmly, motioned for little Lixiang to come forward, and said lightly, "Lixiang is more than enough to deal with you." Usopp was so scared that he held his head with both hands, his feet trembling. It's over. He must have chickened out. Caya also looked at Remuru in shock, unable to believe that such a young child would be a match for CLO. Lixiang was very dissatisfied with others looking down on her. "Please don't underestimate me, Lixiang is very strong." CLO ignored Lixiang's words. He was completely enraged by Remuru's contempt and quickly pulled out his weapon from the box, the 10 blades cat claw. He moved, stepped on the silent step, and grabbed Remuru's head. Facing CLO's attack, Remuru did not dodge or evade. However, just when his cat claws were about to touch Remuru, a small hand suddenly stretched out and tightly grasped his wrist. It was Xiao Lixiang. She stood between the two of them without knowing when, pouting her little mouth and looking at Kuro with dissatisfaction. "Pirate villain, your opponent is Lixiang." Everyone was shocked by Lixiang's speed. What just happened? She can really be Kuro's opponent? She looks less than 10 years old. I thought he was using the little loli to let Kuro relax his vigilance, and then sneak attack. Crow was also stunned. When he was this age, he could only play with kittens. At this moment, he felt the amazing grip from the little hand, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. What is this? Is this a demon? Kuro's mind flashed a thought of escape. "Okay, I'll open up a venue for you." Remuru laughed, twisted his fingers lightly, and snapped his fingers crisply. With this action, a green columnar barrier quickly rose up, covering both Chloro and Rika. This barrier can prevent outsiders from interfering with your battle. Remuru smiled. "Just fight as much as you want." Chloro looked at the barrier that suddenly appeared. Although he didn't know what it was, he could roughly guess that it was used to trap him. He walked to the edge of the barrier, swung his sharp cat claws, and slashed at the barrier fiercely. The barrier did not move at all. This surprised Chloro. Remuru said calmly, "Don't think about it. You can't break this barrier with your strength. Just fight with peace of mind." Chapter 33. The green barrier was so hard that it was difficult to get out. Usopp also walked to the edge of the barrier curiously and knocked on the green barrier with his hand. He sighed in his heart, "It's so hard. It's safe now." Kuro raised his eyes with his palm and smiled cruelly at the little loli. "Forget it, I'll deal with you first, and then find a way out." But what he was thinking in his heart was to take Li Xiang as a hostage and then take the opportunity to escape. A glimpse of the whole leopard, now he no longer thinks he is Remuru's opponent, and revenge needs to be considered in the long run. Li Xiang looked at CLO and swallowed nervously. This was her first time fighting a stranger, so she was inevitably a little nervous. "I'm the one who's going to finish you off." Rika took off her shoes and stood barefoot on the ground. The battle began. Klo was light and tapped the ground with his footsteps continuously. This was his own unique skill, silent step, an assassination technique that moves at high speed like a cat. He was very fast and silent. However, for Xiao Lixiang, who had the observation haki, it was easy to see through his actions. She smiled lightly, she manipulated the wind to push her body, and with the help of the ability of the slippery fruit, she elegantly dodged close attack. Now Rika can already use the ability of the slippery fruit skillfully. Clo continued to chase, and Xiao Lixiang dodged the attack while carefully studying Clo's silent step. Yes, Xiao Lixiang was learning Clo's silent step. Although Remuru had the training method of the Navy's 6 styles shave was not suitable for Xiao Lixiang. Shaving is to stomp the ground dozens of times in a flash, and move at high speed by generating explosive reaction force. But Xiao Lixiang is a smooth person who ate the slippery fruit. After taking off her shoes, her smooth little feet will slip away from the reaction force, resulting in failure to move. Therefore, Remuru suggested that she learn the steps of Cloro to find a more suitable fighting method. As time went by, Cloro gradually realized Xiao Lixiang's intention. He stopped and frowned. "Why are you always dodging?" Xiao Lixiang answered frankly, "Brother said that your silent step is very helpful to me, and I hope I won't end the battle too quickly." This is not Remuru's arrogance. Xiao Lixiang's talent is S level, which is already a talent of the Emperor level. Then Lixiang has the blessing of the systems 10 times the understanding, so it is easy to learn the silent step in battle. At least after Lixiang puts on her shoes, she can probably use the silent step. Now she is learning from the silent step and integrating it into a step that suits her. Hearing what Li Xiang said, Kuro's anger was instantly ignited. "Don't underestimate me, I'm Kuro of 100 strategies." He roared, and decided not to hold back. "Now I'll show you my special move." As soon as the voice fell, Kuro's body began to sway with a strange rhythm. Usopp widened his eyes, watching this scene, and couldn't help laughing. "Haha, what's this special move? Slap it to death!" Kuro shouted and disappeared. At least in Usopp's eyes, Kuro disappeared. Gone, did he run out? Usopp was startled and looked around in a hurry. Where did he go? Did he really run out? However, he did not find Kuro's trace, which made him relieved. In the barrier, Xiao Lixiang relied on the observation haki to clearly capture every move of Kuro. She saw Clo's left hand sweep across the ground, and the ground cracked. He swung his right hand at the tree, and the tree fell to the ground. He slashed at the barrier with both hands, and Clo was repelled into the scoop death state. The scene became very quiet for a while. Ahem. Clo coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment. "This is my ultimate move, scoop death. The speed is very fast, so fast that I don't even know what I will cut. If you don't want to be chopped into pieces, surrender as soon as possible. I don't want to kill you." This is not that Clo is soft on the little lowly, but he wants to hold Li Xiang hostage and let Remuru remove this damn barrier. Clo thought that as long as there is no barrier, even if he is not Remuru's opponent, he can easily escape with his speed. However, Xiao Lixiang put her hands on her hips and said disdainfully. "Humph, you are bragging again, you are so weak." Crow raised his glasses, his tone revealed regret. "What a pity, there will be another. One less genius." He shook and used the scoop of death again. This time he learned to be smart. Whenever he was exposed by the barrier's backlash, he quickly adjusted his balance and continued to use the scoop of death. In the eyes of ordinary people, he often showed up at the edge of the barrier and then disappeared quickly. In Remuru's eyes, Clo repeatedly chopped the barrier, lost his balance, and then adjusted his balance, which was very funny. And Xiao Lixiang watched him adjust his balance over and over again, and fell into enlightenment. Suddenly, 5 sharp blades rushed towards Xiao Lixiang's head. Chopped, but Xiao Lixiang seemed not to notice. In the critical moment, Remuru flashed into the barrier, fully activated the 1000-fold perception, and was ready to rescue at any time. However, just when the sharp blade was about to touch Lixiang disappeared. Remuru saw clearly that Lixiang floated behind Cloro at the moment of being attacked. Yes, it was floating. Xiao Lixiang floated behind Cloro like a ghost. Cloro was slashing wildly in front, and Lixiang floated behind him. When the slash hit the barrier, the two people would pause for a moment in tacit understanding, and then one person would continue to chop while the other continued to float. These strange scenes made Remuru dumbfounded. After careful observation, Remuru found the reason. The way Xiao Lixiang moved was to make the friction between the solace of her feet and the ground close to zero, and then manipulate the wind to push her body. But there was a problem. Once Lixiang's speed was too fast, it would be difficult to maintain balance. She could only rely on manipulating the wind to forcibly maintain her body balance. This was the main reason that limited Lixiang's speed. After CLO's counterattack after reteaching, Lixiang's movement skills have greatly improved, and she can maintain balance better. Lixiang calls this new pace ghost step. 10 minutes later, CLO stopped, panting, obviously exhausted. He looked at his masterpiece, a messy battlefield, and smiled with relief. CLO turned around and was shocked. He didn't find her body, not even a drop of blood, and the people outside looked at him in amazement. His face was a little ugly, and Nan Nan said to herself, "Did you go out early? This is being played like a monkey." Suddenly, he felt as if someone behind him tapped him lightly with a finger. Chloe turned around abruptly, but saw only an empty field. Nothing. Chloe breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was just an illusion. However, there was a slight touch on his waist again. Chloe felt horrified. Turning around, still nothing. Turning around again, still nothing. Chloe looked up and saw that some people's eyes were focused on his back, and he thought of a possibility. Did the speed get crushed? And the sound too. Chloe looked very ugly, and the speed he had always been proud of was completely crushed by a little girl. He recalled that after he used scoop death, the enemy would often die in despair without being able to see the opponent. Is it his turn now? This unprecedented sense of frustration made him feel hopeless. Chapter 34. After the battle, the two sides were in chaos. What bad intentions could the little Lolita have? She just thought it was fun. Afterwards, Chloe used all his strength to break through the fastest speed in his life, trying to find Lixiang. Still failed. In the end, the little Lolita got tired of playing. Okay, let's end the battle. Xiao Lixiang used her strength plus armed color domineering, and knocked Chloe away with one punch, hitting the barrier and slowly sliding down. The battle was over, and Remuru removed the barrier. Chloe lay on the ground, his eyes lost their luster, and was crushed by a little Lolita, which made him lose his fighting faith. Remuru thought to himself, if Chloe could see a glimmer of hope for victory, could he do sit UPS repeatedly? Caya, Chloe, what are you going to do? Remuru asked. With the help of housekeeper Melly, Chloe walked in front of Chloe and looked down at him with complicated eyes. Crabadle, what is your conspiracy? Chloe did not answer Caya, but stared at Remuru with hatred, gritting his teeth and roaring. Damn it! You ruined everything I carefully arranged. My plan is about to be completed, and I can inherit all the wealth of the Chloe family. Why do you want to remove the hypnosis of Monka? Zongjao is also a waste, and he swore that there would be no problem with hypnosis. Why do you have to go against me? I just want to live a stable life. What did I do wrong? 3 years. In order to legitimately get the wealth of the Caya family into his own hands, he worked as a butler here for 3 years, and he had been patiently smiling at a little girl, and the plan was about to end. However, the appearance of Remuru was like a boulder, shattering his dream. This anger. He wanted to grind Remuru to ashes. However, Remuru remained expressionless in the face of his anger, and the anger of the weak was useless. Melly on the side interrupted eagerly. Inherit the wealth of the Caya family? Could it be that the death of the master and the lady is also related to you? Butler Melly suddenly remembered the death of Caya's parents. They had always been healthy, but suddenly they fell ill and died. Chloe sneered, his face full of disdain. Isn't this nonsense? If they are still alive, how can I get their wealth into my hands? Caya will also die in the hands of pirates as planned. Before she dies, I will let Zongjao hypnotize her and make a will to transfer the property to me. In this way, no one will be suspicious. I didn't expect that my parents were killed by the people I saved. When Chloe heard the truth about her parents' death, her heart was struck by lightning. She recalled the appearance of her parents. Before they died, they trusted Crocodile very much and asked her not to be willful and to listen to him. Chloe clenched her fists and her body trembled with anger. Father is so good to you, don't you have any conscience? As time passed, Chloe gradually explained everything in the question and answer, including the details of this plan, how to implement this plan, the contact information of the Black Cat pirates, etc. Remuru watched coldly from the sidelines, without saying a word, but silently turned off the seducer skill at the end. He just implanted an idea in Chloe's mind, since he was going to die anyway, he might as well tell everything and let the world be shocked by his wisdom. Chloe succeeded. The others were shocked and wanted to dissect him, wanting to know what kind of heart he had to do these things. Nami and the other girls came late, and after realizing that they had missed a good show, they were very upset. They complained that Remuru didn't wake them up and took Xiao Lixiang to do so many things. But Xiao Lixiang was very happy and explained the whole story to them attentively. Usopp saw this scene and felt that more people should know about Crocodile's affairs. At noon, Ziluabu village. Hey, have you heard about it? I heard that Usopp's voice is so loud that the whole village can hear it. It's unbelievable. At first I thought that guy was making up a lie again, after all, Crocodile usually looks so kind. You can't judge a person by his appearance. That's right. It is said that he is eyeing Miss Caya's property, and even Caya's parents were secretly killed by that guy. Damn pirates! Such a big thing happened in a small village, and it spread immediately. At this time, inside the mansion, Caya sat in a wheelchair. Despite Melly's dissuasion, she still smiled and sincerely thanked everyone who was enjoying lunch. Thank you very much. If you hadn't exposed Crocodile's conspiracy, I'm afraid I would still be in the dark. Please enjoy your lunch and let me know if you need anything. You're welcome. It's you, Caya. You have such a high fever. Go back and rest. Remuru looked at Caya distressedly. Her face was red and her forehead was hot. It was obvious that she had a fever. In the morning, after the execution of CLO, Caya fell ill. CLO's affairs had a great impact on Caya. After Caya's parents passed away, CLO took advantage of the opportunity to care for Caya and love Caya. Caya regarded him as her closest person. After being betrayed by her closest person, she fainted directly due to excessive emotions. After the doctor gave her an injection and took medicine, Caya's high fever improved a little. However, Caya's condition was not stable. Dinner time. The atmosphere was originally relaxed and comfortable. Suddenly, Melly's panicked footsteps and shouts came from upstairs. Oh no! Miss Caya's temperature has risen again. The exclamation broke the calm, and everyone went upstairs quickly. It's so hot. Remuru walked quickly to Caya's bed and reached out to touch her forehead. Caya was lying on the bed, with messy hair and slightly frowned eyebrows, looking extremely haggard. Remuru looked at her and felt a little distressed. What should I do? The medicine didn't work, and the temperature just couldn't be lowered. Melly was anxious. I want to think of a way. Remuru also wanted to help Caya, but he was not a doctor. He only synchronized the ability of the cute King Remuru, and did not synchronize the special medicine in his stomach. Got it. Remuru thought of something and asked the Great Sage. Great Sage, if we use magic essence to warm up Caya's body, will the fever go away? Information: magic essence is the source of life for monsters, and it will have a certain effect. However, the human body cannot adapt to magic essence, and using this method will cause hidden dangers. Hidden dangers? Then think of other methods. This method is feasible, and the hidden dangers will not appear in the short term. After naming, her body will adapt to magic essence and the hidden dangers will be eliminated. That's great. After repeatedly confirming with the Great Sage, Remuru told everyone the news. Remember, no one can come in and disturb me. Remuru said to everyone around him seriously. This is a serious matter. Caya's body cannot adapt to magic essence, and she must be careful when warming up, and there must be no disturbance. Remuru asked everyone else to leave. Everyone watched Remuru close the door and began to pray that things would go smoothly and Miss Caya would get better. Chapter 35. The girl was so beautiful, and the girl was so beautiful. Limlu walked to the bed and took off Caya's white dress gently. The white moonlight fell on the girl from the window, reflecting her jade-like skin. Unlike the other girls with curvy figure, Caya had a slender figure, white skin like jade, and a temperament of elegance and fragility. The girl's body made Limlu a little stunned. Limlu shook his head, put his distracting thoughts behind him, and gently put his palm on her hot skin. Under the precise control of the great sage, he slowly injected a small amount of magic into Caya's weak body, and the warm and gentle power flowed through her body, carefully nurturing every inch of her skin. Half an hour later, Caya's whole body was warmed up, her body improved significantly, and the temperature of her skin gradually dropped. After 2.5 courses of treatment, Caya slowly opened her eyes, with a trace of confusion in her eyes. She felt that she was lying naked on the bed, and there was a pair of big hands gently wandering behind her. Caya was a little confused, and she subconsciously wanted to scream. "Don't scream! It's me!" Remuru's voice sounded in her ears. "Lord Remuru! What are you doing?" Caya turned her head in confusion and looked at Remuru behind her. "You have a fever and fainted," Remuru explained softly, while continuing to use his palm to gently wander on her back to dispel the residual heat in her body. "I am treating you now, don't move." Caya felt the warmth and strength of Remuru's palm, and her heart gradually settled down. She lay quietly on the bed, letting Remuru treat her. "How do you feel now?" Remuru asked with concern. "I feel much better, as if I have never felt so relaxed. And a little comfortable." Caya carefully felt her body. It was the first time that her body felt so relaxed after her parents passed away. Lord Remuru's hands were also warm. Remuru smiled slightly, moved his hands to the perturbation, and continued to treat her. "You don't have to be sad for people like Crocodile. His kindness to you is just a disguise. I'm not sad about his death." Caya sighed softly. 3 years ago, CLO was seriously injured and fell in front of the door. I was the first to find him. If I hadn't found him, would my parents have not died? Remuru patted Caya gently and comforted her. "Don't think too much, this has nothing to do with you. CLO's plan is so thorough, he will definitely win the approval of your parents. Love. And your parents are so kind, they will definitely fall for his trick." "Well, I know, but I feel a little uncomfortable." Caya nodded silently. "I didn't expect that Lord Remuru also knows medical skills. I just simply warmed your body." Remuru chuckled. "You have some congenital diseases in your body, which I can't cure. You need to find a better doctor to treat you later. When my parents were alive, they had already found many doctors. They couldn't solve my symptoms." Caya smiled bitterly. "Do you know? There is a medical powerhouse in the first half of the Grand Line, which has the world's top medical technology. This country is called the Drum Kingdom. There are many doctors with superb medical skills there, and they will definitely be able to cure you," Remuru said in a concerned tone. "I am going to the Grand Line soon, and I can take you to see a doctor by the way." Caya was surprised to hear the news. Is this true? But will it be too much trouble for Lord Remuru? I already owe you a great favor." "Of course it's true." Remuru nodded. "Do you have any dreams?" "Dream?" Caya was stunned for a moment, and didn't expect Remuru to ask this question suddenly. "My dream is to become a doctor with superb medical skills." "A very good dream." Remuru nodded. "I am a traveler, and I am currently looking for a partner to travel around the world together. My team is still short of a doctor. Are you willing to be our ship doctor?" "Ah!" These words made Caya stunned, and then she said unconfidently. "I have only read some medical books, but I have never practiced. My medical skills are not good." "It doesn't matter." Remuru comforted softly. "When you arrive at the Drum Kingdom, you can improve your medical skills while treating illnesses. And we will protect you, so you don't have to worry about your strength." As he said, he gently stroked Caya, Mary told me that you like to listen to Usopp's adventure stories. In fact, you also want. Let's go on an adventure. Caya has been sickly since childhood and has never traveled far. Because of this, she has always longed to fly freely in the sky like a bird, instead of just looking at the outside world from the window. Caya was very moved when she heard Remuru's words. My own adventure? Lord Remuru, please take care of me. Caya secretly decided in her heart that she must work hard to improve her medical skills and help Lord Remuru. Ah! Lord Remuru, it's a little itchy there. As time passed, the crowd outside the door became more and more anxious. It's been 2.5 hours, why is there no movement? But because of Remuru's order, they couldn't go in. Suddenly, with a light click, Caya's door slowly opened. Lord Remuru, how is Miss Caya? Butler Mary immediately stepped forward and took Remuru's hand, asking anxiously. Everything is going well, Caya's fever has subsided, and she has fallen asleep now. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Remuru said gently. Remuru rubbed his forehead tiredly, then took Xiao Lixiang's hand and called Nami and the other girls back to the Goddess of Light. Caya's body was nurtured for a long time, which consumed a lot of Remuru's mind. At this moment, he was not only tired, but also had a lot of anger in his heart, and he had to calm down quickly. When passing by the forest, Remuru heard Usopp's voice. At this time, Usopp was still bragging to his 3 younger brothers. Crabadle transformed into a giant cat more than 10 meters tall. Usopp didn't know that for Remuru, every inch of Caya's skin was no longer a secret. Because he was busy sharing news and bragging with the villagers all day, he didn't even know that Caya was sick. The next morning. Little miss, your body has just recovered. The sea is full of dangers. You are just an ordinary person. When Mary heard that Caya wanted to be Remuru's ship doctor, he quickly tried to dissuade her. It's okay to go to the Drum Kingdom to treat illnesses, but there's no need to join them and become their ship doctor. How can Miss Caya's delicate body endure the hardships of drifting on the sea? However, Caya shook her head, having made up her mind long ago, and said, Mary, I've decided. Remuru and the others have given us so much help. I must work hard to become a doctor with superb medical skills and repay Lord Remuru and his companions. Miss. Alas. Looking at Caya's determined eyes, Melly knew that he could not change the lady's decision. He sighed helplessly, looked at Remuru, and said, Remuru and all the ladies, Miss Caya has been weak and sick since she was a child. Now she has just recovered. Please take care of her on the sea. Hearing this, Remuru nodded and agreed, don't worry, I will take care of Caya as a family member. Xiao Lixiang waved her fist, don't worry, Sister Caya, I will be responsible for driving away the bad guys and protecting you. The 4 Nami girls also welcomed Caya to join. Chapter 36. The 2 of them were in a state of panic, and the 2 sides had a lot of difficulties. By the way, the Black Cat pirates will be here soon. Nami rubbed her hands, with a smile full of fighting spirit on her face. Let me show my skills this time. Yesterday, before executing Klo, he asked him to contact the Black Cat pirates and order them to attack Ziluo village at a specific time. Klo is a real pirate, without any loyalty, and he is in the temptation of Remuru, so he easily chooses to betray his companions. Nakajao stood up eagerly, no, let me do it this time. I have never really fought with anyone. Machino also quietly raised his hand, with expectation in his eyes, I have developed a new move, I want to try it. The girls practiced hard every day and had long hoped to have a chance to show their strengths. Seeing that the sisters all wanted to fight, Xiao Lixiang also straightened her small body and stood up. Let me do it, let me do it. It's just right for you to see my own ghost steps. Lily Xiang stood quietly aside with a gentle smile on her face, but did not join the fight. She was not keen on fighting, and her biggest wish was that she and her daughter could be safe and sound. Of course, no matter how peaceful her personality was, she still had to fight at night. After a fruitless argument, the girls turned their eyes to Remuru, who was eating melons on the side. The eyes of the girls made Remuru shudder. This, how to choose? Ahem, after 2 light coughs, Remuru pointed decisively at Xiao Lixiang. This time, let's give this opportunity to Lixiang. Things should be done from beginning to end. Their captain was dealt with by Lixiang, so the others should also be dealt with by Lixiang. He felt the dissatisfaction of Nami and others, so he added. Think about it, the Black Cat pirates are just a small pirate group. If we need to dispatch multiple people to deal with them, wouldn't it make us look too cheap? There are many pirates on the sea, and you will have a chance to fight in the future. Finally, Xiao Lixiang won this opportunity with a happy smile on her face. Caya and others were stunned after witnessing this scene. Why are they all scrambling to deal with the Black Cat pirates? Do they all have the powerful power of Xiao Lixiang? They were full of doubts. West Rob Village. On the coast. A pirate ship with the Black Cat pirate flag slowly approached. Hurry up, Captain Klo doesn't like to wait for people. Zhang Jiao urged the pirates. He didn't want to be killed by Klo because of his slowness. He knew Klo very well, how cruel and ruthless he was. Once his plan was messed up, Klo would not care about the feelings of his companions, and they would all die. However, Zhang Jiao's heart was full of doubts. Why did he suddenly start the plan? Did something go wrong? The pirates grinned, waved their weapons, and rushed towards Ziluabu village. In the middle of the long slope, a little loli blocked their way. Not far behind her, there were a few people standing leisurely, pointing at them. The little loli opened her hands and stared at them angrily. Humph, you are here. This road is blocked. Seeing this weird scene, the pirates stopped one after another. Zhang Jiao looked at Remuru and the others with a relaxed look, and his uneasiness in his heart became even worse. Who are you? He asked solemnly, and the plan really went wrong. Remuru pointed at Xiao Lixiang. Don't worry about us, your opponent is her. The pirates looked at each other, feeling that things were a bit weird. They are cruel pirates, why aren't they afraid? A ferocious-looking pirate asked Xiao Lixiang. Little girl, are you not afraid of us? No. Why not? No, I'm not afraid. Xiao Lixiang held her head high and answered without hesitation. In her opinion, these pirates were not worth mentioning at all, after all, their captains had already been defeated by her. As the sky gradually brightened, Zhang Jiao knew that he could not wait any longer, and waved his hand and ordered. Don't worry about so much, time is running out, charge. Zhang Jiao pressed his hat, and for some reason, the uneasiness in his heart became stronger. Xiao Lixiang looked at them coldly. Are you here to kill Sister Caya? You are bad guys. In that case, there is no need to spare your lives. She took out a piece of Bailey from her arms, flicked it lightly, and shouted. Ghost step. Instantly, Lixiang disappeared. Xiao Lixiang. Using ghost steps, her figure was as fast as the wind, passing through the pirates. Every time she passed a pirate, her dagger gently scratched their necks. In less than a second, Lixiang stopped, and all the pirates had their necks cut. Including Zhang Jiao. And the piece of Bailey had not yet reached the highest point. The pirates still maintained the inertia of rushing forward. Seeing the little loli suddenly disappear, they were suddenly shocked and wanted to stop their feet involuntarily. The next moment, a thin red line appeared on the necks of all the pirates, and then red liquid gushed out like a spring. A pirate covered his neck and tried to stop the bleeding, but it was in vain. Cough, cough, cough. Ah! Your neck! Woo woo! Zhang Jiao was also killed instantly, and at this moment he fell to the ground powerlessly, covering his bleeding neck with his hands. Full of doubts. How could she suddenly disappear? Is this the same special skill as Captain Kuro? In a short period of time, dozens of pirates, whether minions or cotters, were killed in an instant. Witnessing this spectacular scene, Caya covered her mouth with her hands, but could not suppress the nausea in her heart. She turned and ran to the side, vomiting violently. Usopp was even more unbearable. His legs softened and he fell to the ground. Yellow liquid flowed down his trouser legs. He muttered to himself. Which? The other girls also felt nauseous. Although they were powerful, they had never really killed anyone. How could they see such a scene? Fortunately, they had the skill of life return, which suppressed their physical discomfort and did not lose their composure on the spot. Remuru watched this scene quietly, and he had already made a decision in his heart. He must let these girls experience more killings to become stronger. Xiao Lixiang returned to the girls as if teleporting, and she asked excitedly. How is it? How is it? Is my skill powerful? The girls looked a little unnatural. Nami came over, gently touched Xiao Lixiang's head, and praised with a smile. Very strong, Lixiang is really great, your movement speed is too fast. Nakago and Machino looked at each other, they knew in their hearts that they were not sure to beat Lixiang. At this moment, they made up their minds to strengthen their training and not be outdone by Xiao Lixiang. Li Lixiang looked at her daughter, her eyes full of pride and relief. The stronger Xiao Lixiang's strength, the less she would worry about her daughter getting hurt. Chapter 37. The two of them were in a state of panic, and the two sides were in a state of panic. Remuru was thinking in his heart that with the ghost step, Xiao Lixiang's strength among the girls should be ranked second only to Nami. However, Xiao Lixiang's ghost step still has a lot of room for improvement. She can be more proficient in wind control, her observation haki is only at the elementary level, and the slippery fruit has not yet awakened. Especially after the awakening of the slippery fruit, it can affect external substances. By then, she can make the ground smoother and faster. After a day of rest, Caya said goodbye to the others one by one. Then, the goddess of light set sail and headed towards Rogue Town. Captain's room. Hey! Will my body recover after naming? Caya hadn't finished appreciating the magic of this ship when she heard her companions talk about the magic of naming. Remuru smiled gently, of course, after naming, your body will evolve, your physical fitness will be stronger, and your congenital disease is likely to improve directly. Caya's face bloomed with a bright smile. Then please ask the captain to name Caya. Her words were full of expectations and trust. Machino walked to Caya's side with a gentle smile. Then Sister Caya, please make some preparations before naming. As she said, she gently stretched out her hand to help Caya take off her coat. Caya was wearing a light yellow dress today, brown boots on her feet, and a yellow coat, looking elegant and delicate. She shyly dodged, no, I'll do it myself. As she said, she slowly took off her clothes. After getting naked, Caya looked up at Remuru, her eyes full of hope. Master Remuru, is it okay? Although he had seen the girl's snow-white and green body once, Remuru still admired her. Her snow-white skin, flowing blonde hair, innocent face, and thin body all made him excited. He nodded slightly. Your body is weak and may not be able to withstand the impact of magic. You sit on me. If there is an emergency, I can react in time. As he said, he patted his thigh and motioned Caya to sit down. Caya leaned on Remuru shyly. Remuru hugged the girl, smelled the fragrance emanating from Caya's body, felt the elasticity of her legs, and felt a little hot. He took a deep breath, tried to suppress the restlessness in his heart, and reminded. Relax your body, your heartbeat is too strong, so you can't maximize the naming effect. Caya tried to adjust her breathing, but her heartbeat was still pounding. But I can't calm down. She sighed helplessly. Remuru smiled slightly, it's okay, I'll help you. After speaking, Remuru kissed her gently, and began to comfort her with his hands. After a while, Caya's eyes were blurred, and her face was still flushed. I give you a name, Caya. Remuru's serious voice suddenly sounded. As his voice fell, Caya sat on his thighs and started to evolve. Magic elements began to emerge uncontrollably, but this had no effect on Remuru, who had already used multiple barriers to defend his body. After a dazzling light flashed, Caya's body became more slender and well-proportioned. Her chest and hips were slightly fuller, but not too exaggerated. What Remuru admired most was Caya's skin, which changed from a sickly pale color to pure white. Remuru touched it with his hand, and it was smooth, delicate, and cold, a bit like a piece of white silk. And the slender long legs were really lovely. Look at Caya's pure and lovely face again, and she showed a comfortable expression because of the name. So tempting. Open Caya's personal panel. Name, Caya. Gender, female. Age, 18 years old. Height, 174 centimeters. 3 dimensions, B85, W58, age 88. Occupation, doctor. Talent, S level. Skills, Sage, water manipulation, poison resistance, primary armament haki, primary observation haki, life return. Status, training speed increased tenfold, comprehension increased tenfold, favorability increased tenfold. Existence value, 2000. Sage, thinking acceleration, analysis and identification, parallel calculation. 1 thinking acceleration, increase perception speed, up to 100 times. 2 analysis and identification, analyze and identify the object. 3 parallel calculation, separate the object to be analyzed from the thinking circuit and calculate it separately. Sage is a lower level skill of the Great Sage, equivalent to a castrated version of the Great Sage. Caya's dream is to be a doctor with superb medical skills. With the powerful skill of Sage, it should be able to help her realize her dream faster. After a while, Caya opened her eyes in a daze, and saw Remuru's forehead covered with sweat beads, his face slightly flushed, as if there was heat coming out. This scene deeply touched Caya, her heart was surging, and tears were rolling in her eyes. She knew that Remuru must have paid a huge price for her. She could clearly feel the leap in her physical fitness. Just think about it. In a short period of time, it is definitely not a simple thing to make a person undergo a complete transformation. As the person involved, Caya could not control her emotions. The reason why Caya agreed to become their ship doctor was because Remuru exposed CLO's conspiracy and saved Caya's life. More importantly, Caya has longed for life outside since she was a child. However, when she realized that not only Xiao Lixiang and Remuru, but also Nami and the other girls were very powerful, she began to feel inferior and stressed. She was worried that she would become a burden to the team. Her weak body could not even support basic sea voyages independently. Not to mention that there might be attacks from pirates at sea. Therefore, Caya was under great psychological pressure and always felt guilty about everyone. Before going to sea, Caya had found Remuru and wanted to resign from the position of ship doctor. But Remuru firmly rejected her request and encouraged her to relax and believe that she would become stronger. However, now it is different. The changes after the name made Caya feel unprecedented power. The improvement of her figure is secondary. More importantly, her physique has been significantly improved. She believed that as long as she was trained, she would be able to have a certain fighting power. Master Remuru, thank you. Excited, Caya hugged Remuru tightly, and her tears were like a flood that broke through the dam, and she could no longer control them, rolling down Remuru's shoulders. Remuru gently patted Caya's smooth back and wiped her tears gently. Great Sage, is Caya's disease cured? Completely eradicated? Hearing this good news, Princess Remuru picked up Caya and walked into the room. Seeing this scene, the women sighed in the same way. Alas, another tough opponent. Soon after, a crisp and unbridled shout came from the room. Chapter 38. 3 days later. Master, we have arrived at Rogue Town. Beside Remuru's bed, a small transparent light suddenly appeared. Rogue Town, also known as the Town of Beginning and End, is the place where the previous pirate king Gold Roger was born and died. It is located near the entrance of the Grand Line. Any pirate who wants to go to the Grand Line will choose to rest and replenish supplies here. As an important town in the East China Sea, Rogue Town is not only stationed with a large number of navies, but also a commercial town with extremely prosperous trade. The rich fruits, sweet fruits, and beautiful goods from the nearby islands are all gathered here for trading. You can also buy the necessities needed to go to the Grand Line. Remuru glanced at the women beside him, and gently patted Nami's fat body. Get up, lazy bugs, we're at Rogue Town. Nami stretched her body, rolled her eyes at Remuru, and walked lazily to the closet. Don't you know why we sleep in? Nami sighed in her heart. Remuru was too strong, and the 5 sisters couldn't beat him together. I have no idea where his limit is. After sighing, Nami continued. Rogue Town, the town of beginning and end? 20 years ago, the pirate king Roger was executed here. I want to go to the execution platform to see. Nami has not forgotten her dream of becoming the pirate king. To become the pirate king? You can go to all places in the pirate world, including Raftel. Only by going to Raftel can you rightfully call yourself the pirate king. However, if a non-pirate wants to go to Raftel, he will be hostile to all the pirates in the world. Lily Xiang also sat up from the bed and rubbed her eyes. We have to buy some fresh ingredients. Everyone has a good appetite, and there is still a lot of space in the refrigerator. It is always good to stock up more. Nakago also woke up and said. Lily Xiang, I will go with you. I also need to buy some vegetable seedlings. The vegetables grown on the ship are still too few and not enough to eat. Nakago is already fully familiar with the modern plantation. With the help of various intelligent robots, one person can also plant a large area. Machino turned over in bed and said dazedly. I won't go with you. I have to find a tavern, taste the fine wine here, and exchange wine-making experiences with them. Caya walked towards the bathroom. I will act alone. I have finished reading the books that Melly prepared for me. I have to buy some new medical books and herbs. For Caya, who has been taken care of since she was a child, this is her first time to act independently, and she is a little nervous. Listening to the women talking about their plans, Remuru nodded silently in his heart, you are worthy of being my woman. After thinking for a while, Remuru said to Nami who was getting dressed. Nami, take Xiao Lixiang to play. Nami stopped what she was doing and responded. Hey! Don't you take her? She likes to stick to you. Remuru shook his head. I have something to do, it's not convenient to take her with me. Who would take a child with them when picking up girls? Remuru was relieved that the girls were acting separately. Their strength was enough to keep them in the grand line. Moreover, Rogue Town was not too big, and everyone had Den Den Mushi to contact at any time. Even if there was an emergency, Remuru could arrive in time. So, he simply let the girls act freely. After making all the arrangements, Remuru got off the ship alone. As soon as he got off the ship, Remuru found something wrong. The harbor was bustling with people, and it seemed to be a peaceful scene. But secretly, many people were disguised as Navy. Did the Navy seem to have some big moves? Remuru shook his head. What did this have to do with him? Moreover, Rogue Town might be like this at ordinary times. Walking on the streets of Rogue Town, Remuru was thinking about his plan in his mind. Great Sage, can you detect Chef Carmen? Detecting. Carmen was successfully detected. Great. I was worried that she would not be in Rogue Town at this time. Remuru showed a satisfied smile on his face, let's go and accept her first. He decided to invite Carmen to join his team first. Although Remuru already has 1.5 cooks, Lily Xiang counts as 1, and Machino can only count as half, but the more cooks, the better. The appetites of the women are big. Remuru's appetite is bigger. In a restaurant in Rogue Town, 2 chefs are competing in cooking. The audience around them were excited, arguing with red faces and thick necks about who would be the winner of this competition. A pair of grandpas and aunts were particularly excited. The middle-aged aunt waved her arms and shouted at the old man next to her. Xiao Peng is the #1 chef in Rogue Town, the successor of the 9-turn large intestine, and has 30 years of cooking experience. I heard that the pirate king Roger praised it after eating it, how could he lose to that yellow-haired girl? The Xiao Peng mentioned by the middle-aged aunt is Cao Fan, a chef in the competition. The old man was not to be outdone and shouted loudly. Carmen will win. I know Carmen's strength best. Whenever she goes to a place for a cooking competition, I will go. She will definitely become the best chef in the East China Sea. Yes, the other one is the beautiful chef that Remuru has been thinking about, Carmen. Carmen is wearing a fiery red dress, with red hair like a waterfall and fair skin. She is concentrating on controlling the kitchen utensils in her hands. This makes Remuru's eyes light up. This appearance and figure are no less than that of Caya after being named. The old man has a good vision. And the two strange individuals next to Carmen should be her two apprentices. Remuru thought in his heart, how to get Carmen on board. Is her obsession to defeat Sanji and use Sanji as a breakthrough? Remuru shook his head and gave up this method. It's not that this method doesn't work. On the contrary, the chance of success is very high. However, Remuru does not want his woman to have too much obsession with other men and think about other men every day. Even if Carmen has no romantic thoughts about Sanji, it is just a competition of cooking skills. Got it. A plan suddenly flashed through his mind. The chef competition ended, and Flame Carmen won the victory with superb cooking skills. A demonic laugh broke out from her body. Hungry. Ha 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 ha. I defeated another person, one step closer to the first chef in the East China Sea. Xiao Pang knelt on the ground weakly, his heart full of frustration, just a hair's breadth. Remuru walked forward steadily with a smile on his face. Miss Carmen, please wait a moment. He introduced himself, my name is Remuru, and I am a traveler. Your cooking is unforgettable, and the small East China Sea should not be your stage. Why not become my exclusive chef, go to the Grand Line with me, and explore a wider world? Chapter 39. Before Carmen responded, her two apprentices jumped out first. Big-chinned Leo interrupted proudly, another ignorant person. Big-nosed Jose echoed, an ordinary person with no reputation wants to recruit our teacher, Flame Carmen? She is the future #1 chef in the East China Sea. Over the years, the teacher has rejected many famous pirates and bounty hunters. Leo echoed again. But this is the first time I have seen a traveler. Jose echoed again. Remuru smiled, you two look so weird, this is the first time I have seen you. Looking at the appearance of Leo and Jose, Remuru couldn't help but sigh that the humans in the One Piece world look so weird. Where did the mutant come from? Is this really a normal human? Carmen frowned, showing dissatisfaction. I am very grateful for your love, but I have no intention of going to the Grand Line. In the East China Sea, there is still someone I must defeat. Remuru shook his head, if you want to be the #1 chef in the East China Sea, you need to defeat not others, but yourself. Only by constantly breaking through yourself and not stagnating, sooner or later, you will become the strongest chef in the East China Sea, or even the strongest chef in the world. Before Carmen responded, Remuru began to use his big move. He stretched out a finger and turned the persuasion to the maximum, come to me, I will give you 10 million Baileys every month, how about it? This is the way Remuru thought of, using money to hit Carmen. Hearing Remuru's words, Carmen was very moved. Leo hastily retorted, don't think you're great just because you have money. The teacher won't waver for money. Remuru ignored him and pointed again. 20 million Baileys. Jose was also anxious, the teacher's cooking skills can never be measured by money. Remuru was about to speak again. I agree. Carmen was afraid that Remuru would go back on his word, so he said firmly, in the future, I will be your chef and cook delicious food for you. Remuru nodded with satisfaction, welcome Miss Carmen to be a companion. Leo and Jose looked at each other and thought, what should we do? Turning to Remuru, he hoped that he could take them with him. It would be even better if he could pay them. Remuru touched his chin, you are not young anymore, it's time to fly alone, you can't always stay under the protection of the master. Remuru was not surprised by Carmen's agreement. Except for a few big guys who can calmly say I'm not interested in money. Most people are eager to get money, but the degree of desire is different. And Remuru used the tempter to temporarily increase Carmen's desire for money. Only 20 million Baileys were used, but a huge temptation of 200 million or even 1 billion Baileys was created. That's why Carmen couldn't control herself. A celebrity once said that there is no problem in the world that money can't solve. If there is, it's that there is not enough money. Thanks to the clone salvaging the treasure that has sunk to the bottom, Remuru's assets have now reached 500 million Baileys. There are also 2 garbage devil fruits. The reason why Remuru's treasure hunting ability is so strong is not just relying on the observation haki. The observation haki cannot detect the breadth of gold and silver treasures. Instead, the great sage linked the observation haki and magic perception skills, which can analyze the detection range of Remuru to a certain extent. Remuru's magic perception is permanent, and his observation haki will be used once in a while. Therefore, no matter how deep the treasure is hidden, as long as it is within Remuru's detection range, it will be discovered by the great sage. Of course, Remuru's money to hire Carmen has another purpose. Remuru opened the system task and found that Carmen has become a companion recognized by the system. The completion condition for recruiting a companion is, the other party agrees to become the host's companion. This shows that spending money also falls into the category of agreement. This gave Remuru a new idea. I wonder if putting a knife on her neck to make her agree counts as consent? I can experiment with it when I have a chance. Remuru told Carmen to go back and pack up, and then left alone. Now, Remuru has 2.5 cooks, which is enough for the time being. But there is still no swordsman. At the gate of the naval base in Rogue Town, a cute Tashaji wearing red-framed glasses is about to enter the naval base. "My lovely navy lady, please wait a moment," Remuru called her from a distance. Hearing the voice, Tashaji turned around and saw a cute blue-haired girl walking towards her. After taking another look around and making sure there were no other female navy soldiers, she quickly walked up to her and asked with a smile, "Miss, are you calling me? Is there anything I can help you with?" "Miss." Remuru's face was a little stiff. "Although I look cute, I am a man." Tashaji was stunned, and then a blush appeared on her face. She hurriedly bowed and apologized. "Ah! I'm so sorry." Due to the excessive movement, her glasses flew out in an instant. The sudden departure of the glasses made Tashaji's vision blurred. "Oh, glasses, glasses." She squatted on the ground and fumbled around. This sudden incident was unexpected by Remuru, and he looked at the glasses in his hand. "A bit rustic. Change of plan. These are your glasses." Remuru bent down and handed the glasses in his hand to Tashaji. Hearing my voice, Tashaji looked up. Crack! With a crisp sound, Remuru crushed the glasses. "Thank you." Tashaji thanked him subconsciously, but then widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Ah! My glasses! I didn't mean it." Remuru scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry, I didn't expect you to be so cute under the glasses. Even if you praise me for being cute, it's useless. Those are very expensive glasses." Tashaji stretched out his hand and said firmly, "Please compensate me." "No problem." Remuru smiled and agreed readily. "But it would be inconvenient for you to have no glasses. Pick a pair of glasses you like and I'll give it to you. That's the only way. I know there's an eyewear store nearby." Tashaji nodded, stood up, and took Remuru to the eyewear store. Remuru looked at the glasses in his hand. He thought to himself, "Brother Glasses, leave in peace. Although you are dead, you have also contributed to the happiness of your master." After a 0.3-second silence for Brother Glasses, Remuru threw his hands towards the trash can on the roadside. "Hit! You can't throw garbage from a distance." Tashaji's voice came from a distance. "Sorry." Remuru hurried to catch up. "It's wrong to do this. If you miss, will you pretend that you didn't see it and just walk away?" "Of course not." Remuru had a slight headache and could only respond with a wry smile. Chapter 40. In the glasses store. "How about this one? Very good, very beautiful, let's buy this one." Remuru lay on the side with despair, watching Tashaji try on glasses again and again. This is the nth pair of glasses she has changed. If she had known earlier, she would not have sacrificed the glasses brother. Tashaji looked in the mirror and nodded gently. "It is indeed beautiful, but a little expensive, it costs 200,000 Baileys." Remuru has been observing Tashaji's reaction from the side. Seeing that she was so satisfied with this pair of glasses, he stood up straight immediately. "Just buy this one, don't change it." "Boss, take it." Remuru took out a stack of Baileys from his pocket and handed the money to the boss. Tashaji frowned and said. But, my previous pair of glasses only cost 150,000 baileys. I'm not short of money. Remuru smiled slightly and suggested. How about you accompany me to choose a good knife? The extra money will be your reward for helping me. These days, Remuru is not doing things every day, and he will practice swordsmanship when he has time. It's just right to buy a knife in Rogue Town. Tashaji was a little surprised to hear this suggestion. But thinking that he did have some research on knives, he nodded and agreed to this proposal. On the way to the weapon shop, Tashaji suddenly remembered something. She turned to look at Remuru and asked curiously. What did you want from me before? Of course it was to pick you up. Remuru would not be stupid enough to reveal his true intentions. He had already prepared a statement. Oh, I want to ask you how to redeem the bounty. After hearing this, Tashaji asked curiously, bounty? Are you a pirate hunter? Remuru shook his head gently. No, I'm a traveler. I just killed a small pirate a few days ago and exchanged some money. Tashaji nodded in understanding and didn't ask any more questions. After buying weapons, I'll take you there. The bounty cannot be redeemed by simply bringing the head. The identity of the pirate, the source of the body, and whether the redeemer is a criminal must be confirmed. While chatting, the two arrived at the door of the weapon shop. The decoration inside the shop is unique, with a variety of swords and knives. As soon as he entered the store, a man with a strange hairstyle came up to him with a warm smile on his face. Welcome, this is the Ipponmatsu weapons store. But when his eyes fell on Tashaji, his smile disappeared immediately. Ah! It's you. See for yourself. Since Smoker took office, there have been fewer and fewer pirates in Rogue Town, causing his business to plummet, so he didn't have much good feelings towards the Navy. Tashaji noticed the change in the boss's attitude and frowned. You are so rude. I am here to choose a knife for this gentleman. As she said, she turned to Remuru. How much do you want a knife? Remuru pondered for a moment. Choose first, and then talk about the price. As soon as Remuru entered the store, he found a hint of unusual smell. So he followed this smell to the pile of waste knives priced at 50,000. The boss glanced at Remuru and saw him walking towards the pile of discarded knives. He lost interest in him. There are knives worth 50,000 berries each. Remuru ignored the boss' attitude and took a knife out of the pile of discarded knives and looked at it carefully. Hey, wait! Seeing this, Tashaji raised her glasses and quickly opened the notebook in her hand, which recorded the information of various famous knives. After checking, she exclaimed. The sword in your hand is the Sandai Kaititsu. You should know that its predecessor is one of the 21 great swords, and the earlier first generation is even known as the Supreme Great Sword. How could such a famous sword be sold for only 50,000 baileys? The boss's face kept changing when he heard this, and finally said. I won't sell this sword. This is a demon sword. Remuru took over the conversation. He could feel the evil spirit emanating from the sword. Since the first generation of Kaititsu, every one of them is a demon sword, and many swordsmen have died because of it. You want to get rid of it as soon as possible, right? The boss nodded, looking nervous. Indeed, this thing seems to be cursed. If you die because of it, wouldn't it be equivalent to me killing you? The boss put the Sandai Kaititsu into the pile of scrap swords for sale, and he did want to get rid of it, but at the last moment, he didn't let his conscience go. This level. Curse. Remuru smiled. The demon sword devours its master because the user does not get its approval. Remuru knows how to tame this sword. Then let me try. Is it my luck or its curse that is strong? As he said, he threw the Sandai Kaititsu into the air and spun it, then closed his eyes and confidently stretched out his right hand. Remuru's action shocked the boss and Tashaji. The Sandai Kaititsu spun in the air for a few circles before falling. Puff! With a light sound, the demon sword cut off Remuru's hand in an unconventional way, and then inserted it into the floor as easily as tofu. The arm fell off with a sound, but no blood flowed out, and the broken end showed a blue jelly-like texture. Failed to pretend. It really dared to cut. The broken hand on the ground petrified the boss and Tashaji on the spot. Remuru remained calm. He stepped lightly on the broken hand with his right leg, and the broken hand flowed into his body along his right leg. Then, his right arm grew back. Tashaji stuttered. What's going on? Why can your hand grow back after it's broken? Remuru coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. I ate the slime fruit and became a slime man. So that's how it is. The boss breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Because Smoker is the user of the smoke fruit, the residents of this town still have some understanding of devil fruits. Slime. A hint of excitement flashed in Tashaji's eyes. Is it the kind of slime in novels and comics? Yes. Remuru nodded, and then his body turned into a ball of blue jelly and jumped into Tashaji's arms. I'm not an evil slime. The touch is not as good as Nami and the others. Tashaji held it in her arms and rubbed the blue jelly curiously. It was cold, soft, and elastic. After a while, Remuru regained his human form and pulled out the Sandai Kaititsu that was stuck in the ground. The blade reflected Remuru's cold face. Now you understand? You can't hurt me. You'd better be obedient in the future, otherwise I don't mind recasting you. The blade trembled slightly, as if expressing dissatisfaction. Humph. Need to be disciplined. Remuru snorted coldly, a red light flashed in his eyes, and a powerful domineering aura instantly rushed towards the demon sword. Under the precise control of the great sage, the domineering aura did not disperse greatly, and poured all its strength into the Sandai Kaititsu. Only 3 people noticed it a little. Chapter 41. After the sword was stagnant, the owner was very happy. Feeling that the demon sword had calmed down, Remuru smiled and turned to the boss and said, "Do you have any other good swords? I plan to buy another one." In the end, Remuru bought Suezu and Sandai Kaititsu. The boss wanted to give him the sword, but Remuru declined. The boss's business was not doing well, so he didn't want to add to his burden. After leaving the weapon shop, Remuru asked Tashaji, "What is your dream?" Tashaji blurted out without hesitation, "I want to work hard to practice and take back the famous swords that have fallen into the hands of evil people all over the world." Remuru nodded slightly, with a hint of approval on his face. "It's a very good dream, but what is your definition of evil?" Tashaji frowned, with indignation in his voice. "Pirates, of course they are pirates. They burn, kill, rob, and do all kinds of evil. It's a waste of precious swords in their hands." Remuru he smiled, "Then do you think you are righteous?" Tashaji was stunned by this question, and she responded almost instinctively. "I am a navy, so I am naturally righteous." The smile on Remuru's face disappeared, replaced by a serious expression. "Does the navy represent justice? Don't forget that there are also scums in the navy who oppress the people and are greedy for life and afraid of death." A trace of shock flashed in Tashaji's eyes. How can such people exist in the navy? After joining the navy, she has been working under Smoker, and she doesn't know the navy of other branches at all. Of course there are, and they are not a minority. Remuru's voice is low and powerful. Colonel Mouse of the 16th branch colluded with pirates, and Colonel Monka of the 153rd branch oppressed the people, etc. However, these things damage the image of justice that the navy has always promoted, so the navy and the world government will not make them public. If you want to know these things, you can only see them with your own eyes. Tashaji fell into silence, and a huge wave was set off in her heart. Remuru took advantage of the situation and pursued, "Besides, what is justice? What is evil?" He stared at Tashaji and continued. "For a swordsman, a famous sword is a partner in battle and a spiritual sustenance. The same is true for a famous sword. When you take the famous sword back from the hands of the evil, do you also deprive the sword of the bond between the sword and the owner? Is this considered evil? Why, how could it be?" Tashaji's body trembled. She couldn't believe that her faith could be shaken so easily. She fell to the ground, her eyes blank. What I insist on, is it evil?" Remuru looked at her and suddenly laughed, his laughter echoing in the street. Dashiki looked at him in astonishment, not understanding what he meant. What are you laughing at? Remuru stopped laughing and his expression became gentle. Don't doubt your own justice easily. After you catch or kill the criminal, do you have to return the knife to him? As for whether your dream is just, don't just listen to others, you need to think and see for yourself. Wisdom is sometimes more important than strength. Otherwise, you will only become a knife in the hands of others. If you want to have enough wisdom, I suggest you walk around more and broaden your horizons. Dashiki was thoughtful. Remuru stretched out his hand and invited Dashiki. I am a traveler, exploring this world. Would you like to go with me? Dashiki was stunned. She didn't expect Remuru to invite her. She lowered her head in thought, then slowly raised her head. I need time to think about it. Well, there is progress. Remuru nodded. But are you sure you want to continue sitting here to think about it? Only then did Tashaji realize that she was still sitting on the ground, and someone was looking at her not far away. Her face flushed, and she hurriedly stood up with the help of Remuru's hand and patted the dust off her body. Remuru smiled, untied a knife from his waist, and handed it to her. If you decide to join us, this Sandai Kaititsu will be given to you. Tashaji's eyes widened. You don't need it. Remuru pulled out another knife, Suezu. Its blade is made of black lacquer katana, and the blade is a small ding-shaped blade. It's enough for me to have this one. I like this knife very much, and it seems to like me too. Remuru looked at Tashaji. Let me tell you one more thing. It's not the sword that makes the man, but the man that makes the sword. I will make Suezu the strongest black sword in the world. After saying that, a stream of black air spread upward from the handle to the tip of the sword. The entire blade was completely rendered black, becoming a black sword. Naval Base. In the smoky room, a naked upper body man stood quietly. He is the naval colonel of Rogue Town, Smoker. The short silver hair flashed coldly under the dim light, and 2 cigarettes burned leisurely in his mouth. Smoker looked through the window and cast his eyes on the playground below. The Marines were practicing swordsmanship hard, and sweat splashed. He took a deep breath of smoke and frowned slightly. Where did Tashaji go again? Report. Just when Smoker was unhappy, Tashaji appeared at the door of the office with a stranger. Turning his eyes, Smoker looked at the door. Come in. Tashaji saluted Smoker and said. Colonel Smoker, there is something you need to handle. Tashaji was shocked when she learned that the person who wanted to claim the bounty was a pirate who had been determined dead 3 years ago. She knew that this matter was not something that ordinary Navy could handle. So she brought Remuru to the Navy Captain Smoker. She introduced Smoker, this is Mr. Remuru, he brought the head of 100 Stratagems CLO, and wanted to claim the bounty. After that, Tashaji slowly told everything. Remuru added from time to time. Smoker took a deep puff of smoke, stared at Remuru with a sharp gaze, and slowly said. I will confirm this with my superiors, you may need to wait 2 or 3 days. Remuru shrugged, no problem, I can still wait for 2 or 3 days. He thought to himself, Luffy hasn't set out to sea yet, it's still early. Rogue Town is prosperous and lively, just take the opportunity to play for a while. Travel should be relaxed. Smoker continued to ask. Do you have CLO's body? Remuru nodded, his right hand instantly liquefied, and spit out a headless corpse. This is CLO's body. Smoker walked forward and carefully examined the headless corpse. He pinched his fingers on the corpse, and a flash of understanding flashed in his eyes. The muscle strength and density of this corpse far exceeded that of ordinary people, and it was obviously not something that ordinary people could have. Smoker nodded secretly in his heart, and believed Remuru's words a little. Chapter 42. After the inspection, Smoker nodded slightly and looked at Remuru. If the news is true, we will inform you. Then I will go back and wait for good news. Remuru nodded in understanding and turned to the door. Seeing this, Tashaji quickly followed, I'll take you there. As the two left, only Smoker was left in the office. He fell into deep thought. Tashaji ran away again. It's not time to get off work yet. At the gate of the naval base, Tashaji asked Remuru, how is it? The navy here is pretty good, right? Remuru nodded, very energetic, and full of passion. It is undeniable that the navy of Rogue Town, under the leadership of Smoker, is a navy full of justice. Remuru waved at Tashaji, okay, I'll take you there. Then he turned around and prepared to leave. Tashaji looked at his back, her lips moved, but she didn't say anything. She recalled Remuru's previous statement that the navy is justice, and an impulse surged in her heart. She gritted her teeth and chased after him. What do you think the navy is? Tashaji really wanted to know Remuru's answer. Remuru responded casually. The navy is just a profession. Dashiki was furious when he heard this. Profession? Who doesn't know that it is a profession? I'm not asking you that. Why do you say that the navy cannot represent justice? Even if there are a few bad apples, the navy as a whole is still just. Her voice rose a few points. Remuru stopped and asked back, do you think the world government is just? Dashiki was stunned for a moment, the world government should also be just. Remuru shook his head, his voice revealed deep helplessness. If the world government is just, why are there so many pirates under its rule? He glanced at Dashiki and continued, most people can eat and wear warm clothes, who would become a pirate? And if the world government is not just, the navy that firmly maintains the rule of the world government will not be just. How can you call yourself righteous? There was a deep irony in his voice. If most of the pirates are doing evil under the banner of freedom, then the navy is the thugs recruited by the world government under the banner of justice. He paused and continued. So, the navy is just a profession, and it does not distinguish between good and bad. There are good people and bad people in the profession. What the world government maintains is the supreme status of the celestial dragons, and then the interests of the nobles of the member countries of the world government. In order to eradicate evil, they can do whatever it takes, even killing innocent people. As for ordinary civilians, as long as it does not affect their rule, as many as they die is fine. Unconsciously, the two walked to the port. Remuru pointed to the goddess of light anchored in the port. This is my ship, the goddess of light, you can contact me here when you are free. Tashaji looked at him, her heart full of complicated emotions. She said goodbye to Remuru and turned away. In the naval base, Smoker looked at the clock on the wall, his face becoming more and more ugly. Do you have to send someone home when you send them off? After Tashaji left, Remuru did not board the ship, but walked towards Rogue Town. He walked to a remote corner. Come out. Remuru stopped, then spoke in a low and firm voice. Sir, you have been following me, what do you have to say? As his voice fell, a breeze blew gently, bringing up a cloud of dust. A figure appeared with the wind, wearing a green cloak, and the shoehorn mark on his face was particularly eye-catching. He was the world government's #1 criminal, the leader of the revolutionaries, Monkey D. Dragon. Long smiled, his eyes revealed his admiration for Remuru. Please don't misunderstand, I just want to make a friend. You are so young and have such amazing strength, it's really impressive. Remuru smiled gently, his eyes flashed with a sharp light. Oh, it turns out that you are the leader of the revolutionary army, and you are dubbed the world's most vicious criminal by the world government. Long is different from those pirates. They have a clear goal and act with the intention of overthrowing the rule of the world government, which is more harmful to the world government. Long did not get angry, but smiled more deeply. It seems that you know a little about the revolutionary army. Are you willing to join us to overthrow the brutal rule of the celestial dragons and build a new world of freedom and equality together? When Remuru used the Conqueror's Haki, Long was nearby and noticed it. For such a young strong man, Long couldn't help but think of winning him over. Remuru shook his head slightly, his eyes firm. Thank you for your appreciation, but I have no plans to join any forces now. Long sighed, a trace of disappointment flashed across his face. That's a pity. However, if you change your mind in the future, the door of our revolutionary army will always be open to you. Remuru smiled, we can at least be friends, right? He stretched out his hand and expressed his willingness to be friends to Long. The revolutionary army has been operating underground for more than 10 years and has a considerable mass base. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. In the future, if Remuru wants to overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons, the revolutionary army can also tie up part of the energy of the world government. Long also smiled, and he held Remuru's hand. Of course. The two people's eyes met at this moment, as if they had reached some kind of tacit understanding. Remuru suggested, how about a competition between friends? A hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes, as if he wanted to test the strength of the leader of the revolutionary army. However, Long shook his head, no, I have something important to do and cannot reveal my whereabouts. Remuru nodded and expressed his understanding. After the two chatted for a few more words, a gust of wind blew. Lemuru's figure quietly disappeared in the wind. Although he failed to recruit Remuru, Long did not have too many regrets in his heart. This was the first contact, and he did not know much about the cause of the revolution. He would definitely not make a decision easily. And Lemuru's questioning attitude towards the world government made Long happy. Even if they would not become companions in the future, at least they were friends who would jointly resist the world government. However, Long secretly thought in his heart, when did he find me? If it was before talking about the world government. Remuru smiled and shook his head, interrupting his thoughts, how is it possible? He was confident in his concealment skills. He could use the power of the fruit to eliminate sounds and smells, and even adjust his breath to the level of ordinary people. It was already quite difficult for Remuru to find himself, and it was almost impossible to directly identify the identity of the stalker. On the other hand, Remuru was very happy to see Long Long was undoubtedly an opponent at the level of the general, and might even be stronger. Remuru always wanted to know how strong the general was in the pirate world. Although Remuru had judged that he had the strength to compete with the general, this was only based on the destructive power shown by the general in the anime. Odin knows nothing about pirates. Remuru feels that he cannot trust anime completely, and it is safer to try it in reality. Moreover, if this pirate world is a modified version, with vice admirals moving mountains and filling the sea, and admirals exploring the universe, then it would be suicidal for Remuru to expose his hostility to the world government too early. But now it seems that the situation is not bad. Although they have never really fought, according to the information detected by the Great Sage. Lemuru's physical fitness is slightly inferior to that of Dragon, but with his powerful skills, he is confident that when facing a master of the level of the General Emperor, even if he cannot win, he will never lose. Chapter 43. After thinking for a while, Remuru looked at the skill panel. Host name, Remuru. Age, 18. Gender, male. Partners, Nami, Nakiko, Machino, Lixiang, Lily Xiang, Caya, Carmen. Talent, SSS level. Devil Fruit, Deification Slime Fruit Demon God Void God Form, Development, 31%. Inherent abilities, Absorption, Dissolution, Self-Regeneration. Unique skills, Great Sage, Predator, Tempter, Degenerate. Normal skills, Magic Perception, Water Manipulation, Observation Haki, Intermediate, Armament Haki, Intermediate, Overlord Haki, Primary, Space Movement, Black Flame, Superspeed Regeneration, Multiple Barriers, Poison Breath, Sound Wave Perception, Heat Source Perception, Rigidity, Body Armor, Paralysis Breath, Sticky Wire Steel Wire, Blood-Sucking Ultrasound, Super Sense of Smell, Black Thunder, Fire Control, Flame Explosion Prison Array, Clone, Shadow Movement, Underwater Breathing. Swimming, Blowing Bubbles. Resistance, Heat Change Resistance, Piercing Resistance, Physical Attack Resistance, Pain Nullification, Electric Current Resistance, Paralysis Resistance. Existence Value, 320,000. Strength is steadily improving, and the development degree has reached 31%. When the development degree exceeded 30%, he synchronized the new skill Space Movement, and his strength was further improved. Remuru fell into deep thought. Now he has determined that his strength is at the level of the General Emperor, and he is determined to take the path of overthrowing the world government in the future. And now, there are already several female companions around him, but it is impossible for just a few people to conquer the world in the future. He can develop peripheral forces. A coxcomb flashed in his mind, Bartolomeo. He was a bohemian, yet extremely loyal man, exactly the ideal younger brother in his mind. It's a little late now, let's go find him tomorrow. Remuru made a plan for tomorrow. Great sage, do you want to tell me something? Nothing. At night. In an inn in Rogue Town. The members of the tour group sat together, the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Remuru stood up and walked to the middle of the crowd with a new-looking woman. He smiled and introduced the new partner to the women. This is Carmen, from today on, she is also one of us. Let's get along well. After Remuru introduced Carmen to everyone, he introduced several women to Carmen in turn. Machino stared at Carmen for a while, as if confirming something. Carmen, your outfit. Could it be that you are the flame Carmen? Machino, do you know her? Remuru turned his head and looked at Machino. The girls also cast curious glances. Machino nodded, confirming his guess. Well, last year, she defeated the #1 chef in the Kingdom of Goa, and I was lucky enough to witness that duel. Remuru smiled when he heard this, then you can exchange cooking skills more often. By the way, Remuru, the important matter you mentioned this morning, is it to find new sisters for us? Nami looked at Remuru with some jealousy. Remuru's forehead was sweating, but he still said shamelessly. Of course, I am also sharing the pressure for you. I have also reserved a cute swordsman, and will continue to recruit companions in the future. Principled issues cannot be compromised. Nami heard this, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, as if she accepted Remuru's explanation. In that case, I also want to introduce someone to everyone. Nami clapped her hands. A man with green hair and coxcomb rushed in. Hello, big sister, hello, seniors. My name is Bartolomeo, and I am Nami's younger brother. Bartolomeo bowed deeply as soon as he entered the door, and then bowed to each person in turn. The women looked at Nami with questions in their eyes. Nami smiled slightly and began to slowly tell the story of her encounter with Bartolomeo. It turned out that after watching the execution platform, Nami took Xiao Lixiang into a weapon store. Xiao Lixiang chose a pair of exquisite daggers, and Nami chose a stick as her weapon. A few days ago, Nami saw Remuru practicing swordsmanship, and she also wanted to practice a weapon. After thinking it over again and again, she decided to choose a stick as her weapon. This stick is called Weather, it is 1.75 meters long and weighs 800 kilograms. Nami took out the weather stick from the package and showed it to her companions. The stick is of moderate thickness, and the entire stick is a deep sky blue. Nami waved it a few times. Stick, a whistling sound was heard in the air. Then, Nami continued to recall, just when I got the weather stick, I was itching to get it. Bartolomeo rushed in with a few brothers. In the morning, Bartolomeo rushed into the weapon shop angrily. Grandma, give me some weapons quickly. Nami held the weather stick tightly, thinking that it was someone who was causing trouble. The old lady looked at him with a hint of pampering in her eyes. Xiao Ao, are you going to fight again? It's not a fight, it's a gang fight. Bartolomeo explained. Damn it, the Tianza gang in the next town actually looked down on our Barto club and said we were a bunch of hooligans. How can we tolerate this? The younger brothers echoed. It can't be tolerated, absolutely can't be tolerated. They are standing on our heads and peeing. We must teach them a lesson. Bartolomeo held the old lady's hand, with a coquettish look on his face. Grandma, just sponsor us a few weapons. 40 will be enough. The old lady said helplessly, okay, you little brat, you use this trick again. Go, pick some handy ones, and remember to return them after use. Okay. Hearing this, Bartolomeo smiled. After Bartolomeo left, Nami asked about the price of the weather stick. The old lady held up 5 fingers, 5 million berries. Nami's eyes widened. So expensive. Old lady, can you give me a discount? How about 500,000 berries? The old lady shook her head firmly, the price can't be less. After several rounds of bargaining, Nami lost. Looking at her dejected look, the old lady couldn't help but laugh. You should be very strong. If you can bring Xiao Ao and the others back safely, I can give it to you for free. Hearing this, Nami's eyes lit up. Really? Then it's settled. Then things went smoothly. Nami and Xiao Lixiang followed Bartolomeo to the next town. But they found that the so-called Sky Blasting Gang was just a group of gangsters fighting over trivial matters. So, Nami beat up everyone on both sides. Everyone else was beaten with a stick, but Bartolomeo used a barrier to block her attack. This made Nami very excited, so she used all her strength, and countless stick shadows fell on the barrier. Finally, she wrapped the Conqueror's haki around the weather stick, and the whole stick exuded a heart-pounding pressure, and red lightning lingered on the weather stick like smoke. Nami chopped the barrier with all her strength. The barrier did not move at all. Bartolomeo was frightened by Nami's courage and sat on the ground. Now he had just eaten the barrier fruit not long ago, and he did not understand the nature of the barrier, and could not cover himself completely. If Nami wanted to win, she would have won long ago. She was just practicing stick skills. After knowing that Nami was sent by the old woman, Bartolomeo recognized her as his elder sister on the spot and vowed to follow her for the rest of his life. Nami could not get rid of him no matter how hard she tried, and was very enthusiastic. Finally, Nami had no choice but to throw the problem to Remuru. Chapter 44. The old man was very happy. Bartolomeo knelt heavily on his knees, tears still lingering in his eyes. He clenched his hands tightly, and his voice was pleading. Brothers and sisters, please allow me to follow you. Whether it's serving tea or washing clothes and cooking, I'm willing to do anything. Nami raised her eyebrows, and a hint of surprise flashed across her face. She looked at Bartolomeo and asked in confusion. Oh? You can cook too? Bartolomeo scratched his head a little embarrassedly. I should be able to do it. If not, I can learn. Remuru pondered for a moment, then sat up straight, his expression became serious. He stared at Bartolomeo and spoke slowly. Bartolomeo, even if we can't take you out to sea, are you still willing to follow us? The system mission is incomplete and can only be bound to female characters. Even if Bartolomeo gets on board, without the dual blessing of the system and naming, his strength improvement speed will lag far behind that of women. And seeing the rapid improvement of the strength of people around him may disturb his state of mind, and then affect his strength improvement. Bartolomeo nodded without hesitation, his eyes firm. Of course I am willing. Nami is the person I am determined to follow for the rest of my life, and the seniors, as the companions of the big sister, are naturally my seniors. Since seeing Nami's godlike stick, he was shocked by her courage and his admiration value was directly maxed out. Remuru was obviously very satisfied with Bartolomeo's answer. He nodded again, with an approving smile on his face. Okay, you will be one of us in the future. You should first train your strength in Rogue Town and expand your power. Let's go to sea again in a year. Great! Bartolomeo was so excited that tears flowed down his face. He held Remuru's hand tightly. I will definitely live up to Brother Remuru's trust. The atmosphere in the room gradually became relaxed and joyful. Nokaigao approached Bartolomeo curiously and asked. Xiao Ao, is your barrier really so magical that it cannot be broken? Bartolomeo scratched his head and answered shyly. I don't know, but the barrier gives me the feeling of being unbreakable. Maybe it really can't be broken. But a specific gesture is required to maintain the barrier. As he said, he overlapped the middle fingers and index fingers of both hands and shouted softly. Protective barrier. A transparent blue barrier appeared instantly, as crystal clear as glass. The girls stepped forward and tried to break the barrier, but no matter how hard they tried, the barrier remained motionless. Bartolomeo watched nervously, secretly exclaiming in his heart. It's not easy to be a companion of Big Sister Nami. If there is no barrier, I feel that a punch can kill me. Then he looked at Remuru. As the captain of Big Sister, what kind of strength does he have? Remuru also stepped forward, he stretched out his right hand to touch the barrier, and whispered. Predator. His right hand liquefied instantly, tightly wrapping the barrier. The next moment, the barrier was swallowed directly into Remuru's stomach. Bartolomeo watched all this in amazement, exclaiming in his heart, "Fuck! You are worthy of being a senior." He felt that the barrier was completely disconnected from him, and he was surprised and admired. Information: the barrier has the characteristic of indestructibility. Is there a way to break it? Explanation: this is the power of rules, which cannot be easily broken by conventional methods. Ultimate skills can defy rules. Ultimate skills. Remuru thought that ultimate skills were also extremely buggy, and each ultimate skill had special rules and effects. It was reasonable that ultimate skills could defy devil fruit abilities. Although Remuru was very strong, there were many buggy devil fruits in the pirate world, and he might get into trouble if he wasn't careful. Although, as long as his own armament haki was strong enough, he could invalidate the fruit ability, but armament haki could not help others remove the effects of devil fruits. Now that there was one more way to defy, Remuru felt much more relaxed. Shaking his head, Remuru came back to his senses. He looked at Bartolomeo's shocked expression and smiled. "Bartolomeo, your barrier is very strong. Under normal circumstances, even the 4 emperors cannot destroy the barrier. You can use it with confidence. I don't know if Kizaru's shining fruit can penetrate the barrier directly." Bartolomeo admired Remuru even more after hearing this. He boasted. As expected of a senior, he easily accomplished something that even the 4 emperors could not do. Remuru felt a little guilty, as he could not break the barrier at present. Is the barrier still in the stomach? But he did not explain too much. Then, Remuru took out the training method of the 6 styles of the Navy and gave it to Bartolomeo, and asked Nami to write him a domineering training experience. Bartolomeo was so moved that he burst into tears, hugged Remuru's thighs tightly, and vowed to respect Remuru like respecting his grandmother. This made Remuru feel a little embarrassed. After Bartolomeo's emotions stabilized, Remuru asked, "What are you going to do with the other brothers in your club?" Bartolomeo answered without hesitation. "Of course, let them also be the younger brothers of the seniors." "No, it should be the younger brothers." He looked at Remuru with excitement. Remuru nodded, "Just volunteer, no need to force it. As for the training methods of the 6 styles and haki, you can also give them to your trusted brothers." 3 days later. Naval Base. Colonel's office. A heavy cloth bag was thrown casually on the table. "This is 16 million Baileys." Smoker was lying on the sofa, 2 big cigars trembling slightly at the corners of his mouth. "It has been confirmed that he is 100 stratagems Crow, thank you for eliminating him." There was some praise in his voice. Remuru frowned, dissatisfaction on his face. "Why did it take 3 days to confirm?" Smoker took a deep puff of his cigar and slowly exhaled the smoke. "That Chloro is very cunning. He once faked his death to escape our pursuit. If he is deceived again this time, our navy will lose face." He paused, his eyes became serious. "You have a strong sense of justice, how about joining the navy?" In these 3 days, Smoker not only confirmed Chloro's identity, but also investigated Remuru in detail. He admired Remuru very much. Remuru shook his head without hesitation, his eyes were firm. "No, I have my own way to go." He turned his head to look at Tashaji standing beside him, a trace of tenderness flashed in his eyes. "Tashaji, how have you considered it? Are you willing to travel with me on the sea?" Tashaji bit her lower lip, her eyes full of entanglement. In these 3 days, she often met Remuru by chance, and then they chatted and talked about their ideals. She was full of affection and admiration for Remuru, and she really wanted to go out to sea with Remuru to broaden her horizons. However, Smoker was also very kind to her and helped her a lot. Chapter 45. The 2 of them were in a state of panic, and the 2 sides were in a state of panic. Smoker's face darkened slightly. He saw that Dashiki was wavering. "This is the rhythm of being abducted. Remuru, you are poaching in front of me." He turned his head away half-jokingly, but there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Dashiki had something hidden in her heart, and Smoker had discovered it long ago. At that time, he casually asked a few questions, and Dashiki confessed everything. Smoker turned to Tashaji, his tone became serious. Tashaji, your life choices are very important, don't jump to conclusions. If you decide to leave the Navy, I will respect your choice. But remember, no matter where you go or what decisions you make, don't go against the justice in your heart. Otherwise, no matter where you are, I will personally take you to the city of Pushing Forward. Just then. Report. A Navy soldier rushed in a panic. Colonel Smoker, something bad has happened. The three people in the room turned their heads to look at him at the same time. Smoker frowned, looking a little unhappy with his loss of composure. But the situation was urgent, and he didn't have time to blame too much. What happened? The Navy soldier took a deep breath and reported loudly. Mue village was massacred by pirates. Only one child survived. What? Tashaji exclaimed. Swish! Smoker's eyes suddenly became sharp. He stared at the soldier and said in a deep voice. When did it happen? Just now, we received a report from a child. He cried and said, that everyone in the village was dead. The soldier stammered. And we have lost contact with the informant in Mue village. Hearing this, Smoker immediately stood up and lit a new cigar. He put on the cloak that symbolized justice and ordered Tashaji. Tashaji, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and gather the soldiers. Yes. Tashaji reacted quickly and saluted Smoker. Then, she quickly spun the den mushi. With the mechanical sound of click, she issued an emergency assembly order to all departments at a very fast speed and with precise wording. At this moment, she was completely without her usual cuteness, and was replaced by the competence and decisiveness of a naval elite. Remuru witnessed this scene, he pinched his chin, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Pirates massacre the village? This kind of thing? Let's go and see. Then he gathered a few women, boarded the Goddess of Light, and sailed to Mue village behind the warship. Port. Bartolomeo brought a group of younger brothers to see Remuru and his friends off. He waved his arms, and shouted with tears in his eyes. Big sister, seniors, take care. The old woman next to him looked at this scene, sighed, and thought to herself. What a good girl, it's a pity that Xiao Ao didn't grasp it. Xiao Ao, how did you become her younger brother? Photon Goddess. Nami looked at Remuru and asked in confusion. Why are you leaving suddenly? What happened? The women also looked at Remuru, waiting for his answer. Pirates massacred the village. Remuru slowly uttered these 4 words. The faces of the women turned pale instantly. Remuru continued to narrate, his voice steady but unable to conceal his anger. Mue village was massacred by pirates, we are going there now. But we don't know which pirate group did it. He shook his head, feeling puzzled and angry at the cruel behavior of the pirates. In the pirate world, although there are many pirates, they generally don't massacre villages. Pirates usually only rob treasures and occasionally vent their desires. The villagers are their stable source of income. If all the people are killed, what will they eat? Even if the pirates encounter a caravan at sea, as long as ordinary people give up resistance, the pirates generally won't kill them. Thinking of this, Remuru said to the women. I'm going to the navy to find out the situation. As soon as the voice fell, Remuru spread his bat-like wings and flew towards the warship not far away. On the deck of the warship, some navy soldiers were startled when they saw a figure flying towards them, but when they saw the figure's face clearly, their nervous expressions relaxed a little. In the past few days, Remuru often ran to the navy and stayed with Sergeant Tashaji for a long time. Many navy soldiers were familiar with Remuru. And Remuru was also very good-looking. There are many young men in the navy who are in love with him. It's just that the time is still short, and no one has the courage to confess. Smoker saw Remuru flying over, frowned slightly, and showed his unhappy mood. He secretly wondered in his heart, is this guy here to seduce Tashaji again? Remuru landed steadily on the deck. What are you doing here? Smoker is in a bad mood now. Remuru didn't care about Smoker's expression. Let me ask what happened specifically? Do you know which pirate group did it? Smoker took a deep breath, his voice was low and powerful. It's the Click Pirates. His words revealed his disdain for this pirate group. That clique with 50 ships and 5,000 men, I didn't expect it to be a coward. Coward. A trace of doubt flashed across Remuru's face, and he was obviously surprised by this evaluation. Tashaji took over the topic and stated in a cold tone. A few days ago, we received news that the pirate clique intended to march into the Grand Line. So, we have been gathering troops in Rogue Town and preparing for battle. However, he did not come to Rogue Town. Although Smoker did not take Creek seriously and was confident that he could deal with the Creek pirates alone, he also understood the importance of cultivating a new generation of navy. So a large number of soldiers were gathered in Rogue Town, resulting in a weak defense around it, and Creek's traces were not detected in time. Smoker snorted angrily. I never thought that the pirate with the title of the Overlord of the East Sea would not even dare to set foot in Rogue Town, but directly detoured to the Grand Line. Remuru thought for a moment and asked. Is this a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Is he going to Rogue Town now? If that's the case, it will be beneficial to us. Smoker shook his head and said. 50 ships cannot leave no traces. I have enough troops in Rogue Town to hold on for a while. If he does this, he will only fall into the trap. But now it seems that he has probably escaped. If we go to Mue village now, I'm afraid we can only collect the bodies of the villagers. Remuru nodded silently, his heart full of anger. Mue village is not far from Rogue Town, and it is on the edge of Smoker's jurisdiction. At noon, the warship and the Goddess of Light arrived at Mue village. The village was dead silent, with burnt marks and broken walls everywhere. The fire in the house had gone out, leaving only wisps of smoke floating in the air. In the center of the ruins, a little boy knelt alone beside a corpse, crying with a dull face. Chapter 46. The dead body was buried, and the dead body was buried. Mue village. Nami and the other girls also went ashore and witnessed the hellish scene. Houses collapsed, smoke filled the air, and blood and debris were everywhere. There were few complete bodies, some had their eyes dug out, and some had their internal organs emptied. And the female bodies were in even more miserable conditions. They were piled up naked, covered in filth, and their breasts were cut off and strung together. Ugh! This scene made the girls vomit, unwilling to continue to control their stomachs. On the other side, Smoker, Tashaji, and Remuru sat around, listening attentively to the narration of a little boy. Fear and sadness flashed in the little boy's eyes. He recalled that horrible night and his body trembled unconsciously. He clenched his fists and choked his voice. Those demons came last night and started killing crazily as soon as they landed on the island. Countless ships surrounded the island and we had nowhere to escape. He lowered his head and tears rolled in his eyes. My mother hid me in a cave and told me not to make a sound. The demons left until dawn. Although the boy was frightened and exhausted all night, he still cheered up and told everything he knew, hoping that the pirates would be punished. He looked at Smoker expectantly. Will the Navy seek justice for us? Smoker took a deep breath, squatted down, gently touched the boy's head, and looked firm. Yes, they will all get the punishment they deserve. Tashaji clenched her fists angrily, and a trace of cruelty flashed in her eyes. What an evil pirate! She turned to Smoker. Colonel Smoker, let's go after them. Smoker was silent. He frowned and thought, then slowly said, I will report this to the headquarters. They have entered the jurisdiction of Admiral Nelson. Other navy will deal with it. Mue village is already on the edge of Smoker's jurisdiction. If you can see the pirate ship, you can still chase it. But the clique pirates set off a few hours ago and have long disappeared in the vast ocean. I can't see that you are still a rule-abiding master. Remuru raised a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Smoker was speechless, but seeing the boy's disappointed expression, he still defended himself. No rules, no order. The garrisoned navy cannot leave the jurisdiction at will, otherwise more pirates will escape. Remuru secretly complained in his heart, why did you chase King Luffy all over the world in the original book? Was he fascinated by King Luffy's smile? But on second thought, it was understandable. In Smoker's eyes, how could Crick be compared with King Luffy? He saw the shadow of Roger in King Luffy, and believed that if it was not dealt with, it would become a big problem in the future. Although it is rare for pirates to massacre villages, to be cruel, there are still many examples every year. People have become accustomed to this, and except for the parties involved, they will not take it too seriously. However, Remuru does not think so. Pirates like King Luffy, who are adventurers, are not harmful at all. At most, they disobey the discipline of the world government and make the world government unhappy. But what does this have to do with Remuru? Remuru said calmly. No need to report to the headquarters, I will deal with them. The boy raised his head in surprise. Really? Remuru smiled and touched his head. Of course it's true. They won't survive tonight. Remuru suppressed his anger, and the hellish scene also shocked him, and he was more determined to overthrow the world government. Smoker took a deep breath of smoke and stared at Remuru. Are you sure? I don't take him seriously. Remuru stretched out his hand to Tashaji and invited. Does Tashaji want to come with us? The air seemed to freeze, waiting for Tashaji's decision. In a moment, Tashaji held Remuru's hand and smiled sweetly. Well, Captain. Please take care of me in the future. Looking at this scene, Smoker knew that it was irreversible. He wanted to say something but in the end he only said one sentence. Dashiki, you have worked hard these years. Dashiki's eyes were slightly moist. Well, thank you Colonel Smoker for taking care of me. The Goddess of Light set off again. It unfolded its outer wheels, consumed the stored energy, and sailed quickly into the distance. Before, the Goddess of Light. Like other sailboats, the goddess relies on wind power to save energy. Only the ship spirit Xiaoguang consumes a small amount of energy when fine-tuning the course or firing at the pirate ship. On the lawn, the women were all in a heavy mood. Nami was the first to break the dullness. She enthusiastically held Tashaji's hand tightly. You are our new partner, Tashaji. I am Nami, the navigator of this ship, welcome to join us. Hello, Miss Nami, do you know me? Tashaji was a little flattered. Of course, after all, you are very famous in Rogue Town, and Remuru also praised you to us. Nami nodded. Hearing this, Remuru was stunned for a moment, wondering, when did I praise her? A blush appeared on Dashiki's cheeks, with a little shyness. Captain, did he really praise me? What did he praise? Nami's lips curled up slightly, and she uttered 4 words. A cute swordsman. Hey! Hey! Dashiki didn't react for a moment and was stunned. The girls also gathered around and expressed their warm welcome to Dashiki. Yes, that's the expression. Sure enough, Remuru is right. Cute, cute, very cute. 2.5 hours later. A group of ships gradually emerged on the distant horizon, which was the fleet of the Click pirates. On the pirate ship, the pirates' wild laughter came one after another, and they were immersed in the memories of last night's evil deeds. Haha, the massacre last night was really enjoyable. When I dragged that woman out, her desperate eyes were so funny. And those kids, crying for mercy, they were such weak and pathetic creatures, I smashed their heads open like watermelons. You can't do it, I tied a couple together, and then watched them struggle and scream in the sea of fire, that feeling, tut tut tut. I just don't know when this kind of event will be held next time. It shouldn't be possible normally. Yesterday, Captain Crick suddenly ordered a village massacre party to celebrate our entry into the Grand Line. On the Goddess of Light. Remuru received the information detected by the Great Sage and understood the reason for the village massacre. Celebrate. Just to celebrate the upcoming entry into the Grand Line, these pirates carried out a village massacre. Remuru had a cold face, he didn't know how to express his anger. Chapter 47. The 2 of them were killed, and the 2 of them were killed. Remuru told the girls why the pirates massacred the village, which aroused their strong anger. These pirates are damned. Nami clenched the Tianho stick, with angry fire flashing in her eyes. Let's just kill them, they don't deserve to live. Even Machino, who is usually the most gentle, wanted to kill. Leave Crick to me. I will make him die the most painful death. Nojiko stepped forward, his eyes full of murderous intent. No, whoever meets first will be the one. Caya was not to be outdone. Remuru's gentle voice sounded. Let me ask one more question, is there anyone who can't kill? If so, don't force it. The women were silent and didn't answer. After seeing that kind of purgatory on earth, they were all holding their breath. Remuru nodded approvingly. Killing in the pirate world is always better than being killed. As long as you kill once, you won't reject it later. Very good, act according to the plan. Although the Creek pirates are not strong, they can kill randomly, but let's treat it as a large-scale war. Just treat it as a drill, there must be some gains. Yes. The women started to act one after another. Dong dong dong. Several women stepped on the mooncloth and approached the pirate ship. Remuru looked at Tashaji and asked. Tashaji, are you sure you want to join the battle? Because of his mood, Remuru has not named Carmen and Tashaji yet. Dashiki answered without hesitation. Of course, my justice cannot let me sit idly by. Remuru nodded and took out a water blue boat with a slime pattern painted on it. This is my exclusive vehicle, the Godlight Boat number 0, it will take you there. He quickly told Dashiki how to operate the Godlight Boat and assigned permissions. The Photon Goddess will not go over there to avoid getting it dirty. Carmen has no fighting power, so she is responsible for watching the battle. At this time, the women also arrived at the pirate fleet. Xiao Lixiang jumped onto a pirate ship first, and then used the clone skill to split dozens of clones. In an instant, dozens of clones that were exactly the same as her scattered and jumped onto different pirate ships. Xiao Lixiang's mission is to destroy the Den Den Mushi communication equipment, thereby cutting off the communication network of the entire fleet and making the orders from the upper level become a dead letter. If you have time, you can also assassinate the captain of the fleet. As for the other pirate minions, since it was just a rehearsal, the clone could only kill them casually, and the priority was to complete the task as quickly as possible. Nakago, Machino, Caya, and Lily Xiang arrived at the four directions of the fleet respectively. East. Nakago's eyes flashed with cold light, she took a deep breath and started her own battle. Evil pirate! You wantonly deprive others of their lives, you deserve to die. She danced with her hands, controlling the water flow and ice blades, and launched a fierce long-range attack on the pirates. The water flow wrapped around the pirate's head. Goo goo. The pirate couldn't breathe, and his hands tried in vain to tear open the restraints, but he could only die in despair of suffocation. The ice blades flew wantonly, and every time they hit the target, they were accompanied by the pirate's screams. Occasionally, a pirate would break through the water and ice blades and rush to Nakago's front. What greeted him was Fishman Karate Karakusa Tile Punch, Fishman Karate 7000 Tile Roundhouse Kick, Finger Gun, Storm Kick. Hi! He exhaled, and Nakago was a little uncomfortable with killing for the first time. But thinking of the hell scene in Wei village, his eyes turned red. Continue to kill. Let me show you my new trick. Nakago condensed the water flow in his hand to form a rotating water blade. Water blade! With a low shout, a pirate who wanted to sneak attack was instantly cut in half. In the south, Machino's fighting style is completely different. She spread her hands, and high-temperature flames gushed out instantly, burning the pirates to flee in all directions, killing batches after batches. Who said that fire can't kill people? However, she met a strange man who could withstand high temperatures. He wore a light bulb on his head, and was covered with shields. He was still happily beating gongs and drums even when he was burned by fire. Iron Wall, invincible. He laughed and was about to introduce himself. I am Black Flame. Nakago burned him to ashes with a black flame. Who wants to know who you are? In the west, Caya stood quietly on the pirate ship, and there was no blood around. She has her own way of fighting, that is poison. With the herbs she knew from medical books, she used the sage skill to analyze various herbs one by one. She knew the ingredients of various herbs very well, and carefully prepared various mixed drugs and poisons. Caya didn't like blood, she preferred a more civilized way of fighting. She used water manipulation skills to control the highly toxic venom and launched attacks silently. The venom penetrated into their bodies through their nostrils and mouths. In less than 3 seconds, the pirate fell to the ground powerlessly, kicked his legs, and the breath of life disappeared. In the north, Lilixiang's figure moved quickly. Finger gun, shave, storm kick. Her fingers were like the muzzle of a gun, and she used physical skills such as finger gun, shave, and storm kick one after another. It can only be said that she is a very standard physical skill expert, which is very consistent with the physical skills experts in the pirate world. Nami has the most comprehensive abilities, and she is in charge of the overall situation. She controls the wind, causing the ships to collide with each other, leaving the pirates with nowhere to escape. If an unexpected situation occurs, she is always available for support. Faced with an irresistible monster, the pirates collapsed and chose to jump into the sea to escape. However, what awaits them is a shark with a big mouth. Perhaps influenced by the evil dragon, Nami keeps hundreds of sharks as pets and usually starves them. As long as they don't starve to death. Before the battle began, Nami told them that it was time to eat, and they were very happy. In the outermost layer, Remuru split out 12 clones, surrounding the entire fleet to ensure that no pirate could escape. And Tashaji. She jumped onto the dreadnought battleship Saber. This move made those who sensed it with their observation haki exclaim, "WTF!" Tashaji looked determined, holding Shijir tightly in her hand, and shouted, "Crack, come out!" At the same time, she swung at the surrounding pirates. Every time the sword was swung, a pirate fell. At this moment, a man in golden armor and fluttering cloak walked out of the cabin. However, he did not step forward immediately, but looked around. After a while, after confirming that there was no threat, he slowly stepped forward. When the pirates saw Crack appear, they seemed to see a savior, and they cheered loudly. "It's Chief Crack! Ha ha ha, you woman killed so many of us, you're going to die." If they knew that Crack had already arrived, I wonder what they would think. Crack grinned. "Hey, woman! Where are the other navy? Is Smoker here?" Chapter 48. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. "Hey, woman! Where are the other navy? Has Smoker come?" Tashaji's eyes were cold, and she held the famous sword Shijir tightly, with a ruthless voice. "To kill you, I don't even need Colonel Smoker to come out. I can defeat you." When Crick heard that Smoker had not come, his tense nerves relaxed a little, and he breathed a sigh of relief. 8 years ago, Smoker had just taken office as the Navy captain of Rogue Town, and Crick witnessed his strength with his own eyes. At that time, Crick was just an ordinary pirate. He witnessed with his own eyes the helplessness of the invincible captain in his mind in front of Smoker. Any attack had no effect on Smoker. That was the first time he felt the horror of the power of nature, which left him with an indelible psychological shadow. Even though many years later, he thought he was much stronger than the old captain, but deep in his heart, his fear of Smoker was still the same. Recalling his own cowardice, Crick was angry. He stared at Dashiki gloomily, holding the war gun tightly in his hand, and his tone was full of disdain. "You want to kill me?" Crick stared at Dashiki with a sinister look. Dashiki had a serious face, holding Shijir tightly with both hands, and his eyes were full of determination. The battle was about to break out. Crick took the lead, waving the war gun and smashing it at Dashiki, bringing a gust of wind. Dashiki reacted quickly, rolled sideways, and dodged the blow. The war gun hit the ground heavily. With a loud bang, an explosion occurred at the point where the war gun touched the ground. With a grim smile, Crick began to explain his abilities. "My weapon contains gunpowder. If you don't want to be blown up, run as fast as you can." Ha ha ha. Then, Crick waved the war gun wildly, launching round after round of fierce attacks, and each swing was accompanied by the roar of gunpowder explosions. Tashaji was suppressed and could only jump and dodge. Suddenly, a pirate minion rushed out from the dark and tried to sneak attack Tashaji. She took a side step and easily avoided the sudden attack. However, Crick seized this opportunity and swept the war gun in his hand towards Tashaji. At this critical moment, Tashaji gritted her teeth and quickly used Shia to resist. The sword and the war gun collided violently, and sparks burst out. There was a loud bang. Tashaji was blown away as expected. The pirate minion flew out with her and hit the mast heavily. Ahem! Dashiki stood up with a cough. Thanks to the cushion behind her, her injuries were much lessened. She looked at the ground behind her. It was the minion who attacked just now. Foaming at the mouth, it's what he deserves. With a wicked smile, Klek slowly approached and said sarcastically. Hey, this navy lady is quite tenacious. Dashiki gritted her teeth and stared at Klek. Why? What? Klek raised his eyebrows. Why did you massacre those innocent villagers? Why did you do such a heinous thing? Dashiki's tone was full of anger. Klek sneered, do you think I'm a murderer? Okay, I'll tell you. Klek slowly explained. The Grand Line is known as the graveyard of pirates, and countless pirates die there every year. My brothers, when they face that sea area, they are filled with negative emotions such as fear, panic, depression, and low morale. So, I held a village massacre banquet to eliminate this emotion and boost their morale. You see, isn't this method very effective? In fact, it's not just the pirates, he himself has emotions that need to be vented. After hearing this, a trace of shock flashed in Tashaji's eyes. Just for these, you do this to them. Tashaji muttered to himself. Ha ha ha. Klek laughed arrogantly. Those villagers are just our playthings. They should feel honored to add some fun to our banquet. Tashaji's eyes turned red instantly, and she stared at Klek. What do you think of life? Her angry eyes were like a roaring lion, and a trace of fear flashed through Klek's heart. However, it was this moment of fear that made Klek very angry. He picked up the war gun and rushed towards Tashaji. The war gun came with a sharp sound of wind, and took Tashaji's life directly. Tashaji! She tightly grasped the knife in her hand. She knew she had nowhere to hide. Hide? No, she had lost a lot of physical strength and was seriously injured. Even if she dodged this attack, it would be difficult to deal with the next attack. Then, the only way is to cut it off. Dashichi recalled that the swordsman could cut through steel. If you can't cut it off, you will die. I will cut it off. I will definitely cut it off. The war gun was getting closer and closer. At the critical moment of life and death, she suddenly felt that she was integrated with the world around her and could clearly sense the breathing of the war gun. Cut! With her roar, the war gun broke with a sound as the figures crossed. The smooth incision shone with cold light. How is it possible? Klek widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. The pirate minions also cried out in surprise. She cut off the big gun. That knife can actually cut through steel. Krik quickly recovered from his shock. He stared at the knife in Dashiki's hand and smiled greedily. Oh, I see, your knife is the legendary supreme knife. He thought he was more knowledgeable than the minions. He is worthy of being the man who regarded Hawkeye as a devil fruit ability user. Yes, it's called Shiger, the future supreme knife. Dashiki looked at him coldly. Krik took out a steel cloak covered with spikes and wrapped it around his body, saying proudly, "Woman, can you still hurt me now?" The double defense of Jianshan cloak and steel armor made him feel safe. Dashiki took a deep breath and held the hilt tightly. Everything in the world is broken. After that, she slashed at Krik. Kill Shiyu! Blood splattered. Krik's cloak and armor were like paper under Tashaji's sword, and he was cut in half from the waist. Ah! Krik fell heavily to the ground, his hands supporting the ground, his face twisted, and a shrill wail came out of his mouth. He struggled, trying to escape from Tashaji's pursuit. He didn't want to die. Tashaji looked at him coldly, thinking of the tragic situation in Wei village, and slowly spoke. "I'm sorry, this is the most vicious punishment I can do for you. You should repent well during this time before you die completely." The tip of her sword was still dripping with blood, but she knew that cutting in half was her limit. She couldn't do anything more vicious. Suddenly, a voice of praise came from above. "You have done very well." Chapter 49. The boat was on the water, but the boat was still full of trouble. Tashaji looked up and saw Remuru sitting at the top of the mast. Since Tashaji got on board, he had been sitting there, ready to rescue her at any time. Remuru looked at Tashaji with a flash of admiration in his eyes. Tashaji broke through the iron-slashing realm on the spot and killed Click, which Remuru did not expect. In his expectation, Tashaji was still some distance away from the iron-slashing realm, but she broke through directly at the life and death moment. Maybe it has something to do with the system. At this time, the women also appeared from their hiding places, and their tasks were completed. 1 second later. Except for the leader of the Crick pirates, Crick is still alive, and all the others have been annihilated. Caya walked quickly to Dashiki and began to bandage her wounds, teasing. Sister Dashiki, you are very cunning. All the sisters want to deal with Crick, but you go straight to him. Dashiki was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Caya looked at her and chuckled. But it's pretty handsome. Nami and the other girls also gave Dashiki a thumbs up to express their appreciation. Remuru also thought that Dashiki did a good job and was going to reward her well in the evening. However, he suddenly remembered someone, the extra. No. Akin, the battle captain of the Crick pirates. Where did he go? Isn't he here? Information, Akin. It turned out that when the battle just started, Akin pretended to be a minor role, standing on the road that must be passed, and wanted to launch a sneak attack. But he was slashed on the neck by the passing Xiao Lixiang clone. Now he really became a minor role. I just don't know if the future admiral of the Navy Green Bull is him. If so, the Navy has lost another admiral of the Navy. Remuru looked at Xiao Lixiang, who was excitedly celebrating the victory with others, and seemed not to realize that she had just killed a big shot. The women counted the treasures. And had a good harvest. About 1 billion Baileys. What should we do with these pirate ships? Nami asked Remuru. In addition to the dozen ships that were accidentally destroyed, there are still 38 ships left. After a moment of contemplation, Remuru replied, leave it to Bartolomeo. He knew very well that if a force wanted to grow and develop, it would not be possible without money. Bartolomeo could sell these ships for Bailey or keep them as future warships. Remuru expected Bartolomeo to bring him satisfactory results in a year. Then, Remuru split 38 clones, each standing at the bow, using the wind as a rudder, and sailed towards Rogue Town. At night, the lights in the Admiral's office were bright. The pirates are getting more and more rampant now. Zhang Guo sighed. Even the Admiral of the Navy can't avoid working overtime. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. A Navy soldier rushed in. News came from Rogue Town in the East China Sea, and the Click pirates have been wiped out. Zhang Guo heard this, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. I just learned about the escape of the Crick pirates at noon, and they were destroyed so quickly? Rogue Town? Contact Colonel Smoker for me. The Den Den Mushi quickly connected Smoker. Is the news true? Sengoku asked. Smoker's voice came from the Den Den Mushi, calm and firm. Indeed, Marshal Sengoku. Crick's body is next to me right now. It was done by Remuru and his gang. Remuru. Sengoku stroked the goatee on his chin. He thought to himself. The owner of the animal-type mythical beast slime fruit, who can burn people to ashes with black flames and can also lay down barriers, etc. At noon, I also received information that Remuru and his gang went to pursue the Crick pirates. It seems that he is a man with justice in his heart. Perhaps we can try to win him over. Sengoku continued to ask. Did Remuru and his team reveal other abilities during this operation? Smoker was silent for a long time, and said, Remuru can fly, does it count? Fly? Sengoku frowned, didn't he reveal other abilities? He was puzzled. To destroy a pirate group of 5,000 people, there should be more than just this little information, right? Didn't a sergeant named Tashaji also go with them? How come we only know this little information? She ran away with him. Smoker said calmly. What do you mean by ran away? Sengoku was full of question marks, not understanding. Then, Smoker. Mog explained to Sengoku in detail how Remuru had kidnapped Tashaji in just 3 days. Although Tashaji has left the navy, I believe she still stands for justice. Smoker assured. After hearing the explanation, Sengoku felt a headache and rubbed his temples. Did she formally ask you to resign? In this case, it should be considered as resignation, right? Smoker was stunned. She didn't mention it, so she still retains her rank. Sengoku did this to indirectly tie Remuru to the navy. As long as Tashaji did not publicly express her departure from the navy, Remuru did not abandon Tashaji. In the eyes of other pirates, Remuru is on the navy's side. At this time, on the Goddess of Light, Remuru gently pushed open Tashaji's door and walked in. In the room, the warm yellow light sprinkled on Tashaji's face. She lay quietly on the bed, with a little expectation and tension in her eyes. Tashaji, are you ready? Remuru said gently. Well, come on. Be gentle. Tashaji glared at Remuru in a reproachful manner. Remuru touched Tashaji's wound. At the end of dinner, Tashaji found Remuru and said that he wanted to name her alone. Remuru readily agreed. And now, they are in the preparation stage before naming. Tashaji lay quietly on the bed. Remuru reached out and carefully began to untie her clothes to avoid touching the wound again. After a while, Remuru took off the last piece of white cloth. Tashaji's whole body with several bandages was completely exposed in front of him. Her body was slightly red, and she shyly turned her head away, not daring to look directly into Remuru's eyes. Remuru looked up and down, a young and healthy girl's body. A pair of little white rabbits trembled gently on the white skin, which was very cute. Remuru sighed in his heart. Dashiki usually dresses very conservatively, but he didn't expect that there is so much inside. However, it always feels a little wrong. Oh! And glasses. Remuru gently took off Dashiki's glasses and kissed her on the cheek. Now she looks much cuter. And Dashiki's vision suddenly became blurred, which made her feel a little uneasy. And the jade rabbit seemed to feel the owner's emotions and jumped more happily. Remuru was attracted by this scene. He couldn't help but get closer and gently bite the rabbit's nose to taste it carefully. Dashiki was even more shy. She closed her eyes tightly, as if she wanted to escape this heart-pounding contact. Chapter 50. The old man was so angry that he was lying on the ground. It's so scary. Woohoo! Remuru raised his head, looked at Tashaji's confused eyes, and slowly said, I give you the name of Tashaji. As he spoke, Tashaji's whole body radiated a soft light, as if it was about to turn into light. The wound was also gradually healed under the mysterious power of evolution. Tashaji's face became more beautiful, and her skin was as white and tender as a newborn baby. Her figure also became more curvy. Remuru checked Tashaji's panel. Name, Tashaji. Gender, female. Age, 18 years old. Height, 170 centimeters. Dimensions, B101, W57, H89. Occupation, swordsman. Talent, S level. Skills, absolute cut, magical perception, primary armament haki, primary observation haki, life return. Status, training speed increased tenfold, comprehension increased tenfold, favorability increased tenfold. Existence value, 4000. The figure is a standard S-shaped curve. What surprised Remuru was the skill Absolute Cut. Absolute Cut, any object can be cut in half, including space and time. The stronger the effect of the skill cutting, the greater the consumption of magic. Although Tashaji cannot cut space now, there is hope in the future. Tashaji woke up from the comfort of evolution. She sat up, staring straight ahead, slightly stunned, as if she had not woken up yet. Remuru couldn't help laughing at her silly look. Tashaji came back to her senses with a look of joy on her face. I can see clearly. My eyesight is back. She touched her eyes excitedly. Remuru smiled and nodded. Naming is a transition of life level, and your eyesight recovery is only the simplest part of it. He pointed at Tashaji's healed wound. Look, your wounds are all healed too. Tashaji lowered her head and was surprised to find that her wounds had really disappeared. Really? She gently rubbed her hands on the wounds. However, a few seconds later. Ah! Tashaji screamed, and only then did she realize that her body was very cold. Remuru looked at her shy look and couldn't help teasing. What are you still blocking? Tashaji's face instantly became more rosy, like a ripe apple. Remuru smiled and approached her, kissing her affectionately. 10 minutes later. The world lost another girl. This night, he was particularly gentle. In the early morning, Remuru woke up from a comfortable sleep, stretched his muscles, and glanced at Tashaji who was still sleeping next to him. She must have been exhausted last night, Remuru thought. He gently kissed her forehead, tucked her in carefully, and then walked out of the room lightly. As soon as he went out, Carmen came to meet him. She was wearing a fiery red high-split cheongsam, and her red hair fell like a waterfall. She was obviously dressed up carefully. She lowered her head shyly, folded her hands in front of her, and her voice trembled slightly. Lord Remuru, I'm ready. But I have a request. Remuru raised his eyebrows. Tell me, what's the request? He has always been very fond of his woman, and he will try his best to meet any request he can meet. Carmen took a deep breath, mustered up her courage and looked up at him. I want to fight Lord Remuru once before naming. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Remuru was stunned for a moment. This request was beyond his expectation. He pondered for a moment, considering that Carmen's physical fitness was very different from his. He couldn't help but worry. But in the end, he nodded and agreed to her request. Seeing this, Carmen's eyes flashed with joy, and she pulled Remuru into the room. The battle began. Carmen took the initiative to attack, and rushed towards Remuru passionately. Feel the flame of my passion. Lord Remuru. Remuru did not move at all, and a disdainful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Humph, a mere mortal also wants to kill a god. He lay on the bed without any resistance, fearing that his power would hurt her. However, this instead inspired Carmen's fighting spirit. She fought madly, wanting to win the battle even if her body was on fire. Unfortunately, it was in vain. Remuru made a slight move. Carmen was seriously injured. Her eyes became dull and her body trembled. She was obviously too excited. Suddenly, Remuru's voice came from under her, serious and solemn. I give you the name of Carmen. The light emanated from her whole body. Carmen still maintained her fighting state and began her evolution. Remuru watched this scene from a new perspective. Carmen's body slowly grew larger. After a while, Carmen recovered from her injuries due to evolution and invited. Master Remuru, please continue to fight. Remuru looked at her unyielding look and couldn't help laughing. It seems that I have to show you some real skills. The second round began. At noon, Remuru lowered his head and his eyes fell on the woman who had fainted in his arms. Remuru gently caressed her, and at the same time, a wave of admiration surged in his heart. Flame Carmen, not inferior to others. Remuru opened Carmen's attribute panel. Name, Carmen. Gender, female. Age, 18 years old. Height, 175 centimeters. 3 dimensions, B98, W54, H86. Occupation, chef. Talent, S level. Skills, super strength, body strengthening, fire manipulation, clone, primary armed color domineering, primary observation color domineering, life return. Status, training speed increased tenfold, comprehension increased tenfold, favorability increased speed increased tenfold. Existence value, 2000. Remuru looked at Carmen's skills. Physical strengthening and super strength, no wonder she can persist for so long. Fire manipulation, she is worthy of her title of Flame Carmen. And the clone skill, I will never worry about not having enough chefs in the future. Remuru nodded slightly, quite satisfied with this skill combination. The only thing that Remuru regretted was that Carmen did not awaken a skill that directly improved her cooking skills. For example, cooker and the like. The following are some settings, no need to read. System tasks. Summoning tasks, recruiting partners. Task description, recruit characters from the plot of One Piece, including the protagonist and supporting roles. Completion conditions, the other party agrees to become the host's companion. Task rewards, life return skill card ×1, devil fruit weakness elimination card ×1. Description. 1. The successfully recruited character cannot betray the host. 2. The recruited character will receive the blessing of the system, and the status blessing, the training speed is increased tenfold, the comprehension is increased tenfold, and the favorability increase speed is increased tenfold. 3. This task is incomplete, only female characters can be recruited, and the task can be completed at most 50 times. Final mission, World Peace, Nuclear. Mission description, bring peace to this twisted world. Mission reward, 1 world travel card. Description, can unify the world, peace, or destroy the world, nuclear peace. Chapter 51. The sun was shining brightly, and the sky was full of stars. Remuru stepped out of Carmen's room and onto the lawn, raising his hand to block the dazzling sunlight. The sun was high in the sky, and the golden sunlight sprinkled on his face. The breeze blew, bringing the breath of the ocean, making people feel relaxed and happy. A few seagulls chirped happily and flew over their heads. Remuru couldn't help stretching, and taking 2 blood in a row made him happy. At this time, Nami and Tashaji hurried over with newspapers in their hands. Remuru, take a look at today's newspaper. Take over the newspaper. Remuru was instantly attracted by the title, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching slightly. Shock. The 5,000 man-click pirates were destroyed, and it was her who did it. Shocking. Navy's new star Tashaji rises strongly. The content of the newspaper did not distort the facts. However, it would give people the impression that Tashaji led the team to destroy the click pirates. This is obviously misleading. What surprised Remuru even more was that Tashaji had already left the Navy, and could still be promoted. I can only say that this operation is quite cool. Remuru turned his head to look at Tashaji, a hint of ridicule flashed in his eyes, and said with a smile. Congratulations. Tashaji, should I call you Colonel Tashaji now? Tashaji's face flushed instantly, and she waved her hands hurriedly. Don't make fun of me, I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's a mistake. She had just seen the newspaper. Let's ask Smoker first. Nami suggested. So they contacted the colonel's office far away in Rogue Town. Smoker sat in the office with his legs crossed, holding a newspaper in one hand and smoking a cigarette in the other. The Den Den Mushi sounded bulu bulu and he answered the phone. The Den Den Mushi transformed into Tashaji's face and she asked anxiously. Colonel Smoker, have you read today's newspaper? Why am I? Smoker interrupted her. Tashaji, don't panic. Marshal Sengoku said you did a good job and still keep your rank. You are still a member of the Navy. Tashaji was obviously confused. But I have joined Remuru's group. Smoker explained. This is not a conflict. Marshal Sengoku has specially approved you to move around. When Remuru heard the word Sengoku, he had guessed the reason in his heart. He took the Den Den Mushi and said. Can I get my salary? Smoker was silent for a while. Yes. Remuru laughed at the words. That's no problem. Remember to raise her salary, she is a colonel now. After hanging up the phone, Tashaji said a little uneasy. Lord Remuru, this is not good. I can resign. Remuru shrugged indifferently. What's the matter? Just ignore the orders of the Navy in the future. He thought to himself that it would be useless even if he resigned now. The newspaper had already published the news, although Crick's bounty was low, but his influence in the East China Sea should not be underestimated. As for being mistaken for a member of the Navy, it was no big deal for him. Just slaughter a Tianlong pig in the future. However, Zhang Guo actually dared to plot against him, and he couldn't not repay him. After thinking for a while, Remuru looked up at the cute Tashaji beside him and thought to himself. Perhaps, this girl has the potential to be a general. The next morning, the Goddess of Light arrived at the battleship island. Nami frowned and looked at Remuru beside her, wondering. We can go directly to the Grand Line, why do we have to come to this island? Notice, lowly ABIs has been detected. The great sage still understands me. Remuru thought to himself, but his face remained calm. He shook his head gently, his eyes swept over the girls. Do you know what your biggest weakness is now? The girls looked at each other and shook their heads in confusion. It's the experience of fighting against the enemy. Remuru pointed out lightly. He unfolded the sea chart in his hand, and his fingertips fell on the location of the calm belt. The calm belt will be your training place for the next few days. There are a lot of sea kings for you to fight. Ray used lions, elephants, and other animals to train Luffy, and Hawkeye used monkeys to train Zoro. Remuru used sea kings to train the girls. There is no way, they are too strong now. When in Rogue Town, with Monkey D. Dragon's physical data, Remuru has determined the specific strength of the girls. Just after being named, the existence value is around 2000 points, and the physical fitness is the same as that of the dragon. Almost, with their skills, they can suppress the dragon. In the next week, their strength will explode, and their existence value will reach more than 10,000. At this time, their physical fitness barely reaches the level of Vice Admiral. Not counting the skills of monsters, their strength is equivalent to the weakest Vice Admiral just by physical fitness and domineering. Lilixiang's hard power is like this, but considering the combat experience, Lily Xiang can only suppress the Major General. But with the skills, the strength of the girls is definitely at the level of Vice Admiral, and their strength is about the same as that of Elite Vice Admiral. They can fight with the General. If the skills are special, it is possible to kill the General, such as Machino's Black Flame, Tashaji's Absolute Cutting, etc. Nami, who has the strongest comprehensive strength among the girls, can already fight with the General for a while. If the girls go together, it is no problem to kill a General. Remuru continued to say to the girls. If you are tired from fighting, you can go back to Gunkanjima to rest. Gunkanjima is very close to the doldrums, and an ordinary sailboat can reach it in half an hour. Nami nodded slowly and said thoughtfully. I see. I thought there were crew members you liked here. As the person who has followed Remuru for the longest time, she keenly noticed that he would always look for new partners every time he arrived at a new island. How is it possible? Remuru heard this, his eyes flickered unnaturally, and he felt a little guilty. The girls looked at Remuru in unison, and the more they looked, the more suspicious they felt. Remuru hurriedly explained, this is my first time here. You became my partners purely by fate. So, you will not recruit new partners on this island. Nakajayo said with a smile. Remuru was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Who knows, what if fate comes? Then he changed the subject and said seriously. Okay, let's get down to business first, follow me. Remuru turned and walked into the cabin. The girls smiled at each other, but didn't think much about it, just thinking that Remuru didn't want to discuss the matter of finding sisters for them. At the dock of the Photon Goddess, a blue boat was quietly moored. It was the Godlight boat number 0. Remuru stopped and pointed at the boat and said to the girls. We can spend 10,000 basic energy points to create a Godlight boat clone. Now, the Goddess of Light has accumulated more than 30,000 basic energy points, enough for us to create 3 clones. 30,000 basic energy points are inseparable from Remuru's efforts. Every time his stomach decomposes sea beasts, a large amount of magic elements will be produced, and these magic elements are all transported to the Goddess of Light. Chapter 52. The two of them were so busy that they had to wait for the next few days. Remuru looked at Xiao Guang and ordered. Xiao Guang, make 3 clones of the Godlight boat. Xiao Guang smiled slightly and nodded respectfully to Remuru. Yes, my master. Then he put his hands together and closed his eyes to concentrate. After a moment, a golden light flashed, and 3 emerald green Godlight boats appeared out of thin air. Nami had seen the Godlight boat before. She walked forward and touched it, saying, this is what the Goddess of Light looked like at first. From a distance, it looks like a green leaf. The girls also hurried forward and touched it curiously. Remuru stood aside and began to explain the various functions of the godlight boat in detail. Name, Shenguangzhou No. 1. Skills, flying, diving, automatic driving, energy storage, body shape change. Durability, 500/500. Energy, 100/100 points. Dashiki couldn't help but test its function first. She pressed the bow with both hands and imagined a picture in her mind. Then, the appearance of Shenguangzhou changed instantly and became a smoker brand three-wheeled motorcycle, causing the girls to exclaim. Remuru looked at the changes calmly and explained, as long as the appearance does not change too much, it can change. He glanced at each girl. I plan to equip each of you with a dedicated vehicle. Dashiki frowned slightly and asked with some concern, will this be too extravagant? After all, each ship requires 10,000 basic energy. Remuru shook his head gently, with a meaningful smile on his face. Energy? We will not be short of it soon. Wu Feng brought so many mobile energy packs, so he can be a little extravagant. The clever woman quickly understood Remuru's intention. Nami said excitedly, I want to give it a name. Should I call it Little Thief Cat or Orange? Mine is Coco Axie. Nakago also announced happily. Then I'll call it Machino. Machino smiled gently. Mine will be called Xiao Xiang Xiang. Xiao Lixiang jumped up happily. The girls laughed and everyone liked Remuru's gift very much, and they all named it. Only Tashaji frowned, and I don't know what she was struggling with. After landing on Gunkanjima, the girls looked up, and a trace of amazement flashed in their eyes. This small island, like a huge warship, stood quietly in the sea. Remuru glanced up the mountain and said, I sense an unusual biological aura on the mountain. The women heard this and activated their observation haki. They also sensed a special aura, a weak aura mixed with a hint of pressure. Let's go there first to find out, and then go around. Nami suggested. In the hidden cave. Sweet voices came out. This is Grandpa Bogidan's pork buns, super delicious. Lord Long, did you remember something? Ah! You bit the wrong one. Remuru and others followed the sound into the cave, and the scene in front of them shocked them. A huge dragon was holding a little loli's head, and the little loli's limbs were swinging helplessly in the air. Seeing this, Tashaji pulled out Shijir without hesitation. I'll save you. As she said, she was about to rush towards the dragon. However, the little girl quickly pulled her head out, opened her arms to block the dragon, and shouted anxiously. Don't hurt the dragon. The little girl wore a beautiful white hat and ethnic clothing. Her skin was fair and healthy, and her big eyes were as bright and moving as Kazilan. She stared at everyone nervously, fearing that they would hurt the dragon behind her. Kawaii! Remuru exclaimed in his heart. The first thing others noticed was the giant dragon behind the little girl. Nochigo was surprised. Is this the legendary dragon? Nami covered her mouth with her hands and looked at the dragon in front of her in disbelief. It's unbelievable. Dragons really exist. The dragon's green feathers sparkled with a mysterious luster, and its long white beard fluttered in the wind. It looked up at everyone, with a hint of turbidity and vicissitudes in its eyes, plus a bald head. Obviously, this is an old dragon. I wonder how dragon meat tastes. Carmen licked her lips. As an excellent chef, she was eager for the legendary ingredients. Hearing that they were going to eat the dragon, Abi's became even more nervous, sweat broke out on her forehead, and she pleaded with everyone. No, please don't. Want to eat the dragon, Lord. Remuru came forward and said to the little girl gently. We won't hurt it. Can you tell us your name? His voice was full of kindness. The little girl was obviously wary of strangers. Before asking others' names, you should first report your own name. Remuru smiled and reported his name. My name is Remuru. My name is Lixiang. Little Lixiang hurriedly spoke. She was the only child on the boat, and she longed for a friend of the same age. Lixiang always felt that she had a gap with the adults. Many times, the adults would do something behind her back and not let her get close. The girls also reported their names. Looking at the friendly expressions of the girls, the little girl said her name. ABIs. My name is ABIs. I beg you not to hurt the Dragon Lord. It's a very charming name. Remuru praised. Don't worry, we won't hurt the Dragon Lord. Just now, we reacted because we saw that you seemed to be in danger. After making sure that the people around her had no hostility towards Long yet, ABI's tense shoulders relaxed significantly, and she explained. Long Ye won't really eat me, it just has some dementia, and occasionally mistakes me for food. As soon as the voice fell, Long Ye suddenly took ABI's head into his mouth again, and gently rubbed it with his toothless mouth. Ah, Long Ye, you are sick again. ABI's screamed. This scene caused the girls to burst into laughter, and they quickly pulled ABI's out of Long Ye's mouth. Xiao Lixiang was even more considerate and wiped the saliva on ABI's hat with a tissue, obviously liking this good friend very much. At this time, Nami suddenly spoke to Long Ye, really, you want to go back to your hometown? Do you have a companion? After a while, Nami said again, we got separated a long time ago. Seeing this scene, ABI's asked in surprise, Sister Nami, can you understand what Lord Long said? Nami turned around and explained to ABI's, I ate the talking fruit, and I can communicate with everything. ABI's suddenly realized. So that's it, I ate the same devil fruit as you, I ate the whispering fruit. After that, everyone knew the ability of the whispering fruit, the ability to talk to animals. Nami couldn't help asking, does your devil fruit have other abilities? Only this ability. ABI said. Chapter 53. After a brief understanding of the power of the talking fruit, ABI's asked everyone, is the power of the whispering fruit I ate a little weak? ABI's can convey her thoughts to the hearts of animals, but if she wants to know what the animals think, she must communicate voluntarily. Is the whispering fruit a little useless? Remuru patted her shoulder gently and comforted her, don't worry, you are just in the exploratory stage, and you will definitely discover more powerful abilities in the future. At this time, the voice of the great sage sounded in Remuru's mind. Information, there are about 12,000 points of willpower in ABI's body. This number made Remuru fall into a brief silence. At least 10,000 points of the same kind of willpower are needed to form a devil fruit, and ABI's willpower is only slightly higher than this value. It's not a human problem, the whisper fruit is really useless. The quality of a devil fruit is proportional to the willpower it contains. The higher the quality of a devil fruit, the easier it is to develop powerful skills, even conceptual skills. Some devil fruits don't even need to be developed, they already contain conceptual abilities, such as the barrier fruit. The opposite is also true. With 12,000 willpower, it's difficult to develop even other ordinary skills, let alone conceptual skills. Great Sage, is there a solution? Solution, it is recommended to improve the quality of the whisper fruit. You can also improve the quality. How to improve it? The collected willpower can be converted into a specific willpower of the whisper fruit for ABIs to absorb. Currently 100,000 points of willpower have been collected. 100,000 points? Not bad, it seems that I have to do more big things in the future. Just then, Remuru heard a cheer. Really? Can Long Ye really recover his memory? ABIs looked at Caya excitedly. Caya smiled and nodded, holding a few bottles of medicine in her hand. I am a doctor, these medicines are very helpful in recovering memory. This is Caya's first time to practice medicine officially, and she secretly made up her mind to cure Long Ye. When Tashaji was injured, she just applied some wound medicine, which doesn't count. Maybe I can provide some help. Nami also said aloud. Nami thought of a new development direction of the fruit of talking, commanding the creature to forget or remember a certain memory. I don't know if it can be successfully developed. ABIs looked at them gratefully. Thank you, sister, you are really good people. The girls have a good impression of the cute and kind ABIs, so they are willing to help. Decided to work with her to care for the lonely old dragon and help it find its way home. In this regard, Remuru is very happy to see such a result. Although the great sage has discovered the home of the Millennium Dragon, the Lost Island. It sank next to Gunkanjima, and the island will emerge as soon as the time comes. But it is right for the girls to have a good relationship with their future companions. Afterwards, the little tour guide Abis enthusiastically led the girls to visit Gunkanjima. In the afternoon, the girls arrived at the calm belt and started the hunting time. When they were tired of fighting, they returned to Gunkanjima and played poker to relieve their fatigue. High-intensity fighting has significantly improved their strength. And Remuru's task is not easy either. Not only does he have to play poker with the girls, but he also has to make the little loli happy and enhance their relationship. Take time to go to the calm belt and pick up the spoils. Although the Sea Kings are also intelligent creatures. But the girls have no burden about killing the Sea Kings. Different races, the strong prey on the weak, this is the jungle law of nature. All worlds are like this. If the Millennium Dragon was not Abis's friend, it would probably be eaten by the girls. Busy and fulfilling days always pass in a flash. A week later, a navy ship slowly sailed towards Gunkanjima and finally anchored on the shore. The navy soldiers marched in unison towards Abis's home. Seeing this scene, the villagers gathered together, whispering, with puzzled and worried looks on their faces. What is the navy doing here? Did something happen? Look at that direction, they seem to be going to Abis's home. Is there something wrong with Remuru and the others? At Abis's home, Remuru and Abis sat face to face. Abis held Remuru's hands tightly with both hands, with curiosity and expectation in her eyes. Then what? Then what? The little girl who bought the nuclear bomb finally sold the nuclear bomb. She asked anxiously. Remuru kept a calm expression and said lightly. To know what happened next, please listen to the next chapter. After a week of getting along, Remuru's resistance to Loli has increased a lot. Hearing this, Abis shook Remuru's arm coquettishly. Oh Nai-chan, just tell me. After a week of getting along, Abis also became very close to Remuru. Remuru shook his head gently, his eyes suddenly became sharp. Now there are more important things, we have a guest coming. He wondered what the navy was doing here. Is it because of the Millennium Dragon? But Abis has never left Remuru and the others' sight. How could the navy know about the Millennium Dragon? At the same time, the navy had surrounded Abis's house. A major came in, he looked around, and his eyes finally fell on the Millennium Dragon nail on Abis's chest. He was moved, thinking. This little girl is indeed related to the Millennium Dragon. He tried to pretend to be kind and walked towards Abis. Little sister, can you tell us where the Millennium Dragon is? Before Remuru arrived, Abis found the navy and wanted to inquire about the news of the Lost Island, the hometown of the Millennium Dragon. The navy didn't care at the time. But yesterday, this news accidentally reached the Fat Admiral. The Fat Admiral has become obsessed with immortality. Relying on the principle of better to catch the wrong person than to let him go. He ordered the navy to capture the little girl for questioning. Abis realized that something was wrong. Where is it? Isn't the hometown of the Millennium Dragon in the legend on the Lost Island? How can I know where the Lost Island is? The major stared at the nail on her chest. Then where did this nail on your chest come from? It is said that the Millennium Dragon will give their nails to humans as a proof of friendship. Abis' eyes flickered. I picked this up. Then come with us. The major stopped talking nonsense, waved his hand, and ordered the soldiers behind him. Take it away. 2 soldiers stepped forward, ready to take Abis away. Just then. Wait a minute. Remuru's voice sounded. He stood up, looking at the major with burning eyes. Is this how you do things in the navy? Arrest people directly when there is no crime. The major looked at him coldly. Who are you? Dare to obstruct the navy's work? Arrest them together. Remuru's eyes glared, and a powerful domineering aura fell accurately on all the navy. The navy fell down instantly and fell unconscious. Remuru did not kill them, but picked them up one by one, threw them onto the warship, and let them go back to inform themselves. He turned around, looked at Abis, and a smile appeared on his face. It's okay, I will protect you. Chapter 54. At night, Remuru gathered all the women together and told them what happened that day. Tashaji frowned, puzzled. why did the Navy want to capture ABIs? Remuru glanced at ABIs, then swept his eyes over every woman present, revealing in a calm tone. There is such a legend that claims that the 1,000-year-old dragon bones have the power to make people immortal. Do you believe it? Nami shook her head without hesitation. How is this possible? The Dragon Master himself is old, and his bones can make people immortal. Other women also shook their heads, obviously skeptical of this statement. They did not believe that immortality would be so easy. Remuru looked at their reactions and nodded slightly. Indeed, this is just an exaggerated rumor. Because the great sage had conducted a comprehensive analysis of Lord Dragon, but did not find any strange substances that could make people immortal. ABI's ancestors were believers of the Millennium Dragon, which made him guess that. Perhaps it was their excessive worship of the Millennium Dragon that led to such rumors. Moreover, rumors always deteriorate during the spread, and the original version is no longer verifiable. Tashaji's face became grim. If this group of Navy is corrupt, I will execute them myself. The next day, at dawn, the fleet of the 8th Navy branch arrived at the battleship island in a mighty manner. The warships spread out to form an encirclement, and the iron chains intertwined to surround the entire battleship island. This is a common tactic of the Fat Admiral, surrounding the pirate ship in the center and completely destroying the pirate ship with artillery fire. The villagers were frightened by the huge scene and hid in their houses, not daring to breathe. But Remuru and his group were just the opposite. They carefully selected a piece of grass, spread out a picnic blanket, and placed all kinds of fruits and drinks on it. The women sat on the ground, ignoring the tense atmosphere around them, and waited for the arrival of the Navy with laughter. A warship slowly approached the shore. It was the major from yesterday, who brought the group of soldiers from yesterday to the island. Behind him followed a man with a hairstyle like Lord Yunzong, who was the mercenary Eric, the owner of the Weasel Scythe fruit. Seeing Remuru and his group's leisurely appearance, the major felt uneasy. Yesterday, all the Navy fainted inexplicably, which made him feel scared. Why are you here again? Wasn't the lesson yesterday enough? Remuru asked with a smile, revealing a hint of teasing in his tone. The major responded cautiously. Sir, our admiral asked me to convey his wishes. He is willing to pay 100 million Baileys. I hope you don't interfere in this matter. 100 million? Just to send away beggars. Remuru responded disdainfully. Sir, how about you tell me a number, the major asked tentatively. It doesn't matter how much money you give. I will take care of this matter. Remuru's tone was firm and unquestionable. The major wanted to continue lobbying, but was interrupted by Eric. We can divide the dragon bones of the Millennium Dragon equally. Don't you want to live forever? He looked at Remuru and thought to himself. Is this the woman who can do witchcraft that the major mentioned? She looks no different from an ordinary woman. Bad guys! Don't you dare to hurt the Dragon Lord! ABIs shouted angrily. Tashaji couldn't hold back any longer, so she stood up and explained. That's just a rumor. The dragon bones of a 1,000-year-old dragon can't make people immortal. Remuru shook his head slightly, sighing at the naivete of this woman. This silly woman! How can the temptation of immortality be eliminated with just 2 or 3 words? Eric sneered. Whether it's a rumor or not, you'll know after you try it. Since you don't want to give in, then go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, he put 2 fingers together, shook them rapidly in front of his chest, and then swung them violently. An air wave like a sharp sickle formed instantly, whistling towards Remuru. Isn't it just a wind blade? The front swing is so long. Nami shook her head disdainfully, stretched out a finger and turned it gently. The wind blade actually turned a circle with it, and then slashed back at Eric with a more fierce momentum. Nami never shows mercy to the enemy who launches the attack. At that moment, Nami not only changed the direction of the wind blade, but also increased its power. Eric had no time to react, and was cut in half by the wind blade. Remuru immediately put Eric's body into his stomach. He couldn't let the sickle fruit escape. Announcement, successfully captured. Devil fruit extraction begins. This scene terrified the Navy soldiers and they fled in all directions. The major was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Sir, spare me. His actions have nothing to do with me. I am just the messenger." He regretted it in his heart. What kind of witchcraft is this? If I had known this was the case, I would have never come here even if I were beaten to death. Remuru did not have the intention to kill him. Although the major was cowardly, he was not guilty of death. He said lightly, "Go away, remember to be a good person in the future." The major was as if he had been pardoned. He kowtowed several times and fled in a hurry. Tashaji looked at this scene with disappointment. This navy was too spineless. She turned to Remuru and said, "I will explain it to them." Remuru was about to speak. Suddenly, a shell exploded beside everyone, and then, a continuous stream of attacks came like a rainstorm. The fat admiral found that Eric was killed and the navy fled in all directions. He angrily ordered a full-scale attack. Remuru stared at Tashaji, with a questioning look in his eyes. "Do you still want to go?" Tashaji said softly. "Things haven't been figured out yet, not to mention that there are ordinary people in the village. In this case, they opened fire recklessly without regard for the lives of ordinary people. There is no doubt that they are corrupted navy." She slowly pulled out Shiyu, her eyes were firm and decisive, as if she had made the final decision. Taking a deep breath, her whole body's momentum suddenly burst out, and powerful magic surged around her. Swish! The sword energy cut through the sky, and the sharp whistling sound seemed to cut the air alive. She waved the Shiyu in her hand, and a dazzling sword energy whistled out from the sword, flying straight to the warship main ship. The sword energy collided with the sea surface, making a deafening roar. The sea water was split by the sword energy, and a huge crack quickly spread on the sea surface. The waves rolled, the foam splashed, and the severed sea surface could not close for a long time. The warship was cut in half without any surprise. The fat and ugly body of the admiral was even chopped into pieces by the sword energy. Tashaji stared at the sea and declared, "Whether it is a pirate or a navy, as long as it violates justice, I will slash it with my sword." This sword cut off the shackles in her heart. ABIs and the navy soldiers stared at this scene in amazement, their mouths wide open for a long time. Chapter 55. The sword was broken, and the sword was broken. Is Tashaji a great swordsman? No, not that fast. When she split the mountains and the sea, she couldn't be as casual as Hawkeye. Tashaji not only used magic to increase the range of the sword energy, but also used the skill Absolute Cut at the same time. That's why she can play the powerful slash of a great swordsman. At this time, Carmen also stood up. "Leave it to me next." Phoenix Meteor Shower. She gathered the flames and formed a huge phoenix. The phoenix spread its wings and flew straight into the sky, and then turned into countless swallow-shaped flames, bombarding the warship like raindrops. The rumbling and screaming continued, which made Tashaji a little bit unbearable, but she didn't say anything. From the moment they fired at innocent people, it was enough to sentence them to death. As for whether they can survive, let it be up to fate. Navy Headquarters. Zhang Guo's roar echoed in the corridor like thunder. "Fake news! All fake news!" His face was ashen, his hands clenched into fists, and he pounded on the table angrily, shaking the documents on the table. His eyes were like knives, staring straight at the rows of navy standing upright in front of him. The navy was silent, fearing that they would become the next target of Zhang Guo's anger. What is the Navy's intelligence department for? Can it be more outrageous? He picked up a photo, which showed the spectacular scene of the sea split in two. The 8th branch of the East China Sea was destroyed by Remuru and his gang? Is Tashaji suspected to be a great swordsman? Will a great swordsman settle for a small sergeant position in the Navy? What's the difference between this and a general retiring to become a security guard? Also, who is that mysterious strong man with flames? The Navy got very little information. Apart from taking a photo of a sea split by a sword, all other evidence was oral. There were also several photos sent by Smoker of the Navy shelling innocent civilians. But he would rather not have these photos. The only more reliable information was the sorcery they mentioned. This should be the Conqueror's Haki. As for the great swordsman, Sengoku deduced that the one who cut the sea with a sword should be Remuru. Swordsmen always carry swords with them, and in the Remuru team, only Tashaji and Remuru are equipped with swords. If Tashaji is a great swordsman, he will eat the sheep. That bunch of losers didn't even know who the one who made the slash was at the scene, which shows that they are real losers. At this time, a soldier asked cautiously, "Marshal Jean Guo, how much do you think is a suitable bounty for them? What do you want to set?" Jean Guo slammed the table, frightening the soldier. "We were still promoting them vigorously a week ago, but now we are offering a bounty for them as pirates. Where can we put our navy's face?" He stared at the soldier, his heart full of anger and helplessness. He thought to himself, Remuru has taken pictures of the navy's evidence and sent them to the navy headquarters. How can I convict him? As a modern man, Remuru understands the importance of preserving evidence very well, and he will not let others throw dirty water on him. At the same time, Remuru has strong strength, which is also the reason why Jean Guo does not want to offend him easily. Jean Guo sighed and asked in a different tone, "Do you have any information about the Millennium Dragon?" The soldier quickly answered, "Yes, it is said that the bones of the Millennium Dragon can make people immortal." He paused and continued, "But according to the Navy's intelligence, someone has taken the bones of the Millennium Dragon and failed to achieve immortality. It can be confirmed that it is a rumor. Alas! Rumors are harmful to people. There will always be ignorant people who believe these rumors." Jean Guo shook his head. He looked at the soldier in front of him and thought to himself, "If I hadn't reacted in time to this matter, I'm afraid that the rumor that the strongest sergeant in the navy is actually a great swordsman would also arise in the navy soon." On the other side, on Gunkanjima, Abi's surprised voice came. "Everyone, Long Ye remembered it, everything." Her voice was full of excitement. "Congratulations, after a week of treatment, Long Ye recovered his memory." Afterwards, everyone carefully carried Long Ye to the coast east of Gunkanjima. Abi's pointed ahead, her face full of anticipation. Dragon Lord said that the Dragon Cave is not far ahead. However, Nokijao looked at the endless sea with a frown. "But there is no island ahead? Could it be that the 1,000-year-old dragon's understanding of distance is different from ours?" Abi's relayed Dragon Lord's wishes. She jumped up excitedly. Master Long said, "Just watch." The Millennium Dragon shook itself up, flapped its wings, raised its head to the sky, and roared deafeningly. The roar was deep and penetrating, as if it could shock people's souls. The small animals were frightened by the sudden roar and fled in all directions, and Remuru and others covered their ears. When the roar stopped, everyone looked into the distance. "What is that?" Machino suddenly screamed, pointing at the black spot that gradually appeared on the horizon. Accompanied by the dragon roar that was getting closer and closer, the Millennium Dragons flew freely over the sea, as if they were responding to Master Long's call. It was obvious that Master Long was calling his companions. Suddenly, the sea surface began to surge, the waves rolled. Accompanied by a strong earthquake, a huge dragon cave slowly rose from the bottom of the sea. The dragon cave jumped out of the sea, and the sea water slid off its surface, revealing hard rocks and stone statues of 1,000-year-old dragons. Seeing this scene, Long Ye also let out a cheerful cry and flapped his wings to fly towards the dragon cave. Under Caya's treatment, Long Ye's body was obviously much healthier and he could already fly for a short time. Everyone also hurriedly stepped on the moon step, followed closely, and boarded the island. Nami widened her eyes and exclaimed, "So that's it, this is the Lost Island." Machino also showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. It turns out that the name of the 1,000-year-old dragon is not because of their long lifespan, but because they return to this island every 1,000 years. Remuru thought to himself. This island appeared earlier than described in the original book. Could it be that the cry of the 1,000-year-old dragon group triggered the rise of the island? Otherwise, there is no explanation for why the island surfaced in advance. The great sage gave a positive answer. Long Ye happily searched for his former companions on the island. He had been away from the dragon group for too long. Finally, he turned to everyone, his eyes full of gratitude, and said goodbye to Abis. "Why, Long Ye? Sister Caya has already taken care of your body. Don't you still have at least 10 years to live? Long Ye explained the reason. The dragon cave is where the 1,000-year-old dragons are reborn. Those dragons who know they can't live for another 1,000 years will choose to reincarnate here. After reincarnation, the soul will be cleansed and the memory will be lost. After that, Long Ye slowly lay down and slowly stopped moving. Abis wiped her tears and said goodbye to Long Ye. Remuru comforted her, "Don't be too sad. Long Ye is not dead. He just changed into a young body." Chapter 56. The young man was very happy. Remuru pointed his finger at a dragon egg. "Look there." Abis looked in the direction of Remuru's finger, and her eyes were fixed on the dragon egg of the 1,000-year-old dragon. As if sensing Abis's gaze, the top of the eggshell broke, revealing a small head. Making a chi-chi sound, as if greeting the new world. Several adult 1,000-year-old dragons slowly landed, surrounding the newborn cub, forming a protective circle to ensure that it would not be harmed. Remuru stared at the cub and said slowly, "It is the reincarnation of Lord Long." Abis stared at the cub in a daze, and the sadness of Lord Long's departure seemed to be comforted at this moment. After bidding farewell to Lord Long again, Abis became a member of the team at the invitation of Remuru. "Aoni-chan, what is the name of our team?" Abis asked sweetly. The girl's eyes were also focused on Remuru, waiting for his answer. Remuru was stunned, he patted his forehead. And secretly regretted. "Fuck. How could I forget about this?" The girls made various suggestions, such as Little Fairy Travel Group, Monster Girl Travel Group. But Remuru felt that they were not suitable. So, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and activated the Great Sage mode. His thoughts shuttled like lightning, trying to find a suitable team name. After a moment, he opened his eyes, a satisfied smile appeared on his face, and he announced, "Mo King Travel Group. This name is concise and powerful, and it fits the style of the pirate world very well. Send it to Smoker quickly." He didn't want to be given a weird name by the old man Sengoku, such as long-haired pirates, beardless pirates. If that's the case, Remuru might have to consider the world nuclear peace plan. Sengoku, who was far away on the other side, frowned at the news from Smoker. "Cute king? What kind of king is this?" The next day, the goddess of light set sail and set off on the journey again. Abis widened her eyes, pointed to the sea ahead, and said in surprise, "Aoni-chan, this direction seems to be a doldrums." Remuru nodded slightly. "Well, we also have some good friends to say goodbye to. Everyone has been treated by the Sea King for many days, and now they are leaving, so they naturally need to say goodbye. Sea King, don't come over." The goddess of light stopped at the edge of the calm belt. The girls were already eager to try and were ready to say goodbye to the overlord of the sea in their own way. Fighting was the way they chose to say goodbye. Nami's battle was the most spectacular. She jumped on the head of a controlled Sea King. As her mind turned, tsunamis, storms, thunderstorms, cold waves, came one after another, and it seemed like the end of the world was unfolding in this sea. Her armament haki has been upgraded to the intermediate level, and her observation haki has entered the advanced level, which can predict the future in the fierce battle. On the Goddess of Light, Remuru picked up Abis and watched this farewell battle together. He nodded slightly, satisfied with the progress of the girls. Not only Nami, but the other girls also performed well. Both the two-color haki have been upgraded to the intermediate level, and each has also developed a move to deal with large creatures. Finally, Remuru cleaned up the mess and asked the good friend to rest in his stomach. The Goddess of Light headed for the upside-down mountain. Although they had considered crossing the calm belt, Nami wanted to experience the Grand Line in its entirety, so everyone followed her wishes. At noon, there was a sudden explosion. When everyone arrived at the scene, they saw Abis staggering out of the kitchen with a face full of black smoke. Seeing everyone, she quickly adjusted her expression and smiled and gave everyone a thumbs up. "I'm preparing food, everyone, you can eat," Abis said happily. In the restaurant, Everyone sat around the dining table, staring blankly at the dark cuisine on the plate in front of them, the indescribable fried rice. Nami pointed at the fried rice and turned her eyes to ABI's. Did you make this? Yeah. ABI's nodded slightly, her mouth corners raised, revealing a satisfied smile. It seems that this meal is quite unique. Nami said. ABI said happily. You not only helped Long Ye find his hometown, but also invited me to board the ship. So from today on, I will try my best to help. As a member of the Cute King travel group, ABI's decided to do what she could. Thank you, I received your kindness. Remuru smiled and nodded. Caya looked at the fried rice carefully, she frowned and said. Is this, really edible? The color of this fried rice is quite similar to a certain poison she had prepared. Machino smiled gently. Let me try it, maybe it just looks bad, maybe it tastes good. She picked up the spoon and carefully scooped a spoonful of fried rice into her mouth. Everyone's eyes were focused on her. Her face suddenly turned red, and she hurriedly picked up the water cup. Water, give me water. Seeing this, Carmen asked ABI's in confusion. Did you taste it yourself? I tasted a little. How does it feel? It feels okay. She answered frankly, and then wondered to herself. Is it really that bad? As she said that, she also scooped a spoonful of fried rice into her mouth, then widened her eyes and hurriedly grabbed the water cup to drink a few sips of water. It's so spicy. Why, what the hell? She exclaimed, and then suddenly remembered something. I think I spilled the seasoning at the end. Carmen was relieved after hearing this, she thought the child's taste was wrong. Be careful next time. However, Remuru was not affected at all, he picked up the spoon and ate it spoonful by spoonful, and said seriously. This is ABI's heart, you have to finish the meal, don't leave any leftovers. The women looked at Remuru in disbelief, and they called him a pervert in their hearts, he could eat so spicy calmly. Remuru noticed their gazes and showed a proud smile. Humph, how can I be your captain without real skills? For people with super endurance, this level of spiciness is not worth mentioning at all. Do you need to turn off pain invalidation? Don't spoil the show, great sage. Finally, the girls all tasted a little, as a response to ABI's intention, and the rest of the fried rice was left to Remuru to deal with. Although ABI's cooking performance failed, Remuru still praised her to the girls. You should learn from ABI's and try more new hobbies, such as cooking, dressing, music, dancing, etc. Now that Nami and the others' strength has stabilized, they don't have to practice every day like before, like an ascetic. It's time to enjoy life. Traveling happily is called traveling. Chapter 57. After dinner, Remuru began to name ABI's. The naming process is simple and need not be elaborated. Although Remuru likes Lolita and is full of protective desire for Lolita. They are cute, petite, and have sweet voices. But he is definitely not a pedophile and has no interest in Lolita's body. It is worth mentioning that ABI's attributes are: Name, ABI's. Gender, female. Age, 10 years old. Occupation, none. Talent, S level. Skills, cook, thought transmission, sound wave perception, primary armament haki, primary observation haki, life return. Fruit, whisper fruit. Status, training speed increased tenfold, comprehension increased tenfold, favorability increased tenfold. Existence value, 4500. Skill details. Thought transmission, can quickly and accurately convey thoughts, feelings, and intentions, and realize secret telepathic communication. Thought transmission is a very practical skill that can accurately convey a large amount of information in an instant. It has a great role in intelligence transmission, teamwork, and other aspects. Moreover, thought transmission is not limited to conveying language and text, but can also be conveyed in various forms such as images and feelings, so that the other party can understand more intuitively. As for the cook can change the original structure of the food, so that the food has a special effect. This is a bug level unique skill, and it can't just be used on cooking. It can directly determine the result and take the most appropriate action. It is a terrifying skill that can cut off the cause and effect and determine the outcome. Of course, things always have limits. It's just a unique skill. However, Little Loli always has a different view on skills. Great, I can make delicious food. At the entrance of Upside Down Mountain, cheers came one after another. The girls stared at the wonders in front of them, their faces full of surprise. Wow, it's so spectacular. It's incredible. Without external influence, the sea water is actually climbing the mountain. Goddess of Light, rushed to the top of the mountain in one breath. As the Goddess of Light rushed to the top of the mountain like a roller coaster, and then dived down rapidly, the Menghuang tour group officially stepped into the grand route. Suddenly, in the distance, a slash cut through the sky and approached rapidly. Dashiki's eyes condensed, and she flashed to the bow in an instant. Shijir drew her sword in an instant, swung it out, and accurately cut off the sword energy. Her eyes were solemn, staring at the direction where the slash came from, and she could vaguely see a figure. Remuru laughed and broke the tense atmosphere. It seems that as soon as we entered the Grand Line, a friend can't wait to greet us. He looked up into the distance. Let's go meet the world's #1 swordsman. Dashiki gripped the hilt of the sword, with a challenging light in her eyes. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye. She was eager to try, wanting to know how far her swordsmanship was from this legendary swordsman. The Goddess of Light sailed in the direction of Hawkeye. After Hawkeye made that slash, he had no follow-up action, as if waiting for their arrival. Remuru stood at the bow and asked loudly. I wonder why you want to attack us. Hawkeye answered coldly. I just heard that a new great swordsman appeared in the East China Sea, and I want to have a fight with him. His eyes were cold and sharp, staring at Tashaji. It turned out that Buddha's warring states specifically informed Hawkeye in order to test the strength of the Cute King travel group. The 7 warlords of the sea are not a subordinate organization of the Navy, and Hawkeye could have ignored warring states. But he was also interested in the great swordsman who suddenly appeared, so he agreed to warring states' request. At this moment, Hawkeye's momentum completely broke out, and he turned to Tashaji, with a fighting spirit in his eyes. As a top swordsman, he could naturally feel the sharp aura emanating from Tashaji. This aura was not possessed by other people in the Cute King travel group. The scene became solemn for a while, and the air seemed to be filled with a solemn atmosphere. However, at this critical moment, Hawkeye seriously invited Tashaji. Remuru, can we have a fight? As soon as these words came out, the solemn atmosphere was instantly broken. Nami and other girls looked at Hawkeye with strange eyes, and the scene was full of awkwardness and strange atmosphere. Even Hawkeye, who was obsessed with swords, noticed something was wrong at this moment. Ahem. Remuru coughed twice and inhaled, attracting Hawkeye's attention. I am Remuru. And he pointed to Tashaji. Is the swordsman of the Cute King travel group, Tashaji. Hawkeye realized that he had recognized the wrong person, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. Navy, what kind of blunder is this again? Just then, the sea rolled, and a huge island whale with scars on its forehead emerged from the waves. It was Labou, a whale carrying countless stories. It looked up at the sky and let out a deep and shocking whale cry. Woo 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 woo. Then, ignoring the scars on its body, it slammed into the Red Earth continent again and again, as if it wanted to break through the Red Earth continent. The women stared at this shocking scene with astonishment in their eyes. Although they had seen larger sea kings before, this was the first time they had seen such a crazy whale. No, not right. Abi's frowned, tears flashing in her eyes. Its voice is full of sadness and confusion. Is it calling its companions? Labou's cry reminded Abi's of the scene when she first met Long Yet, and the loneliness and confusion in its eyes. She was determined to help the whale. She turned to her companions. I want to help it. Remuru looked at Abi's, and a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. He nodded encouragingly. Whatever you want to do, just do it. Her kindness is also what Remuru likes most. The girls also expressed their support, their curiosity was completely ignited, and they wanted to find out. and the world's first swordsman Hawkeye was temporarily forgotten by them at this moment. Abis took a deep breath, stared at Labou, and began to use her thought transmission skills. Labou was about to launch another collision, and suddenly, it found itself in a white space. Its body returned to the state of a cub 50 years ago. A little girl was walking slowly towards it and gently touched its head. "Little whale, can you be my friend?" In this strange space, the little girl and the whale began a barrier-free communication. As time went by, they became good friends. Abis learned about Lab's past and the agreement between it and the Rumba pirates. After an unknown amount of time, one person and one whale withdrew from the mysterious space. And the outside world, only a moment passed. Abis gave a thumbs up to her companions, with a triumphant smile on her face. Done. Chapter 58. The sound of the voice was so strange that it was almost too loud. She turned around and waved enthusiastically to Labou. "Little Labou, I'm here." Labou lowered his head and looked at the source of the sound. He widened his eyes and searched carefully. It took him some time to finally see Abis's figure. Then, he swam happily towards Abis and let out a howl full of joy. Abis also enthusiastically introduced her new friend Labou to her companions. Then, Abis told her companions the story of Labou through the skill of conveying thoughts. It turned out that Labou's companions were members of the Rumba pirates. At that time, Labou was still a cub, and because the Grand Line was too dangerous, they left Labou in the upside-down mountain. They made a promise to Lab. "When we go around the world and come back, we can meet again." However, this wait lasted 50 years. Crocus told Lab that the Rumba pirates had left the Grand Line and their whereabouts were unknown. This news made Lab fall into deep sorrow. It kept hitting the Red Earth continent with its head. Even though it was covered with scars, it wanted to return to the West Sea to reunite with its companions. Lab spent every day waiting in sorrow. After learning all this, everyone looked at Lab with distressed eyes. Machino covered her lips, anger and sympathy flashed in her eyes. Too much. Did the Rumba pirates just abandon Labou? Nami also said angrily, "What a hateful pirate, they don't even fulfill the most basic agreement." Caya's eyes were full of tears. "Labou is so pitiful. It has been waiting for 50 years. Only Remuru remained silent, he knew the truth. The Rumba pirates did not abandon Labou, but encountered misfortune. Only Brooke was trapped in the Devil's Triangle, missing Labou every day. Abis took a deep breath and looked at her companions firmly. "In order to prevent Labou from hurting himself, I also made a promise with it," she continued. "I will find at least one member of the Rumba pirates and bring them to Labou. But before that, I hope it can cherish its body." Abis didn't know that the Rumba pirates had encountered misfortune. She really believed that they just fled back to the West Sea. Nami smiled after hearing this. "Great, Lab will not hurt himself anymore." She then said to Abis. "But, Abis, you can't break your promise this time." Abis nodded heavily. "Well, I will definitely fulfill this promise." Hawkeye Mihawk stood aside with his arms crossed, expressionless, and stared at the lively scene around him with a cold look. He was confused. What happened? Because the transmission of thoughts is extremely secretive, and the information transmission only takes a moment, Hawkeye has no idea what happened. He guessed that this might be related to the devil fruit. Because he didn't understand the content of the conversation, he decided not to wait any longer and prepared to continue the challenge. Hawkeye Mihawk stepped forward, and everyone's eyes turned to him. His eagle-like yellow eyes stared at Tashaji again. Just as he was about to speak, a familiar voice suddenly came, interrupting his next action. "It's Mihawk, long time no see." The voice came from above. Hawkeye frowned slightly and looked up. An old man with a hairstyle like a flower walked out of Labou's body. In order to facilitate the treatment of Labou, he transformed Labou's body through surgery and lived in Labou's body for a long time. At this moment, he noticed something strange because of Labou's sudden silence, so he walked out. Hawkeye recognized the old man, and his displeasure dissipated. Crocus. He is the ship doctor of Roger Pirates, Crocus. People always get sick, and doctors, especially doctors with superb medical skills, are not easily offended by ordinary people except fools. At this time, the members of the Mengwang travel group also turned around and looked at the new characters curiously. ABIs exclaimed in surprise. Crocus. She continued. You are the doctor that Lab mentioned, the one who has been with it and treated it. Crocus looked at the little girl and asked in confusion. Can you understand what Lab said? ABIs nodded. Yes, I am the user of the whispering fruit and Lab's new friend. Lab also shouted happily, as if to confirm her words. Crocus has been with Labou for decades. Although he cannot fully understand Labou's words, he can roughly understand what he means. Then, ABIs, as a translator, introduced her companions to the man and the whale. Soon, everyone started a pleasant exchange around Labou. After learning that Crocus was a superb doctor, Caya began to ask him for advice. And Remuru looked at this scene and felt a little embarrassed. He originally planned to obtain medical knowledge by analyzing Crocus's memory and then pass it on to Caya. However, he did not expect Caya to obtain the sage skill, which greatly enhanced her learning and research ability. In this way, there is no need to force the growth of seedlings. It will be more fulfilling to let Caya gradually improve her medical skills. As for another important piece of information in his memory, the secret of Raftel, he is not in a hurry to obtain it. It is fun to explore it yourself. Anyway, Crocus is here, and he can get the information at any time. At the same time, Hawkeye was even more embarrassed, he was forgotten by everyone again. Finally, it was Crocus who remembered him, and he looked at Hawkeye. For some reason, Crocus read a hint of resentment from Hawkeye's indifferent eyes. He asked. Hawkeye boy, what are you doing here? Hawkeye replied calmly. I'm here to learn swordsmanship. After that, he looked at Tashaji again, and this time he had to start the duel no matter what. Just then. Swoosh, swoosh. A cannonball flew towards Lab. Asshole. The women changed their faces instantly, cursed angrily, and stared at the direction where the cannonball came from with their eyes blazing. They saw a man and a woman carrying a cannon barrel, and it was they who attacked Lab. Hawkeye cursed in his heart, frowning. He was about to ignore the interference and continue his swordsmanship, but he saw Tashaji move. She waved her right hand and sent out a flying slash. The slash flew towards the cannonball. The competition was interrupted again. Hawkeye was also angry, and he shouted in his heart. Who is it this time? When Hawkeye was young, he traveled around to practice swordsmanship, challenged swordsmen from all over the world, and won the title of the world's greatest swordsman. But since he won this title, challengers have been endless. He hasn't challenged others for a long time. And this time, he came specifically to find a strange great swordsman to compete. As a result, he finally took the initiative to challenge once, but was always interrupted by these accidents. Chapter 59. The two of them were so angry that they had to face each other. Hawkeye Mihawk flashed and appeared in front of the couple, his eyes like knives, and his body exuded a fierce killing intent. The man was frightened and fainted by the powerful momentum, which made Hawkeye's momentum slow down a little. Although the woman's body was trembling slightly, she still bowed deeply with the killing intent. Respected strong man, please forgive me. Her voice was full of deep apology. We didn't know that this whale was your friend. No offense, please forgive us. She is the princess of Alabasta, Nefit de Vivi. Now she can no longer care about maintaining the personality of Miss Wednesday, and she has to survive first. Hawkeye looked at the princess, and the murderous intent in his eyes gradually faded. He turned around and locked his eyes on Tashaji again, pulling out the supreme sword behind him, the Black Blade Knight. He said loudly. I am Jorakol Mihawk, young swordsman, let's compete. Tashaji met Mihawk's gaze and responded without hesitation. It is my honor to compete with you. Red Earth Continent. Hawkeye Mihawk stood opposite Tashaji. In the distance, Crocus and the members of the Cute King travel group and the reserve members stood aside to watch the battle. The girls cheered for Tashaji. Come on, Tashaji, believe in yourself and fight with all your strength. Don't weaken the momentum of our Cute King travel group. Don't be afraid, if he dares to bully you, we sisters will attack him together later. Princess Waiwei watched this scene quietly without speaking, but she was thinking in her heart. Hawkeye and Crocodile are both Shishibukai, their strength should be about the same. Maybe I can guess the approximate strength of Crocodile in this battle. Hawkeye and Tashaji's eyes met, their eyes were as sharp as knives, as if they could collide with sparks. Tashaji took the lead in attacking, her figure flashed, and she instantly appeared in front of Hawkeye Myhawk. The sword in her hand was like lightning that cut through the sky and pierced Myhawk. However, Hawkeye Myhawk was not at all confused, he gently waved the black knife and easily resolved Tashaji's attack. Clang! The two swords intersected, making a crisp collision sound, which echoed in the empty red soil continent. For a moment, the sword energy on the red soil continent intertwined, and deep marks were engraved on this land. As the battle progressed, Tashaji gradually felt the power of Myhawk. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the essence of all swordsmanship, making her every attack in vain. And Myhawk's counterattack made her feel more pressured, as if she was suffocated by a mountain. The sparring lasted for a long time, and the swordsmanship of the two became more and more fierce. Tashaji held Shiyu tightly, and slashed at Hawkeye with a momentum of cutting off everything. Ding! Myhawk steadily blocked her attack, with a flash of surprise and confusion in his eyes. He was surprised that Tashaji had such a pure sword intent at such a young age, and even more surprised that her swordsmanship grew rapidly in battle. As for the doubts, Myhawk said, I have to admit that you have a high talent for swordsmanship. However, I want to see your sword that cuts the sea. Dashiki shook her head slightly during the wrestling. That sword is not just a simple swordsmanship. Myhawk's doubts were suddenly cleared up after hearing this, but he was also a little disappointed. Can I see it? Yes. Dashiki nodded in agreement. As the voice fell, the two of them retreated at the same time. Dashiki's chest kept rising and falling, panting. She slowly closed her eyes and took a breath. Suddenly, powerful magic burst out from her body, bringing gusts of wind. She suddenly opened her eyes and shouted. Be careful, this will be a blow I will do my best. Without any fancy moves, Dashiki used absolute cut and made a full-strength flat attack against Hawkeye. A sword energy slashed towards Hawkeye Myhawk, and the dark clouds in the sky were split in two under the influence of the sword energy. Facing this attack, Hawkeye's cells seemed to be trembling, and he seemed to see himself split in two. However, Hawkeye did not avoid this attack. He tightly wrapped the armed color domineering around the blade, making the black knife more profound. He used all his strength to swing the knife towards the sword energy, trying to split it in two. However, he failed. The black knife and the sword energy were in a stalemate. No, it made a sharp hissing sound. Not only that, Hawkeye felt a mysterious breath of cutting off everything from the sword energy, as if it was going to cut off Black Blade Knight. Fortunately, there was Armament Haki, which desperately resisted the invasion of this mysterious power. However, his observation Haki had already foreseen the scene of Black Blade Knight being cut off. Hawkeye roared in his heart, I will never allow you to be cut off. All the armament Haki in his body flowed and injected into Black Blade Knight, resisting the invasion of the mysterious power. Then, he squeezed out all the strength in his body and raised the sword energy to the sky with one knife. The huge sword blade passed through the clouds and went straight to the universe. Only a sky that was cut twice was left. The two were panting. Hawkeye wiped a cold sweat in his heart, I was really careless just now, Black Blade Knight was almost cut off. I lost, said Tashaji. When Tashaji cut the sea, she only used less than 20% of her magic power, but this time she consumed most of it. And Hawkeye obviously still has the strength to fight again. Although she had expected this result, she was still a little frustrated. Hawkeye looked at Tashaji with admiration in his eyes. You are really young and your swordsmanship has surpassed many people. I believe that in a short time, you can also step into the realm of a great swordsman just by swordsmanship. Tashaji bowed her head modestly. Thank you for your guidance, senior. She could feel that Hawkeye was letting her down during the competition. If Hawkeye had used all his strength at the beginning, she would probably be defeated soon. At this time, the people watching the game also came over. The women expressed their appreciation. Sister Tashaji, you performed well. You are worthy of being our cute swordsman. Should we besiege Hawkeye? However, Princess Waiwei did not step forward. She stood far away, staring at the front with empty eyes, her heart filled with despair. She asked herself silently in her heart. Is this the strength of the 7 warlords of the sea? Is there still hope for my country? The last competition directly crushed Princess Waiwei. Now, it's my turn to challenge. Remuru stood up. Hawkeye looked at him, a little confused. Are you also a swordsman? He did not feel the breath of a swordsman from Remuru, but Hawkeye would never believe that he was a small fish. Remuru smiled and gently drew out the famous sword Swejian. I still know a little bit of swordsmanship. Chapter 60. The two of them had a long battle. Some time ago, Remuru had been practicing swordsmanship hard and had made some achievements. Facing the world's greatest swordsman, he naturally wanted to spar with him. Hawkeye stared at Remuru, and he was secretly surprised. Could it be that Zhang Guo did not give the wrong information, and Remuru is really a great swordsman? I have been wrong all along. Thinking of this, Hawkeye nodded slightly and accepted Remuru's challenge. However, the two did not start sparring immediately. Hawkeye knew that Remuru was not an ordinary person, so he chose to sit on the ground first, regulate his breath and recover his strength, and prepare for the next duel. After a while, the two stood opposite each other. Hawkeye was the first to break the silence, his voice was low and powerful. Come on, let me appreciate your swordsmanship. Remuru responded with a nod, without saying anything. Then, the two attacked almost at the same time. Hawkeye's knight was like a black lightning, drawing an elegant arc and approaching Remuru. Remuru's body was flexible and dodged this fierce attack cleverly, while swinging the sword in his hand to counter-attack. Swejian and Kuratoya kept fighting in the air, and the crisp sound of metal collision echoed in the air. The bodies of the strong in the pirate world are often very hard, so the swordsmen in this world pay more attention to the sword intent and improve the attack power of the sword. And Remuru's swordsmanship, which is synchronized with the cute King Remuru, pays more attention to sword moves. His swordsmanship is as elusive as a ghost, sometimes tricky, sometimes swift, which brings great pressure to Hawkeye. After another fight, Remuru said, as expected of the world's greatest swordsman, I should also go all out. Hawkeye's heart tightened, and he was secretly alert. Could he have any hidden killer moves like Tashaji? Remuru's mind moved. Great sage. Understood, start taking over the body. Remuru's eyes changed, and his eyes instantly became cold and deep, as if he could see through everything. Hawkeye was shocked, he couldn't read Remuru's emotions at all. That cold look made Hawkeye feel cold in his heart, and an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped him. Under the trusteeship of the great sage, Remuru's insight was greatly improved, and his swordsmanship became more accurate and deadly. He could predict every attack of Hawkeye and always make a perfect response in time. After a while, a sword wrapped in black flames was hovering in front of Hawkeye's throat. Feeling the strong threat from the black flame, Hawkeye swallowed hard and admitted helplessly. I lost. He knew very well that he did not lose unfairly in this competition. He did not lose in swordsmanship, but in observation haki. His observation haki was completely crushed by Remuru. And Remuru did not use any abilities other than haki and swordsmanship, but only used black flame at the last moment. As if silently telling Hawkeye, I can pierce your neck. Remuru dispersed the black flame, put away Shiger, and said, let's call it a draw. After all, I used other abilities. At the last moment, Hawkeye flowed the armament haki to his neck. And Remuru armament haki was only intermediate, and he did not know Ryu Sakura. The great sage judged that he could not pierce Hawkeye, so he used black flame. Hawkeye shook his head and said, if you lose, you lose. The throne of the world's greatest swordsman is handed over to you. However, I will challenge you again. Then, regardless of other people's reactions, he silently stepped on the coffin. Swinging the sword backwards, the coffin flew forward at high speed. Crocus and the girls hurried over, and they witnessed Hawkeye's defeat by Remuru. Croco's heart was filled with turbulent waves, and he sighed. I didn't expect that Hawkeye my hawk would be defeated by you. He secretly smacked his lips. The throne of the world's greatest swordsman changed hands. What kind of waves will this cause in the world? Nakago raised his lips slightly, and answered with a bit of pride. Hawkeye is nothing to Lord Remuru. Nami also stepped forward, her face full of shock and admiration. We know how powerful Remuru is. But we didn't expect that he could defeat Hawkeye with just swordsmanship. Lily Xiang frowned. Won't there be a constant stream of challengers in the future? She knew very well that this would undoubtedly be a trouble for Remuru, who liked quietness. Tashaji jumped up. Eager to try, she said. If you want to challenge Lord Remuru, you have to get past me first. The battle with Hawkeye greatly increased her strength, and she was full of confidence at the moment. The women surrounded Remuru, laughing and talking happily. It can be seen that Remuru's victory over Hawkeye made them very excited. They made up their minds to work harder to improve their strength in order to meet future challenges. At this time, Princess Vivi came over, her eyes flashing with helpless light. Lord Remuru, I beg you, save my country. Although her voice was not loud, it successfully attracted everyone's attention. Everyone turned their attention to Princess Vivi. Remuru frowned. Why did Vivi look desperate? What exactly is going on? Tell me in detail. He said softly. Princess Vivi took a deep breath, tried to calm down, and then slowly spoke. I am from the kingdom of Alabasta, and I am the princess of that country. Now, Baroque Works is inciting the rebels behind the scenes and trying to steal our country's power. And the mastermind behind all this is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Without retaining any information, she frankly showed everyone everything she knew. After hearing this, Tashaji showed a puzzled expression. Isn't Alabasta a member of the world government? Then why don't you ask the Navy for help? Princess Vivi shook her head slightly, with a bitter smile on her lips. Crocodile is a pirate recognized by the world government. Without solid evidence, the Navy will not easily dispatch. After learning about the strength of the 7 warlords of the sea, she has given up the idea of fighting Crocodile with the power of one country. Nami nodded to show her understanding, and then asked bluntly. If we help you, how much can you offer, Your Highness? Princess Vivi tentatively proposed. 1 billion Baileys, okay. But Remuru questioned. It has not rained in your country for 3 years, and you have to pay a high amount of Tian Changjian every year. Can you really take out 1 billion Baileys? Princess Vivi's face sank slightly, and she was not sure how much Bailey was left in the treasury. Remuru shook his head and sighed. Unless you increase taxes on the people, but how many people will starve to death if you do so? Nami flatly refused. We will not accept such money. Princess Vivi's face became gloomy, she gritted her teeth and said firmly. My lords, as long as it can save our country, I am willing to do anything. Chapter 61. The two of them were very busy, but they were still busy. Remuru shook his head again. We won't help you for no reason without compensation. But he changed the subject and made a new suggestion. However, if you can become a member of the Mo King Travel Group and ask for our help as a companion, then we will naturally lend a hand. Hearing this, the girls silently complained in their hearts. Sure enough, he recruits companions wherever he goes, even places like the entrance to the upside-down mountain. Princess Waiwei heard this and suddenly felt hopeful. How can I join you? This made Remuru slightly silent. You just join directly, what other conditions are needed? But on second thought, it's not a good idea for Waiwei to join directly in this situation. Remuru pondered for a moment, then said. We don't know each other well enough. You can start as a reserve crew member of the Cute King Travel Group and spend some time with us. If you get along well, you can officially become one of us when you arrive in Alabasta. So, Princess Vivi became a reserve member of the Cute King Travel Group. She encouraged herself in her heart that she must become their companion and save the country. At this time, Nami suddenly screamed and pointed at the compass, and everyone looked over. The compass needle kept spinning and lost its sense of direction. The compass seems to be broken. Nami said. Remuru glanced and sighed. Didn't you ask about the Grand Line in Rogue Town? Vivi, explain it to them. Vivi began to tell the story in detail, while Remuru fell into deep thought. Although the women are strong, they lack the awareness of actively seeking intelligence. To overthrow the world government, one must establish one's own intelligence network, which is not suitable for all women. Remuru thought about the right person in his heart, Robin? Khalifa? Remuru turned his eyes to Abi's again, perhaps he could cultivate her from a young age. After Princess Vivi roughly explained the situation of the Grand Line, Remuru took out 2 pointers from his stomach, one was a recording pointer, and the other was a permanent pointer to Drum Island. He turned his eyes to Princess Vivi and asked. Do you have a permanent pointer for Alabasta? I have this. Princess Vivi nodded and took out a pointer from her arms. Remuru nodded and thought. Since you have it, I won't take it out. When this guy was in Rogue Town, he bought all the permanent pointers to the island, and he didn't lack money. Remuru, which route should we choose? Nami asked. Remuru thought for a moment and said, let's go directly to the Drum Kingdom, collect some more precious medical books for Caya, and then go to Alabasta. Although Caya has recovered, Remuru had promised Caya that she would go there to learn medical skills, and Remuru had his eyes on the swallow fruit. The next morning, the Goddess of Light set sail and officially embarked on the journey of the Grand Line. However, not long after the voyage began, the weather suddenly changed. The originally clear sky suddenly became overcast and the wind roared. Heavy snow, hail, and thunderstorms came one after another, as if they were going to swallow the ship. Of course, this challenge was not enough for the Mengwang tour group. Facing this bad weather, Nami calmly used the power of the talking fruit to control the surrounding environment. The ship elf Xiaoguang also flexibly adjusted the direction of the ship, and occasionally held up the light shield to build a defense for the ship. With the cooperation of one person and one elf, this little danger is not enough, and no one else is needed to help. So strong. Vivi stood on the lawn and witnessed all this. She originally wanted to contribute to the team with her understanding of the Grand Line, but now it seems that her help is not needed. A sense of confusion and powerlessness surged in Vivi's heart. What can I do for this team? Fighting? I don't need myself at all. Cooking? There are also professional chefs like Carmen and Lily Xiang. Navigation is far inferior to Nami. She seems to know a little about everything, but she is not proficient in any one of them. She is afraid of being abandoned by the Cute King tour group. With this feeling, Vivi walked towards Remuru and asked directly. Is there anything I can do? Remuru pondered for a moment and replied. How about? You can be my maid. He thought that as a princess, Vivi had been served since she was a child, so she at least had enough theoretical knowledge about maids. Maid. Vivi was stunned for a moment, and then fell into deep thought. She seemed to have no better choice. Instead of being a useless vase in the team and then being abandoned, she might as well try some new roles. After some thought, she finally nodded and agreed to Remuru's proposal. Remuru took Vivi to the captain's room and introduced her. This is my master bedroom, you can sleep in the room next to me. As he said, he held the door handle, and his mind moved, and the space of the captain's room changed. A new door appeared between the master bedroom and the second bedroom, so that Vivi could perform the duties of a maid at any time. Somewhere on the Grand Line, a ship shaped like a coffin board was drifting in the sea. The sea breeze blew, and the hull swayed slightly. Suddenly, brew brew. Hawkeye opened his eyes suddenly, frowning, revealing displeasure. He reached out to grab the den mushi, with obvious impatience in his tone. Who is it? The voice of Sengoku came from the other end of the phone. It's me. Have you met the Mo King pirates? How strong are they? Hearing Sengoku's voice, Hawkeye became even more impatient. He coldly spat out 3 words. I lost. Then, he hung up the phone without hesitation. On the other end of the phone, Sengoku was dumbfounded, and a series of doubts came out of his mind. What's going on? Hawkeye lost? Is Remuru so strong? The next day, seagulls screamed and flew to all parts of the world, and newspapers fluttered in the sky. The whole world was shocked, and many swordsmen shouted, "Fake news, this is fake news! Wangguo!" 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin laughed out loud. "Mom, Mom! I never thought Hawkeye would be defeated by an unknown swordsman. Mom, how should we deal with this?" Long-tongued Pero asked. Charlotte Linlin pondered for a moment. "You ask Katakuri to go to paradise and try to marry her. On a Nagashima." Kaido drank heavily while crying loudly. "Wow, another strong man appeared? I wonder if he can kill me." Moby Dick. Whitebeard also saw the newspaper. "Traveler, isn't he a pirate? I wonder if he will challenge me. On a certain island." A pirate ran to his captain. "Oh no, Captain, oh no, Hawkeye was defeated." "What?" Red Hair was shocked and hurriedly took the newspaper. After a while, Red Hair's hand holding the newspaper trembled slightly. "This is Machino." But as time went on, more and more people confirmed this to Hawkeye. The Cute King travel group entered the eyes of the world strong in a shocking way. Chapter 62. The more you look at the stranger, the more you will feel. If this is the case with strangers, what about acquaintances? Smoker's eyes were blank, and he held the newspaper tightly in his hand. He was immersed in the content of the report, and the smoke of the cigar swirled around him, burning one after another, showing the turmoil in his heart. When Zoro took the newspaper from the sword god Sword Saint, his fingers trembled unconsciously. His face revealed an expression of disbelief, and he uttered a cry of astonishment. Remuru actually defeated Hawkeye. Can a woman also become a great swordsman? I wonder what Kuina would think if she were alive. Suddenly, his eyes were attracted by a photo, and his face showed an expression of astonishment. This photo. At the same time, the Revolutionary Army Dragon was also browsing the same newspaper. His brows were furrowed, and he was obviously thinking carefully. He glanced at the photo and sighed in his heart, "I still underestimated her, it seems that I need to get in touch with her more." He raised his head, his eyes swept through the comrades around him, and then asked in a deep voice, "Where is Kral? Obviously he has a new plan." "Goddess of Light. Captain's room." Remuru slowly opened his eyes, gently moved his beautiful legs, and then stretched a long lazy waist. Another beautiful day. He reached out and pressed the button on the bedside, waiting with anticipation. Today is Princess Vivi's first day of work. After a while, Princess Vivi appeared in his sight. She was wearing an elegant and exquisite maid outfit. The dark blue top looked classic and elegant, and the long sleeves were tightened at the cuffs. The skirt was fluffy and wide, with white as the main color, and the hem was covered with fine folds, as if it were a bunch of blooming white flowers. The white stockings fit her slender legs. The overall color matching was fresh and natural, showing her elegance and cuteness. Remuru looked at Princess Vivi. Vivi nodded, then pointed to her body and said softly, "Wipe my body." "Okay, master." Princess Vivi blushed, her eyes flickered and she dared not look directly at Remuru, but she still plucked up the courage, brought a basin of warm water, and began to wipe his body carefully. After cleaning his body, Vivi took out clothes and helped Remuru dress. During the whole process, Remuru felt a little uncomfortable. In his previous life, he was just a homeboy and had never experienced such treatment. However, he also understood that Princess Vivi had made great sacrifices, so he did not say anything and just accepted it silently. "All I can say is, just get used to it." After putting on his clothes, Remuru reached out and gently stroked Princess Vivi's hair to show his appreciation for her hard work. And Princess Vivi also felt this recognition and smiled with satisfaction on her face. At this moment, the voice of the great sage came from his mind. Notice, plot character Wapol detected. After receiving the message, Remuru ordered Xiao Guang to change course and take Vivi to the deck of the Goddess of Light. On the lawn, their eyes were attracted by a scene on the sea. A man in strange clothes and wavy lips stood there with a frustrated look on his face. "What is that?" "There is a strange person standing on the sea," Vivi said in surprise. Remuru chuckled, there is a submarine hidden under his feet. As if to prove what Remuru said, the sea surface surged, and a large and huge submarine assault sailboat broke through the waves and appeared in front of the Goddess of Light. A large group of minions in uniform emerged from the ship. A fat man wearing iron armor appeared. He was the swallow fruit user, Valpo. Valpo waved his hand and ordered the minions. Go, control them all. Wait a minute. Vivi stared at Valpo, a memory flashed in her mind, and she wondered. Are you the king of the Drum Kingdom? Valpo laughed loudly, I didn't expect anyone to know me. Yes, I am the king of the Drum Kingdom. The women looked at his smile, and then glanced at the pirate flag flying on the ship, and a sense of absurdity surged in their hearts. The king of a country actually went to be a pirate? What they didn't know was that something similar had already happened in Wano country. We are going back to the Drum Kingdom. Do you have a pointer to go there? Walpo asked. Yes, we are also on our way to the Drum Kingdom. Go. Nami responded calmly. Walpo was overjoyed and urged eagerly. Hand it over. I can allow you to follow behind. As long as he returns to the Drum Kingdom, he can continue to be his king and enslave the people. The wavy-lipped man also urged. The one standing in front of you is the king of the Drum Kingdom, why don't you hand over your pointer quickly? The women noticed something was wrong. This king didn't look like a good person. 100 million Baileys. Nami raised the permanent pointer on her wrist. Since you are the king, you should not be short of money. 100 million Baileys, this pointer belongs to you. She thought that the pointer would be useless after arriving at Drum Island, so she might as well take the opportunity to make a fortune. Besides, the Queen of Light could follow them. But Nami made a mistake. Wapol was a selfish tyrant. He was used to being domineering, so how could he tolerate ordinary people's disrespect to him? Humph, you don't know what's good for you. Wapol ordered, go ahead and grab the pointer. After a baptism of domineering color, the White Iron Pirates were wiped out. The members of the Cute King travel group did not kill these pirates. After the girls woke up a pirate minion, they found out everything. She widened her eyes slightly, her face full of shock, as if she couldn't accept the information she heard. She muttered to herself. Abandon your people when you meet a strong enemy and flee to the sea to become a pirate? This kind of person can be considered a king. Cobra taught her from childhood that the king should love his people, which made her unable to imagine this. Caya was furious, her face full of dissatisfaction with the tyrant. Tyrant! He drove away so many doctors and completely ignored the health of his people. Nojiko also sighed deeply. The world is so big that there are all kinds of things. Tashaji's face became more and more gloomy, she gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, with a cold light flashing in her eyes. This is a sin, I have to cut him off. After that, she was about to pull out Shijir from her waist, but was stopped by Remuru in time. Remuru shook his head gently and said. We take Valpo to Magnetic Drum Island and let his people decide his fate. Nami frowned, with a puzzled look on her face. Will they execute Valpo? There was a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Remuru said quietly. A brutal rule cannot win the love of the people. Even if they didn't kill Walpo, but just expelled him from the country. At worst, Remuru would follow and give him a finishing blow. Chapter 63. The weather was very hot, but the weather was very hot. That afternoon, the Goddess of Light arrived at Magnetic Drum Island. This East Island, which is covered with snow all year round, stood quietly in the cold wind. On the coastline, many citizens with weapons gathered, their faces full of anger. Look at that ship. One person held his weapon tightly, frowning, staring at the Goddess of Light that was gradually approaching the shore. Is that tyrant back? The person next to him was angry when he heard this. He abandoned us when he was in danger. If he has the nerve to come back, I will be the first one to not let him go. Walpo, get out! The crowd roared, this island does not welcome you. The people of the Cute King tour group were also stopped by the citizens because they returned with the diving boat. However, when Remuru threw the chained Walpo and two ministers in front of them, the atmosphere changed instantly. The citizens widened their eyes and looked at the once arrogant tyrant who was now tied to the ground. Their faces showed expressions of shock and joy. Immediately afterwards, the people of the Cute King Pirates were warmly welcomed by the people of the entire island. In the next 3 days, Caya exchanged medical skills with Dr. 20. These top doctors who were once selected from the Drum Island not only have superb medical skills, but each of them has his own unique insights. Caya absorbed new knowledge like a sponge and felt that she had gained a lot. Before leaving, Remuru used his ability to copy all the medical books of Dr. 20 for Caya to study later. The other members of the Cute King Pirates played on this winter island. They made snowmen, had snowball fights, skied, and played snow poker duels. They also watched the live-action version of the execution movie. They also met Chopper, who ate the devil fruit, the animal-type human fruit commoner form. Finally, amid the cheers of the people, the goddess of light slowly set sail and headed towards the next destination, Alabasta. Notice, the swallow fruit has been extracted. Hearing the voice of the great sage, Remuru took out the swallow fruit. The fruit is dark purple and has a strange shape, a bit like the mouth of the piranha plant in the game Plants vs. Zombies. He looked at it, and couldn't help but feel excited. Speaking of which, the potential of this swallow fruit is also very powerful. It can eat any object and merge with itself. For example, after swallowing a sword, the whole body can turn into a sword to attack the target, which is equivalent to Mr. One's quick-cut fruit. Swallowing guns, swords, and other weapons is equivalent to Baby Five's weapon fruit. Swallowing inorganic substances such as stone and iron is equivalent to Barrett's fusion fruit. What makes him even more excited is that this fruit can also synthesize and reshape the swallowed objects, and even perfectly merge two different ability users. Mass-produce multi-fruit ability users. The swallow fruit is definitely an extremely powerful superhuman devil fruit. It's a pity to meet a waste like Valpo. By the way, great sage, how much willpower does this swallow fruit contain? Answer, about 300,000 willpower. 300,000? The fruit is only 180,000. I don't know how much willpower other top devil fruits have. Insufficient data. Yet, I still encountered too few fruits. Remuru sighed, feeling that he encountered too few fruits and could not form a complete comparison system. What level do 180,000 and 300,000 willpower belong to among all devil fruits? Great sage, how much willpower do we have now? It is worth mentioning that Remuru spent part of his willpower to increase the willpower in Abi's body to 100,000. 380,000. How much? At this time, Remuru did not know that Hawkeye had blown him up. 380,000, and the willpower is still growing. Speculation, your battle with Hawkeye has been known to most people. Then send it. Another day passed, and night fell. In the captain's room, warm yellow lights fell, creating a warm and comfortable atmosphere. Remuru sat on the sofa, thinking about the next plan. At this time, the bathroom door slowly opened, and Princess Weiwei's figure loomed in the steam, like a fairy walking out of a dream. She stepped out of the bathtub gently, and water drops slid down her jade-like skin, glittering with a faint luster. Her long hair was like a waterfall, with the fragrance and moisture after the bath, gently scattered. On her shoulders, Princess Vivi was wearing a light bathrobe with a belt tied gently, revealing her graceful figure. She raised her hand and gently wiped her hair with a towel, revealing her innate elegance and nobility in her behavior. This scene caught Remuru's eyes, and his heartstrings were gently plucked. He took a deep breath and calmed down his excitement. Vivi, come here. Hearing Remuru's words, she put down the towel in her hand, walked lightly, and came to him. Master, what do you need Vivi for? She said softly. Remuru smiled and said. Nothing. I just want to talk to you. Come and sit here. Remuru patted his thigh. Princess Vivi did as she was told and sat down elegantly and calmly. Remuru hugged her gently, took a deep breath of the fragrance in her hair, and whispered. What do you think of our cute king travel group? Princess Vivi smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling. Great. The sisters get along well. The atmosphere of the team is also very harmonious, full of friendship and joy. It's just. At this point, her face flushed, as if she remembered something, paused for a moment, and then continued. It's you, sometimes you always bully me. Remuru laughed at her words, lowered his head and kissed her cheek lightly, his eyes overflowing with tenderness. Alabasta is coming soon, Vivi, are you willing to officially become a member of the Acute King Travel Group? Really? Princess Vivi's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Of course. Remuru looked at her gently, smiled and nodded. Princess Vivi nodded excitedly. Yes, of course I do. Don't you want to show it? Remuru's lips curled up slightly, looking at her affectionately, with expectation flashing in his eyes. Princess Vivi took a deep breath, mustered up her courage, gently held his cheeks with both hands, and kissed his lips gently with eyes as bright as water. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and only their lingering breathing and heartbeats were left in the captain's room. This kiss was as gentle as the sea breeze and as warm as the waves. Finally, they separated a little, but a crystal thread was pulled out between their lips. Vivi, I love you. Remuru said affectionately. Vivi nodded gently and responded affectionately. I love you too, Lord Remuru. Next, Princess Remuru picked up Princess Vivi and walked into the room. Everything came naturally. Chapter 64. The next day, the sun rose, and Remuru walked out of the captain's room in a good mood. It was another comfortable night. His eyes fell on the system panel. When he saw the new word Weiwei in the partner column, he nodded with satisfaction, and a trace of relief flashed in his eyes. Before, Weiwei's name had not appeared on the system panel for a long time, which made Remuru feel a little doubtful, worrying whether she had thoughts about him. But now, all doubts have disappeared. He guessed that Weiwei probably didn't think she was a member of the Mengwang travel group because she felt that she had not been truly accepted by other members of the team. After figuring this out, Remuru turned to look at Nami, who was busy, studying the map intently. He walked up and asked softly, Nami, how far are we from Alabasta? Nami looked up at him, unfolded the map in her hand, quickly scanned the map, and then estimated. It should be soon, about 2 or 3 hours away. After hearing this, Remuru began to think about the next plan. Because the time is more than half a month earlier than in the original book, Crocodile's plan has not yet reached the final stage, and the members of Baroque Works may not all gather in Alabasta. He must find a way to gather everyone. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Nami again and asked, Nami, how heavy are you sure it will rain? Nami put down the map in her hand and thought seriously. My ability is not to control the weather directly, but to convince clouds, wind, and other natural spirits to achieve the goal. If I force them to control them, it will be very laborious. In extreme cases, I can only make a city rain for 3 days and 3 nights. Can it rain lightly throughout Alabasta? Remuru asked further. Nami nodded. This requires controlling a large number of natural spirits. I need to spend some time to convince a large number of spirits to help me. Hearing this, a gleam flashed in Remuru's eyes. I have a plan. He elaborated his ideas to Nami in detail, and Nami showed a surprised expression after hearing. Is this too high profile? Remuru smiled. The higher the better. Let me help you improve the potential of the talking fruit first. After speaking, Remuru's body changed, turning into a slime, bouncing actively, and wrapped Nami into his stomach in one bite. The great sage began to transform the collected willpower and input it into Nami's body for Nami to absorb. The whole process was carried out in the stomach, and there was no leakage of willpower. After a while, the slime's stomach moved, and Nami was gently vomited out. She was soaked, her hands supported the ground, and her hips unconsciously lifted up. Remuru coughed lightly, trying to hide his embarrassment, and asked, Try it, how has your ability changed? Remuru gave Nami 420,000 wishes, and now the wish power of the talking fruit has reached an astonishing 600,000. Nami didn't think it was a big deal, she had tried more embarrassing postures. She stood up slowly and began to test the new ability of the talking fruit. After a while, she turned to Remuru with surprise, her eyes flashing with excitement. I feel that the control is easier, and the physical energy consumed is greatly reduced. My voice seems to have a charming effect, which makes it easier to get the favor of the elves. Moreover, I can use the fruit ability without making a sound, and mind communication is also a kind of speaking. As for other changes, it is not clear yet. Remuru nodded, and was quite satisfied with the result. 2.5 hours later, the outline of the coastline appeared clearly in front of everyone. Remuru summoned the women and explained his plan in detail. The plan was simple, divided into 2 parties. Nami, Vivi, Rika, and Abis are on one side, and their main tasks are: Nami pretends to be the rain-praying master invited by Princess Vivi, and spends 3 days to travel around Alabasta. Starting from the Rapeseed Port, passing through Arima, Yoba, and Rainland, and finally arriving at the capital Arubana. There, Nami will arrange a heavy rain across the country. The 2 lolis are responsible for protecting Nami and Vivi, adding a touch of mystery. As for the other side, the mission of the team is: play, have fun, and find evidence of the crime of Baroque Studio. At the Rapeseed Harbor, a strange ship was suspended in the air, moving slowly forward. The gauze around the ship was dancing, and the outlines of 3 figures could be vaguely seen. The people nearby were attracted by this strange phenomenon, and their eyes were focused on this mysterious ship. What is this? A ship floating in the air. The breeze blew, the gauze fluttered, and the scene inside the ship was looming. A woman in a white palace robe sat quietly in it, with a veil covering her face. Although her face could not be seen clearly, her graceful figure showed extraordinary beauty. She sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, as if she was performing some mysterious ritual. Beside her, 2 little girls wearing veils quietly accompanied her. And outside the ship, a blue-haired girl stood, with a familiar face. When everyone's eyes turned to this side, a flash of surprise flashed in the eyes of the blue-haired girl. She pointed to the building ship, and her voice echoed excitedly in the port. Everyone, Alabasta is saved. She continued to point to the building ship, and her voice spread further with the blessing of the mysterious power. I am Princess Vivi, and this is the rain-praying master I invited. She will bring us a long-awaited heavy rain. Princess Vivi's words stirred up thousands of waves. People talked about it, some were surprised, some were suspicious, and some were full of expectations. Look at that figure, it really looks like Princess Vivi. Praying for rain? Is this true? Isn't it a new conspiracy of the royal family? Just then, the white-clothed woman in the building ship slowly opened her eyes. She opened her red lips slightly, and although her voice was low, it was clearly heard by everyone. Quiet. The port was suddenly silent. The woman continued. In 3 days, I will cast a spell in the capital Arubana to bring rain to the whole of Alabasta. Cloud, come. She was Nami, and the 2 little girls were Rika and Abis. Abis used her ability to spread the voices of Nami and Princess Vivi throughout the Rapeseed Port. The building ship was the little thief Cat. After the words fell, Nami closed her eyes again and began to communicate with the natural spirits to prepare for praying for rain 3 days later. At this time, a dark cloud floated from afar, and finally arrived above the Rapeseed Port, and raindrops began to fall. It's raining. It's really raining. People cheered and hurried home to get rain containers. Chapter 65. The rain did not fall, but the weather was very good. Nami controlled the dark clouds and followed them. The rain did not need to be heavy, just a little drizzle would do. After all, Brother Dark Cloud had to work for 3 consecutive days and nights. Princess Vivi also jumped on the little thief Cat and went to the next city, Aluma, with them. In the distance, Remuru watched all this quietly. He thought to himself, I wonder how much wish power can be gained from this wave of actions. Although making a country rain does not have as much influence on the world as defeating Hawkeye. Wish power is the desire of humans for something, and the kingdom of Alabasta has a population of more than 10 million, and everyone's desire for rain is not low. Things fermented quickly. The rebels got the news first. Inside the Cartlaya headquarters, the atmosphere was tense and solemn. The members of the rebel army sat together, whispering. Master of praying for rain? Will this really bring heavy rain? One person scratched his head in confusion. The person next to him stood up suddenly, waving his arms angrily. Don't be fooled by the sweet words of the royal family. Cobra is not trustworthy at all. Another person snorted coldly, with a vigilant look on his face. This must be a trick they played to divide us. Maybe the king's army is on the way, ready to attack while we are in chaos. But some people disagreed. I know Wai Wei, she is the deputy leader of the Sand Group, I believe she will not betray us. While everyone was arguing, the man sitting at the top had a scar on his left eye that was particularly eye-catching. He was the leader of the rebel army. He listened quietly to everyone's discussion, with a thoughtful look on his face. After a moment, he said, Let's go. Let's go find Vivi and ask her in person. At the same time, in the northwest of Alabasta, Rainland. This city is called the Dream City. It is full of casinos, bustling with people, and full of endless vitality. It is also the only city in Alabasta that is not affected by drought. At the same time, this is also the headquarters of Baroque Studio. At the edge of the Rainland, a magic circle suddenly appeared in the air. The next moment, Remuru's figure appeared. He arrived at the Rainland first through teleportation magic. The Rain Banquet is the largest building in the Rainland and a casino run by Crocodile. Remuru walked into the magnificent casino leisurely. As soon as he entered the door, the bright lights made him squint slightly, and his ears were filled with the sound of roulette spinning and the metal sound of chips hitting each other. The air in the casino was filled with the smell of cigarettes and money. Information: Nico Robin is on the second floor. No hurry, let's play first. Remuru turned to the lady who exchanged chips and handed over 100 Baileys. He said confidently, change them all into chips for me. Ignoring the lady's contemptuous eyes, Remuru tossed the chip and decided in his heart. Well, let's earn enough for one small goal first. With the ability to foresee the future, one small goal is easy. His eyes wandered around the casino and finally landed on the huge roulette table. He walked towards the roulette table and started his journey of bullying. Soon after, a fat supervisor in black hurried over, his demeanor respectful. Sir, please move to the VIP room, our store manager invites you. Hearing this, Remuru nodded in understanding. It seems there is no fun. Remuru followed the fat supervisor and stepped into the luxurious VIP room. As soon as he entered the door, his eyes fell on a beautiful woman with outstanding appearance, Nico Robin. She wore a white cowboy hat with a slightly raised brim, showing her confidence. She wore a purple corset, which was cut very close to her body, outlining her graceful figure, which made people have to admire her good figure. Outside, she was wearing a white coat, the design of which was very simple and generous. The whole set of clothes was full of fashion and coolness. The only thing that made Remuru feel sorry was that her skin was a little dark, probably because she had been in the desert for many years. However, it still looked very delicate and silky, and it seemed that she was well maintained. Nico Robin felt Remuru's scrutiny, her eyes condensed, and a sense of doubt surged in her heart. She felt that this man seemed to be coming for her. Could he be a member of the world government? She quickly suppressed the panic in her heart and signaled her men to leave without changing her expression. Open. Standing up, Robin invited Remuru to take a seat in an elegant manner. She asked tentatively, Dear Lord Remuru, what is the matter with you coming to the rain banquet? Do you know me? Remuru raised his eyebrows. Who doesn't know the world's greatest swordsman? Robin responded, revealing a hint of respect in his tone. Remuru smiled. But those people outside didn't recognize him. Maybe they think that the world's greatest swordsman is too far away from them. Robin said. Remuru nodded, acknowledging her statement, and casually mentioned. Is Crocodile not here? Where did he go? Robin felt relieved, thinking that he was looking for Crocodile. Are you looking for the boss? But Lemuru's next words made her nervous again. No, I'm looking for you, Miss Nico Robin. Robin's face was gloomy. You are from the world government? Remuru waved his hand to deny it quickly. No, 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 I have no relationship with the world government. If there is, it will only be a hostile relationship. He continued. I just heard that there is a charming lady here, and I want to get to know her. Robin's tension eased a little, but her vigilance remained. Remuru noticed Robin's vigilance, and he thought of her past experiences. Robin has been living a life of being hunted by the Navy and the world government since she was 8 years old, hiding everywhere, and has been struggling to survive alone until now. I guess she is already planning how to escape from here. Thinking of this, Remuru looked at Robin with a look of heartache. To ease the atmosphere, he pointed to the table. How do you play this game? How about we try our luck? Looking at Remuru's distressed eyes, Robin's heart trembled slightly, and responded. You are a great gambler, don't you know how to play this? Remuru scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Actually, this is my first time in a casino, and I'm really a novice at this. For a woman like Robin who lacks a sense of security, it's best not to lie. During the chat, Remuru has lost 3 games in a row. Robin frowned slightly, obviously quite surprised by the result. You are really a novice. How did you do it before? Robin asked. Remuru put down the cards in his hand, his face showing a calm look. Before, I cheated with the help of my observation haki in order to win Bailey. Now it's our own people playing, of course I won't use such means. Our own people. Robin looked at Remuru. Remuru met Robin's gaze, with a mysterious smile on his lips. In 3 days at most, Crocodile will be finished. You can consider joining us. Chapter 66. The old man was very angry. In 3 days at most, Crocodile will be finished. You can consider joining us. Robin's eyes widened instantly, and her heart was like a heavy bomb thrown into it, and it was turbulent. She was about to ask more, but was suddenly interrupted. A small minion from the Baroque studio rushed in, holding a piece of information in his hand. Ms. All Sunday. Received an urgent information. Nicole Robin took the information, but did not open it immediately, but looked at Remuru with a treat in his eyes. Remuru understood, but did not leave. He chuckled and said, no need to avoid me. This should be the praying for rain information sent from Rapeseed Port. Robin opened the information half believingly and half doubtingly, and scanned it at a glance. Her heartbeat accelerated. The content of the information was almost the same as what Remuru said. She took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in her heart, and stared at Remuru. How did you know about this? Remuru smiled. I said I just came from Rapeseed Port, do you believe it? Robin looked at Remuru, without saying a word, but his eyes were full of disbelief. Remuru did not explain too much, but looked at Robin seriously. Miss Robin, you should really consider my proposal. Crocodile cannot protect you for life, but I can. After a pause, he continued. Under my protection, you can freely choose the lifestyle you want. The little minion on the side swallowed his saliva involuntarily and asked tentatively. Can I pretend that I didn't hear anything? Remuru turned his head to look at him, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He responded softly. Okay. You go out, and then, forget everything that happened here. Before he finished speaking, the little minion's eyes became empty, nodded mechanically, and turned away. Robin witnessed all this, and knew in her heart that this was Remuru showing her his ability. She pondered for a moment and finally spoke. I have been looking for the historical text. Can you give me such freedom? Remuru smiled and nodded. The historical text, I can go with you to find it. He continued, I know there are 2 pieces hidden in Alabasta. Do you want to go and see? Robin's eyes lit up immediately. This was the goal she had been pursuing for 20 years. She couldn't wait to ask. Really? Of course it's true. Remuru walked to her side and gently put his arm around her shoulder. The next moment, they appeared in a cave ruin full of ancient atmosphere. This is the ancient ruins that Luffy accidentally discovered in the desert in the original book. In the center of the ruins, a huge historical text stone tablet was inserted diagonally into the sand, and mysterious patterns were engraved on the surface of the tablet. As soon as Robin's eyes came into contact with those words, she seemed to be deeply attracted. She walked forward lightly, and her fingers gently touched and stroked those precious words. After a moment of silence, Robin began to calmly interpret the words on the stone tablet. In the 239th year of Tianji, Kashira conquered Alabasta. In the 260th year of Tianji, Peter was killed by Dima. In the 306th year. As Robin's voice echoed in the empty ruins, Remuru secretly complained in his heart. It seems that Robin has memorized the script in advance, and these contents are exactly the same as what she told Crocodile in the original book. Is this treating herself as a person like Crocodile? He coughed twice and interrupted Robin's interpretation. Miss Robin, you don't have to recite it to me. I am not very interested in what is recorded here. Robin paused slightly after hearing this, and then continued to interpret, but did not read out the content again. Soon, Robin turned around and faced Remuru with expectation and inquiry in his eyes. Thank you for bringing me here, then, what about the other historical text? Remuru shook his head and refused. The other historical text belongs to the royal family, and Princess Vivi is my partner. I can't take you to see it before you get her consent. How can I get her consent? Robin asked. Remuru touched his nose and responded. If you become our companion, she should agree. After all, the predecessors left these records in the hope that future generations can understand history. The night fell. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, thick clouds blocked the moonlight. Under the dark clouds, a ship was suspended in the air, moving slowly forward. Behind the ship, a huge crowd of people held torches, like winding fire dragons. They silently prayed, hoping for the rain to come. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a blue slime got into the ship. Remuru glanced at Nami, who was resting with her eyes closed, and then turned his gaze to Princess Vivi. Did anything special happen today? Princess Vivi met his gaze and shook her head slightly. No, everything is normal. Remuru nodded slightly, and said solemnly. Crocodile will definitely come to interfere tomorrow. I have to help you improve your strength first. Remuru communicated with the great sage in his heart. Great sage, how much wish power did you collect today? Answer, 400,000 wish power. It increased so much in one day. This also includes the impact of defeating Hawkeye. Oh, it seems that the enthusiasm for defeating Hawkeye has not dissipated yet. Remuru pondered for a moment and decided to pass all the 400,000 wishes to ABI's. Adding the previous 100,000 wishes, ABI's whisper fruit has reached an astonishing 500,000 wishes. After chatting for a few more words, Remuru gently kissed the women around him, and his figure flashed and disappeared into the night. At the same time, Crocodile also received the news and hurried back to the rain banquet. He asked Nico Robin. Where did this damn rain master come from? Have we found out her identity? Robin shook her head. At present, we only know that she was brought back by Princess Vivi. She looked at Crocodile and thought to herself. Although she and Crocodile were only mutually beneficial, she no longer needed to obtain the historical text through him. But he did protect her for 3 years. She decided to do the last job well. In the past 20 years, although Robin was full of betrayal, she had never betrayed her companions. Crocodile's face became more and more gloomy, and he was obviously extremely dissatisfied with this sudden change. This woman, if she can really control the rain, it will be a huge threat to our plan. She can't stay. Damn, if this woman really makes it rain, how can the plan be carried out? At this moment, Crocodile scanned another piece of information. The Cute King travel group arrived in Alabasta. Except for Nami and her group, the rest of the Cute King tour group did not hide their identities and appeared everywhere in broad daylight. A feeling of impending storm weighed on his heart. He took a deep breath, turned to Robin, and ordered in an unquestionable tone. Robin, summon the chief commander immediately. Chapter 67. The next morning, a large group of armed rebels rushed over and quickly approached the rain-praying army. When they tried to approach the little thief Cat, an invisible wind wall suddenly rose up and blocked them out. The leader of the rebels, Kosa, shouted, "Wai Wei, are you in there? Wai Wei?" Princess Wai Wei was resting in the ship. When she heard the familiar voice, her eyes opened slightly. She stood up and opened the curtains, touched her lips with a finger, and signaled to Kosa to keep quiet. Then, Wai Wei took Xiao Lixiang's hand and met with the rebels. In a makeshift tent, the atmosphere was solemn and tense. "Vivi, what's going on?" Kosa finally spoke, his voice revealing doubt. Vivi took a deep breath and said slowly. 2 years ago, Akalam and I sneaked into Baroque studio. Vivi slowly recounted her experiences over the past 2 years, revealing the conspiracy of Baroque studio. The Cotters held their breath, fearing to miss any details. When Vivi mentioned that the boss behind Baroque studio is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the tent exploded instantly. How is it possible? Crocodile is a hero of our country. How ridiculous! It was the king who took away the rain. They actually put the blame on Mr. Crocodile. Quiet! Kosa slammed the table, and the Cotters suddenly quieted down. He looked directly into Vivi's eyes, trying to find the answer from her eyes. He asked. "Vivi, is what you said true?" Vivi met his gaze without flinching, nodded heavily, and said firmly. "Absolutely true." A trace of disappointment flashed across Kosa's face, and he asked. "Is the praying for rain also a conspiracy against Baroque studio?" Vivi saw his worry and responded softly. "The praying for rain is true. In 2 days, a rain will fall on the entire Alabasta kingdom." At this time, Xiao Lixiang interrupted. Her childish voice sounded in the tent. "Our captain said that the minions of Baroque studio all have some kind of tattoo on their bodies." "Tattoo?" Everyone cast curious eyes at her. Xiao Lixiang continued. "That's it." Suddenly, the Cotters felt dazzled, and a severed hand appeared on Xiao Lixiang's right hand, and the tattoo of Baroque studio was clearly printed on the arm. A scream broke the silence as everyone was shocked. "Ah!" Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that a Cotter had his hand cut off in an instant, and was howling in pain while holding the wound. The severed hand on Xiao Lixiang's hand was actually taken from him. The Cotters of the rebel army were deeply shocked by Xiao Lixiang's strength. She glanced at everyone coldly and warned. "You must clean up the spies well, otherwise, the day you meet the king's army will be the day when the army is out of control." After that, she took Wai Wei's hand and prepared to leave the tent. The Cotters stood up to see them off, their eyes full of awe. As soon as they left the tent, everyone immediately felt that the atmosphere around them was much more impetuous. In the crowd, ripples of suspicion quietly spread. "I heard from a friend that this is the king's conspiracy. They are liars, this is a sleight of hand." The people whispered to each other, rumors spread, and the seeds of suspicion were planted in everyone's heart. This seed, as time goes by, will break through the soil, grow vigorously, and may eventually trigger a storm of riots. Xiao Lixiang raised her eyebrows slightly, with a bit of contempt in her tone. "There was nothing going on all day yesterday, but you guys made a big fuss as soon as you came. It seems that you have been infiltrated by spies." Looking at this scene, everyone believed what Wai Wei and Lixiang said a little more. "We must clarify this matter," Kosa said. "No need." Xiao Lixiang waved her hand, her face was calm and composed. "Leave it to us. You should concentrate on finding those hidden spies. Rumors will only make things worse." At this time, Abaizi's voice rang in everyone's ears. The voice was not loud, just like whispering. "Whether it is a scam or a frame-up, we will know the answer in 2 days. Now, please keep quiet and don't disturb my sister's ceremony. People are looking forward to the rain very much." After hearing Abaizi's words, their doubts were temporarily suppressed, and they chose to wait for the revelation in 2 days. The people in the Baroque studio tried to continue to incite, but their actions immediately aroused the anger of the people. Several people rushed up and tied them up tightly. "I said there would be results in 2 days, are you trying to sabotage it?" the people said. The news that the spies planted in the rebel army were completely eradicated soon reached Crocodile's ears. Crocodile was so angry that he smashed the cup. Waste! They are all a bunch of waste! His roar echoed in the empty room. After venting for a while, Crocodile lay on the only sofa that survived. He turned to Robin beside him and ordered, "Send a message to the king's army and ask them to change their tattoos." Robin's eyes flashed, and he responded in a deep voice. "It may be too late. I just received news that the king's army held a health checkup activity." This news was like a cold water pouring on his head, making Crocodile's heart tremble rapidly. After a while, he sighed and said helplessly, "Forget it, I didn't count on those rubbish. I have to do it myself." Robin's eyes flashed, and he whispered, "Is there someone behind this secretly targeting us? Or give up this plan?" As soon as these words came out, Crocodile's anger was ignited again. He suddenly stretched out his hand, tightly strangled Robin's neck, and lifted her up. His eyes revealed ferocity and threats. "Give up? How dare you give up? Have you lost confidence just because a few minions died? I don't want this country, but I am determined to get the information about Pluto. The purpose of Crocodile to seize this country is just to obtain Pluto in a more covert way. In the end, the worst-case scenario is to kidnap the king directly." "Boss!" Robin groaned in pain, breaking Crocodile's meditation. He let go of his hand, and Robin fell heavily to the ground. Crocodile glanced at her coldly and warned, "Nico Robin, don't give up again. This time, I will do it myself." After saying that, he put on his coat and walked out without looking back. Robin looked at his back and sighed helplessly. She knew that Crocodile would never give up easily. And she only advised him out of the last bit of friendship for her companions. Chapter 68. The weather was very hot, and the weather was very hot. In the afternoon, in the desert, the scorching sun seemed to dry up all life. But this did not apply to Nami and her group. The dark clouds above Nami's head were like a huge parasol, blocking the scorching sun and heat. The rain-praying troops had passed the city of Yoba and were heading towards the rainy land. Suddenly, a yellow cloud surged on the distant skyline. At first it was just a small yellow-brown blur on the horizon, but soon it surged upward at an astonishing speed, as if an angry giant beast was awakening. Everyone stopped and stared at this sudden change. Experienced desert residents widened their eyes, pointed at the yellow cloud in horror, and their lips trembled. "Yes, it's a tornado sandstorm. Oh my God, is God going to destroy us, Alabasta?" According to experience, there shouldn't be a large sandstorm during this period. The people were shocked when they heard the sound, and a feeling of despair spread in their hearts. In the little thief cat, the expressions of several women were still calm. "Is this the power of the sand fruit?" Xiao Lixiang asked in confusion. Wai Wei nodded. "It's very likely. Such a large sandstorm is rare in a few years. It can't be such a coincidence." Abis added after thinking. "It shouldn't be entirely his ability. He may have borrowed the power of this desert." Xiao Lixiang asked. "We are not good at dealing with this kind of disaster. Should we wake up Sister Nami? Nami is now in a special state, and she doesn't know where her spirit has dispersed." After this experience, Nami's understanding of the talking fruit should be greatly improved. At this time, Abi stood up, with her head held high and a confident smile on her face. "Let me do it. It's a good opportunity for you to see my new ability." Abi walked to Nami, covered her mouth with her little hand, and whispered in Nami's ear. "Sister Nami, please lend me your power." Nami didn't react, but Abi stood up and faced them, raised her thumb, and had a confident smile on her face. "Done. Watch me." Abi's body began to shake slightly, as if lifted by an invisible force, and slowly floated into the air. Lixiang and Wai Wei were stunned and looked at this scene in disbelief. Seeing this, Abi smiled and explained. "This is my new skill sharing. Sister Nami shared the ability of the talking fruit with me." Sharing, the user covers his mouth with one hand and whispers to others, and can force the other party to be added as a friend. The user can force friends to share their abilities. Tips: after whispering, we are good friends. After adapting for a while, ABIs watched the sandstorm approaching. She took a deep breath, controlled the power of the wind, and let her body float lightly towards the raging storm. The people below watched this scene nervously. Although they did not understand ABI's intention, they subconsciously held their breath and watched intently. ABIs shouted in the air. "Baby, please turn around." As soon as the voice fell, the tornado seemed to have received an order, and it really began to slowly turn around. The people witnessed this magical scene, and they all breathed a sigh of relief, with the joy of surviving the disaster on their faces. Phew! We're saved. They can actually command the sandstorm, are they gods? Great! They can really control the weather. As the sandstorm left, the team slowly set off again and continued to move towards the rainy land. Somewhere in the scorching desert, a figure in a fur coat stood there in a daze. A sentence kept ringing in my mind. "Baby, please turn around." As night fell, in the rain banquet, the chief commanders of the Baroque works had gathered together and sat around the long table. Das Bonus, codenamed Mr. 1, was the first to break the silence. He frowned slightly and looked directly at Nico Robin. "What is the purpose of this emergency call?" The Shemale von Clay, codenamed Mr. 2, grinned. "Do I need to ask this? It must be about the praying for rain operation. You didn't see it. There were so many people there that I couldn't even squeeze in." Nicole Robin nodded slightly, agreeing with Mr. 2's point of view. She said seriously. "In addition, boss wants. See you guys." As she said this, she turned her eyes to the top of the long table. At this moment, the chair above slowly turned, and Crocodile's figure gradually appeared. This was originally a very normal pretentious scene. For some reason, a voice suddenly appeared in Crocodile's mind. "Baby, please turn around." His appearance seemed to freeze the air. The faces of the chief commanders showed astonishment, even the usually cold Das Bonus. At this moment, fine sweat oozes out of his forehead. Das Bonus said in horror. "Our boss is actually Shishibukai, Crocodile." Crocodile's eyes swept across everyone's faces, and then fell on Mr. 1. "Yes, you should all recognize me, I am Shishibukai." Miss pointed with both hands, and Pola showed a puzzled expression on her face. "Aren't Shishibukai pirates recognized by the world government? Why did you choose to establish a company?" Crocodile lit a cigar, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled the smoke. "I will explain my real purpose and the next battle plan in detail from the beginning. Compared to the original, this plan is much simpler." On the afternoon of the third day, the ship slowly sailed into the capital of Aruba. Followed by millions of people, forming a spectacular team. Of course, major news agencies heard the news and rushed to report this grand event. Suddenly, there was a commotion in front and the crowd surged. The staff of the news agency keenly captured this movement and quickly approached. They saw angry people gathered together and surrounded a group of people wearing King's Army uniforms. This is dancing powder. Several carts of dancing powder." "Dancing powder? That's a prohibited item, why is it here? Could this be the truth about praying for rain?" The news spread more and more, and more people learned about it. At this time, the king of this country, Cobra, rushed to the scene with several soldiers. Cobra came over with a smile. "It's really a headache. This is a secret operation, how could you find it?" The people from the news agency immediately surrounded him, and their questions were thrown out like a string of cannonballs. "Your Majesty, what exactly is the secret operation you are talking about? Why are there so many dancing powders here? Is it true that you use dancing powder to take away the rain in this country as rumored?" Chapter 69. The truth is that the rain is coming, and the rain is coming. Cobra raised his hand to cover his forehead and replied in annoyance. "Since you have already discovered it, I will not hide it from you. Let me tell you the truth." He paused, raised his voice and announced loudly to the video den mushi around him. "Praying for rain means using a large amount of dancing powder, at the cost of not raining in the country for a longer period of time, in exchange for a heavy rain." The people who heard the news were silent. This was Crocodile's plan. He tried to use dancing powder to frame Nami and others and create chaos. In the chaos, other members of Baroque works will find an opportunity to get rid of the Rain Prayer Master. Even if they fail to stop the Rain Prayer in the end, the people will be even more angry with King Cobra. The voice of Cobra spread throughout the country through the video phone bug. Of course, the rain-praying troops also got the news, causing uproar and anxiety among the people. They were deeply shocked by the news. At this moment, Tashaji and Tina led many Navy soldiers to appear. They quickly and orderly surrounded Cobra and his men. At the same time, around the dancing powder, those who were originally wearing the King's Army uniforms quickly took off their coats one by one, revealing the Navy uniforms underneath. Tina's eyes swept over the crowd and explained. According to the public's reports, we successfully intercepted a large number of dancing powders. And those who hold dancing powders all belong to Baroque works. Tashaji's eyes were as sharp as a sword, piercing the fake king, and her voice was cold. Unveil your disguise, Mr. 2 of Baroque works. Von Clay's face changed and he immediately ordered a retreat. Ah, we are exposed. Guys, retreat quickly. Shemale fist memories of that winter. Shemale sprint. His figure changed when he performed the Shemale fist, returning to his original appearance. The Navy did not expect this Shemale to be so decisive, and they let him escape without noticing. Tashaji responded quickly and said to Tina. I will chase him, you stay and explain the situation to the media. Before she finished speaking, her figure had already chased out quickly. Tashaji let him go on purpose. If he was caught by the Navy, the Cute King Travel Group would lose a devil fruit. Now Tashaji's heart is completely on the Cute King Travel Group. In the dim room, the remaining chief commanders gathered together, and the air was filled with tension and anxiety. Mr. 3 Gardino glanced at Das Bonus, frowned, and asked. The frame-up plan seems to have failed and did not cause chaos. Should we still act? Das Bonus pondered for a moment, and a trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Just assassinate directly. I originally tend to assassinate directly. I don't understand why the boss has to make so much trouble. His proposal was agreed by most people. We must also do our part, otherwise we will be liquidated by the boss in the end. Pola said. At this time, Gardino couldn't help but yawn, with a trace of fatigue in his eyes. Last night, the meeting was too late, now I'm a little sleepy. Makita also rubbed her eyes and whispered in agreement. I'm a little sleepy too. Soon. The door was gently pushed open, and Caya walked in slowly. She looked around and found that the chief commanders had fallen asleep. She stood there quietly, thinking to herself. Sister Nami is so hard, you can't disturb her. On the other side. Inside the palace hall. Clarkdale sneaked into the palace with Nico Robin, and waiting for them were Cobra, Belle, and Remuru. Crocodile looked around, frowning slightly. There is not even a shadow of a soldier along the way. You already knew I would come here in advance. King Cobra looked directly at Crocodile and sighed. I never thought that the mastermind behind the scenes was really you, the hero of the country, Crocodile. What is your purpose? Crocodile did not respond to Cobra's questioning, but instead raised a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Cobra, you don't look afraid of me at all. I am the king of a country, why would I be afraid of a pirate? Cobra asked back. Crocodile chuckled and turned his gaze to Remuru. You are there. Rely on? He looked Remuru up and down, and finally came to a conclusion that he had no aura of a strong man. He didn't understand how Hawkeye Mihawk was defeated. Did he use some special means? Crocodile shook his head gently. It seems that Hawkeye has also fallen, and he was defeated by a newcomer. Crocodile's words left Remuru speechless. He secretly complained, don't you know what you are like? Although Crocodile looked down on Remuru on the surface, he was still full of fear of him in his heart. He tried to settle Remuru with money. What benefits did Cobra give you? As long as you stay out of it, I am willing to pay double the price. Remuru shook his head without hesitation. Vivi is my partner, I can't ignore this matter. Vivi offered herself, what if Crocodile offered double? Remuru shuddered, shook his head, and quickly threw away the unhealthy thoughts in his mind. Seeing this, Crocodile was secretly annoyed, but he did not show it, but continued to test. Vivi? As expected, the woman who prayed for rain is also your companion, right? Did you guess it? Remuru asked with a little surprise. A sneer appeared at the corner of Crocodile's mouth. I have guessed it a long time ago, after all, you appeared in this country on the same day. Remuru chuckled and asked back. Then did you guess that Nico Robin and I knew each other? A simple sentence instantly set off a storm in Crocodile's heart. He turned around abruptly and glared at Robin. It's you. Did you betray me? No wonder the spies of the rebel army and the king's army were completely eradicated. No wonder Cobra knew he was coming in advance. Crocodile's character is extremely self-centered. He never trusts anyone. He had expected Robin's betrayal. But he didn't expect that Robin would betray him before seeing the historical text. Faced with Crocodile's questioning, Robin just shook his head quietly. Whether you believe it or not, I didn't betray Baroque works. Robin at most concealed the news that Vivi was Remuru's companion, and Crocodile didn't ask. Crocodile obviously didn't believe Robin's words. He thought she was a woman full of betrayal. At this time, Remuru explained for Robin. The failure of your plan has nothing to do with Robin. I don't need these means to deal with you. Chapter 70. The old man was very angry. Crocodile smiled sarcastically when he heard this. Oh? You mean, you can easily deal with me? Humph, you are just a newcomer, don't be so arrogant. Crocodile suddenly jumped up and shouted. Desert Sword! His arm instantly turned into a sharp sand blade, which expanded rapidly and slashed towards Remuru. Remuru did not change his color, and with a light wave of his arm, the seemingly indestructible sand blade instantly collapsed. Sand is always just sand. Then, he flashed and appeared in front of Crocodile. The fist wrapped in the armed color domineering hit Crocodile's abdomen without hesitation. The power of this punch was so great that Crocodile was directly knocked out. Crocodile's body smashed through layers of walls like a cannonball and disappeared from sight. Seeing this scene, Cobra was relieved. Although he had already known about the strength of Remuru through Bell, seeing Crocodile being knocked away with his own eyes still made him feel relieved. Remuru quickly chased after him, only to see Crocodile struggling to get up from the ground, coughing continuously. Crocodile shouted in astonishment, Armament Haki! Remuru smiled contemptuously. You can't even use the two-color Haki, and you have fallen to this point? You still have the face to laugh at Hawkeye. After close contact with Crocodile, the great sage has detected the reason for his decline in strength. Haki, after all, comes from the power of the heart. Since being defeated by Whitebeard, Crocodile has lost his spirit, does not trust himself, and relies on external forces such as Pluto. After frying fish in the park for a long time, he naturally couldn't use Haki. However, even if he couldn't use the two-color Haki, his hard power was stronger than Luffy. In the original work, Crocodile defeated Luffy many times. But he never made a last-hit move. There were many opportunities to kill Luffy, but he didn't. Not making a last-hit move is a common problem of villains in this world. Remuru's words successfully broke Crocodile's defense. Lies can't hurt people, the truth is the sharpest knife. He roared. Don't underestimate me. Erosion Samsara. His right hand slammed the ground, and the stone slabs that touched it instantly turned into sand, and then quickly spread to the surroundings. In a blink of an eye, with Crocodile as the center, the ground within a radius of dozens of meters turned into sand. However, this scene seems grand and can intimidate a large number of newbies, but it is useless for people who can fly. Crocodile panted as Remuru spread a pair of small wings and floated in the air, apparently unaffected. Forget it, Remuru chuckled, let's make a quick fight. As soon as he finished speaking, his fists rained down on Crocodile. Continuous normal punches. In a very short time, the dark fists hit Crocodile continuously. Ah! Muta muta muta! When the last punch fell, Crocodile flew out like a cannonball again and hit the square below heavily. Hi! Remuru exhaled lightly. It feels so good to punch each other. He learned this move from Luffy. In the pirate world, when the opponent falls to the ground, you generally cannot continue to attack and have to wait for the opponent to get up. Otherwise, it will be like being afraid of the opponent and will be looked down upon. But what if you don't want the opponent to get up again? That is to hit. Keep hitting. This is reduced to one move, and he keeps beating until the opponent faints. Remuru walked towards Crocodile. He had to confirm whether the opponent had fainted. After all, we can't develop the bad habit of underestimating the enemy as a villain. This decision is correct, because if he had been a step later. In the square, the building ship slowly sailed in. Accompanied by a loud bang, dust flew everywhere. Crocodile fell to the ground like a cannonball, and was heavily embedded in the center of the square. The crowd was in turmoil, and the navy, the people, and reporters rushed to watch. Someone recognized his coat and shouted in surprise. "Isn't this the hero Crocodile? How could this happen?" Navy Captain Tina frowned. Although she didn't like Crocodile, she stepped forward and checked carefully as a duty. Soon, she came to the conclusion. Tina is shocked. Crocodile is dead. Crocodile directly killed by Remuru's small combo. The onlookers were in an uproar, and the reporters were like sharks smelling blood, excitedly pressing the shutter. The click, click, click sound came one after another. "Big news, this is big news." Remuru hurried over and saw the scene in front of him, and was slightly stunned. "It's so weak. Notice, the sand fruit is leaving the body. Damn! It's trying to escape." Remuru hurriedly moved, his hands turned into mud, and captured Crocodile into his stomach. Successfully captured. Seeing this scene, Tina asked in confusion. Tina is surprised, "Are you the captain of Tashaji?" Remuru. Remuru only noticed this pink-haired beauty at this time. Her long pink hair shone charmingly in the sun. The rose-red professional suit she wore set off her graceful figure, and the Navy's justice cape added a touch of heroism. Remuru came back to his senses and responded with a smile. "It's me, nice to meet you." His eyes moved around Tina, and his admiration was beyond words. Tina frowned and looked at Remuru vigilantly. Tina wondered, who killed Crocodile? Where did you hide his body? The 7 warlords of the sea are pirates recognized by the government. If it was really Remuru who killed him, they might be enemies in the future. Remuru looked around and knew that this was not the time to explain. He smiled slightly. "We'll talk about the details later. Now, it's going to rain." As soon as the voice fell, Remuru disappeared in a flash. The ship sailed to the heights of the palace. Outside the ship, King Cobra and the ministers stood in silence, with expectations in their eyes. Although Crocodile was defeated, Alabasta was still on the verge of a riot. They also urgently needed a nationwide heavy rain to save the precarious country. Following Princess Vivi's gentle call, Nami slowly opened her eyes, a little confused. Remuru gently pushed aside the curtain and stood on the edge of the ship. He turned to signal Nami, bent down and stretched out a hand, and said gently, "Princess, please get off the ship." Nami smiled slightly, gently put her hand on Remuru's hand, and walked down from the ship gracefully. As soon as she got off the ship, Nami looked up and looked at the thin dark clouds in the sky. "You've worked hard too, go and rest," Nami said softly. As her voice fell, the thin dark clouds gradually dissipated, revealing the sky with the scorching sun. Chapter 71. The rain was so heavy that the sky was full of rain. When Cobra saw the Rain Prayer Master getting off the ship, he immediately went forward. His eyes were full of eagerness and expectation. "Master, can Alabasta really have a heavy rain?" "Of course, how heavy a rain do you want?" Nami smiled and nodded. "The bigger the better." Cobra's voice revealed great desire. Nami nodded, walked slowly to the edge of the Kingdom Highlands, and faced the people who were looking forward to it in the square. She took a deep breath and opened her arms, as if to embrace the whole sky. She shouted to the horizon. "Come on, my friends! Come here and have a carnival!" The people were stunned. This was different from the scene they imagined. Shouldn't they chant mysterious spells and pray devoutly? However, before they could come to their senses, a black line appeared on the horizon. The black line expanded rapidly, accompanied by the howling wind. In an instant, heavy rain poured down, as if a carnival party was really being held. The people cheered and jumped for joy, knowing that this rain meant that they would no longer lack water. The minister ran to Cobra excitedly. "Your Majesty, good news! It's raining heavily all over the country." Cobra laughed after hearing this, with a face full of relief. "Great! The national crisis is over." The rainstorm lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, as if to completely wash away the 3 years of drought. At Cobra's pleading, Nami finally repatriated her friends and avoided possible floods. The residents in the desert never thought that one day they would almost die because of too much rain. That night, Cobra's banquet was in full swing. His face was flushed, and he raised his glass enthusiastically to each member of the Cute King's travel group, showing his gratitude. When Princess Vivi was mentioned. "What? Vivi is going to travel with you?" Cobra said in surprise. Remuru smiled lightly and nodded, indicating that Princess Vivi would indeed go with them. Xiao Lixiang clenched his fists and said confidently. "Don't worry. I will beat all the bad guys and protect Sister Vivi." Cobra was stunned. These words coming from a little girl were not very convincing. But on second thought, Remuru easily defeated Crocodile and was strong enough to protect Vivi. He turned to look at Wai Wei, and noticed that she looked strange, so he asked. "Wai Wei, what do you think?" Wai Wei met her father's gaze and said firmly. "I want to travel with my companions for a while. Please take care of the affairs of the country." After saying that, she lowered her head, feeling guilty. The country has just recovered, but as a princess, she has abandoned her people and traveled around. Cobra saw his daughter's thoughts, but he did not blame her. Instead, he smiled and said. "I have the country, you don't have to worry. Go and have fun." Cobra supported Wai Wei's approach. It's right to make friends with a strong man like Remuru. After hearing her father's words, Wai Wei felt better. After the banquet, Remuru stayed alone in the room arranged by Cobra. He stared at the heavy rain outside the window, thinking about how to invite Tina to join the Cute King travel group. At this time, the door was gently pushed open, and a maid came in with a plate of exquisite cakes. She put the cakes on the table gently and said softly. "Master Remuru, please enjoy." "Well, put it there." Remuru nodded and turned his eyes to the maid. She was dressed in a neat maid outfit, with short golden hair shining under the light. Her eyes were big and bright, like 2 crystal clear gems, very cute. Remuru's heart moved, and he felt that this face seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it for a while. Could it be that she appeared in the original book, the maid who dressed up Wai Wei? After putting down the cakes, the maid did not leave immediately. She stood aside and seemed to have something to say. The maid bit her lip and finally mustered up the courage to ask. "Master Remuru, can I ask you a question?" Remuru raised his eyebrows and said softly. "What question?" "Ask." The maid asked curiously. "Hawkeye and Crocodile, they are both Shishibukai, who is stronger?" Remuru chuckled and replied. "Of course it's Hawkeye. Crocodile is stronger than Crocodile. With Rockdale's strength today, Hawkeye can beat 10 of him." After saying that, he looked at the maid curiously. "Why are you asking this?" The maid's eyes lit up immediately, as if she had found her idol. "Just curious." However, both of them were defeated by Lord Remuru. "You are so awesome." Her words were full of admiration and respect. Then, constant flattery followed. After a long time, Remuru blushed a little because of the praise, and sighed in his heart that he also had a little fangirl. He suddenly realized that he didn't know her name yet, so he asked. "By the way, I don't know your name yet." "My name is Kurla." The maid answered excitedly, as if it was an extremely honorable thing to be asked by her idol. "Kurla." Remuru repeated it, thinking in his heart. "Is it the Kurla I know?" "Yes. She is a member of the Revolutionary Army." The analysis of micro-expressions shows that her previous conversations have obvious traces of performance. Remuru's heart twitched slightly. The first little fangirl in his life. Died. Kurlaw is indeed an excellent spy. She noticed the slight abnormality of Remuru. She asked carefully. Is there anything wrong with this name? Her mission is to have in-depth contact with Remuru, and it would be best if she could pull him into the Revolutionary Army. Even if it fails, she must maintain a friendly relationship. Remuru came back to his senses and said with a smile. No problem, this name is very nice. It's just that I seem to have heard of it somewhere, maybe it's the same name. Kurlaw breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that since she was not famous yet, Remuru should have just heard of the same name. She felt relieved and continued to talk with Remuru, trying to get closer to each other. At the same time, Marine Colonel Tina was also talking to Marshal Sengoku, reporting the major events that happened today. Sengoku frowned, with a bit of doubt in his tone. Is there really no sword wound on Crocodile? Tina nodded. Tina is sure that Crocodile was beaten to death by fists. Remuru also admitted this. Hearing this, Sengoku slammed the table and said angrily. What a waste! As a Shishibukai, he was beaten to death by a great swordsman with his fists. If this gets out, how can our navy and the world government save their face? Then what should we do next? Tina asked. Chapter 72. The two of them were very close. Zhang Guo frowned, and after a moment of contemplation. This matter involves the 7 warlords of the sea, and I can't make the decision alone. I have to discuss it with the 5 elders. He paused, changed the subject, and his eyes became sharp. However, I have a secret mission for you. Tina raised her eyebrows slightly and asked. What mission? I want you to try to join the Cute King travel group. Zhang Guo said slowly. He thought to himself that Remuru was too mysterious, and the navy knew very little about him. Hawkeye only told Zhang Guo that he lost, and he didn't know how he lost. In addition, the other members of the Cute King travel group seemed to have problems, and their figures had all changed a lot. An uncontrollable force suddenly appeared on the sea, making Zhang Guo feel uneasy. For Zhang Guo, the Mengwang travel group is a big-time bomb, and it is unknown when it will explode. The navy must have their intelligence. Tina was stunned, her face full of disbelief. Tina is surprised. Do you want me to be a spy? She has never done this kind of mission. Zhang Guo said seriously. Spy? No, I just hope you can get close to them, understand them, and guide them to the path of justice. Tina looked embarrassed. Tina is embarrassed. Tina doesn't know what to do. She sighed in her heart. Can't such a professional thing be handed over to professionals? A sly look flashed in Zhang Guo's eyes. You don't know how, I'll teach you. After a pause, he continued. First, you have to gain their trust, blah blah. Half an hour later. Tina rubbed her temples and responded with a headache. Tina understands. Zhang Guo touched his beard and smiled in his heart. When people get old, they just love to nag and educate the younger generation. He nodded and reminded again. The most important thing is not to make them suspicious. Especially at the beginning, don't rush to contact the outside world just because you get some information, it's too easy to be exposed. Tina nodded, but showed a confused expression. How can Tina join them? She complained in her heart that Zhang Guo talked about theory for a long time, but didn't mention the actual operation at all. Zhang Guo was thoughtful. Let's try to get in touch slowly first. If Tashaji can join, it means they are not opposed to the navy, so it shouldn't be difficult to join them. Speaking of this, Zhang Guo suddenly thought of a question. If the world government offers a bounty on them, can Tina still join them? Damn! It seems that we have to protect them. We must get their secrets. The next morning. In a cell. Von Clay's voice echoed. Ah! Is there anyone here? Xiao Niao Chan, Xiao Huaier, I feel so lonely here. His voice sounded particularly desolate. Suddenly, the silence was broken, and footsteps were heard getting closer and closer outside the cell. Von Clay hurriedly looked at the cell door. 2 figures gradually appeared outside the cell door. They were Remuru and Nico Robin. Seeing Robin, Von Clay's eyes lit up and his face showed ecstasy. Miss. All Sunday, are you here to save me? Robin crossed her arms and looked at him calmly. It depends on what my new boss wants. She tilted her head slightly and motioned Von Clay to look at Remuru. Von Clay turned his head along Robin's line of sight. When his eyes fell on Remuru, the joy on his face froze instantly, replaced by astonishment and anger. You are Tashaji's captain. Remuru looked at Von Clay calmly, and he had a good impression of this loyal character. In the original work, Von Clay stepped forward twice and sacrificed himself for his friend Luffy. Remuru smiled and invited Von Clay. Crocodile is dead, are you willing to work for me? Von Clay angrily refused. Impossible. Xiao Neoken and Xiao Hua both died at Tashaji's hands. Even if I die, I will never work for you. His eyes were firm and resolute. Remuru sighed softly, knowing that Von Clay's loyalty was only for his friends. And he would obviously not be soft on his enemy. So, Remuru waved his hand, and a water blade passed through the air, instantly ending Von Clay's life. Great sage, we will not take his soul. Understood. Remuru led Robin to the next floor. All the chief commanders except Von Clay were locked up on this floor. As soon as they stepped into the next floor, they heard the voice of an irritable old woman. Can anyone tell me what's going on? How come I'm in this damn place? Mr. 3 rubbed his hazy eyes and looked around in confusion. Who knows? I just woke up. Pola rubbed his head and frowned in thought. We should have been given sleeping pills and lost consciousness. The irritable old woman shook the iron bars vigorously, cursing, are you all pigs? As the chief cotters, no one noticed that they were all taken away. The chief commanders of Baroque works were separated into two cells facing each other, with men on one side and women on the other. When Remuru and Robin came, the two cells suddenly became silent. Remuru stood in the middle of the cell with a playful smile on his face. It seems that everyone has just woken up and is in good spirits. Well, let me introduce myself first. He paused and glanced at each prisoner. I am Remuru, the captain of the Cute King Travel Group. Everyone changed color when they heard this. Obviously, they had heard of this name. Mr. 1 looked at Remuru for a few times. Are you the new world's #1 swordsman? He turned his head to look at Robin and asked calmly. Where is the boss? Where is he? Robin looked back at him calmly. Crocodile is dead. Impossible. Mr. 1 looked horrified. How could that man die? Robin ignored Mr. 1. Her eyes slowly swept over each of her former companions. As long as you are willing to follow Remuru and serve him, you can live. The chief commanders fell into silence. Suddenly, Remuru suddenly sighed. Alas! Why do people always want to die? Just then, Mr. 3 in the back suddenly jumped up and growled. Melt, melt, sculpture, sword. Then, two swords made of wax stabbed quickly at the backs of Remuru and Robin. Mr. 3 had a sly smile on his face and was secretly proud of himself. Haha! My wax sword is as hard as iron, and it was a sudden sneak attack. Even the world's #1 swordsman would be disappointed by this. However, Remuru directly backhanded and cut Mr. 3 and the wax sword in half. Chapter 73. The dead body was broken, but the dead body was broken. He looked at Mr. 3's fallen body coldly, shook his head, and sighed in his heart. How could I forget this master of lock-picking? Because sea stone is precious, their handcuffs and chains are only made of ore with hardness comparable to diamond. The death of their companions made the others fall into silence. Pola broke the silence. She looked up at Remuru, with a questioning look in her eyes. If we surrender to you, what do you need us to do? In this regard, Remuru had a plan, he said. I plan to build my own intelligence system, and I need talents. Not only them, Baroque Works still has hundreds of ordinary members, who are still alive. With them, Remuru can directly build an intelligence force. In addition, Remuru also plans to set up a newspaper to control public opinion. He knows that the bird cannot be trusted, and it often fabricates false news to attract attention. Mickey thought for a long time and nodded first. I agree. I am willing to join you. Then, others also agreed. They have been working under Nico Robin, and they only have one night of friendship with Crocodile, so naturally they don't need to work hard for him. Just pretend that night didn't exist, and the boss has always been Remuru. At this moment, Mr. One's voice sounded resolutely. I don't want to. He took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with determination. From the first time I saw the boss, I was deeply attracted to him. At that moment, I vowed to follow him for the rest of my life. Remuru showed a faint sneer on his face. Really? Then I can only send you on your way. Mr. One snorted disdainfully. As a fast cutter, he had never been hurt by any swordsman and had great disdain for swordsmen. Humph, a mere swordsman, if you have the ability, let me out, and we will fight one-on-one. Remuru shook his head lightly, his face full of disdain. Frog in the well. But on second thought, this was just an opportunity to show his strength in front of his new subordinates, and it could also stabilize their minds. So, he threw the key into the cell casually. Remuru looked around and finally walked to Robin, gently stretched out his hand and took a small section of hair from her hair. Robin looked at the hair in his hand in confusion. Why did you do this? Remuru smiled slightly and gently shook the hair in his hand. It's too unfair to use a sword on him, I will use this hair to compete with him. Everyone was shocked. And Mr. One, who had just escaped from the handcuffs, was extremely angry. Asshole! There must be a limit to looking down on people. His whole body instantly turned into a blade, broke through the cell and attacked Remuru fiercely. Ding! Remuru easily blocked his attack and smiled contemptuously. You have made a move, now you can go on your way with peace of mind. As soon as the voice fell, he swung the hair in his hand, and a sword energy burst out, instantly splitting Mr. One in two. Before Mr. One lost consciousness, his heart was filled with astonishment and unwillingness. How is it possible that the world is so vast? This scene made everyone present widen their eyes. Pola even covered her lips and exclaimed. A hair killed Mr. One. As a partner, she knew Mr. One's strength very well. Mr. Five guessed in horror. Is this some special devil fruit ability? He ate the explosion fruit himself, and his whole body could explode, so he had such an idea. With the lessons of Mr. One and Mr. Three, everyone else chose to obey sincerely. Seeing this scene, Remuru nodded with satisfaction. Thinking. Robin, Mickey, and the little lowly Golden Week must be formal crew members. As for Pola, Remuru was really not flattering about her hairstyle, so she could only be a peripheral member for the time being. He decided to let Pola lead the others to form an intelligence system. If she performs well in the future and changes her hairstyle, he will consider promoting her to a formal crew member. As for the others, to make the boss live more comfortably, work hard. Before leaving, Remuru borrowed Mr. Four's pet. Not long after leaving the cell, a series of voices sounded in Remuru's mind. Notice, the technology of eating non-living devil fruits has been obtained. Notice, the analysis of the wax fruit has been completed. Acquired skills, body wax mist. Information, the analysis of the mimic fruit is complete. Obtained the skill, universal transformation. Information, the analysis of the sand fruit is complete. Obtained the skills, sandification, water absorption, and withering. Development progress increased to 40%. Synchronize the unique skill hungry. The unique skill predator can be integrated with the hungry, do you want to integrate? Hearing this voice, Remuru's eyes immediately lit up. Yes. Information, through the integration with the skill hungry, the unique skill predator evolves into the unique skill gluttony. Because of the integration of similar abilities, predator has evolved. Remuru couldn't wait to open the system interface, and his eyes fell on the gluttony skill. Glutton, predator, stomach, mimicry, isolation, corrosion, acceptance, supply. Corrosion, can add corrosion effects to objects, and can also absorb corpses to gain skills. Receive the abilities of monsters under the influence of glutton. Supply, grant some of your own abilities to monsters with soul connections. Remuru's mind was working rapidly. The capacity of the stomach of the original ability of the predator has been increased by more than double. As for its analytical ability, it was taken away by the great sage. The new ability, corrosion, as the name suggests, is important. The ability of supply. With this ability, Remuru can share his abilities with Nami and others. It is simply a great tool for quickly training subordinates. As for receive, it is also very useful. Remuru can also obtain skills from Nami and others. What abilities should I synchronize with them? Remuru thought in his heart. Notice, supply has certain restrictions. If the object of granting cannot control the ability, the granting will fail. Is that so? That is to say, if I grant Nami and the others a certain skill, it depends on whether they have the ability to inherit this skill. Despite the restrictions, Remuru can foresee that the strength of the girls can be strengthened. By the way, I should be a demon king. Yes. The soul energy has accumulated 20,000 points, meeting the awakening conditions, whether to awaken. Remuru thought about it and finally refused. Firstly, absorbing human souls to awaken made Remuru somewhat uncomfortable. Anyway, he could awaken the Demon King by synchronizing the progress. Secondly, Nami and the others also need to awaken, so no matter how much soul energy they have, they don't have to worry. Now Remuru has not officially opposed the world government, and the strength of the emperor level is enough, so there is no need to improve so quickly. Chapter 74. At noon, Nami and ABIs came hurriedly, holding the newly published newspapers tightly in their hands. Remuru came forward, took the newspaper from Nami, and his eyes quickly wandered between the lines. After a while, the corners of Remuru's mouth twitched slightly unconsciously. A complex emotion surged in his heart, and he sighed. As expected of you, Navy, you want a piece of everything. The report in the newspaper was clearly visible. Crocodile was plotting to control the world's member countries, and his conspiracy was discovered by the Navy. Under the joint attack of the Navy and the Cute King Travel Group, Crocodile died unexpectedly in the fierce battle. In this incident, the Navy only searched for the dancing powder. However, the report touted the Navy's contribution as if they were the leaders of the incident. At this moment, Remuru was more determined to start a newspaper. He hoped that through his platform, more people would know the truth and not be misled by the outside world. In addition, Nami also won the title of Storm Queen for her outstanding performance in this incident. Nami's face showed an unconcealable joy, her lips curled up slightly, and her eyes sparkled with pride. From now on, please call me Storm Queen Nami. Remuru looked at Nami, a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes, and he chuckled. You are very beautiful, but I still think the title of Little Thief Cat is more suitable for you. After all, your cry in bed is very much like a little thief cat. Hearing this, Nami immediately retorted. The name Little Thief Cat is not domineering enough, let's leave it to the Little Thief Cat number. Nami, perhaps affected by the domineering color domineering, king addiction is getting heavier day by day. And me. ABIs jumped excitedly, raised her hands high, her face full of pride. ABIs also has good news to tell Unii-chan. She couldn't wait to show her results. I have completed the technique that Unii-chan conceived. Her voice revealed pride. Remuru's eyes lit up, revealing surprise. Really? ABIs is really amazing. ABIs smiled proudly, holding Remuru and Nami's hands tightly. Watch me. Chat group technique. After a moment, ABIs proudly raised her thumbs. Done, you close your eyes and try it. She looked at them expectantly. Remuru closed his eyes as he was told, and felt an icon appear in his mind. It was a cute 1000-year-old dragon cub, not the penguin pattern he originally designed. His heart moved, and his mind entered the icon. A primitive chat group interface unfolded in front of him, with only ABIs, Remuru, and Nami in the member list. At this moment, Nami's message suddenly popped up. Nami, hello everyone, I'm Nami. Can you see this sentence? ABIs, of course you can see it, and in this group, you can not only send text, but also send sound, images, and even memories. Remuru, oh, I'll try. Remuru tried it, and a certain memory came to his mind. As soon as he had the idea of uploading. Whoosh, the picture was quickly uploaded. Nami, ah! You are going to die, posting such a shameful video. Is ABI still here? Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she left the chat group, glared at Remuru, and lowered her head in shame and anger. In the video, Nami was beaten and meowed. ABIs, what game are you playing? Sister Nami seems very excited. Nami, don't ask around, kid. It is forbidden to post these things in the group in the future. As soon as she finished speaking, she accidentally sent a photo. Ah! How did I send it out? Nami exclaimed. Remuru, ABIs, you did a good job, but there are still many areas that can be improved in this chat group. Remuru, for example, we can add a send button to give users an extra confirmation step before sending. Remuru, you can also give it a name, let's call it Loving Family. At the same time, he thought to himself that he could create a group without little lowly in the future, called Academic Research Group. ABIs, yes. I will work hard. In the following time, Remuru gave dozens of suggestions, which made ABIs. She secretly sighed. As expected of you, Unai-chan, you can give so many suggestions when you see the chat group for the first time. I have to work hard to make this technique more perfect. After that, Remuru pulled all the official crew members into this group chat. Don't worry about the reserve crew members, wait until they become official crew members. As for the peripheral members, you can pull a separate work group. However, you have to wait until the technology is mature. After all, peripheral members have to consider loyalty and other issues. Another day passed. Tashaji led Tina to the front of the Cute King travel group. Tina, the same period as Smoker, and Tashaji was once Smoker's subordinate. With this relationship, Tina successfully hooked up with Tashaji. She looked at Tashaji's silly and cute appearance and thought she could use it. She subtly revealed her desire to travel, hoping that Dashiki would take the initiative to ask her to join the Cute King travel group. Tina succeeded, and Dashiki took the initiative to bring her to see Remuru. However, what Tina didn't know was that Dashiki had already informed her companions of her actions through the family group under her nose. Nami even relied on her keen intuition to assert, this Tina must be a spy sent by the Navy. The eyes of the women moved around Tina. Although they were silent, the discussion in the group was extremely heated. Nami, based on my many years of experience in deception, there must be something wrong with her. Nochigo, she has a nice figure. And her face, set against the pink hair, is pink and tender, with a strong girlish vibe. Caya, but her temperament is more like a queen. Machino, no wonder Remuru went against all odds and let her on board. Carmen, we have to keep an eye on her in the future. Under the gaze of the girls, Tina felt a little uneasy. She frowned slightly and asked tentatively. Tina is puzzled, why are you looking at Tina like this? No. Everyone answered in unison, making Tina even more uneasy. Remuru coughed twice, looked directly at Tina, and asked. The Navy came to us, what can you do? Tina waved her hand quickly. It's not the Navy, it's Tina. Tina wants to join you. She eagerly expressed her wish. Tina heard about you from Sister Tashaji, Tina also wants to travel with you. Chapter 75. The two sides of the two countries have been in a state of panic. Remuru looked at her for a moment and asked. Did Marshal Sengoku agree? It doesn't matter whether Sengoku agrees or not. This is Tina's own decision. If he disagrees, Tina will resign. Tina replied. Remuru nodded. Well, welcome to join the Cute King travel group. Hey! Tina was puzzled. Has she successfully joined? But Remuru changed the subject. However, you can only be a reserve crew member for the time being. Is that okay? Tina breathed a sigh of relief, of course it's okay. Reserve members, that's normal. At noon the next day, Akalam and Kalu Duck finally came back. After Waiwei said goodbye to them, the Cute King tour group set off again. Before setting off, Nami stopped the heavy rain at Cobra's request. On the Goddess of Light. Nami opened her arms, took a deep breath, and a look of relief and satisfaction appeared on her face. Ah! So relaxed, it feels like I'm home, she exclaimed. I feel this way too. Machino saw Xiao Guang, and a trace of tenderness flashed in her eyes. She stepped forward quickly and gave Xiao Guang a hug. Xiao Guang, do you miss us? Yes, I do. Xiao Guang nodded, with a gleam of nostalgia in her eyes. She looked around at her companions, and then her eyes fell on the new faces. Master, are they the new sisters? Xiao Guang asked curiously. Remuru nodded and began to introduce them one by one. This is Nico Robin, Tina, Clar, Mishita, and Golden Week. Golden Week's original name was Marianu, and Remuru thought that it would be better to call her Golden Week in the future. Nico Robin looked at Xiao Guang curiously. Who are you? She noticed that the little girl appeared suddenly. Xiao Guang answered excitedly. I am Xiao Guang, the ship elf of this ship. Ship elf. Times 5. The new members were shocked when they heard this. Do ship elves really exist? Robin has read some records of ship elves, but Xiao Guang is not the same as the records. Remuru glanced at Tina and added. Xiao Guang is the ship elf on this ship. Nothing that happens on the ship can be hidden from it. Tina and Robin felt nervous when they heard this. Tina thought to herself that it was fortunate that she knew about this in advance, and she must be more careful in the future. Robin thought that Remuru was reminding her not to betray her companions, and she felt a little uncomfortable. Kurla was calm. She approached Remuru with good intentions and was not prepared to betray her companions. Moreover, Kurla had already revealed her identity as a revolutionary to Remuru. Remuru glanced at the women and arranged. You should take the new companions to familiarize themselves with the ship first. Then, he turned to Vivi. Vivi, follow me. He led Vivi to the captain's room. Remuru looked at Vivi affectionately, and the smile on his mouth was as gentle as the spring breeze blowing across the lake. Vivi, do you guess what I'm going to do? He asked softly. Vivi's cheeks instantly turned pink, she lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. It's not night yet. Remuru laughed, it's about naming. The night before arriving in Alabasta, Remuru and Vivi had so much fun that they forgot about naming. Make up for it now. Vivi's face showed joy. Really? This is an important moment, I'll wash up first. Feeling the sweat stains on her body, Vivi decided to wash herself and face it in the best condition. Remuru was stunned for a moment, his mouth corners raised, and he hurriedly followed Vivi's steps and smiled. Wait, I want to wash too, let's do it together. The bathroom door closed gently. The interior was filled with warm water vapor, creating a hazy and ambiguous atmosphere. Vivi's long blue hair like a waterfall wetly stuck to her fair skin, adding a bit of seductive charm to her. Remuru gently embraced Wei from behind. His hands wandered around involuntarily, exploring every inch of her skin. Biting her earlobe gently, he whispered. I'll come in. On Wei's rosy face, her beautiful eyes were filled with intoxicated ripples. She hummed softly, her voice full of temptation. Well, come on. In the following time, the atmosphere in the bathroom gradually heated up. As Wei's passionate cry seemed to fill the air with a sweet and passionate atmosphere. Half an hour later. With Wei's loud cry. The sound in the bathroom gradually subsided, leaving only the rapid breathing of the two. In this quiet moment, Remuru's voice slowly sounded. I give you the name Wei. As his voice fell, Wei's body radiated a soft light. Her body began to undergo subtle changes, her skin became more delicate and smooth, and the red marks on her body gradually faded. And her delicate little face still retained the afterglow of the battle, adding a unique charm to her beauty. Remuru's eyes fell on Vivi's personal panel. Name, Vivi. Gender, female. Age, 18 years old. Height, 172 centimeters. 3 dimensions, B96, W57, H85. Occupation, exclusive maid. Talent, SS level. Skills, thinking acceleration, multiple barriers, superspeed regeneration, primary domineering color domineering, primary armed color domineering, primary observation color domineering, life return. Status, training speed increased tenfold, comprehension increased tenfold, favorability increased tenfold. Existence value, 2200. Vivi's 3 dimensions are 96, 57, and 85 respectively. She is neither fat nor thin, with elegant curves. As for skills, Remuru was not surprised that Vivi awakened the domineering color domineering. After all, Vivi is a descendant of Nephite D. Lily, one of the first 20, and her bloodline is naturally extraordinary. As long as she has the domineering haki in her body, naming will definitely lead it out. Although she has no unique abilities, accelerated thinking, multiple barriers and super speed regeneration are all very practical abilities. At this moment, Vivi let out an alluring moan. She slowly opened her eyes, and the first thing that caught her eye was Remuru's close face. The posture of the two was very ambiguous. Vivi was lying in the bathtub, and Remuru was pressing on someone. When naming, they didn't separate. Vivi immediately felt the change in her own strength, and a look of joy appeared on her face. Then she took the initiative to give a kiss. This seemed to be a signal to start a new round of battle. During the 6 days in Alabasta, she didn't eat once. Now, she wants to get back everything that Remuru owed in these 6 days. The battle lasted until dinner time. To celebrate the joining of new companions, a grand welcome banquet is being prepared. Remuru and Vivi had to temporarily put aside their grudges and wash off the sweat and stains on their bodies together. At the banquet, Remuru took out devil fruits from his stomach one by one. Sand fruit, quick cut fruit, mimic fruit, wax fruit, scythe fruit, swallow fruit. Chapter 76. The new companions looked at the pile of strange fruits with their eyes wide open and faces full of astonishment. The capital is so strong? Then, Remuru introduced the name and function of each fruit in detail. After listening to Remuru's introduction, the girls immediately fell into a heated discussion. The swallow fruit is so ugly, I don't want to eat it at all, said Tashaji. The sand fruit is like a cactus puppet, so cute, said Nami. A trace of astonishment flashed across Robin's face, and she blurted out. Quick cut? Imitation? Shasha? Wax? Can the captain take the devil fruit? Tina was so shocked that she couldn't speak, and she was just thinking. The Cute King Travel Group not only has the technology to compress space, but can also take the devil fruit. And Remuru was also communicating with the Great Sage in his heart. Great Sage, now that there is so much data on devil fruits, can you divide the quality of devil fruits more finely? Remuru has always understood that the quality of devil fruits is proportional to the willpower contained. But he is not very clear about what level a specific value is among all devil fruits. It is worth mentioning that the initial willpower of the new devil fruits is sand fruit, 520,000. Quick cut fruit, 100,000. Imitation fruit, 150,000. Wax fruit, 110,000. Scythe fruit, 50,000. Swallow fruit, 300,000. Notice, the quality of devil fruits will be significantly improved every time the willpower of devil fruits exceeds 50,000, 150,000, and 500,000. Therefore, devil fruits can be divided into low grade, medium grade, high grade, top grade, and spiritual grade. Low grade, less than 50,000 willpower. Middle grade, 50,000 to 150,000 willpower. Top grade, 150,000 to 500,000 willpower. Top grade, 500,000 willpower unknown. Spiritual grade, only one case has been encountered so far, with about 2.5 million willpower. As the Great Sage explained, Remuru gradually fell into contemplation. The inferior ones are trash devil fruits, the middle ones are ordinary devil fruits, and most of the common ones in the animal series should belong to these two categories. The superior ones are powerful devil fruits, which are probably ancient ones, powerful superhuman ones, and some weaker natural ones. As for the best ones, they should be the mythical beasts, the top natural ones, and the superhuman ones. As for the spiritual ones, Remuru's heart moved. 2.5 million willpower? Is it the one that King Luffy has? Yes. But it is still unknown how much willpower a devil fruit needs to be upgraded to spiritual grade. It is recommended to upgrade the quality of a devil fruit to spiritual grade first. This is possible. How many ordinary willpower have we collected so far? 5.2 million willpower has been collected, and this number is still growing. Big profit. Tonight I will upgrade Nami's talking fruit to a spiritual grade. However, Nami has gained so many benefits, so we have to let her unlock some new postures. At this time, a little lowly's voice suddenly sounded beside Remuru. Captain, can I also eat devil fruits? Remuru came back to his senses from his contemplation, and saw Golden Week looking at him with expectant eyes. Remuru smiled, and his eyes revealed his pampering and tenderness for the little lowly. Okay, which one do you like? He reached out and gently touched Golden Week's head. Golden Week pointed to a devil fruit and said calmly. Well, I want the wax fruit. Although Golden Week looks like a lowly with no desires, she actually cherishes her partners very much. In the original comics, when she learned that her partner was arrested, she sneaked into the Navy detention center without hesitation to rescue her companions. Afterwards, she and her rescued companions jointly opened a new spider cafe. Golden Week was also sad for a while about the death of her partner Mr. 3. She chose to eat the wax fruit, not only because her ability could be matched with the wax fruit, but also because she wanted to commemorate her companions. Remuru pondered for a moment and replied. I don't recommend you to eat this one. I know a more suitable one for you, called the penwax fruit. The penwax fruit user can turn his or her paintings into conscious entities, and can even fly if it has wings. However, in order to develop the penwax fruit well, the user's painting skills must be strong. For example, if the painting is very ugly, the entity's ability will be weak and it will dissolve in water. However, realistic paintings will not be able to be realized. There are these weaknesses. In the original work, after Kanjuro's identity as a spy was exposed, his paintings could even stand and fight in the pouring rain. Golden Week's dream is to become a painter, and the pen fruit is very suitable for her. After hearing Remuru's detailed explanation of the pen fruit, Golden Week's eyes became brighter and brighter. Well, I want the pen fruit. She jumped up excitedly. After hearing the devil fruit that suits her, her face could not maintain the 3-no state. As for Mr. 3, it's enough to pay tribute to him occasionally. After seeing Remuru deal with Golden Week, Vivi looked up at Remuru and slowly said, I want to eat the sand fruit. She wants to be the queen of the desert. Remuru nodded slightly. Okay. He knew that Vivi knew the habits of the desert very well and would be able to fully develop the power of the sand fruit. A hint of approval flashed in his eyes, and then he turned to the others. What about you? Do you have any fruit you want to eat? The sand fruit and the talking fruit can also be considered. Remuru can consume his willpower to copy the same devil fruit. Kurlaw thought for a while and asked. Can I eat the imitation fruit? She thought to herself that if she had the imitation fruit, she would be able to perform infiltration missions like a fish in water. Remuru's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he was secretly happy. Finally someone thought of the imitation fruit. The imitation fruit can not only change your appearance, but also your body shape. He imagined the scene of being happy with 2 identical women, and his blood was boiling. In the future, there will be fun. Those lecherous women should not have thought of this, and they will regret it in the future. After agreeing to Kurlaw's request, the others did not plan to continue speaking. Remuru couldn't help but wonder, why is no one interested in the swallowing fruit? He couldn't help but ask. No one wants to eat the swallow fruit. The swallow fruit has a wide range of abilities and great potential. After the quality is improved, the future is promising. After a moment, Caya raised her hand. I'll eat it. Caya has sage skills. Her fighting method is to analyze various herbs and make poisons and drugs to fight. But if she encounters a high poison resistance or a robot, the battle will be very passive. Therefore, Caya wants to add a new fighting method. Remuru nodded in approval. After this banquet, there are still 6 girls who have not eaten the devil fruit. Among them, Nakiko, Machino and the 3 golden weeks all have the expected devil fruits. Only Lily Xiang, Tashaji, and Carmen have not made a decision yet. Chapter 77. After the banquet, Remuru entered Nami's room, ready to try the dessert Storm Queen. Princess Vivi also sneaked in quietly, she was a little greedy. As soon as she entered the door, Nami couldn't wait to throw herself into Remuru's arms. Don't worry, do the business first. Remuru frowned slightly. Nami tilted her head in confusion, her clear eyes full of doubts. Isn't this the business? She asked back, with a bit of playfulness in her voice. Looking at Nami's cute appearance, Remuru's heart softened and he took her directly into his stomach. Great sage, let's start. Understood. Wish power is being transmitted. After a while. Information, the specific wish power of the Say-It fruit has been increased to 1 million, and the quality has been increased to spiritual grade. Remuru raised his eyebrows slightly. 1 million? It's lower than expected. He pondered for a moment and continued to ask. What is the difference between spiritual grade devil fruits and ordinary ones? Information, when the devil fruit reaches spiritual grade, the spirituality will be greatly enhanced, and the will of the first generation of ability users can be fully entrusted. After hearing this, Remuru's mouth twitched involuntarily. Fully entrusted? Does that mean that the superhuman Say-It fruit has become the animal human fruit mythical beast Nami form? No, it will be like this from the second generation of ability users. What about the ability? Is there any qualitative leap? Before awakening, the ability will not change much. Awakening? It should be difficult to awaken a spiritual devil fruit. The Nika fruit has not awakened for 800 years. Even the protagonist King Luffy awakened on the verge of life and death. The first generation of ability users will not have this problem. They do not need to synchronize their wills to the same as the first generation. Remuru thought about it and it would be good if he could awaken. Confirm again, there should be no qualitative change in the increase of willpower from 1 million to 2.5 million. Yes, there will not be much change. It is not recommended to continue to increase. Well, I will increase each of them to 1 million first. After that, a melee broke out between Remuru and the Queen and the Princess. The next day, Remuru found Nico Robin. Miss Robin, officially become a member of the Cute King travel group. Robin's expression was slightly surprised, and then she smiled. Don't you want to observe it again? Remuru smiled, his smile was full of sincerity. I have always believed in you. Yesterday, I just considered several other reserve members, so I didn't directly let you become a formal crew member. Robin looked at him playfully and teased. I heard that all formal members must sleep with you. This is slander. There is no such thing. Remuru's face turned black, thinking. Who did you hear this from? I will beat her ass. Remuru also allows you to become a formal member first and then cultivate feelings. Remuru looked at Robin affectionately, and said in a low and sincere voice. What I said before is counted. Under my protection, you can study history boldly. No one can hurt you, and no one can take you away from me. Robin's heart was a little touched, but the experience of the past 20 years made her dare not trust anyone easily. But in the end, her desire for companionship gave her courage. Captain, please take care of me for the rest of my life. She said softly, then held Remuru's face and kissed him gently. After spending a few days together, Robin was not repulsive to Remuru. As long as Remuru did not abandon her, she did not mind giving herself to him. Remuru was a little stunned by Robin's sudden action, but he reacted quickly and took the initiative to respond. Soon, a lingering voice sounded. In order to make Robin feel more secure, Remuru decided to get to her heart as soon as possible. It must be said that the healthy wheat color also has a unique flavor. Of course, Remuru prefers white and tender. Half an hour later, Remuru officially began to name her. The soft light appeared again. Unlike the other women, Robin's changes were more visually different. The body redeveloped, returning to youth, and the face became more beautiful. The most important thing is that her skin became visibly whiter. After the evolution was completed, Robin's skin was as white and tender as if it had been soaked in milk. It feels smooth when licked. After playing with it for a while, Remuru looked at the attribute panel. Name, Nico Robin. Gender, female. Age, 18 years old. Height, 188 centimeters. 3 dimensions, B100, W60, H90. Occupation, archaeologist. Talent, SS level. Fruit, superhuman series, flower fruit. Skills, Great Sage, Strength, Water Draw, Primary Armament Haki, Primary Observation Haki, Life Return. Status, Training Speed increased tenfold, Comprehension increased tenfold, Favorability increased tenfold. Existence value, 5,000. Robin is tall, and her physical condition has returned to 18 years old as expected. Strength and water draw skills are very suitable for Robin's flower fruit. The characteristics of the flower fruit can make any part of Robin's body bloom freely like a flower within the sight range, which has great advantages in sneak attacks. However, Robin's previous weakness is also obvious, that is, insufficient strength, which makes it easy for opponents to escape. But now, the skill strength greatly enhances her strength, making it more difficult for the opponent to break free. Coupled with the skill water draw, when touching the opponent, she can absorb the water in the opponent's body. This combination has undoubtedly become her killer move. Not to mention that Robin has also obtained the cheating skill Great Sage. Great Sage will bring her great help both in battle and in daily life. Robin snorted and slowly opened her eyes. She felt the new power surging in her body, but her face did not show too much surprise. Robin stared at Remuru with a complicated look. I really didn't expect it, she said slowly, revealing a bit of surprise in her tone. You have such a secret. Will this name have any adverse effects on you? A relaxed smile appeared on Remuru's lips. It just consumes a little magic, no big deal. As for the secret, hey, you have more than one man. Remuru took out a card from the system space. Great Sage, is the Devil Fruit Weakness Elimination card useful for ability users? Try it. Okay. Remuru put the card close to Robin. In an instant, the card burst into a dazzling light, and then disappeared without a trace. A trace of doubt flashed in Robin's eyes. What is this card? Remuru showed a mysterious smile. Of course it's a good thing. He took out a pair of sea stone handcuffs from his stomach. Try this. Chapter 78. Come and try this. However, Robin did not take the handcuffs. Instead, he looked at Remuru with a strange look and asked, is this one of your secrets? Of course, Remuru smiled proudly, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Robin sighed softly, turned around, put his hands behind his back, cuff me. Remuru was stunned. You can just touch it, why do you have to handcuff it? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind. Does Robin have this hobby? Click, the handcuffs tightly locked Robin's hands. This sound seemed to be a signal to start a war, indicating that a new round of battle is about to begin. A few days later, the goddess of light arrived below the sky island. Nami suddenly exclaimed, attracting everyone's attention. Ah! This record pointer, why is it pointing upwards? Everyone looked at the record pointer, only to see the tip of the record pointer raised high, pointing straight up. It's really broken. Do we have other permanent pointers? Tashaji frowned. No, the record pointer is not broken. Robin shook her head firmly. On the Grand Line, there is an unwritten rule that the record pointer can never be doubted. There must be an island in the direction it points to. Everyone looked at each other, half believing and half doubting. Nami thought about it, closed her eyes, and fully exerted her advanced observation haki. Sensing the breath on the clouds, she showed a look of surprise on her face. How magical, there are creatures in the clouds above. The clouds are like the ocean. And there are not just one sea in the sky, but two. The White Sea is suspended 7,000 meters above the sea level, and there is another White Sea 10,000 meters higher. Makita frowned, her face full of confusion. But how can we get to such a high place? As a user of the light and heavy fruit, she can only control her own weight, but cannot make the entire ship float. Remuru looked at Makita's confused expression and couldn't help but joked. Makita, why don't you float up first, and then use a rope to pull our goddess of light up? Hearing this, Makita's face turned green. She doesn't have that much strength. Maggie smiled softly. Okay, stop teasing her. The goddess of light has the ability to fly. But Nami shook her head slowly. Don't worry, there must be a way to get up. I'll communicate with this sea first. Her dream is to become the king of navigation, and she is not willing to rely too much on the skills of the goddess of light. After a while, Nami got the information about the rising current. Remuru nodded, with a satisfied smile on his face. Okay, let's go. Head for Sky Island. He thought to himself, it's better not to go to Gaia Island. What if the women see Blackbeard and think he is too ugly and kill him? How can the war on the top start? That's a good opportunity to get a lot of willpower. Although the plot has changed drastically, as long as Blackbeard is still alive and Ace is chasing him, there is still a high probability that the war on the top will start. As a huge sea current formed, the goddess of light flew up to the sky like a phoenix with its wings spread, riding the sea current and strong wind. Nami stood at the bow, feeling the rising air current, and she laughed out loud. Ha ha ha! As long as there is wind and sea, I can sail anywhere, I will be the future king of navigation. Her king addiction came. You still need a good ship. Remuru said lightly. At this time, Xiao Guang looked at Nami with tears in her eyes, with a little grievance in her voice. Sister Nami, have you forgotten Xiao Guang? Xiao Guang also made a great contribution. Fourth aunt's sake. Happiness turns to sorrow, Nami apologized quickly. In the distance, Gaia Island. A diamond-shaped uncle with chestnut-shaped hair was looking at the rising sea current. He muttered to himself. How is this possible? There shouldn't be a surging current at this time. And it's so strong. The experience he had accumulated over decades was no longer applicable, and he was a little upset. Riding the surging current, the goddess of light successfully landed on the White Sea. The women on the ship looked at the white scene in front of them with surprise on their faces. It's amazing, the ship is sailing on the clouds. Carmen licked her lips. There are many strange fish. I wonder how they taste. Nami looked down at the record pointer, which was still pointing upwards. Sky Island, and the sea above. Suddenly, Tashaji exclaimed. Look there. There's a person running on the clouds. She pointed to a place in the sea of clouds, and saw a figure flying in the clouds. He wore a bullhead mask, his grass skirt fluttered in the wind, holding a gun barrel and a shield, and the skate-like device on his feet allowed him to move freely on the sea of clouds. He seems to be coming towards us. Abi said. Tashaji nodded. He carries a murderous aura, it seems he is an enemy, not a friend. After the women captured him, they quickly forced out information about Sky Island. Nami smiled slightly, with excitement in her eyes. Sky Island people, Shandia people, and gods, this adventure is getting more and more interesting. Sister Nami, come and play. Xiao Lixiang's voice came from a distance. Several little girls were jumping happily on the clouds, their voices were as clear as silver bells. The girls arrived at the gate of heaven while playing. A short figure appeared from behind the door, an old woman with wrinkles on her face. As soon as she appeared, she raised her camera and snapped the shutter at the girls. She said, I am the supervisor of the Gate of Heaven. What are you doing here? Sightseeing? Or fighting? Fighting, we are here to fight. Remuru answered first. The old woman was still calm after hearing this. To enter heaven, please pay the fee first, 1 billion IQ per person. Who would pay for fighting? Remuru retorted. The old woman still had an indifferent attitude. It's okay if you don't pay, I'm just asking what you think. At this moment, two huge pincers suddenly appeared on both sides of the goddess of light and attacked the ship. Dashiki reacted quickly, jumped up, swung her sword, and instantly split the creature in two. The old woman exclaimed. Ah! This is a specialty of Sky Island, the express shrimp, responsible for sending you up. Dashiki was stunned, then touched her head awkwardly. Then, what should we do? Remuru rolled his eyes and pointed at the two halves of the express shrimp. What else can we do? Pull it up and eat it. As for how to get up? Dashiki is responsible for rowing with the sword and sending us up. Hey! Dashiki was stunned. Bye-bye hey! Dashiki panted, with a triumphant smile on her face. Haha, finally up. Nami looked at the record pointer and nodded. The island ahead is the destination. Chapter 79. Spying? It seems to be Enel. He turned to look at Caya. Caya, open the swallowing space. Although Caya was a little confused, she quickly crossed her hands in front of her chest and whispered. Then, a transparent spherical space instantly unfolded, with a radius of about 500 meters, covering everyone. Swallowing space is the ability that appears when Caya's swallowing fruit's wish power reaches 500,000. Caya can directly decompose and synthesize objects or creatures in this space without having to eat them. This space is equivalent to Caya's stomach. Although it is transparent, people inside and outside can see each other and hear each other, but it can isolate the breath and prevent the prying of the observation color. Nami looked at the transparent space that suddenly appeared around her, with a puzzled look on her face. What happened? Robin explained calmly on the side. Kuriko told me that someone is spying on our thoughts. Kuriko is the name Robin gave her great sage. The Great Sage clan seems to have a heart to relieve the worries of their masters. Robin does not have the voice of heaven and the voice of the system, which makes it impossible to communicate with Kuriko. But Kuriko found the Great Sage of Remuru through the connection of the soul and asked for help. Afterwards, Kuriko successfully installed the communication function for himself with the data of the chat group technique. Remuru nodded and confirmed Robin's statement. It's Enelu, the so-called god. Nami heard it, and a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. That god is quite capable of spying on people's thoughts. After the Shandia man obtained information about the god, the women judged that the so-called god was most likely a user of the natural thunder fruit. After hearing about Enel's brutal rule on Sky Island, several women with a strong sense of justice showed anger on their faces, revealing their desire to beat up the god. Especially the two reserve crew members, who were particularly excited and clamored to kill Enel. Tina thought. Yes, we need to do more righteous things to make the sisters closer to the Navy's philosophy. In her eyes, Enel is the kind of pirate who forcibly occupies territory and enslaves innocent people. Kurlaw thought. Yes, we need to do more things to resist tyranny, so that the Mengwang travel group can be more in line with the philosophy of the Revolutionary Army. To her, Enel is the ruler who oppresses the people and ignores their lives. Tashaji gently stroked Shiger on his waist and asked Remuru. Shall we go straight up? However, Remuru did not seem to be in a hurry. He smiled slightly and shook his head. No hurry, we just came to Sky Island. The audience has not yet arrived. At this time, a beautiful piano sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. There, a blonde and blue-eyed woman sat elegantly on the clouds, her face was picturesque, her eyes were like waves, revealing a sense of clarity and innocence. She was wearing a pink miniskirt, and her golden hair was softly draped over her shoulders, adding a bit of gentleness. She stroked the harp with both hands, and the strings jumped on her fingertips, flowing out a melodious melody. Beside her, a snow-white cloud fox lay quietly, seeming to enjoy this wonderful music. Remuru showed a look of surprise and admiration on his face. This is what an angel is. What was that thing before? The girls looked at Remuru's appreciative expression, and understood in their hearts. They looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. This will probably be another new sister among them. At this time, Connie stopped playing the harp, she raised her head, faced the girls, and asked with a smile. Hasso. Are you from the South China Sea? On Sky Island, Hasso means hello. Remuru nodded and responded. Well, we came up from below. Connie's gently put down the harp in her hand, picked up the snow fox lying quietly beside her, and walked towards everyone with a smile. My name is Connie's, it is Sissy. Welcome to the Angel Beach in the Kingdom of God. Her voice was gentle and kind. Although Konis was following the orders of the god Enel and trying to induce Remuru and his party to accept the punishment, her heart was actually full of contradictions and struggles. She didn't know that Enel was no longer. Pay attention to this matter again, because you can't sense the breath of the cute king travel group, mistakenly think they have fallen. And that order has never been withdrawn. In the hidden cloud village. In a tent, the atmosphere is solemn. Chief Shandia and several cotters sat around, their eyes fixed on an ordinary soldier. War Ghost Wappa asked seriously. Is what you said true? The soldier's eyes flashed with fanaticism, and he responded eagerly. It's true, the momentum of those Qinghai people is very terrifying, just like the real god, they will definitely defeat that false god. It is obvious that Remuru has tampered with his brain. Hearing this, Lakai's eyes widened, full of surprise. Real god? This evaluation is too high. The tent suddenly rang with whispers. Finally, Wappa made a decision. He stood up suddenly and said firmly. This is a great opportunity for us to take back our Padu. The meeting was over, and Lakai quickly caught up with Wappa. Is this decision too hasty? Wappa stopped and turned to look at her. Don't you believe what he said? No, Lakai explained hurriedly. We Shandia people will never betray our companions. I'm just worried that he has an inaccurate understanding of the strength of the Qinghai people. Wappa shook his head gently. It's definitely not accurate, but I believe that the Qinghai people have the ability to kill 1 or 2 priests. Our war plan was already on the agenda, and now it's just brought forward. Angel Island. Konis enthusiastically introduced the specialties of Sky Island to everyone. Caya observed the shells of various shapes with great interest. These shells may be able to synthesize many interesting things. Thoughts flashed through her mind, and the soul of production was ready to move. Machino looked at the fresh fruits and whispered to herself. I wonder how the fruit wine here tastes. Konis heard this and a trace of regret flashed across her face. We don't have any fruit wine at home. I'll go buy some. She turned around and was about to go out. Machino hurriedly grabbed Konis and shook her head with a smile. Let's go out and buy some later. If it tastes good, we'll store a lot. Tashaji looked at Konis's enthusiasm and sighed. It seems that the Shandian lied. This place is not as bad as he described. Shandian? Konis asked in confusion. Tashaji nodded. Yes. He said that your god is cruel and ruthless, and likes to lure Qinghai people to the island of God to slaughter them. Chapter 80. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. Konis took a breath of cold air and a panic surged in her heart. Has she been discovered? Nami was sharp-eyed and immediately caught Konis's uneasiness. She frowned slightly, her eyes full of concern. Konis, you don't look right, are you feeling unwell? Konis's face was as pale as paper, and she responded with a trembling voice. I'm sorry, I had no choice. If I didn't do this, my father and I would be sentenced to death. The girls looked at each other, their faces full of confusion. Remuru walked forward gently, hugged Konis with a gentle gesture, and tried to calm her down. Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you. If you need help, just tell us. Tashaji also noticed something unusual, and she asked tentatively. Is it related to the god named Enel? Konis waved her hands in panic. You can't call the god's name directly, otherwise you will be punished. Sanction. Tashaji frowned. Remuru comforted softly. Don't worry, Enel can't monitor our conversation with us. You can speak freely. Nami was more direct, she blurted out. Enel is an idiot, a big idiot. Look, I said it's okay. Konis looked at Nami in horror. Directly insulting the gods would inevitably lead to divine punishment. After a while. It's okay. Konis said carefully. What can happen? Nami smiled. You curse too. All the girls looked at her with encouraging eyes. Konis said carefully. Enelu is an idiot. Louder. Nami encouraged. Seeing that there was no reaction around, Konis took a deep breath and vented her emotions loudly. Big idiot, Enelu is a big idiot. Suddenly. Boom. A thunderclap sounded, and Konis was so scared that she immediately shrank into Remuru's arms. At the door, Connie's father stared at the scene in amazement. As soon as he entered the door, he heard his daughter cursing God, and he was so scared that the shells in his hand fell to the ground. The thunderclap came from a sound shell. After a long while, after confirming that there was no danger, Connie's and her father slowly revealed everything. 6 years ago, Enel defeated our god and became the new god. Connie's father began to narrate. In the name of God, he made many absurd laws, treating those who opposed him as criminals and arbitrarily sentencing them to death. The entire island is under his surveillance, and we live cautiously, even our breathing depends on his mood. A deep voice kept ringing. After hearing this, the girls all looked angry. Tashaji said with a sullen face. Too much. This Enel must be punished. Rika also said angrily. This villain is 100 times worse than Monka. And Vivi thought with some fear. If Crocodile took over the country, would the citizens also live like this? Nami turned to look at Remuru. Captain, how do we deal with that idiot? We must do it, the key is how to do it. Remuru touched his chin and thought. Everyone wants to beat Enel, but there is only one Enel, who should we send to beat him? If all the girls beat Enel together, Enel will be beaten easily, wouldn't it not show our strength? It will be difficult to persuade Lakai and Aisha. We must let them admit it. Realize the power of Enel. Got it. He was moved, his eyes swept over everyone, and finally fell on Nami, with a slight smile on his face. Nami and I will go catch Enel. Doesn't he like to play trial games? This time we will play with him and give him a chance to try. He looked around and continued. You need to choose 4 people among you to wait for Enel's challenge. Let him choose who to die in. After hearing this, Nami frowned slightly, obviously a little worried. Isn't this too arrogant? Remuru shook his head gently. Don't worry, in my perception, he is very weak. Any one of you can beat him. However, when he looked at Tina, he added. Of course, except for the reserve members. Inside the shrine, Enel wore a white headscarf, his upper body was naked, and his lower body was wearing loose bloomers, standing barefoot. It is worth noting that he has a pair of long earlobes with earrings, and the bottom of the earlobes is at the same height as his breasts. Behind him, 2 angel beauties, wearing light gauze clothes, were serving Enelu. Suddenly, Enelu frowned slightly and looked into the distance. 2 streams of light approached quickly, breaking the calm. Accompanied by a hurricane, the godlight boat stopped steadily in front of Enelu. The people who came were Nami and Remuru. Enelu took a bite of the apple in his hand, and a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. Oh, are you here to catch me? He read Nami's thoughts and laughed immediately. Interesting, really interesting. Then he looked at the 2 with disdainful eyes. Remuru smiled slightly and whispered to Nami. Nami, you have to restrain your thoughts. Enel's observation haki tends to read minds, because he is a thunder man, he can read the opponent's brain waves and predict attacks. And the general observation haki strong people tend to directly predict the opponent's actions. Nami asked doubtfully. Since you know we are here to catch you, why don't you run away? Yeah ha ha ha. Enel laughed his unique laugh. You are just a mortal, I want to see how you can catch a god. Looking at his appearance that deserved a beating, Remuru said. Nami, give him a break from his god addiction. Okay. Nami took out her weapon, the weather stick, and said coldly. I like to give these drug addicts a blow on the head to clear their brains. After she finished speaking, a black gas instantly spread from the junction of Nami's hand and the stick, dyeing the entire weather stick black. With a flash of her figure, Nami instantly appeared in front of Enel, holding the weather stick high and swinging it towards Enel's head. Enel caught Nami's action, and although he was surprised by Nami's speed, he was so conceited that he did not choose to dodge. A grim smile appeared on his face, ready to let these mortals see what despair is. With a dull bang, the weather stick hit Enel's right face firmly. At this moment, the huge impact force instantly deformed Enel's face, and his originally ugly facial features were twisted together and difficult to recognize. His eyes were bulging due to the heavy blow, and his eyeballs were congested and almost burst out of his eye sockets. Several teeth also fell off from the gums because they could not withstand the huge impact force, and flew out of Enel's mouth mixed with blood. His body was blown away like a kite with a broken string, and crashed into the wall behind the shrine. Chapter 81. The two angel beauties were frightened by the sudden violent scene, covered their ears in fear, and ran out of the shrine as if they were fleeing. Nami succeeded in one blow, but she did not relax her vigilance. She stared at Enel, ready to deal with his counterattack at any time. The grim smile just now really made her heart jump, thinking that she had met a tough guy. However, when the smoke and dust dissipated, Enel's miserable condition appeared in front of Nami. His right face was swollen high, his skin was dark purple, and his lost teeth and protruding eyeballs made his face even more terrifying. That's it. Nami looked at Enel in surprise, thinking to herself. I haven't even used my Conqueror Haki yet, and I'm almost done. After a while, Enel stood up shakily, his face twisted, his eyes full of horror. He couldn't understand the scene in front of him, and couldn't help asking. Why? Why can you attack me? I am the lightning itself. Hearing his words, Nami couldn't help laughing. Do you think you are invincible just because you can transform into an element? It turns out that you are just like the dragon, just a character who dominates a small place. After a long time, it turned out that he didn't know about armament haki, so he dared to take that blow. Enel was angered by Nami's ridicule, and he slammed the drums on his shoulders to release the energy stored in the drums. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. A huge thunder dragon roared and rushed towards Nami. But Nami was not afraid and smashed the thunder dragon with a stick. The aftermath of the lightning scattered on her body, making her feel numb. Nami judged that the power of the lightning was still very strong. If she did not activate the armed color and chose to bear it with her body, she would be injured even with her current physical fitness. Seeing that Nami broke up his attack so easily, Enel was terrified and prepared to escape. No, it was a tactical retreat. How can God's business be called escape? He elementalized and moved away. But Remuru predicted his action in advance, quickly intercepted him, and kicked him back. Remuru laughed. Why do you want to run away when you are fighting? His tone was full of teasing and ridicule. Enel is the user of the thunder fruit, and can transform into lightning and move. The speed of lightning in reality is equivalent to the speed of light, which is equivalent to teleportation in a short distance. Of course, Enel cannot react to this speed, and can only use it to move his body. In battle, he can only teleport to the opponent's side and then attack. Although this kind of movement can be called teleportation, because the time is continuous, it can also be predicted by the observation haki. Remuru chuckled and turned his eyes to Nami. Nami, don't waste time talking to him, just control him directly. Nami nodded slightly, her eyes locked on Enel, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. You, laugh for me. Enel's face immediately squeezed out a twisted smile. Yeah ha ha ha, cough ha ha, cough ha. The pain made his laughter seem weird and unnatural. A trace of satisfaction flashed in Nami's eyes. She used the power of the talking fruit to easily put Enel under her control. Suddenly, her brows frowned slightly, revealing an unquestionable majesty. Stop, don't try to escape. Enel stopped smiling, and stared at Nami in astonishment. What did you do to me? Nami chuckled, with a cunning light flashing in her eyes. You are my puppet now, if you don't believe me, try to escape from my palm. Enel felt an urge to escape, but this urge disappeared without a trace in an instant, which made him feel unprecedented fear. Just as he was about to resist, Nami's voice sounded again. If you can complete our trial, I will give you freedom. Nami's voice seemed to have a kind of magic, which quickly dissipated Enel's thoughts of resistance. Enel's willpower was weak, and when facing a desperate situation, there might be a glimmer of hope to break free. But now, he was still hoping for the best, and the last glimmer of hope was successfully extinguished by Nami. He couldn't help but ask. What trial? Don't worry, it's a trial you are very familiar with. Nami replied. Remuru pondered for a moment and made a suggestion. Nami, for the confidentiality of the trial, let's make him faint first. Nami nodded. She nodded, with a wicked smile on her face. That's what I meant. I always feel something is wrong without hitting that stick. Suddenly, the momentum around her changed, and the domineering aura of the king surged out like a storm, filling the entire space in an instant. Under this domineering aura, Enel's body froze, and fear appeared in his eyes, as if he was firmly bound by an invisible force, and he couldn't move for a while. Taking this opportunity, Nami tightly grasped the weather stick shining with red and black lightning in her hand, and swung it at Enel with lightning speed. This stick not only gathered all her strength, but also contained her will, vowing to give this addicted boy the will to quit addiction. God's mighty blow! Enel's heart was alarmed. He tried to avoid this fatal blow, but his body could not react immediately. Bang! With a deafening bang, the weather stick hit Enel's head hard. His eyes turned white, and he fell down like a kite with a broken string, falling into a coma. When Enel woke up again, there was no one around him, and it was so quiet that he could only hear his own breathing. He found himself in front of the gate of the trial. The 4 characters swamp, ball, rope, iron on the door had been replaced by flower, slippery, sand, sword. He just wanted to turn around and leave, but the thought flashed in his mind, as if suppressed by some invisible force. Enel immediately realized that he was still under Nami's control and could not escape. He used his observation haki to try to explore the situation in the trial. However, a huge barrier blocked his exploration. It was a barrier that Remuru specially studied to restrain his observation haki. In addition to this trial barrier, the outermost layer of the entire island is also shrouded in a more powerful barrier. He looked around and couldn't help but raise his voice and shout. Hey! Is there anyone here? The voice echoed in the empty field, but no one responded. A surge of anger surged in Enelu's heart. Asshole, you didn't even tell me the rules, you want me to choose one. He thought of how he often deceived outsiders to participate in such cruel trials. The success rate of each trial was extremely low. Even if you succeeded by chance, what awaited you was not freedom, but the pursuit of 4 priests. He was afraid that he would be in the same situation. There was still silence all around, and no one answered. Chapter 82. Outside the island, the fully armed Shandians gathered closely at the edge of the barrier as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Burning cannon. Charge. Slash. Accompanied by roars, the Shandians launched fierce attacks on the barrier again and again. The roar continued. The war ghost Weber had a hideous face. Damn! What the hell is this? He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashed with unwilling sparks, and his heart was full of frustration. Should we use the repelling shells in advance? The Shandians tried various means, but they could not break through this seemingly fragile barrier. Evil Enel! Weber cursed inwardly. Until now, no magic soldier has appeared. This shows that they have completely ignored them. At this moment, the barrier suddenly flashed with light, and a huge screen appeared. On the screen, the picture of Enel shouting to the sky appeared. But, his face? Is this Enel? Weber muttered to himself, his eyes full of astonishment. Lakai beside him also widened her eyes. She stared at the figure on the screen. His clothes are indeed similar to Enel's, but why is his face flat? She frowned in confusion. A soldier suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the pair of conspicuous ears on the screen. This must be Enel. Look at his ears pulled up to his breasts. There is absolutely no one in the world. At the same time, Angel Island. A group of Sky Island people with small white wings were also attracted by the sudden screen. They held their breath and stared at every picture on the screen. In the crowd, there were peacekeepers wearing white hats. There were members of the original team who had been captured by Enel to work as laborers. And more ordinary residents of Sky Island. Beside them, Enelu's 4 priests and 500 divine soldiers were tied tightly and lay helplessly on the ground. Their eyes were full of fear and confusion, and they glanced at the big screen. At this time, a small window suddenly popped up on the upper right side of the screen, and Remuru's figure appeared in it. He smiled and waved to everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome to watch Enelu's trial program. I am Remuru, the captain of the Mengwang travel group. Each trial is examined by one of my companions. Can Enel pass this trial? Okay, let's wait and see. The small window disappeared. Remuru seemed to be explaining the rules, but in fact he was telling them. We did this. The sight shifted to the big screen. Enel's eyes wandered, weighing the 4 trial options in his mind. Definitely can't choose those 2 women. Slippery, this sounds weird, can't choose. Sword, most likely the woman with the sword, rule it out. Sand and flower, which one should I choose? After a long time, he made up his mind. His body suddenly turned into a thunder, and rushed straight to the sand trial. Passing through the portal of the trial, Enel's eyes suddenly solemn. Everything in front of him is no longer the forest he is familiar with. Instead, it is a barren desert. In the middle of the desert, a woman with long light blue hair stood quietly, and her face gradually became clear. After seeing clearly, Enel felt relieved. It was not the 2 women that made him afraid. Especially the woman with long orange hair. Every time he thought of her, he felt palpitations. What a terrible woman! Although he felt a little relieved, Enel remained alert and did not attack rashly. Who are you? As long as I beat you, will you let me go? Enel asked. Do you still want to win? Vivi raised her eyebrows, as if she was surprised by Enel's question. I am Vivi from the Cute King Travel Group. You have to beat me first. As for what will happen if Enel wins? Vivi doesn't know. Remuru only said that whoever Enel chooses will be responsible for killing him. Enel's heart sank, and he felt a little uneasy from Vivi's thoughts. After he wins, it won't be that several people will beat him together. But then he shook his head and put aside these distracting thoughts. Discharge. A dazzling electric light rushed towards Vivi, who was in a daze. Enel did not store electricity for this move, just to catch her off guard. The lightning instantly hit Vivi's body, and a hint of joy flashed in Enel's eyes. He quickly slapped the drum on his right shoulder. Amid the rumbling of drums, a huge amount of lightning gushed out, turning into a phoenix-shaped thunderbird. 30 million volts? Thunderbird. The thunderbird flew on the ground, carrying the power of 30 million volts directly to Vivi. However, the sand in the desert suddenly surged and wrapped the thunderbird tightly. A sizzling sound came from the sand ball, as if the electric current and sand were fighting fiercely. After a while, the sand ball dispersed, the scattered lightning quickly dissipated in the air, and some sand melted due to the high temperature. Vivi's voice echoed in the desert. How despicable, you actually sneak attacked. You don't follow martial ethics. Enel sneered and thought to himself. As long as you can win, why talk about despicable? Enel just suffered a loss, and now he is very cautious. He flashed and transformed into an element to teleport behind Vivi, but he didn't expect Vivi to turn around first and hit his twisted face with a dark fist. The wind from the fist whistled, causing Enel's wound to hurt slightly. Enel gritted his teeth. It was too late to escape now, so he could only exchange injuries for injuries. He believed that this move would definitely injure her severely. 100 million volts. Discharge. The 100 million volt lightning and Vivi's fist hit the opponent's head at the same time. Enel's body flew out like a kite with a broken string, landing face first, leaving a long mark on the desert. Finally, it hit the sand pile and stopped. Enel quickly pulled out his head and looked at Vivi expectantly. She was standing there, unharmed, and even her hair was not curled up. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Enel's mentality completely collapsed, and he could not accept the facts in front of him. Wei chuckled. Haha, sand is an insulator, and it is a natural enemy of lightning. Wei was secretly happy. Her whole body was made of sand, and she could really resist the attack of lightning. Ever since she withstood the sneak attack and was completely unharmed, she had this idea. No injury, not because of her strong physical fitness, but because the electric current was ineffective on her. Wei even suspected that she could attack his entity without using the armament Haki. However, the sand in the desert is mixed with impurities such as iron and aluminum, and it will generate heat and melt when it comes into contact with lightning. High temperature can destroy sand, and sand can also hit lightning, so it's a 50-50 chance. As for advance prediction, Wei can barely predict the future with her accelerated thinking and observation haki. But Enel can't predict the future. His observation haki is only intermediate. It's just that with the blessing of the thunder fruit, his detection range has been greatly increased, and he has the ability to read minds. Wei clenched her fists and smiled at Enelu. Next, it's time for the beating. Chapter 83. The shaving was done, but the shaving was done. Shave. With a light swish sound, he instantly appeared in front of Enel, punching him like raindrops. Observation haki has a lot to do with psychology. Enel's mental breakdown greatly reduced his ability to predict. He couldn't catch Vivi's movements at all and could only passively take the beating. Until, after enduring a continuous ordinary punch, his heart stopped beating. Just then, bang, bang, bang sounds rang continuously. Enel used electricity to give his heart an electric shock massage to stimulate it to beat again. After climbing up with difficulty, he met Vivi's teasing eyes. Wei rubbed her fists, and the smile on her lips became even stronger. Oh, it seems that you are quite tenacious. But, wouldn't it be better to just let me beat you to death? Her words were full of sarcasm. Without waiting for Enel to respond, Wei threw another punch, directly interrupting his elemental movement. Do you still want to escape? Enel wanted to cry but had no tears. No, I just want to stay away from you. He couldn't even think of running away. Wei chuckled. Is my sister so scary? Before she finished speaking, she launched a fierce attack on Enel again. Just when Vivi was about to put Enel into hibernation again, Enel suddenly shouted to the sky. Stop! His voice was full of determination and unwillingness. If you have the guts, let me make a move, just one move. Vivi stopped attacking and laughed. Please beg me. Enel was stunned, and the original provocation was forcibly held back. After a moment, I beg, please. Enel whispered. But Vivi did not let him go, and punched him out. Not sincere enough, continue. Enel fell to the ground fiercely, with humiliation and anger intertwined in his heart. Seeing that Vivi was about to attack again, Enel made up his mind, knelt on his knees, and kowtowed heavily. Please give me a chance, sister. He knew that if he didn't kowtow again, he would have no chance, and his body might be offline at any time. That move will definitely kill this stinky woman. Give you a chance to kill my sister. Vivi laughed. The coldness and murderous intent in her eyes startled Enel. Enel quickly denied. No, I never have such an idea, I just want to show my strength. He was afraid that Vivi would suddenly attack and quickly explained. At the same time, the residents of Sky Island stared at the scene on the screen with dull eyes. It turns out that the god we have always feared will also be afraid. The war ghost Weber laughed. Is this guy really a god? He is not an actor from somewhere. He was disdainful of Enel's cowardice and thought he was not worthy of being his opponent. The priests and divine soldiers couldn't help but feel a little broken when they saw Enel's miserable condition. The god we serve is just this. In the trial, Vivi stared at Enelu with a frown. She was thinking about Remuru's request in her heart, the battle should be grander. Since Enelu was willing to cooperate, she wanted to see what big moves he could perform. So, she spoke softly with a hint of playfulness in her tone. Since you beg me so much, I'll give you a chance, come on. A flash of ecstasy flashed in Enelu's eyes when he heard this. He instantly turned into an element, merged into the clouds, and disappeared without a trace. Then, his wild laughter came from the clouds. Ha ha ha, bitch, you dare to humiliate me like this. Now, I'm going to destroy you, this island, and everyone else. As Enelu laughed, he released lightning with all his strength and injected his power into the thunder clouds. A huge black thunder ball formed by thunder clouds slowly took shape. Its interior was filled with amazing airflow and electric current, as if it contained the power to destroy the world. Go to hell. Thunder. The thunder ball slowly descended, as if to destroy everything. Although the Ark's motto was not used, this thunder ball was smaller than in the original book, but it brought people no less despair. War Ghost Weber's weapon fell to the ground, he looked up at the sky, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. The residents of Sky Island also became agitated, and fear spread in their hearts. This is God's punishment. Run! Let's run! Some people couldn't bear the pressure and knelt on the ground, muttering to themselves. Is this the power of God? The priest laughed. This is what a god should look like. However, a divine soldier whispered a reminder. My lord, if that falls, we will die too. Om's smile froze on his face, and he wanted to take back his previous words. However, the people in the Mengwang travel group did not panic. Wei Wei looked at the thunderball and said excitedly. This kind of power, I recognize you. What she recognized was the power of the thunder fruit, not Enel himself. Wei Wei put her hands in the ground, and a large amount of sand rose from the ground and fluttered into the sky like a tornado. The sand rushed into the thunderball like a torrent, stirring wildly, rapidly consuming the power of the thunderball. The hot juice poured down from the sky like a shower, splashing on the ground with a hissing sound. The people of Sky Island witnessed this scene, with an expression of disbelief on their faces, and then burst into cheers. Base! It's Base! Goddess Base has come! We are saved, Goddess Base has come to save us! Gan Fowl's eyes flashed with complex emotions, and he whispered to himself. A war between gods? I hope this new god can be more merciful and not as cruel as Enel. The thunderball quickly retreated under the fierce attack of the sand, and the power was completely exhausted, and finally dissipated into the air. Enel's face was pale, and his physical strength was obviously exhausted, while Vivi was only slightly out of breath, and her demeanor was still calm. The sand quickly surrounded Enel like an army. He tried to squeeze out the last of his physical strength to escape in elemental form, but was stopped by the sand halfway. Vivi manipulated the sand, wrapping Enel tightly layer by layer, and finally formed a huge sand ball. The innermost layer of the sand ball was pure sand after the impurities were removed, which completely cut off the possibility of Enel's escape. Vivi raised her right hand, grasped the void, and whispered. Gravity collapse. In an instant, a large amount of magic poured out like a flood, and the pressure in the sand ball rose sharply, causing the sand ball to slowly shrink. However, when the sand ball shrank to half, Vivi suddenly shook her head and sighed, panting loudly. No, my magic is still too little, and I can't even complete the prerequisites for the skill. She thought to herself. Enel should be dead. The sand ball slowly descended, and finally landed steadily on the island cloud, forming the second island in the Sky Island. When Remuru arrived, Enel. Chapter 84. The two of them were so busy that they had to wait for the next day. When Remuru arrived, Enelu. Information, the thunder fruit has been extracted from the meat sand mud. Remuru frowned and muttered in dissatisfaction. Hey, don't talk like a bean paste bun. When he thought of that piece of meat, he felt sick in his stomach. Hurry up and spit out Enelu. On Sky Island. People were boiling, and cheers came one after another. They finally got rid of Enelu's brutal rule. For the people of Sky Island, God was originally just a respectful title for the ruler. But after Enelu's 6 years of fear training, the image of God that can do everything has long been buried deep in their hearts. Therefore, they regard Vivi, who defeated the old god, as the true god. Moreover, they firmly believe that Goddess Bass must be a gentle and kind goddess. Every time they see Vivi, their eyes are full of enthusiasm, and some even kneel down to worship. It is useless for Vivi to clarify this point. On the Goddess of Light. Everyone in the Cute King tour group gathered together. Vivi held her head with both hands, her face full of distress. Ah! Why don't they understand that I defeated Enel not to become their god? Vivi explained to them, but they didn't believe it, and kept sighing that Goddess Bass was a kind god. Remuru looked at her and laughed. If you keep refusing, there may be rumors that the Goddess of Bath is shy. Nami also playfully echoed. Goddess of Bath, accept their worship. Wei Wei could only smile bitterly. What Goddess of Bath, it doesn't suit me at all. Bath means mud, the title of Goddess of Bath should be given to the mud fruit user. I ate the sand fruit, so why not call myself the Queen of the Desert? Unfortunately, the people of Sky Island don't know the difference between desert and mud. At this time, Robin suddenly said, "The Shandians are waiting outside the ship and want to see us. What should we do?" Remuru thought about it and thought that they should want to return to their homeland. So, Remuru proposed a condition. "If they are willing to treat us, then let's meet." After Robin told the Shandians about this condition, it triggered a heated discussion among them. Lakai said calmly, "Treating them? That means taking them to the Hidden Cloud Village." Weber was tangled in his heart. The Hidden Cloud Village was the last hiding place of the Shandians. Once exposed, the consequences would be disastrous. Vivi is the new god of the Sky Islanders. And in order to regain their homeland, the Shandians have fought with the gods and the Sky Islanders for hundreds of years. Can they be trusted? In the end, Weber agreed to Remuru's request. Because a lot of them are still alive, it is impossible for them not to go back. If the new god is hostile, the Shandians will still end up with genocide. Moreover, the new god Vivi is from Qinghai and has no old grudges with them. This is also an important reason. The three views follow the five senses. Weber feels that they don't seem to be people who will kill innocent people indiscriminately. If Remuru knew what they were thinking, he would probably be in tears. If he doesn't go to the Hidden Cloud Village, what reason do he have to invite Aisha on board? Do you say he knows the future? At noon the next day. In the Hidden Cloud Village, surrounded by clouds and mist. The Shandians were busy, taking out delicacies from their savings and preparing a sumptuous banquet for Remuru and his group. After eating and drinking, Remuru patted his stomach with satisfaction, with a satisfied smile on his face. "Thank you for the hospitality, now you can tell us your requests." The chief felt Remuru's gaze, and he bowed his head respectfully. "It's like this, Lord Remuru, Apyard was our homeland more than 400 years ago." The chief began to slowly tell the history of the Shandians, and it seemed that older people liked to talk about this. Remuru was a little impatient, but seeing that the women were listening with relish, he did not interrupt the chief. Robin was thinking about something. She always felt that the names Golden City Shandora and Rolando were familiar. Suddenly, she was shocked. Isn't this the story of Big Liar Rolando that she heard when she was a child? She quickly shared her doubts and compared them with the ancient books of the Shandian people. The truth of the burial place gradually surfaced. Nami's eyes lit up, as if she smelled the scent of treasure. No wonder, Enel has so many yellow gold, and even built a golden ship. Maybe there is more gold hidden on the island. She was secretly happy in her heart. This time she must find the gold herself and not let Remuru search directly, so that she can experience the fun of treasure hunting. Remuru knew that the gold on Enel's ship was most of the gold except for the golden bell. But he did not expose Nami's little thoughts, just smiled slightly. Anyway, it was all for fun. He took a deep breath, adjusted his thoughts, and then turned to the chief and asked seriously, "Do you want us to return the island to you?" Hearing this, the chief knelt on his knees, his head against the ground, and begged in a choked voice. "Yes, please let us go back to our hometown." Remuru looked at the chief like this, and his heart was touched. But he still asked calmly, "The people of Sky Island also want to own that land, what are your plans? Continue to fight?" Remuru can't sell out the Sky Islanders just for a meal and because he feels sorry for them. This question made the chief silent, and his mood suddenly fell to the bottom. "I have a suggestion." Seeing this, Remuru slowly put forward his suggestion. "The land of Arpayatu is large enough to accommodate all of you. Why not try to coexist peacefully?" Arpayatu, originally part of Gaia Island, was washed up into the sky by the surging sea currents. After 400 years of being affected by the Sky Island environment, it is now large enough to accommodate the two tribes. The old chief heard this, his eyes lit up, and his heart was filled with unspeakable joy. He bowed deeply to Remuru. "Thank you, Lord Remuru. For them, being able to return to their homeland is the greatest luxury, and they dare not ask for more." Remuru raised his hand to signal the chief not to be polite, then frowned slightly and expressed his concerns. "We won't stay here for long. If we leave, can you ensure that we can live in peace and avoid disputes? After all, the 400 years of grievances between the Shandia people and the Sky Island people cannot be resolved overnight. The chief vowed, "I will strictly control my people and never allow conflicts to occur again." Remuru pondered for a moment and proposed a new idea. "There is a little girl named Aisha in your tribe. She is born with the Haki of Observation Haki, which is a rare talent. We can consider taking her away and training her carefully." Chapter 85. The chief was overjoyed when he heard this. He was just worrying about how to deepen the relationship with the Mengwang tour group. However, at this moment, Lakai stood up and objected, "Aisha is still so young. It's not good to let her leave all her companions suddenly." She regarded Aisha as her own sister, so she could naturally put herself in her shoes. Remuru nodded, showing his understanding. "You are right, this does require careful consideration. We must ensure that Aisha is willing. However, I will allow a female Shandian to accompany her to take care of her." The chief was eager to express his gratitude. "Thank you, sir. Aisha will definitely agree." However, Remuru waved his hand and pointed out seriously, "You can't force Aisha to make a choice. If she doesn't want to, forget it." After that, Remuru seemed to remember something and added, "Oh, by the way, the person who accompanies Aisha can't be too weak. In this way, they should be able to accurately locate a certain person." After the Cute King tour group left, the chief found Aisha and told her about it. "Chief, I don't agree." Lakai was the first to express her thoughts. "We can't agree easily. After all, we don't know them well. What if they have some plans?" Hearing this, the chief shook his head slowly, his eyes became deep. "You guys are still too young. You can't understand the far-reaching intentions of Lord Remuru." Loki and the others looked at each other, their faces full of confusion. The chief looked up at the sky, his eyes shining with admiration, and began to explain. "Lord Remuru and his people will eventually leave, but the question is, after they leave, can we coexist with the people of Sky Island? And if Ashandia joins the Mengwang travel group, it will be like adding a lubricant between us and the people of Sky Island, and the war will not break out easily. Time will make peace truly take root." After listening, Lakai was silent for a long time, and then showed a look of self-blame. "It turns out that Lord Remuru paved such a road for us. I was ashamed that I still had doubts about them before." Aisha's eyes flashed with determination, and she nodded, the voice was firm. "Lubricant, is it? For the future of Shandia, I am willing to go." Loki gently stroked Aisha's head, her eyes full of love. "Then I will go with you." The chief smiled slightly, revealing his insight and confidence in everything. Believe it or not, Lord Remuru will also choose a Sky Islander as his companion. And even if Aisha doesn't want to leave, they will gladly accept Loki. On the Sky Island side, Remuru led Vivi to find Gan Fowler. After explaining his willingness to live in peace, Remuru also received a satisfactory answer. After what Enel did, the Sky Islanders were tired of the war. They all expressed their willingness to shake hands and make peace with the Shandia people. Soon, the Sky Islanders and the Shandia people gathered together, and the people of the Mengwang travel group also came to witness. They sat together and discussed the details of the land division. Finally, the peace agreement was signed in a friendly atmosphere, which marked the end of the long-standing dispute between the two ethnic groups. Remuru did not gain nothing, and the faith of the people of Sky Island became more devout. Faith, which is also a kind of willpower, is collected by the Great Sage continuously. According to the report of the Great Sage, the people of Sky Island and Shandia have contributed more than 50,000 willpower together, and at least hundreds of willpower are steadily received every day. Unlike the short-term support of ordinary people, believers can often provide willpower continuously. Remuru wanted to get a large number of believers and take the path of faith, but he gave up. This was contrary to his idea of playing slowly and seizing the world by the way. After all, the cheat is already big enough, there is no need to open it again. After signing the peace agreement, Ganfuer led a group of angels to find Remuru. Remuru frowned slightly and turned his eyes to Ganfer. "Ganfer, what are you doing?" Ganfer understood and responded immediately. He was humble and presented a list with both hands. "Respected sir, these are the maids we carefully selected for God. They are between 16 and 20 years old and are the most outstanding girls on Sky Island." Remuru looked behind him and couldn't help but secretly praised in his heart, "They are indeed beautiful women, including Conies." However, he turned his head and said to Gonfer shook his head. Wei doesn't need maids around her, let alone 21 of them. Wei herself is still a maid, why would she need a maid? What's more, he brought all the most beautiful girls in Sky Island. Gonfer was obviously relieved after hearing Remuru's words, and felt relieved for the kindness of this god. He also had his difficulties. He didn't forget that Enel had experienced a 4-choice trial. Who knows how many gods there are in the Cute King's travel group? If only a maid was assigned to the goddess base, what would the other gods do if they had objections? Therefore, he could only find all the suitable girls for them to choose. Remuru looked at Conies and called softly. "Conies, come here." Conies walked out from the crowd of girls, with a little nervousness and expectation. "My lord, what do you want?" Remuru smiled slightly, trying to ease her nervousness. "No need to be so reserved, aren't we friends?" He paused for a moment, then made an invitation to Conies. "Would you like to join the Cute King tour group and become one of us? Not as a maid, but as an equal partner." Conies looked up in astonishment, her cheeks flushed slightly. She waved her hands hurriedly. "I am just an ordinary person, how can I be a companion of God?" But Remuru refused to let her go. "Don't say that, I just ask if you are willing." Conies answered eagerly. "Of course I am willing, but it's good if you are willing." Remuru interrupted Conies. "From now on, you are a member of the Cute King travel group." Then, Remuru's eyes swept over the other angel girls. Seeing the expectation in their eyes, he swallowed the 5 words "you go back." After some thought, he had an idea in his mind. "You can form a divine guard." Gonfer was shocked when he heard this, his eyes widened. "Divine guard? But their strength?" Remuru glanced at Gonfer and said. "Not strong? In my eyes, you are just so-so." Gonfer's face changed, and he lowered his head quickly. "Sorry, Lord Remuru, I spoke out of turn." At this time, an angelic girl spoke carefully. "Lord Remuru, what does the Divine Guard need to do? Is it to protect the goddess Bath?" Remuru shook his head gently. "We have our protection for Vivi, we don't need you. I will find you when I need you. Usually, you can move freely." But he thought to himself that 20 beautiful angel girls might be able to be pulled out to show off. A week later, the people of the Mengwang travel group were ready to go. The trip to Sky Island was fruitful, not only with abundant local specialties, but also with more than enough Bailey. The huge golden pillar became their cash machine, and they could get some gold at any time. The golden bell was also placed in Vivi's shrine, the desert temple. Of course, what made Remuru most happy was that 3 new partners joined their tour group. "Okay, come here." Remuru waved to the girls. After this period of getting along, some of the reserve members can already become regular members. Chapter 86. After spending some time together, some reserve members have become regular members. The reserve crew members all looked at Remuru with expectation. Remuru nodded slightly and announced seriously. "Makita, Golden Week, and Kurla, you 3 will officially become one of us from now on." "Great!" As soon as the words fell, the 3 people who were called couldn't help cheering, their faces filled with irrepressible joy. Xiao Lixiang immediately congratulated her friends. "Sister, congratulations on getting what you want." Other female members also gathered around to congratulate the new regular members. However, in this jubilation, Tina stood aside silently, with a trace of loneliness in her eyes. They all joined on the same day, but now she is the only one who has not become a formal member, which makes her feel a little lonely. But then she thought, she is a spy after all, and this result is natural. Despite this, an indescribable bitterness still surged in her heart. At this moment, Remuru turned to Tina and asked softly. "Tina, are you willing to become a formal member?" Everyone looked at her, waiting for her answer. Tina raised her head suddenly, with a flash of surprise and uncertainty in her eyes. Tina is surprised? Can Tina also? Of course. Remuru's voice was full of encouragement. But he then reminded. However, once you become our official member, you can't do anything that harms the interests of the team. Tina thought about it, then nodded solemnly. Well, Tina will leave the Navy immediately. That's not necessary. Remuru pondered for a moment, then said in a considerate tone. You can report some information to Jean Guo before you officially join, just as a way to put an end to the past. For example, Remuru is a man. As a reserve member, Tina didn't know many secrets. The biggest secret was that Remuru has the ability to extract devil fruits. It doesn't matter if Jean Guo knows this. Maybe it will stimulate him to deliver 1 or 2 more takeouts. When Tina heard Remuru's words, a warm current surged in her heart. He is always so considerate of others. However, she didn't want to betray these new companions. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her mind. No need. Marshal Sengoku didn't ask Tina to pass on the message to him. His mission is just to let Tina get close to you, understand you, and guide you to the path of justice. Because the Cute King Travel Group and the Navy are not hostile, Sengoku was more obscure when arranging the spy mission. In this case, Tina should just pretend that she didn't understand. Remuru was a little surprised, but he didn't force it. He officially announced that Tina became a formal member of the team, and everyone came up to welcome her. The 3 new members looked at this scene with envy in their eyes. Especially Lakai. She originally thought she was just here to be a nanny, but she didn't expect that she would also become a reserve member. She hoped that she could also become a regular member. As the night fell, the Cute King Travel Group held a welcome banquet for the new members as usual. At the banquet, Remuru took out all the devil fruits, introduced each devil fruit in detail to the new members, and recorded it with sound shells. After the introduction, Remuru raised his head, his eyes slowly swept across everyone's faces, and asked. How is it? What devil fruit do you like? I want to eat the thunder fruit. The thunder fruit. I want it too. Remuru's smile deepened when he heard this. No need to fight, 1 for each person. He thought to himself that the thunder fruit was indeed a good choice. It not only allows the ability user to move at super speed, but also enhances the observation haki. At the same time, the destructive power of lightning is also one of the best, and electrical energy can also be used as a power source, which is very practical. Great Sage, copy 3 thunder fruits. Understood. After 3 seconds. Copy successful. Remuru threw the thunder fruit on the table to Tashaji, and spit out 3 thunder fruits, flying to Lily Xiang, Aisha and Lakai respectively. The 4 ladies caught the fruits, and their faces showed surprise expressions. Tina watched this scene quietly, and her heart was filled with ripples. She recalled everything she had experienced today. What chat group, friends? What? Devil Fruit Weakness Elimination Card. What naming? It turns out that I only knew the fur of the Cute King Travel Group before. What a mysterious man. After the dinner, the lights in the captain's room were soft. Remuru was wearing a bathrobe and looked serious. In front of him stood 4 girls, Kurla, Mishita, Golden Week, and Tina. He looked like a torch and asked. Next, I will name you. Are you ready? Kurla met his gaze and nodded slightly, indicating that she was ready. Mishita, Golden Week, and Tina also gestured one after another, and they were all ready to be named. Seeing this, Remuru turned to the maid next to him and ordered. Wai Wei, take them to wash up. Taking a bath helps relieve physical tension. Okay, master. Wai Wei smiled sweetly and walked towards the bathroom with the 4 girls. Remuru sat alone on the sofa, his hands folded, his eyes deep. Naming the 4 girls at the same time, Remuru was a little nervous, but more of an expectation. He could unlock 3 more white bodies, and an inexplicable excitement surged in his heart. A certain lowly was automatically excluded by him. Half an hour later, the bathroom door opened, and several white and tender bodies walked out, with water droplets flashing under the light. Wai Wei sat naked next to Remuru, but his eyes were staring straight ahead, never shifting. The four girls shyly covered their key parts, their cheeks slightly red, and stood in front of Remuru, as if they were for him to appreciate. Remuru's eyes moved around them, and he secretly evaluated them in his heart. Mishida's figure was as slender as a willow, Kurla's face was so cute that people couldn't help but want to pinch it, and Tina's was also light pink, which made Remuru want to reach out and touch it. Each woman has her own unique beauty, some are thin and some are plump, each has its own merits. Remuru took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, with a relaxed look on his face. He said in a brisk tone, "Let's get started. Start early, get things done early." Remuru's eyes first fell on the lowly on the far left. "I give you the name of Golden Week." Then, his eyes swept over the other three women one by one. "I give you the name of Mishida. I give you the name of Kurla. I give you the name of Tina." As each name was called, the light of evolution lit up one by one, and their bodies began to undergo subtle changes. Chapter 87. The two of them were so happy that they had to work together. Remuru gently hugged Wei and observed their changes attentively, not daring to miss any details. He knew that naming was of great significance to them and there could be no mistakes. After a while, the women woke up from the comfort of their physical evolution and felt the changes in their bodies with joy. They communicated with each other happily, and for a while, the room was filled with laughter. This scene made Remuru feel inexplicably excited, but he did not show it on his face. He walked up to Golden Week and gently touched the little Lolita's head. "You go back first. The brothers and sisters are going to conduct combat training." Golden Week nodded sensibly and smiled sweetly. "I know, Sister Lixiang told me something." "So good." Remuru praised. As a reward, Remuru picked up Golden Week and kissed her cute face. Then he handed her to Vivi and signaled Vivi to take her away. After Golden Week left, the battle was about to start. Remuru's figure was as fast as the wind, and his sharp attack broke their defense line. Facing the united opponents, Remuru calmly chose the strategy of dividing and attacking. He made a swift move and grabbed Tina, making it impossible for her to dodge. Then, he launched a fierce offensive. Although Tina's strength increased greatly, she could only passively defend under Remuru's continuous attack. In a moment, she groaned in pain and begged for a break. But Remuru did not stop, and another series of attacks hit Tina hard on the ground. Seeing this, Wei hurried forward and carefully wiped the blood and cleaned her body. This is her job and her responsibility. Remuru patted Wei gently, then turned his eyes to the remaining two, his eyes full of provocation. Masida's face showed fear, her eyes were fixed on the weapon in Remuru's hand, her feet seemed to be nailed, and she dared not take a step forward. However, Kurla's performance was completely different. The fall of her companion ignited her inner fighting spirit, and she was determined not to let her companion's sacrifice go to waste. "For Sister Tina," she silently said in her heart, with the flame of fighting burning in her eyes. Remuru looked at Kurla, nodded slightly, and a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. But then, he frowned slightly and reminded coldly, "Your fighting spirit is commendable, but the absolute gap in strength cannot be overcome by enthusiasm alone." Before he finished speaking, the two of them had already fought like arrows from a bow. Kurla launched a fierce attack with lightning speed, but the gap in hard power soon put her in danger. She was anxious, like an ant on a hot pot, and couldn't help thinking, "Can I only rely on Sister Mishida?" Suddenly, a thought flashed through Kurla's mind. She changed her body shape and turned into Nami's appearance, trying to use the power of this powerful sister to turn the tide of the battle. Seeing this, Remuru was indeed shocked, but he soon noticed something strange. This is not the real Nami. As expected, Kurla was soon beaten back to her original form. "No." She panted and looked at Mishida expectantly. "Sister Mishida, the next battle is up to you, you must win." Encouraged by Kurla, Mishida took a deep breath, with a determined light in her eyes. She is no longer a coward. 10 minutes later. Defeated. Mishida lay on the ground with empty eyes. Just a little bit short. She thought unwillingly. Remuru stretched his body, lay on the soft sofa, and exhaled a long breath. However, Remuru was not satisfied. After all, the few people were inexperienced and their magic energy had not grown to the peak. Thinking of this, Remuru turned his eyes to the maid Weiwei and smiled. "Weiwei, come here." Remuru signaled her with his eyes to perform the duties of a maid. When Weiwei heard Remuru's words, she put down her work and a happy smile bloomed on her face. She walked lightly to Remuru and helped him relieve his fatigue after the battle. After a while, Remuru sighed. Experienced people are really different. However, Remuru was no ordinary person. He shifted his attention from Vivi to the attribute panels of his companions. Name, Tina. Gender, female. Age, 18 years old. Height, 165 centimeters. Dimensional, B. 99, W 54, age 96. Profession, Navy. Talent, S level. Fruit, Superman Kanken fruit. Skills, body strengthening, spatial movement, paralysis breath, primary armament haki, primary observation haki, life return. Status, training speed increased tenfold, comprehension increased tenfold, favorability increased tenfold. Existence value, 2400. Tina's three-dimensionality is not much different from what Remuru expected, with big breasts and hips, and a heroic and valiant lady. Kanken fruit, any enemy that touches her body will instantly turn the contact part into steel, binding the opponent tightly. In terms of skills, spatial movement can be combined with the ability of the Kanken fruit, and body strengthening is also good. Paralysis breath can give the bound enemy a second stage of control, making it impossible to escape. Although it is not as good as some European emperors, it is not bad to be able to synchronize these three skills at the beginning. Let's take a look at Kurlaw's attribute panel. Name, Kurlaw. Gender, female. Age, 18 years old. Height, 160 centimeters. 3 dimensions, B99, W61, age 92. Occupation, agent. Talent, S level. Fruit, Superman imitation fruit. Skills, clone, strength, water operation, primary armament haki, primary observation haki, life return. Status, training speed increased tenfold, comprehension increased tenfold, favorability increased tenfold. Existence value, 2000. In terms of body shape, Kurlaw's height is relatively low, which can highlight the size of some parts. Coupled with her cute face and soft skin, I can only say it's great. As for skills, I can only say that they are very common and very practical. Let's take a look at the next one. Name, Golden Week. Gender, female. Age, 10 years old. Occupation, painter. Talent, S level. Skills, body reinforcement, sticky wire, steel wire, multiple barriers, primary armed color domineering, primary observation color domineering, life return. Status, training speed increased tenfold, comprehension increased tenfold, favorability increased speed increased tenfold. Existence value, 1600. I can only say that they are very common and very practical. Next one. Gold. Gold. Remuru prayed in his heart. Name, Mikhaida. Gender, female. Age, 18 years old. Height, 177 centimeters. Dimensions, B85, W58, age 88. Occupation, pastry chef. Talent, S level. Fruit, superhuman light and heavy fruit. Skills, wind control, gigantism, body strengthening, primary armament haki, primary observation haki, life return. Status, training speed increased tenfold, comprehension increased tenfold, favorability increased tenfold. Existence value, 1800. Mikhaida is 177 centimeters tall, the tallest except Robin. Combined with her 85/58/88 dimensions, she looks tall and slender. The light and heavy fruit can control her own weight. When light, her body can float in the sky like a feather, and when heavy, it can reach tens of thousands of kilograms. As for skills, although there are no unique skills, the wind control skill allows her to fly freely in the sky without adjusting the direction through an umbrella. Gigantamaxing can make the body bigger. What will happen if you use the light and heavy fruit to change your weight while using the Gigantamaxing skill? To be tested. Chapter 88. After a few days of sailing. One morning, the sun shone on the deck and white clouds floated leisurely in the sky. Seagulls flew freely, carrying the salty fragrance of the sea breeze, passing over the Goddess of Light. In the leisure area on the ship of the Goddess of Light. In the simulated beach environment. Girls dressed in sexy bikinis, and Lolita girls dressed in cute swimsuits played on the beach. Several beauties happily built sand castles, with sand flowing in their hands, shaping the art in their hearts. A few others happily hit the beach volleyball, and as their bodies jumped, the vitality and beauty of youth overflowed. Remuru was lying on a beach chair, wearing casual pants and sunglasses, admiring the scene with deep eyes. Beside him, Princess Vivi, dressed in a transparent maid outfit, handed him food from time to time. Her movements were skillful and elegant. This made his heart full of satisfaction and determination. Such peace and happiness cannot be destroyed by anyone. Suddenly, the ship elf Xiaoguang appeared in front of Remuru, with a smile on her face. Master, the next island is coming. Remuru was slightly stunned. Xiaoguang, drive slower. Ship elves should not be considered human. 2 hours later, the people of the Mengwang travel group set foot on the new island with expectation and curiosity. As soon as they got on the island, the strange scene in front of them shocked them, and even Remuru shouted in his heart. A white dog slowly passed in front of them, and its waist was abnormally long. Nami covered her mouth with her hands in shock, exclaiming, "Is this a dog? Its waist is probably hundreds of meters long. Look over there." Machino pointed to the distance, and saw a bird with its neck stretched out like a slender bridge. "Plants are also very long," Nakajao said. The girls were amazed, and their eyes wandered around the island. They found that the island was full of ordinary creatures, such as cows, sheep, pigs, dogs, etc. But they all have one thing in common: a part of their body is abnormally long. Some have long necks, some have long waists, and some have long tails. Caya frowned, and various possibilities flashed through her mind. Could it be an evil scientist, or a devil fruit user? As a user of the swallow fruit, she often makes some strange things, so it is not difficult to make such a guess. The bodies of these animals seem to be stretched by force. Abi's shook her head gently. She could communicate with animals and learned the truth from them. None of them is right. They told me that they have been like this since they were born. This island is surrounded by 10 small islands and is shaped like a long chain. So it is called the Long Chain Island. Affected by the environment of the Long Chain Island, the creatures here are very long. At this time, Remuru suggested. I sensed the breath of humans in 2 places. Let's go and see. All the women have the haki of observation haki, so they naturally sensed the breath of those humans. There was only one breath in one place, and his position was high in the sky. After receiving the news from Xiao Hizi, Robin explained. That person is walking on stilts. Xiao Lixiang said puzzledly. Stilts? Standing so high, is he imitating these strange creatures? Li Lixiang turned to look at Robin and asked curiously. What about the one with more people? It seems very lively there. They are having a competition. Robin answered concisely. Hearing the word competition, a hint of interest flashed in the eyes of the girls. They unanimously decided to go to the place where there were more people to join in the fun. When everyone arrived at the arena, they saw 2 pirates having a fierce competition. When the pirates saw a group of beauties appear, their eyes suddenly lit up and they were about to make a noise. Tashaji pulled out Shijir in advance, and the sword in her hand flashed, and a boulder cracked in response. This action made the originally noisy arena quiet in an instant. The pirates looked at the beautiful swordsman who suddenly appeared in surprise, and dared not act rashly again. Influenced by Remuru, Tashaji no longer thought that pirates must be evil, and they would arrest or judge them right away. But she still didn't have much good feelings for pirates. As long as a pirate dared to do bad things, she would definitely cut him in half without mercy. The game continued. After figuring out that they were playing D. After the AV backfight competition, the girls were disgusted with this competition that used their partners as stakes. Tina couldn't help but complain. It's disgusting. They actually used their partners as bargaining chips. Tashaji said bluntly. I want to kill them. Although Nami showed a disgusted expression on her face, she still persuaded Tashaji. Forget it. One is willing to fight, the other is willing to be beaten. As a third party, we don't need to care so much. Remuru looked at the slot head in front of him, and a trace of memory flashed in his eyes. One Piece anime, Long Chain Island. That was one of the few chapters he hated, and he once mistakenly thought it was an original plot of the TV group. The Long Chain Island chapter had no highlights at all. The Silver Fox pirates were just a bunch of scumbags. But they relied on all kinds of shameless cheats and suppressed the Straw Hat pirates through the rules, which was so exciting. The captain of the Silver Fox pirates was the slot head in front of him, Silver Fox Foxy, the user of the slow fruit. Although there was a girl among them, her nose was too ugly and she spoke in a coquettish voice, which made Remuru couldn't appreciate it. However, what disgusted him the most was that this game actually used partners as stakes. When he saw Chopper wearing a blindfold and sitting helplessly next to Foxy, Remuru's antipathy reached its peak. The only bright spot in this chapter may be the slowness fruit, but it's a pity that it also fell on a waste. It can be said that the Long Chain Island chapter is a complete failure of Oda, and anyone who reads it will be angry. As expected. The women were also angered by the shameless behavior of the Silver Fox pirates and were furious. A beautiful day was turned upside down by the despicable means of the Silver Fox pirates. No, I can't watch it anymore. Tashaji was the first to bear the brunt. Remuru had just pulled himself out of his memories, and secretly thanked himself for not paying much attention to the game because he was immersed in his memories. He turned to look at Tashaji and asked, "What are you going to do?" Tashaji did not answer, she was ready to tell Remuru with her actions. With a swish, Tashaji's figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and the next moment she appeared in front of the referee. Her eyes were as cold as a knife, and she said word by word. "As a referee, you cannot be fair, you should be killed." As soon as she finished speaking, Tashaji drew out Shijir, the sword flashed, and the referee's body was split in two by the sword energy. Chapter 89. Ban Dang Zem Van Ban Gok Chua Dike, Ko the Kyo Suong Kua Trang De Chan Ban Dike. The pirates were stunned by this sudden change, and the long-nosed woman screamed. "What did you do?" A trace of murderous intent flashed in Tashaji's eyes, and she responded coldly. "He has repeatedly favored you, deserve to die. Are you in league with the referee?" Seeing this, Foxy waved his hands and nervously argued. "We don't know him, and we don't know the rules." Dashiki snorted coldly, his face full of disbelief. "Really don't know?" Foxy smiled awkwardly. "I really don't know, otherwise we wouldn't have violated the rules, and we wouldn't have made you so angry. It's worthy of the title of Silver Fox," he lied without changing his expression. "However, this can only fool ordinary people." At this time, the captain of another pirate group stood up. He frowned and accused. "You killed the referee, how can we continue the game? He has already lost 2 companions and wants to win them back through the competition. There is a rule in Davy backfight. Partners lost in the game must be won back through the game. Once a pirate violates this rule, he will be regarded as a shame for the pirates." Sakai was stunned. She thought she was helping, but she didn't expect this result. She smiled bitterly in her heart. "I'm helping you guys, okay?" This was the first time in her life that she had helped the pirates out of kindness. What a failure. It turned out to be the evil pirates. Thief. At this moment, Foxy took the opportunity to strike a specific pose, aimed at the stunned Tashaji, and shot a beam of light. Slow beam. He was secretly happy. Anyone who is hit by this trick will die in 30 seconds. The movement will become slow. Even if this woman's slash is powerful, it will be useless if it can't hit anyone. However, Tashaji's voice suddenly sounded behind him. You are right, no matter how strong the attack is, it's useless if you can't hit anyone. The slow light hits the afterimage of Tashaji. Dashiki ate the thunder fruit, and after these days of deliberate practice, she has been able to initially peek into other people's hearts. And Foxy's thoughts are so strong, it's like shouting in Dashiki's ear, how can the sneak attack succeed? Tashaji gently waved Shijir in her hand, a cold light flashed. Foxy's head flew up into the sky, blood splattered like tomato juice. This scene shocked many pirates present. Foxy, he was a famous pirate captain, how could he be killed so easily like a small fry? Tashaji's eyes swept over everyone present. Why, do you want to avenge the captain? Although the voice was gentle, it was filled with murderous intent. The pirates woke up from their dreams and fled in terror, as if they had seen a terrifying witch. Even another pirate group chose to flee. In a moment, there is no pirate around. Tashaji heard that they were only terrified and had no intention of revenge for the captain, so she did not choose to chase him. She shook her head slightly, turned to look at her companions behind her, and a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. Am I so scary? The girls nodded in agreement, and this scene made Tashaji frown. Remuru walked forward silently and took the slowness fruit into his stomach. It's a free devil fruit, don't waste it. At night, Xiao Lixiang was curious and walked towards the mysterious man on stilts, wondering why he was unwilling to get off the ground at night. After a conversation, the Mengwang travel group learned another story full of tragedy and bizarre colors. Afterwards, everyone walked on the Long Chain Island tour, waiting for the record pointer to be full of magnetism. However, what they don't know is that a man is quietly approaching them. 3 days later, the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Aokiji, set foot on the Long Chain Island. As soon as he appeared, he was surrounded by the members of the Cute King tour group. Tina was surprised. Admiral Aokiji? Why are you here? Tina asked in surprise. As a qualified naval officer, it is impossible not to recognize Admiral Aokiji. Tashaji could not hide her excitement, her eyes sparkling with admiration. It is really the Admiral. The Admiral is the highest combat power of the Navy and has always been a role model for young Marines. She had also imagined herself wearing a general's cape in her bed. Aokiji looked around with a lazy smile on his face. So many beautiful ladies. He then asked, do you have free time tonight? The women waved their hands one after another, with awkward smiles on their faces. They were already married women. Nakajayo looked at Aokiji and complained in a low voice. Is this really a Navy Admiral? This lazy look really cannot be associated with the image of a Navy Admiral. Aokiji looked at Nakajayo and explained. Madam, don't judge people by appearances. My purpose is to implement lazy justice. Lazy justice? Nakajayo's heart moved. This is quite similar to Remuru. He is often lazy, leaving everything to others, and only knows how to fish. At this time, Robin hurried over. She had hesitated, but finally decided not to let her companions face the Navy Admiral alone. She stood by, staring at Aokiji with her eyes, and couldn't help but spit out 2 words. Ao. Pheasant. Although her strength has greatly increased, the shadow of her childhood is not so easy to erase. Little Black, information, preliminary judgment, the probability of the Cute King travel group losing is equal to 0. This short speech made her tense nerves relax a little. Lemuru noticed Robin's abnormality. He didn't waste time and got straight to the point. He stared at Aokiji with sharp eyes and asked. What are you doing here, Admiral? Are you just passing by? Aokiji glanced at Robin, and then explained lazily. After the Alabasta incident, Nico Robin disappeared. I just came to confirm her whereabouts. Now it seems that she is indeed with you, which is consistent with my expectations. He has been paying attention to Robin. Lemuru nodded and continued to ask. What is your purpose in confirming her whereabouts? Although he roughly understood Aokiji's purpose, he wanted Aokiji to speak out. Aokiji still looked lazy, yawned, and said. Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to catch her. I will only report this information to the Navy headquarters. Catch her. Tina's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt, and then a bounty quickly flashed through her mind. Suddenly, she widened her eyes and looked at Robin and exclaimed. Are you the son of the devil with a bounty of 79 million Baileys, Nico Robin? She also felt that the name was familiar before, but she had never thought about it in the direction of bounty. After all, Robin's bounty still showed her childhood appearance. The women looked at Robin in astonishment, and the scene fell into silence for a while. Chapter 90. The two of them were very close, but they were still very close. Remuru coughed twice to break the silence. He looked around at his companions with a firm gaze, revealing his firm support for Robin. Robin is our partner. You should be able to feel her character after spending these days together. Tashaji nodded immediately, with trust in her eyes. Well, Sister Robin is definitely not a bad person. In her heart, Robin is not only mentally mature and intellectual, but also more like a gentle older sister who always takes good care of them. Therefore, although Robin boarded the ship late, everyone except Machino and Lily Xiang affectionately called her sister. ABIs couldn't wait to agree. There must be something wrong. Sister Robin loves small animals so much, how could she be a bad person? She recalled that although Sister Robin sometimes seemed to be black-bellied, her love for small animals undoubtedly showed her inner kindness. The other members of the Mengwang travel group expressed their admiration for Robin. They firmly stated that they would not give up on her because of the bounty offered by the world government. Robin's eyes were slightly moist, and she was obviously deeply moved by the support of her companions. Aokiji stood aside and observed all this silently. He nodded secretly in his heart, this seemed to be a good group of companions. However, he still reminded. But how much do you know about her? She has been fleeing for survival since she was 8 years old and has joined countless organizations. Maybe one day, she will leave you. Robin's shoulders trembled slightly, and it was obvious that Aokiji's words touched the pain in her heart. Remuru saw this, and he walked to Robin domineeringly and held her hand tightly. You are my woman, no one can make you leave me, leave the Cute King travel group. Even if that person is Robin herself, it won't work. Hearing this, Aokiji was slightly surprised. Then his eyes swept back and forth between Robin and Remuru, and finally looked around the entire Cute King travel group. He blurted out. Lala. He was surprised in his heart, could this tour group be a lesbian team? Isn't this a waste of resources? Remuru was broken by hearing this, and he argued loudly. I am a man. A man. What on earth is your Navy's intelligence department doing? He was speechless. Although he didn't tell everyone that he was a man, and many times he was too lazy to explain misunderstandings to strangers, there were still many people who knew this fact. The Navy in charge of intelligence said innocently, we are professional in collecting intelligence, and we cannot pass false intelligence to the headquarters. This sentence really surprised Aokiji. He looked at Robin in shock and said. Is this the final destination you chose? He had a headache. Remuru had so many women, obviously like some nobles. Is this choice really good? But seeing how sweet they were, they probably took the last step. Aokiji didn't know whether he should support this choice. After a short silence, Aokiji turned to Remuru with a serious look. Do you know what you will face if you are with her? Remuru smiled contemptuously. Isn't it just to be an enemy of the world government? He then said firmly. For Robin, I am not afraid even if I am an enemy of the whole world. Aokiji had a headache when he heard this. He had met many powerful pirates, and they all had lawless personalities. Remuru in front of him seemed to be such a person. Aokiji sighed in his heart. Let Marshal Sengoku handle these troublesome matters. He resumed his lazy look again, yawned, and turned to leave. Goodbye, everyone. He raised his hand to say goodbye. But Remuru called him. Are you leaving now? Aokiji did not look back. I came here just to see Nico Robin. But Remuru did not intend to let him go, he shook his head. Your matter is resolved, but our matter is not over yet. Aokiji stopped and looked back in confusion. What is it? Remuru calmly uttered a few words. O'Hara's matter. Aokiji's steps stopped abruptly, and he turned to face Remuru, frowning. Remuru continued. 20 years ago, the world government launched a demon-killing order to destroy O'Hara, and Robin's family and friends also died in it. As Robin's man, I am qualified to take care of this matter. Aokiji took a deep breath and asked. What do you want? Remuru chuckled. Don't be nervous, we just want to beat you up. After all, you were just a small soldier back then. The 5 old men above you are the culprits. What's more, Aokiji secretly spared Robin's life, and Robin was not caught by the world government in the early stage, which may also be due to him. Therefore, Remuru is not going to kill Aokiji. Aokiji's face became more and more solemn. It seems that there is no way to settle it without a fight. Nami moved her fingers, making a crisp sound, with excitement in her eyes. Although I don't know what happened specifically, there is a fight to fight, right? Nojiko was also eager to try, and her warm-up movements revealed her desire to fight. General? Sisters, beat him together. Tashaji seemed a little hesitant. Isn't this a good thing? She thought to herself, who is O'Hara? Robin looked at this scene, and a warm current surged in her heart. She knew that she had not chosen the wrong person, whether it was a man or a sister. Remuru looked around at the excited women around him, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You just cheer for us on the side, Aokiji, leave it to me and Robin to deal with it. Although Robin is powerful, her heart knot has always troubled her. Beating Aokiji may help her untie her heart knot. If it doesn't work, then beat Akainu and the 5 elders. Aokiji raised his eyebrows and showed a playful smile on his face when he heard this. He seemed to be a little unhappy about being despised. But he responded in a teasing tone. Alala, it seems that I was underestimated today. Remuru chuckled and shook his head, indicating that he had no intention of looking down